What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 5BD 121 Observation Hockey Dachung, predicting the future, please order in full. The newly summoned member Ram, but the one who is related to Ram's own sister by blood, how could Ram not know it? Someone I know. Ram was a little taken aback, not knowing who Cuomo was talking about. The light particles in front of Cuomo's eyes slowly converged into the shape of a person, and the light particles materialized. I saw a woman who looked very similar to Ram appeared in front of everyone. She is 154 centimeters tall, with big pink eyes and pink lips, and her face is not very clear. The hairstyle is neck-length short hair, but the hair parting line is different, and the front bangs cover her left eye, a black apron. On the head is a white cap. The maid outfit has been specially modified to expose the girl's slender shoulders. With a short skirt, the curves of the body are clearly shown, even a little sensational. This is Ram. Hana Retsu was stunned when he saw Ram for the first time. Ram and Ram look too similar, except for the color of their hair and the direction of their bangs are different. Other features are almost exactly the same. Why are there two Ram? Ji Guoyuan was also stunned when he saw Lam for the first time, because the two looked too similar. Sister. Ram was taken aback when she saw Ram for the first time, but then rushed towards Ram in the next second. He hugged her directly. Ram, why are you here? Ram said in surprise when he saw Ram hugging her in front of him. She knew that she had traveled to the otherworld, but she didn't expect that his sister Ram was also here at the same time as she traveled to the otherworld. Master Cuomo sent me here. Ram let go of Ram's arm and said with a smile. Master Cuomo. That's what the mysterious voice told me. Ram nodded upon hearing that. Aren't they the same person? They look somewhat similar. Gojo Satoru interjected from the side. It's not one person, they are two sisters, one is the familiar Ram, and the other is the newly summoned Ram, who is his sister. Cuomo explained from the side. Twins? No wonder they're so similar. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly. Sister, the horn on your head. Ram suddenly found a horn on Ram's forehead. Advertisement. According to the original book, Ram's horn was cut off when he was young, and there is no possibility of regeneration. But now she has a horn growing on her head, on my head. Hearing what Ram said, Ram touched the top of his head curiously. Sure enough, there is a horn. Your horns have grown again, sister. Ram smiled and narrowed her eyes. Her older sister, Ram, was once the strongest genius of the nobility, and also the strongest existence, but in order to protect her, the only horn was cut off, which made it impossible to fight for a long time, and its strength was also much weaker. The reason for all this is to protect Ram, so this also caused Ram to feel guilty. Now that Ram's horns have grown back, how can Ram not be happy for her sister? Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Ram smiled unconsciously, and then bowed slightly to Cuomo to thank him. She knew that the growth of her horn must have something to do with Cuomo. After all, it was Cuomo who sent him to this world. It's none of my business, but it's good to have your horn back. Cuomo shook his head. She doesn't have the ability to regrow Ram's horns. The only thing that can do this is the mysterious system he bound. Without you, I might never be able to see the horns on my head again. Thank you, Master Cuomo. Ram bowed slightly again and thanked. There's no need to be so polite to me, we're companions, Cuomo reminded. It's your first time in this world, let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Madara, who is from otherworld like you, but you are not from the same world. Cuomo gave a grand introduction to Ram, the names of the members on board, and after the introduction, they quickly became one. Next is the conversation between the members of the Wanji pirates, and it is time to increase the relationship. Although Ram just came to this world, Kaisho Hashirama and others do not reject her. After all, when they came to this boat, they were companions. 0. Seeking flowers. Cuomo glanced at his warehouse at this time, and there was one ability advancement card left. He thought for a while, and finally decided to use this ability advancement card as an advancement, observation hockey. Advertisement. After using the ability advancement card, his observation hockey has reached the 4th level, and he can predict the future for a few seconds. Occasionally, you can predict the long future, but he doesn't know exactly what kind of future he can predict, and his current observation hockey is at the same level as Katakuri. A few days later, after the news of the Battle of the Quartet was released, New World released an even more shocking news. 0. That is, the world government has found the legendary Pluton warship, one of the 3 ancient weapons. After this news was released, it caused a sensation all over the world again. The 3 ancient weapons, the Pluton battleship, are what the powerful New World have longed for and wanted to obtain over the years. But years have passed, and the power of the pirate overlord of New World has fallen. But no one ever found the Pluton battleship, just when everyone thought that the Pluton battleship was impossible to find. The world government has been found. New World, an island. Rock's pirate is in a shipyard on an island, ready to build a brand new ship. Although they didn't kill Roger this time, the death of Marine's double admiral also made Rox happy. Marine's loss of 2 admirals is undoubtedly a serious blow to Naval Headquarters Foundation. With 2 Marine admirals missing, Naval Headquarters must not dare to be as aggressive in New World as before. In other words, now that Rox is doing things in New World, the trouble of Marine will be less in many cases. In this battle, although many people died in Rock's pirate, most of them were just miscellaneous soldiers. As far as the Rocks are concerned, there are as many soldiers as they want. In a tavern on the island, many cadres of the Rocks pirate gathered. 122 lil thoughts of long bread, please order in full. Although Roger was allowed to run away in the end, but, now that Marine has lost 2 admirals, they should not dare to make any big moves in New World. Then, let's recruit members in New World, Rocks ordered. Under normal circumstances, if they were recruiting members in New World, it would be easy for the Marines to get the news. Then they will be ambushed by Marine, and they will lose more or less each time. Therefore, Rocks generally does not recruit members, on the one hand because of Marine, and on the other hand because there are enough strong people on his ship. No more people are needed, but after this battle, Rocks realized that there were not enough strong men on board. He must recruit more strong men. Now that Naval Headquarters has lost 150 admirals, it will be quiet for a while. During this period, he will aggressively recruit crew members to expand the power of his pirate group. Yes, Captain Rocks, many cadres responded in unison. Next, we will focus on finding Roger, recruiting the crew and finding the Pluton battleship, Rocks continued to order. He still doesn't give up and wants to continue looking for the Roger pirates. But now the task of finding the Pluton warship cannot be delayed. Rocks is very clear that once he finds the Pluton battleship, there will be no one in New World to be his opponent. Whether it is 10,000 realms rewarding the pirates, or the Roger pirates, he can destroy them. Pluton battleships are the basis for his world domination. Although it was difficult to find, he was not willing to give up, after that battle. He has once again realized the strength of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, and knows that Cuomo is very dangerous now. Captain Rocks, at this moment, an official crew member suddenly broke in and shouted anxiously. What's the matter? Marine sent pursuers. Rocks glanced at him and asked lightly. Advertisement. No, it's not Marine, it's world government. The official crew member shook his head and responded quickly. The world government sent pursuers? Golden Lion wondered. No, the world government did not send any pursuers. What the hell is that? Charlotte Linlin asked coldly. The world government has found the Pluton battleship. The official crew member handed the newspaper to Rocks and responded quickly. What? Rocks heard that his pupils constricted violently, and quickly took the newspaper handed over by the pirate. Rocks looked at the newspaper in his hand and began to observe carefully, as the time passed by second. Rocks frowned more and more seriously, seeing his expression. The cadres around have a bad feeling. Damn it, these bastards actually found the Pluton battleship. Rocks put down the newspaper in his hand and said with a grim expression. Did they really find it? Whitebeard asked in disbelief. They Rocks pirates searched New World for years without a clue. How the world government found the Pluton battleship without anyone noticing. This news is infallible. They have found the ancient weapon Pluton battleship, Rocks said with a serious face. Although this news was released by world government's own studio. However, there are still pictures of the Pluton battleship in the newspaper, which alone can prove the authenticity of the news. Rocks thought that after Naval Headquarters' Double Admiral's death, he could make a big difference in New World. But the news that the world government released the Pluton battleship is undoubtedly a warning to the pirates at sea. The Pluton battleship, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was acquired by the people of the world government. This is very bad for us, Golden Lion said with a heavy tone. There are many legends about the Pluton battleship. For example, it can sink an island with one shot, and its power is terrifying, and it is known as destroying the world. If the world government drives the Pluton battleship to deal with them, then it may be very troublesome. What now, Captain Rocks? An officer asked worriedly. Advertisement. Rocks didn't respond when he heard the cadre's words. His face was also extremely heavy, and he was thinking about countermeasures, how to deal with the Pluton battleship. Maybe we can find other ancient weapons to fight against, Long Bread suddenly suggested. Are you kidding, Long Bread? Are ancient weapons so easy to get? A cadre said indifferently. What Long Bread said was undoubtedly a joke in their ears. The Pluton battleship, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was cracked by a mystic scholar for the final route. As long as they can find the occultist, they can find the Pluton battleship. Looking for the Pluton battleship, they at least have a goal and know to find the occultist. But the other 2 ancient weapons, they don't know how to look for it at all, and they don't have any clues at all. There was a Pluton warship looking for the target, it took them years, and it still hasn't been found. If they are looking for the other 2 ancient weapons without any clues, it will take decades of their time. Don't talk nonsense at this time, Long Bread, we are now discussing important matters, another cadre echoed. Also thought Long Bread was talking nonsense. Because Long Bread has a very good relationship with Charlotte Linlin, otherwise they would have killed him long ago. No, I actually have some clues. Long Bread calmly listened to the discussions of the people around him, and responded in a neutral manner. Clues? What clues? Rocks immediately became interested when he heard the words, and asked quickly. Don't be a fool at this time, Long Bread, just tell what you know. 2.4, Golden Lion glanced at him and said in a deep voice. According to what I have learned, the coordinates of the ancient weapons are on the historical text. As long as we can collect all the historical texts about the ancient weapons, we can naturally get the whereabouts of the ancient weapons. Long Bread didn't speak out in a slow manner. Historical text. It is rumored that these things are distributed all over the world, and some of them may have sunk in the sea. Where can we find them? A cadre said indifferently. He thought that what Long Bread said was very unreliable. After all, the world is so big, where are they going to collect all the historical texts? 123 Naval Headquarters High-Level Meeting, Full Order. To be honest, I have already found 2 historical texts about ancient weapons. Longbread calmly took a sip of the wine and calmly responded. How many parts are there in the history of ancient weapons? Rox asked. The ancient weapon I was looking for cost 4 pieces in total, Longbread replied truthfully. There are 4 pieces in total, and you have already found 2 pieces? Golden Lion asked in surprise. Although Longbread was on the same boat as them, he never mentioned this kind of thing to them. Now that Longbread has said such a thing, it is impossible for them to say it or not. Strictly speaking, I didn't find it, but I have a scholar friend, Longbread said lightly. Over the years, he has not often stayed in the Rocks Pirate, but likes to travel. Because of the 2 identities of being a member of the Rocks Pirate and having a good relationship with the great pirate Charlotte Linlin. Therefore, the pirates in New World generally won't be idle without 07 making a move on him. This also led to him being able to freely enter and exit various areas in New World. He accidentally met an occult scholar. The scholar had heard about the deeds of the Pluton battleship, so he also started to study the historical text. But to study this thing, you need to go to various places in the world, and you need a lot of money. So Longbread made a grant to allow him to continue his research. Originally, the long loaf wanted to be found and shared with Charlotte Linlin, and then they could enjoy the ancient weapon exclusively. But now the situation of their Rocks Pirate is not very optimistic. If the world government really drives the Pluton battleship, come and trouble them with the Rocks Pirate. They will undoubtedly be wiped out. As for breaking away from Rocks Pirate during this period, it is even more impossible. Advertisement: the Rocks put up with him traveling the world because Charlotte Linlin was still on board. The 2 have a close relationship, and Rocks is assured that he will travel all over the world, not afraid that he will betray the Rocks Pirate. But if he doesn't come back for a long time, it will arouse the suspicion of Rocks, and then he will be hunted down. After all, there are many secrets on the Rocks ship, and Rocks doesn't want the Longbread to betray the Rocks Pirate. In the current situation, if he doesn't tell the whereabouts of other ancient weapons, it will be difficult for him to live in the future. You're hiding it very deeply, Longbread, Akadri said with a malicious smile. I wanted to share the results with you after I found it, Longbread responded. But no one would believe his words. Then where do we find the other 2 historical texts? Rox asked. The historical texts that record ancient weapons are distributed all over the world. The 2 historical texts we found have the approximate location of the other 2 historical texts. I believe we can find the other 2 historical texts. Longbread didn't hide it and responded truthfully. Call your scholar friend, we should start preparing, Rox ordered. Yes, Captain Rox. Longbread responded. On the other side, Naval Headquarters in Malindo. Due to the death of 2 Marine Admirals, Admiral's position has been vacant. Therefore, many Marine high-level officials went to the Holy Land of Mariajoy and began to discuss the location of Marine Admiral with the leaders of the world government. Therefore, many Marine executives are discussing in the conference room, preparing to select a new Marine Admiral. Kong, do you have any suitable candidates for Admiral? Marshal Marine asked. I recommend Garp and Sengoku to be Marine Admirals. They have captured a large number of pirates in New World over the years. Their prestige and strength in naval headquarters are qualified to sit in the position of Marine Admirals, Kong said solemnly out loud. It doesn't make sense for us to have Sengoku elected as Marine Admiral, but Garp may not be able to, a world government leader said flatly. Advertisement: Garp is a family of D, the natural enemy of God. Their world government is protecting the interests of celestial dragons. How can they let celestial dragons' deadly rival stand in the important position of Marine Admiral? Garp has made a lot of contributions in Marine these years. Although he has such a layer of identity, we can all see his performance. We can't stop him just because he has that layer of identity. His way to become Admiral. Kong responded to the stiff response from the world government leader. Kong knew very well that Garp had the identity of the D clan, but that was just a title. After years of getting along with each other, Kong is sure that Garp really works for Marine. I also think Garp is eligible, Marshal Marine echoed. It's not up to you to decide. We firmly disagree with Garp's election as Marine Admiral. The leader of the world government responded equally stiffly. This is an internal decision of our Marine, and there is no need for your world government's consent. Kong stood up abruptly and said with a serious expression. Pay attention to your words, Kong. Don't forget. Your naval headquarters are the force that our world government supports. 053. The leader of the world government said coldly. Although Kong was a little displeased in his heart, the leader of the world government in front of him was superior to him. He was also not good at making mistakes, so he had to sit down obediently. It would be inappropriate to deny his efforts just as Garp. Sengoku interjected at this time. He and Garp have been good friends for many years, and he naturally hopes that Garp can become Marine Admiral. Become the face of naval headquarters. We have tolerated his promotion to Marine Vice Admiral, which is already the greatest tolerance for him. It is impossible for us to allow him to sit in the position of Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral is more than just a status symbol. Also become a Marine Admiral, you can master many secrets that ordinary people can hardly imagine. If Garp becomes Marine Admiral, he masters many secrets of naval headquarters and finally commits a conspiracy. This is a huge harm to their world government. You have your stubbornness, but we also have our own persistence. Garp is qualified to sit in the position of Marine Admiral. The crane, who had been silent all this time, interjected. The D family is just a name, and she doesn't want to hinder Garp's promotion because of his status. 124 Kong, the next Marshal of the Marine. No matter how you Marines discuss and decide, we still say that he can't be a Marine Admiral, the world government said flatly. They stayed true to their ideas and refused to make Garp a Marine Admiral. The meeting went on for a long time, even though many of Naval Headquarters' top brass were in favor of Garp being elected Marine Admiral. However, many leaders of the world government have always opposed Garp being elected Marine Admiral. Although the selection of Admiral is selected internally by Marine, the selection needs to be approved by the world government. They agreed to let Sengoku be elected as Marine Admiral, but they always refused to let Garp be elected as Marine Admiral. They are always on guard against the D family. I don't think it is necessary to continue this meeting. Sengoku will be elected Marine Admiral first, and the other Marine Admiral will be selected later, the leader of the world government said. Because a large number of Marine executives agree that Garp was elected Marine Admiral, although they have the right to deny it. But if the conversation continues, it will hurt the peace, so they decided to discuss it later. Put this matter aside for now. If you insist on refusing to promote Garp because of his status, this Admiral, I also refuse to be promoted, Sengoku said forcefully. If Garp himself refuses to be promoted to Marine Admiral, Sengoku can't say anything. After all, that was Garp's own choice, but now this group of people has not asked Garp's opinion, and insists on refusing to let him be promoted because of Garp's status. In this regard, Sengoku is a little angry. Did you choose to refuse the promotion because of Garp? World government leaders were also a little surprised when they heard Sengoku's words. Marine Admiral, but Naval Headquarters is the dream position of all Marines. This is the highest badge of honor, and no one wants to stand in the position of Marine Admiral. But now Sengoku refused to be promoted because of Garp. This choice really puzzled them. Sengoku. Kong was also a little surprised when he heard Sengoku's tough words. For his good friend Garp, Sengoku was willing to give up the position of Marine Admiral. This profoundness really surprised Kong. Advertisement, I don't think you can directly deny whether Garp can be elected as Admiral. I'll go to meet 5 elders. I'll ask about it myself. Marshal 11 Marine stood up at this moment with a serious expression on his face, said. As the Supreme Leader of Naval Headquarters, he is qualified to meet 5 elders. Impossible to succeed, the leader of the world government said lightly. The 5 elders were elected by the Celestial Dragons. How could they tolerate the JD family, the natural enemy of God, to take the position of Marine Admiral? Marshal Marine didn't speak, stood up and walked towards the highest hall of the world government. Sanctuary Mariajoy, the highest temple. The 3 old stars heard that Marshal Marine was going to meet them, and had been waiting for his arrival again. Ka ka ka. The gate of the highest hall opened, and Marshal Marine walked in. Is something wrong? The old man with the knife sat on the seat and asked lightly. I'm here because of Garp. Marshal Marine said bluntly without beating around the bush. What do you want to say? Garp's performance in Marine these years, we all agree, so we can't deny his efforts because of his status. I think he is qualified elected as the Marine Admiral, the Marine Admiral said solemnly. He is indeed qualified to be elected as Marine Admiral, so let him be, 5 elders said lightly. Huh? Hearing this sentence, Marshal Marine was stunned. When he came here, he had already thought of a lot of arguments. How could the 5 elders agree so easily? What I said is that Garp is eligible to be elected as Marine Admiral, and you also agree with him, Marshal Marine asked again after being stunned for a few seconds. He has the strength to be elected, why reject him? The old man with the knife wiped the blade, glanced at him and said calmly. After observing during this period, they can be sure that Garp has no bad intentions for the Pluton battleship. And they also focused on investigating Garp's past history. Although he is a Marine, he doesn't have the idea of reversing the world like other D clans. And they also found Garp's relatives if Garp has any action. They also dared to start advertisement after all these reasons. They also agreed that Garp was elected Marine Admiral. If Garp is elected to the Marine Admiral, it is likely to change the minds of Ds around the world. In the future, they will also save some trouble. This is a surefire plan. Is there anything else you want to say? The old man with the scar sat on the sofa and asked when he saw Marshal Marine still staying where he was. Besides this matter, I actually have another matter to say. Marshal Marine took a deep breath and said solemnly. What's up? I want to abdicate, Marshal Marine said. Huh? Why did you abdicate when you were so good? The old man with the knife asked puzzled. This is my personal reason, and it is not convenient to disclose, but I already have a suitable candidate for the next Marine Marshal. Who? Kong. Marshal Marine solemnly said. Kong has made countless contributions in Naval Headquarters over the years. I think it is very appropriate for him to be the Marine Marshal. Since this is your choice, then we will not say anything more, the scarred old man said with a sigh. Work. Then I'll take my leave first. Marshal Marine bent slightly and said. Wang Zhao. The old man with the knife waved his hand slightly. Marshal Marine left the highest hall and returned to the conference room again. On the other side, the Roger pirates. After experiencing the battle where the forces gathered from all directions, only the 3 of them were left in the entire Roger pirates. They robbed a ship in New World, and then dug up the treasure that had been buried all these years. Go to the first half of the Grand Line, 7 water capitals, and build another ship. Roger and Rayleigh were sitting on the shore of the 7th water city, drinking fine wine, when Jabba ran over with a stack of reward orders not far away. Captain Roger, The reward order for members of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds has been released. Jabba handed the reward order to Roger and Futura. 125 Cuomo's $4.7 billion bounty. 4.7 billion Baileys. This is really an astonishing number. Roger looked at the newspaper in his hand and said in horror. In the entire New World, only Cuomo has the highest bounty, reaching 4.7 billion Baileys. Captain Roger, his crew has more bounties than you. Jabba reminded Roger, handing Uchiha Madara's bounty. 3.5 billion Baileys? This number is indeed terrifying enough. Roger sighed. The current Roger's bounty is only 3 billion Baileys, and Uchiha Madara's bounty has reached 3.5 billion Baileys. This number is quite astonishing. In addition to him, the members of Cuomo, one is equal to you, and the bounty of one person is also more than you, Jabba reminded. Hearing this, Roger took a serious look at the reward orders for all members of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. Uchiha Madara's bounty is 500 million berries higher than him, and Gojo Satoru's bounty is 300 million berries higher than him. Unohana Retsu's bounty is equal to his. Is this guy a new member recruited by Cuomo? The initial bounty reached 700 million Baileys? Roger stared at Akunologia's bounty order 077 in a daze. It was the first time he saw Akunologia's reward order, and the first time he showed up in the battle, the reward reached 700 million Bailey. This level of bounty is enough to prove that Marine and world government recognize Akunologia's strength. I don't know. Where did Cuomo find the members of this group of monsters? Why can't we find them? Rayleigh complained helplessly. Cuomo's members have not exceeded 10 so far, and these people were before joining the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. He doesn't have any reputation at all, but after joining the Myriad Realms Pirates, his reputation has gradually increased. The most terrible thing is that all the members he recruited are at the level of big pirates. Even, on top of them, if you have a chance, ask Cuomo about it. If our Roger Pirates can also recruit crew members of the same level as Cuomo's ship, we don't have to be afraid of Rock's pirate. Roger took a sip of wine and laughed. If you want to say that the pirate group in Dahai is the most mysterious, it should belong to the pirate group of 10,000 Realms. Because the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds can always recruit monster crews. Advertisement. And if a careful person investigates the life experience of Cuomo's crew, they will find nothing. It was as if this person had not been born in this world, and the investigation could not find any clues, so it was extremely mysterious. Even Cuomo, the captain of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates, they couldn't find any clues. On the other side, in the Holy Land Mariajoy meeting room. Seeing Marshal Marine return, Kong couldn't wait to ask, "How is it? What did they say?" They agreed to let Garp be elected Marine Admiral. The Marine Admiral sat in his seat and responded with a grin. Really? Sengoku smiled when he heard the news. How is it possible? How could the five elders make Garp elected Marine Admiral? Are you kidding me? World government was full of disbelief when they heard the news. The five elders know better than anyone the dangers of the D clan. How could they, who are as shrewd as the five elders, be so foolish as to let Garp be elected Marine Admiral? This matter is a fact. I don't need to deceive you. If you can't believe it, you can ask them yourself, Marshal Marine said flatly. Hearing Marshal Marine's words, many world government leaders fell silent. Although they couldn't believe it, they wouldn't believe that Marshal Marine would tell lies. After hearing the news, many Marine executives smiled unconsciously. Garp is indeed eligible to be elected to the Marine Admiral. After all, he has made, AHFE, great contributions to the Marine over the years. Besides Garp's election as Marine Admiral, I have another matter to announce. Marshal Marine's complexion suddenly became solemn and he said. Seeing his expression, everyone in the conference room didn't speak and listened carefully to what he had to say. From now on I have resigned from the position of Marshal of the Marine. What? Everyone in the conference room was surprised when they heard the news. Although Marshal Marine is a bit old now, his strength is still almost at its peak. Why did you suddenly choose to abdicate? I can't explain the reason, but the news of my abdication has already been reported to the five elders, and they agreed. At the same time, I also launched a new Marine Marshal. Advertisement, Kong. Marshal Marine stood up with a solemn expression. From now on, Kong is the new Marshal of Naval Headquarters. Kong was stunned when he heard this. Why did the position of Marshal Marine suddenly fall on him? Don't let me down, Kong. I believe you can be a dedicated Marine. The Marine patted Kong's shoulder and said with a smile. I will definitely not let you down. Although Kong was still a little confused, when he heard Marshal Marine's words, he immediately responded solemnly. However, if you abdicate and Kong is promoted to Marine Admiral, there will still be a vacancy in the position of Marine Admiral. A world government leader suddenly reminded. This meeting elected Marine Admiral, Sengoku and Garp, and Kong as the veteran Admiral. Kong is now the new Marine Admiral, even though Sengoku and Garp were elected Marine Admiral. Then there is still one vacancy. The new Admiral should be Zephyr. Marshal Marine glanced at the strong men in the conference room. Then he set his sights on Zephyr and said, Then it seems that the positions of Marine and Admiral are all set. The leader of the world government nodded upon hearing this. Become a Marine Admiral. This is beyond my expectation. Zephyr, who had been silent for a long time and folded his hands on his chest, suddenly grinned and said. Becoming a Marine Admiral, which he did not expect, but now that he has been elected. Then he must do well what Marine Admiral should do. After this meeting at Naval Headquarters, Marine's senior management can be described as a big change. The positions of 3 Marine Admirals are vacant, and 3 Marine Vice Admirals will fill them. After the battle with the gathering of forces from all sides, Naval Headquarters can be said to have ushered in a major reshuffle. 126 Bundy World explores the plan of the Pluton warship, full order. The future of Marine is in your hands. I, an old fellow, have already retired to the second line. Marshal Marine solemnly glanced at the many high-level officials present and ordered. I won't let you down, Marshal, Sengoku replied with a serious face. Me too, Zephyr responded. New World, the shore of an island. A man wearing a plum-red shirt and blood-red trousers sat on a small boat and looked at the newspaper in his hand. He was the Red Earl of Beloric Redfield. When I was a child, I saw the Rumba pirates resting on the shore, and chatted with Brooke, and was infected by Brooke's ideals. Started worshipping nasal song Brooke. Therefore, when he grew up, he went to sea and became a pirate. He has had a powerful observation hockey since childhood. As he grows older, his strength becomes stronger and stronger, and he can see through people's hearts. But because of this, I am used to seeing the ugly hearts of the people around me. Therefore, they have a great rejection of people and develop a withdrawn character. In fact, he has been looking for a companion but has not found it. While he was reading the newspaper seriously, a huge ship sailed in the distance. This ship is the pirate ship of Bundy World. Finally found you. Red Earl Redfield. Bundy World stood at the bow and looked at the Red Earl on the boat and laughed. Huh? Bundy World? The Red Earl looked up and noticed Bundy World. I refuse. The Red Earl just looked at Bundy World, and he saw his ugly heart clearly, and also see through his inner thoughts. I haven't said anything yet, Bundy World laughed. Your idea is too bold. Bundy World is also impossible to realize, the Red Earl commented lightly. Sure enough, as the rumors say, you have the ability to see through people's hearts, but my idea is not bold, but I have the ability to do it. I have mastered the entire dark underground world of New World. People are spread all over the underground world, and I have a more complete intelligence agency than the Rock's pirate. Sooner or later, I will investigate the location of the Pluton battleship, so join me, Red Earl Redfield, Bundy World said solemnly. The Pluton battleship has been obtained by the people of the world government, and now the battleship is in a certain area of New World. And what he has to do is to mobilize people from the dark underground world and start investigating the world government and the hiding place of the Pluton battleship. Advertisement. As for the hiding place of the Pluton battleship, he had great confidence that he could find it. But the problem is that even if the investigation is done, it is difficult for him alone to snatch the Pluton battleship. So he wants to form an alliance with the Red Earl, and after investigating the Pluton battleship, go to grab it together. I'm not interested in this matter, you should go find someone else. The Red Earl continued to read the newspaper in his hand without even looking at him, and said calmly. Aren't you interested in the world-destroying Pluton ship? Bundy World demanded. I'm just not interested in you. Your ugly heart makes me unwilling to say a word to you, the Red Earl said indifferently. He. Then it seems that the conversation between us is over, Bundy World said coldly. Fire. Bundy World knew that the two had nothing to talk about, but Red Earl's arrogance made him very unhappy. Directly ordered the crew to fire. Bundy World pirates, the battle with the Red Earl begins. After a few days, New World, a certain sea area. The ship of the Pirates of the Thousand Worlds is sailing on the sea. After these few days of getting along, it can be said that Ram has completely become one with the members of the ship. On the boat, Cuomo and Ji Guoyuan were practicing swords, and Ram were doing housework. Gojo Satoru was fishing with Akunologia, and Chiba Madara was sleeping with Shengshao Hashirama. Unohana Retsu is looking at the sea. No one sails the boat, let the boat float with the ocean. It was already noon in a flash. Ram, what are you going to do for lunch? Cuomo looked at the two and asked after training. What would Master Cuomo want to eat? Ram thought about it carefully, and then asked Cuomo's opinion. Me? Whatever you do, I'll eat whatever you want, Cuomo said indifferently. Ram cooked delicious meals, and Cuomo loves whatever it is. 0. Seeking flowers, so he is not picky at all. Advertisement. Cuomo, do you want to have a barbecue? I have eaten too much cooked food, so I can change my appetite. Akunologia suggested. 2. Barbecue. Seems not bad. Cuomo nodded. He consulted the people on board, and all agreed to have a barbecue. Gojo Satoru, drive the boat to the nearby islands. Cuomo ordered after collecting the opinions of everyone on board. Barbecues are definitely to be had on the island, fire up the grill. Okay. Gojo Satoru stretched his waist, stood up and made a UK gesture. Then sailed to the nearest isolated island. After arriving on the island, they carried the barbecue ingredients and tools to the island. The crowd gathered together and started to light the fire and barbecue. After a while, a cloud of thick smoke rose from the isolated island, which also attracted the attention of a man on the isolated island. After grilling for a while, Cuomo directly picked up a piece of barbecue and bit into it, praising it. The taste is not bad. Master Cuomo, the meat in your hand seems not fully cooked, Ram reminded from the side. Ram's cooking is top-notch, and of course the same is true of their grilling. She could tell at a glance that the roast in Cuomo's hand was not fully cooked. Really? But it's not fully cooked, so I think it tastes good. Cuomo continued to bite. Okay. Ram didn't say much after hearing that. Instead, he also picked up a piece of meat that was not fully cooked and took small bites. Seeing this, the others also picked up the barbecue and ate it. Someone is coming, Cuomo. Gojo Satoru, who was eating barbecue, suddenly reminded. I noticed it too, Cuomo said calmly, looking into the distance. Is it an enemy? Rem asked softly. It's unclear, Cuomo responded, shaking his head. As Cuomo's words fell, a man came from the depths of the island. And the man Cuomo knew all too well. 127 Cuomo versus Red Earl, seeking full order. The Red Earl of Redfield? Cuomo turned his head to look at the Red Earl and said slightly startled. He has a tall and thin build, his white hair is braided into 2 braids and hangs on his shoulders, and he wears a plum red shirt and blood red trousers. He wore black leather shoes with gold rims on his feet, and a large blood red cloak with a checkered pattern on his body. It wears a blue rose around its neck and holds a slender bat-handled umbrella in its hand. Who else looks like this besides the Red Earl? Cuomo has been in New World for almost 10 years, but has never met the Red Earl. Unexpectedly, now he meets the legendary Earl Pirate Red on an isolated island. The Pirates of 10,000 Realms. The Red Earl was also taken aback when he saw Cuomo and the others. His small ship was destroyed in the battle with Bundy World a few days ago. 293. So he stayed on the island, ready to build another boat. He noticed that someone had arrived on the isolated island. I wanted to rob the ship and leave, but I didn't expect that the person who came was actually all members of the Sichuan pirates. The Red Earl of Redfield. I remember. He seems to be a pirate too. Gojo Satoru stared at the Red Earl and said. The Red Earl's reputation is in the New World. Although not as loud as their Myriad Realms pirates, they are still a powerful pirate. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hostile, I'm just here to build a ship. Red Earl noticed the thoughts of the 10,000 Realms pirates and responded. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat all the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms alone, so he didn't want to cause trouble here. Do you know swordsmanship, Red Earl Redfield? Cuomo asked suddenly. Do you know a thing or two about swordsmanship? The Red Earl responded truthfully. Although the weapon in his hand is an umbrella, what he practiced was swordsmanship. After the Red Earl's words fell, he knew Cuomo's inner thoughts with his knowledge. You want to play a game with me? Sure enough, you have the ability to see through the inner thoughts of others. Cuomo nodded. But before the battle, can I have a meal first? The Red Earl asked Cuomo and others. Advertisement: there weren't many beasts on this isolated island, so he hadn't eaten for a while. I'm a little hungry now. Yes, Cuomo didn't take no for an answer. They landed on the island this time and brought a lot of food, so even if the Red Earl came to eat together, their food would still be enough. Thank you. The Red Earl replied politely and sat beside Cuomo. This guy is not weak, Gojo Satoru suddenly commented. The future Red Earl can be on par with Roger Whitebeard, but he has no ambitions. In addition, he has no crew, so there is no way to leave a strong mark in history. But this cannot deny his strength. My strength is nothing in front of you, the Red Earl responded modestly. Half of what he said was humility, and the other half was recognition of the strength of the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Although it was his first encounter with the members of the Pirates of the 10,000 Realms, he could sense the terrifying strength of the people around him. Except for Ram and Ram, he felt that no one was inferior to him, or even superior to him. Did someone wreck your boat? Cuomo asked. Since the Red Earl will appear on this island to build a ship, his previous ship must have been destroyed. I met Bundy World a few days ago, he left after destroying the ship. The Red Earl picked up a piece of barbecue, took a bite and responded truthfully. Bundy World didn't entangle him too much, but chose to leave after destroying the ship. Bundy World has the Momo fruit, which can increase the speed of the ship dozens of times, so he can't catch up at all, so he can only let him go without any other way. Bundy World? Cuomo said to himself. In the original book, Bundy World is called the World Destroyer, no less powerful or famous than Whitebeard Roger and others. A formidable opponent. Unfortunately, he was born in the original book and met the theater version of Luffy. He has a goal. I think you should be very interested, the Red Earl said with a slight smile. What target? Advertisement. The world government has found the Pluton battleship, and his purpose is to use the relationship to investigate the Pluton battleship and then snatch it, Red Earl said. Want to get the Pluton from the world government? That's a bold move, Cuomo laughed. But if the Bundy World really snatches the Pluton battleship, the world will be in chaos. His Momo fruit has been developed to the limit. It can increase the volume of the shell by 100 times. A single shell fired by an ordinary Pluton warship can destroy an island. If Bundy World gets the Pluton battleship, then the volume of the fired shells will be increased 100 times. Then the power can be imagined. It must be able to blast through Red Line in one shot. It is indeed a bold move, but even if he investigates the hiding place of the Pluton battleship by himself, he will not be able to take the Pluton battleship away, so he will definitely find you to join forces, the Red Earl said with certainty. The Pluton battleship is currently one of the biggest trump cards of the world government, and the people stationed on the Pluton battleship Chen must be top powerhouses. No matter how proud Bundy World is, it doesn't think that it can snatch the Pluton battleship by itself. So he will definitely join forces with the Wankai pirates, or the Rocks pirate and Roger pirates. As long as one of the three forces agrees to join forces, then he will go to grab it. Yeah? So, would you agree to join forces with him? Red Earl asked Cuomo with an interested smile. It's really a good idea to snatch the Pluton battleship 1.7, but let's talk about it when he finds me, Cuomo said lightly after taking a sip of his wine. Let's see how the situation develops in the future. He then considered whether to join hands with Bundy World to snatch the Pluton battleship. Okay, I'm full. The Red Earl suddenly stood up and said. Cuomo also stood up when he heard the words, imitating sword skills to reach the perfect level. You have to imitate and master other people's swordsmanship. It's a pity that I didn't fight rocks in the previous battle, but it's not bad to be able to fight the Red Earl now. After all, his swordsmanship is not weak either. 128 Red Earl. Is there such a big gap in strength between us? Are you going to fight? But don't fight here, we still have to eat Cuomo. Akunologia reminded. Cuomo and the Red Earl are full, but he is not full yet if the two fight here. Presumably the food will be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Cuomo nodded, and then led the Red Earl into the depths of the island. Do your best. Red Earl. Cuomo calmly pulled out the blade Shenyan from his waist and said calmly. Of course, it's my honor to fight against a strong man like you, but after the battle, can you give me a small boat? The Red Earl asked. Building a boat is too troublesome, and he hasn't built a boat until now, so he wants to ask Cuomo to borrow one. We only have that one ship, but I can build you one. Cuomo owns wood style, which can easily create a boat, but only the outline, appearance, and configuration of the boat can be created. 07. None of them are included. Thank you very much, the Red Earl said with a smile. After his words fell, he rushed directly towards Cuomo with an umbrella in hand. His speed was so fast that there was a gust of wind on the ground, and the next second he was behind Cuomo. Shua. He waved the umbrella in his hand vigorously and hit a red slash at Cuomo's back. When Cuomo turned around and waved Shenyan, and also hit a blow. The two weapons collided, and the sky suddenly changed color. What a strong force. The Red Earl only collided with Cuomo's knife for a few seconds, and he knew that his strength could not fight against Cuomo. He simply left the spot directly, his footsteps pounding on the ground. With the help of superb moving speed, it constantly appears in various positions of Cuomo. Cuomo's observation hockey is in full swing, even with the Red Earl's incredible speed. But Cuomo can always be one step ahead of him, making defensive or attacking moves in advance. Shua. Cuomo predicted the position of the Red Earl in advance, and directly slashed at the heavy political side. Advertisement, what? The Red Earl was startled with a strand of cold sweat on his forehead, and hurriedly dodged sideways, but the sword energy crossed his cheek, leaving a bloodstain. Speed is the ability he is most proud of in this world, but now his speed is in front of Cuomo. As if he had no advantage at all, Cuomo could always predict his position and attack him. Speed is completely useless in front of me. My observation hockey is probably on the same level as yours. Cuomo responded lightly. Red Earl's only strength in this sea is speed, which is terrifying enough to see through people's hearts, and observation hockey, who can predict the future a little bit, and the other is swordsmanship. His physical skills are not good. Compared with Cuomo, it is completely irrelevant. If you keep moving at high speed and looking for a breakthrough, in Cuomo's eyes, this behavior is just a waste of energy. In this sea, it's the first time I've encountered an observation hockey who can be at the same level as mine, the Red Earl praised. He has fought countless masters in New World, and every time he can win with his proud speed and observation hockey. But his speed does not have an advantage in front of Cuomo now, because the opponent's knowledge is at the same level as him. Possibly even above him. The Red Earl gave up the tactic of moving at high speed and looking for a breakthrough, but directly held the umbrella. Fight Cuomo head on. The rich armament hockey was wrapped around his arm, and he rushed up in the next second. When Cuomo's arm and blade were also wrapped around armament hockey, and he also hit it. The collision of two domineering forces created ripples that shook a small half of the island. The trees around the two couldn't bear the attack of the two, and then collapsed, breaking apart inch by inch. Dang dang dang. The weapons of the two collided continuously, setting off violent ripples one after another. Is even swordsman so strong? The Red Earl asked in surprise. He found that Cuomo not only possessed the strength far above him, but even his swordsmanship was above him. The advantages he is proud of are not enough in front of Cuomo. Advertisement, your swordsmanship is a bit off, Cuomo commented as he bounced the Red Earl away with force. Although the Red Earl's swordsmanship was fast, it lacked attack power. Even if he was really hit by the Red Earl's knife, he couldn't bear much damage. Compared with Roger, Rox and others, his sword skills are still a bit worse. I used to think that if I had as many crew members as you, I could also become a sea tycoon, but now it seems that I am thinking too much. The prerequisite for becoming a sea giant is not only to have enough crew, but also, the captain must have absolutely terrifying strength. The two only fought for a moment, but the Red Earl gave Cuomo a high evaluation. At present, wise real giants are only with the Rox, and although Roger also has the potential of the big three. But compared with Rox Cuomo, it's still a bit worse. Red Earl and Bundy World, although they are extremely famous pirates in New World. But it is still far from being known as a sea giant. 520. I suggest you should practice more physical skills, your body is too weak, Cuomo said. 2. Red Earl's moves are too less aggressive, and he relies too much on his own speed. However, one of the most important abilities to survive in this sea is neglected, that is physical skills. Physical skills are strong enough, even if you can't beat the opponent, you can still hold on to it. Basically, the strong in the sea are all strong in physical skills. Except for the two alternatives, Red Earl and Golden Lion. Golden Lion is an absolute pursuit in swordsmanship. The Red Earl is excessive pursuit and speed. After being taught, you really have to fight against the strong. Only then can you discover your own shortcomings. the Red Earl laughed. Although the opponents he has encountered in these years are strong, they're far behind Cuomo. He thought that his own strength was perfect enough, and there were few opponents in this world, but after fighting Cuomo, he realized his own shortcomings. Thousand Feng Yu. The Red Earl opened the umbrella in his hand, then held it with both hands, and spun the umbrella at high speed. Countless scarlet sword chi, like raindrops, were thrown out from the umbrella and attacked Cuomo in an instant. 129 Garp. Promoted to Admiral. I reject, seek full order. His move is somewhat similar to Golden Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. Facing the countless sword chi that came surging, Cuomo held the knife in one hand, the veins in his arm bulged, and swept forward forcefully. Whoosh! With one swing of the knife, a domineering sword chi struck out, destroying everything with overwhelming momentum, instantly destroying all the scarlet sword chi. And quickly attacked the Red Earl. When, the Red Earl covered the umbrella with armament hockey, and then placed it in front of him, using the umbrella's defensive power to resist Cuomo's attack. But his body flew backwards for more than tens of meters. From this point alone, one can see just how terrifying the power Cuomo possesses is. Most of his power comes from the power bestowed by the Black Dragon. Although many of them have not transformed into dragons now, they want to use part of the power of the Black Dragon. He can still do it, during the battle between the two. Members of the Wanji pirates also had a full meal and came to watch the battle between the two. Although this guy is not simple, he is still a lot worse than Cuomo. Wujo Satoru said while sitting on a fallen tree. The strength of the Red Earl is absolutely top-notch in this sea. But Cuomo's strength has already reached the pinnacle of this world, so the terrifying strength and advantages of the Red Earl are nothing in front of Cuomo. It's true that there is a lot of difference, but you can't underestimate him. None of the pirates who can become famous in the sea is simple, Ji Guoyuan said. Although the Red Earl's reputation is not as loud as Cuomo's, he is also a top pirate under the giants of the sea. Natural strength cannot be underestimated. Watching them fight makes my hands a little itchy, Akunologia said with a grin. After Akunologia came to this world, he also turned into a fighter. He naturally wanted to fight with all kinds of strong men. When are you waiting? I will play Akuno with you, Uchiha Madara said. To be honest, Uchiha Madara is still very interested in Akunologia's ability. He has never played against Akunologia, so Uchiha Madara is also very interested in his strength. Advertisement, of course, come now, Akunologia responded impatiently. It's Cuomo's battle now, let's talk about it when we have time. Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly. The battlefield on this island now belongs to Cuomo and the Red Earl, and it would be very inappropriate if the two of them fought at this time. Of course, I can fight anytime, Akunologia responded. During Cuomo's fight with the Red Earl, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Garp has returned to Naval Headquarters. Previously he was on the Pluton ship, where he was not allowed to carry phone bugs. So he didn't know what kind of changes happened to Naval Headquarters, because Sengoku and others couldn't inform him. As soon as he returned to Naval Headquarters, he was summoned by the Marine Marshal. Boom boom. Garp came to the Marine Marshal's office and knocked on the door twice. Come in, Kong said. Ka ka ka. After Garp heard the voice, he pushed the door open and entered. After entering, I saw Kong, sitting in the position of Marshal Marine. Kong, why are you sitting in the position of Marshal of Marine? Garp was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. The seat that Kong is currently taking is the seat of Marshal Marine. As Admiral, Kong is sitting in the seat of Marshal, isn't it a bit inappropriate? First I'm Marshal Marine, why can't I sit in this position? Kong responded with a slight smile. Have you become the Marine Marshal? Garp was not stupid and quickly responded and asked. Unexpectedly, he left Naval Headquarters for less than a month. Kong has become the Marine Marshal, of course, otherwise how dare I sit in this position? Kong laughed. Ha ha ha. Congratulations Kong. Garp laughed. There is nothing to congratulate Garp on. Naval Headquarters has lost 2 admirals, and the Marine Marshal is also retiring to the second line. This is not good news for our Marine. Kong shook his head slightly, his expression became solemn. Advertisement, what happened? How did we lose 2 admirals? Garp was a little surprised. During the time he left, Naval Headquarters has undergone great changes. A few days ago, we planned to encircle and suppress the Rocks Pirate and Roger pirates, but unexpectedly, the 10,000 Realms pirates also came. During the battle, our Marine was killed by the 10,000 Realms pirates. We killed 2 admirals, Kong said with a heavy tone. Thinking of the myriad Realms pirates, Kong couldn't help but feel a headache. If the Wansi pirates hadn't been involved at that time, their Marine has a great chance of completely destroying the Rocks Pirate and Roger pirates. But because of Cuomo's intervention, everything changed. Not only did their plan fail, they even lost 2 admirals. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to their naval headquarters. Is it Cuomo again? Garp's expression also became serious. Cuomo, who just sailed on the Grand Line a few years ago. Now it has grown into a pirate giant known throughout the New World. They, Marine, still haven't solved Cuomo's trouble. Forget about it, Garp, I summoned you because I have other important matters. Sitting on a chair, Kong said solemnly. Although the battle of the previous few days made him feel sad until now, the matter has passed. He can't grieve over the past, he needs to move forward, and now he is the Marine Marshal. Wang Li's, he must be a role model and lead naval headquarters to defeat all pirates. What's up? You're Marine Admiral now, Kong said bluntly, without going out of his way. Due to the death of 2 admirals in naval headquarters, he was also promoted to Marine Marshal. So now the position of Marine 3 Admiral is vacant, and Sengoku follows the law and becomes the new admiral. And Garp is also eligible to advance to admiral. Promotion to Marine Admiral? I'm sorry to say no. Garp shook his head and refused. Huh? Hearing Garp's words, Kong was slightly taken aback and then asked. What did you just say? You refuse to be Marine Admiral, Lee? The position of Marine Admiral is the highest honor. Garp chose to refuse it? 130 The shock of the Red Earl. Full order. Yes. Garp nodded. Garp, if you are worried about your identity and cannot become an admiral, then I can tell you that you are too worried. The previous Marine Marshal has already asked the 5 elders. You are qualified to become a Marine Admiral. Kong thought that Garp was unwilling to become admiral because of his identity and explained. No, Kong, becoming admiral is too much trouble, and I have to protect those bastards from celestial dragons. In short, I will not become admiral. Garp hesitated to speak. Becoming a Marine Admiral can be said to be the direct bodyguard of the celestial dragons, although it has the highest status. But there are many troubles. Becoming Vice Admiral is the best choice, carefree and free. You don't have to take orders directly from the celestial dragons either. Garp, if you think about it again, becoming an admiral won't do you any harm. Kong was silent for a few seconds, although he tried to persuade him again. I have my own ideas, Kong, so I can't become a Marine Admiral. Garp shook his head and said in an affirmative tone. Although this is your choice, I won't force it, Kong said with a sigh. Originally thought that Garp would choose to be promoted to Marine Admiral full of joy, but he did not expect Garp to refuse so decisively without any hesitation. That's nothing else, I'll leave Kong first, Garp said. Okay. Kong nodded. He knew that Garp couldn't be persuaded. After all, he had been with Garp for so many years, and he knew Garp's temperament very well. After identifying one thing, it is difficult to change your choice. On the other side, New World, on an isolated island. Cuomo's battle with the Red Earl is still ongoing. In the course of the battle, Cuomo began to imitate and master the theory of swordsmanship mastered by the Red Earl. Although it is not as powerful as Roger's swordsmanship theory, it is still good overall. Dang dang dang. The bodies of the two, as well as the speed of their moves, are as fast as afterimages, and they look dazzling. Black wings grow from Cuomo's back, which are exactly the wings of a black dragon. Ahei has this thing. Cuomo's flying speed has become so fast that he can even vaguely climb Earl Mahong just by speed. Advertisement. Cuomo wrapped a layer of Conqueror's hockey on his arm, held the knife in one hand, and slashed forward. When, sensing the danger, the Red Earl quickly opened the umbrella in his hand and took a defensive posture. Crack. The weapons of the two collided for only a second, and the umbrella in the hands of the Red Earl cracked. Has it been chopped into pieces? The Red Earl broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, and quickly backed away, leaving Cuomo far away. When he checked the umbrella again, he found several tiny cracks on it. You must know that his umbrella is very hard. After covering it with armament hockey, the hardness of the umbrella can almost compare with that of a big knife. But even with such a hard umbrella, Cuomo's attack unexpectedly produced several small cracks. This shows how terrible Cuomo's attack has reached. The strength between us is too great. There are people beyond people and mountains beyond mountains. Today I have fully seen it. The Red Earl looked at the cracked umbrella and couldn't help sighing. Did I use the weapon too foully? Cuomo inserted Shenyan back into the scabbard and smiled slightly. After fighting for a long time, now he has fully mastered the Red Earl's swordsmanship theory. His swordsmanship level has increased slightly. The gap between us is too great. Whether you use a weapon or not, I am not your opponent. The Red Earl shook his head slightly. Cuomo's physical skills, swordsmanship, Conqueror's hockey, and even speed have reached a very terrifying level. In front of Cuomo, the Red Earl is just like an ordinary person, and he has absolutely no advantage to compare with Cuomo. Do you want to keep playing? Cuomo asked. He has completely mastered Red Earl's swordsmanship theory, and he won't gain anything if he continues to fight. So ask the Red Earl for his opinion and see if he wants to continue fighting. Fighting the strong is the fastest way to improve your strength. Let's continue, the Red Earl said with an umbrella on his shoulder. This time against Cuomo, he must learn something. Cuomo didn't talk nonsense when he heard the words, and rushed directly towards the Red Earl, but he also didn't use Shenyan. Instead, he waved his fist and threw it at the Red Earl. Advertisement. Using the blade, he couldn't fully display the power of his physical body, so he had to abandon all foreign objects. In order to exert the real power of the flesh, boom. Cuomo flapped his wings and rushed towards the Red Earl at lightning speed. Cuomo's fist hit the Red Earl's umbrella hard, and it exploded immediately. The Red Earl's feet also sank into the mud, and a large number of cracks appeared on the ground under the two of them. Moreover, these cracks have no stopping trend and are rapidly spreading to the surroundings. The Red Earl's arm, which was shocked by Cuomo's punch, was a little numb. Using the blade, did it actually limit your strength? The Red Earl asked in surprise. After Cuomo didn't use the blade, the power he could use was even more terrifying than before. Swinging the knife is a skill, and my own strength is completely released, but the other part is not fully released, Cuomo responded. The other part of what he said is the power of the Black Dragon. He has the form of a black dragon. Naturally, the power of the Black Dragon can also be used. But if you want to use the power of the Black Dragon on a large scale, you can only fight with your body, without the help of external objects. With the blade, Cuomo's aggression is terrifying to the extreme. But without using the blade, his power is extremely powerful. Bang bang bang. Cuomo punched continuously and hit the Red Earl's umbrella, and the crack on the Red Earl's umbrella was constantly expanding. After a while, tiny cracks covered the entire umbrella. Cuomo's fists were slightly charged, the veins in his arms popped up, and he hit the umbrella with all his strength. Boom. There was only a crisp sound, and the umbrella in the Red Earl's hand was completely smashed. Now only the handle of the umbrella is left in the Red Earl's hand, and the umbrella has been broken. 131 Cuomo. You are not qualified, do you want to continue fighting? Cuomo asked calmly when he saw that the umbrella in the hands of the Red Earl was completely broken. Forget it, the weapons are gone, how can I fight? The Red Earl looked at the scarlet umbrella in his hand and smiled helplessly. He had acquired the umbrella at great cost, but now Cuomo shattered it with brute force. Although he had learned something in this battle, the broken umbrella still made him feel bad. Cuomo didn't speak when he heard the words, and took back the armed color and conqueror's hockey wrapped around his arm. Cuomo, with my aptitude, is it enough to join your Myriad Realms pirates? Red Earl asked suddenly. To be honest, now he has a lot of interest in pirates of 10,000 realms. He has been looking for companions all his life, although he is used to seeing too many dark hearts, which makes him very repulsive to others. But he is not against Cuomo. Although Cuomo is a pirate and has caused countless killings, he does not belong to the dark type. He is a pirate, opposite to Marine. Killing Marine doesn't mean he is evil, too. After all, which pirate didn't kill Marine? Even the Red Earl did. I still appreciate Cuomo Red Earl very much, after all, he has great strength. Your aptitude is not enough, and your strength is too weak. Cuomo shook his head slightly and said lightly. On his ship of the pirates of 10,000 realms, except for Ram and Ram, who are not very effective in combat, the other members. Every time he can hang the Red Earl up and beat him. The Red Earl's strength in this pirate world is not weak, his reputation has spread throughout the New World, and his strength has made countless people awe. But his strength cannot be compared with the members of the pirates of 10,000 realms, because they are not from the same world at all. Am I not qualified enough? The Red Earl smiled helplessly upon hearing this. On the sea, because the Red Earl is a lone traveler, but powerful, countless pirate groups want to win him over. But was rejected by the Red Earl without hesitation, but now he volunteers to join Cuomo's Fangxi pirates. But unexpectedly, he was rejected because of insufficient qualifications. No one in the world would dare to underestimate the strength of the Red Earl, except Cuomo. Advertisement. Is this the end of the fight? I just finished eating. Gojo Satoru sat on a tree, put his hands on his face and said calmly. It's over. Really soon. Ji Guoyuan stood beside him and nodded. There's no way Cuomo is too strong. Hana Retsu squinted aside. The strength of Cuomo, as well as the improvement of strength, they and the crew are all in the eyes. Although they are also practicing and fighting, they are actually recovering their strength. And Cuomo is progressive, broadening his strength. Cuomo a few years ago, it would be very difficult to deal with a strong admiral, but now it is not difficult to kill a strong admiral. That's where Cuomo's strength comes in. Give Cuomo some more time, I think. He can surpass me in my prime. Senju Hashirama folded his arms on his chest and smiled. Cuomo possesses the world's top talent, and his strength is improving, and he is not subject to the restrictions of this world, so, rapid progress. The battle is over, Cuomo fulfills his promise and builds a ship for the Red Earl, which is simply a clap of hands. Using the power of wood style, a small boat was built directly. Can this boat be sailed? The Red Earl asked involuntarily standing on the empty boat. To be honest, when he first saw Cuomo clap his hands and build a ship, he was surprised in his heart. And he was a little happy, because he could finally leave this useless island. But after getting on the boat, he realized that something was wrong. This boat didn't even have a rudder. How does this make him drive? I don't know if it can be driven, but at least it can float, which is good. Cuomo responded with spread hands. He can't use wood style directly to build a complete ship, right? He doesn't have such ability. It's not bad to create the outline of a ship for the Red Earl. Although it cannot be opened, it can at least float on sea level. Do you mean to let me ride on this boat and float with the current? Asked the Red Earl. 0. Ask for flowers. Advertisement, if not? What if the ship is destroyed by the waves? If it's ruined, what should I do? Cuomo shrugged calmly. It's not that the ship he was on was destroyed, what is he worried about? Forget it, just leave this island. The Red Earl said helplessly with a deep sigh. Although the ship he was on had the outline of a ship, it could at least float on the sea level. And if he builds the ship himself, it will take a few months or a few years, and it may not float. All in all, having a boat is already very good, and the Red Earl didn't bother to pick any more. His current thought is just to leave this useless island. As for whether the ship will be destroyed by a tsunami on the way, let's wait until it encounters it. Watching the Red Earl's boat gradually go away, Cuomo and others also took the boat and left here. The lunchtime was over, and they naturally had no reason to stay on this lonely island. A few days later, New World, a certain sea area. There is a huge canyon here, and a huge battleship is docked inside. This battleship is the main battleship of the legendary 3 ancient weapons. Not far from the battleship, there is an island. The people staying on the island today are all staff of the world government, and all of them are not low-level existences. 5 elders came to this area on this day. What about the battleship Pluton? The old man with a knife stood on the coast, staring at the Pluton battleship in the Grand Canyon, and asked the world government staff around him. We haven't researched the operation of the Pluton battleship so far, and because the Pluton battleship has been placed for too long, some parts of the battleship have problems, and we are collecting them, but because the parts are too rare, and it will take a lot of time to collect them. The leader of the world government replied solemnly and truthfully. Although they got the legendary Pluton battleship, one of the 3 ancient weapons, this battleship also has many problems. It needs to be completely repaired and researched thoroughly before it can be used. 132 First encounter with World Destroyer Bundy World, full order. Really? How long will it take to activate the Pluton battleship? The scarred old man asked the crucial question directly. Approximately, it will take a few years. The world government staff thought about it seriously. Said an approximate time. It takes so long? The old man with the knife frowned slightly upon hearing this. He thought it would take a few months, but it took a few years. In the past few years, there will definitely be many changes in Yinhai. This is very bad for them. Now the 5 elders just want to quickly send people to drive the Pluton battleship to clean up all the pirates in the sea. Not willing to wait for a moment. The structure of the Pluton battleship is too complicated. It doesn't take more than a year for the 430 to be completely researched and thoroughly researched. In addition, it is difficult to find the parts that need to be replaced. So, without a few years, it is impossible to fully grasp it. The staff of the world government also said a little helplessly. They never wanted to drive the Pluton battleship to attack the New World pirates, but the problem is that they really can't shorten this time. That's all, just wait for a few years, the old man with the knife said with a sigh. The day the Pluton battleship can be activated is the day when the Cuomo pirates of the world will perish, said the scarred old man with a fierce look on his face. These 2 old men said that it is impossible to have no hatred for the pirates of myriad realms. After all, the 10,000 worlds pirates crossed the holy land of Mariajoy and killed their 2 old friends. They must find a chance to avenge this hatred. The Pluton battleship is that opportunity. The Pluton battleship, known as destroying the world, can't defeat a pirate group? But in the past few years, both of us need to wait here. Advertisement because the Pluton battleship is very important. I am personally ordered them to guard the base of the Pluton battleship. Because the world has no impenetrable walls, there is a high possibility that there will be undercover agents in the world government staff. In order to be completely safe, 2 5 elders who surpassed Admiral's strength guarded this place. Who dares to come and grab it? Whether I stay in the holy land of Mariajoy or here, it's the same, but I just hope that these few years can pass faster, because I can't help but want to kill Cuomo. Don't worry, the Pluton battleship belongs to our world government, and one day, we will kill Cuomo to avenge our dead old friend. I know this day, the day will come fast. New World, a certain sea area. Cuomo, the ship of the pirates of 10,000 realms, is sailing on this sea. Madara, do you still remember what you said a few days ago? Akunologia came to Uchiha Madara and said with a smile on his face. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly. What are you talking about? Cuomo approached with interest and asked. During the fighting a few days ago, Akunologia made a promise with Uchiha Madara that they would also fight when they had the chance. Cuomo was at war at the time, so naturally he didn't know what the 2 of them said. A few days ago, we had an agreement that I would fight Akuno. Uchiha Madara pointed to Akunologia beside him and said. Don't fight on the boat, you 2 can destroy the boat if you fight, Cuomo ordered. After the 2 competed, Cuomo had no opinion, but if the 2 fought on the boat and destroyed the boat, then Cuomo would have a big opinion. Then let's sail to the nearby islands, I can't wait any longer, Akunologia said with a slight smile. Since I was going to the island again, the task of sailing the boat was naturally handed over to Wutao King. Advertisement with Wujo Wu on the boat. The boat of the pirates of 10,000 worlds sailed in the sea normally, heading for an island in the New World. Suddenly at the end of the sea level, a ship was coming towards them, and they didn't pay attention at first. But as the ship approached, they discovered a glimmer of problem. They're ships of the pirates of myriad worlds, and the entire New World, everyone knows, what kind of people see their pirates of myriad worlds, not only do not run zero. And dare to drive the boat close to them. Which pirate group is this? Wujo Satoru asked first. This flag seems to be the pirate group of Bundy World. Unohana Retsu carefully observed the flag of the distant pirate group. Bundy World Pirates? Is he here to find us? Ji Guoyuan asked doubtfully. Bundy World Pirates is a famous pirate group in New World. Their reputation is only under their Wenji pirates. But they didn't have any communication with Bundy World Pirates, and they never met in New World. What is Bundy World looking for them for? It's probably because of the Pluton battleship. Uchiha Madara, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. A few days ago, they met the Red Earl on an isolated island. The Red Earl told them that Bundy World had found him and planned to investigate the main battleship. Now they are recruiting the powerful from New World, and they are going to join hands with the strong to snatch the Pluton warship after they find the Pluton warship. When you said that, I remembered. A few days ago, the man named the Red Earl of Redfield once said that Bundy World was 1.0 because of the Pluton battleship, and we wanted to win over the strong. The world pirates were also his target. World destroyer, Bundy World. At this time, Cuomo was lying on the rail of the ship, quietly watching the Bundy World ship approaching their ship. Bundy World, also known as World Destroyer, is a man who, together with Roger and Whitebeard, made the world government and marine fear, and his strength is terrifying. As the two ships approached completely, Bundy World jumped up, landed on the bow and laughed. Are you waiting for me, Cuomo? If you have anything to say, just say it quickly, Cuomo said calmly while lying on the railing of the boat. It seems that you already know something. That's right, my target is the Pluton warship that the world government got, Bundy World said solemnly. 133 Cuomo, you are not qualified to join forces with me now. So did you find out? Cuomo said flatly. Not yet, but my eyes are all over the world. In a few years I will definitely be able to investigate the hiding place of the Pluton battleship. Bundy World responded with a grin, while the strongmen of New World were busy investigating the Pluton battleship. Bundy World did not participate in this competition, because at that time he knew that his strength was not enough. To investigate rashly will only lead to death, so Bundy World began to develop the strength of the underground dark world. In the eyes of the strong in New World, the dark underground world is nothing more than a play, because their goal of profit is only the war-torn country of New World. And those war-torn countries, in the eyes of the overlord forces of the New World, they are nothing at all. So Bundy World develops the power of the underground dark world, and no one is going to stop it. Until now, the forces of the dark world of Bundy World have developed very well. Eyeliner is all over the world, not even more than Rock's Pirates eyeliner. 07 Join hands with me, Cuomo. I will get the Pluton battleship sooner or later, and then I will need your help. Bundy World saw that Cuomo did not respond, and said again. Although I am somewhat interested in the Pluton battleship, but you haven't found the hiding place of the Pluton battleship yet, I will join forces with you during this period. You have obtained the joint name of our Myriad Realms pirates, and what did I get? Cuomo said slowly. Although Cuomo is also somewhat interested in the Pluton battleship. But now Bundy World, wanting to ally with Pluton before finding the battleship. This idea of his is too naive because of the current Bundy World. There is no bargaining chip to form an alliance with Cuomo. Each person, I will only give him one chance to join forces with me. If you don't join forces with me, I will find someone else. Have you thought about it, Cuomo? Bundy World was silent for a few seconds before speaking out. Bundy World's alliance with the Pirates of Myriad Realms really wants to use the name of the Pirates of Myriad Realms to do something. If not, why didn't he discuss cooperation with the 10,000 Realms pirates after investigating the Pluton battleship? Advertisement K-Mo had already seen through his small thoughts. The Roger pirates won't be interested in the Pluton battleship, and Rocks, are you sure you won't kill you and take all the forces you've developed? Cuomo said with a meaningful smile. It is impossible for the Roger pirates to be interested in the Pluton battleship, because what Roger wants most is freedom. Get the Pluton battleship, it will make New World chaos. And Roger will be very passive at the moment, being targeted everywhere. So to snatch the Pluton battleship will not do Roger the slightest benefit, and will even destroy his freedom. Cuomo has dealt with the Rocks pirates several times over the years, so he is very familiar with Rock's character. Bundy World is not a giant in the sea, so Rocks didn't take him seriously at all. If Bundy World is stupid enough to negotiate with the Rocks, it will undoubtedly be killed. After all, it is impossible for Rocks to allow other pirates to be on an equal footing with him on the grounds of negotiation. And Bundy World is actually very aware of these 2 points, so he will take the lead in negotiating with the pirates of 10,000 realms to form an alliance. To form an alliance with us, you must at least have chips. You don't have any chips in your hand, and you want to form an alliance with us? It's ridiculous, Ji Guoyuan said with a sneer. Bundy World's current approach is undoubtedly empty-handed, because no one knows, Bundy World, whether it can find the Pluton battleship. Be careful with us, you are still far behind. Uchiha Madara folded his hands on his chest, and said indifferently with a trace of coldness in his eyes. When Bundy World heard Cuomo's words, his face became gloomy, but now he couldn't refute. Because what Cuomo said was true. The odds of Roger agreeing to ally with him are slim. The alliance with Rocks has a high probability of success, but the probability of his death is also very high. Then if I find the Pluton battleship, can you form an alliance with me? Bundy World took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Although Bundy World would like to form an alliance with Cuomo during this time and use the name of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms to do something, but this is impossible. Advertisement, then let's talk about it after you find it, Cuomo said calmly. Then it seems that you agreed. Bundy World nodded slightly upon hearing this. Since Cuomo did not refuse, he knew that the other party had agreed. I didn't say I agreed. Bundy World heard the words and did not speak, but ordered his men to return and leave here. Next, he can only seriously investigate the Pluton battleship, only to find the hiding place of the Pluton battleship. Only then can we join forces with the pirates of Myriad Worlds to snatch it. If he really found the Pluton battleship, shall we form an alliance with him, Cuomo? Ji Guoyuan looked at the back of Bundy World and asked curiously. Let's talk about the situation at that time, but if we really join forces to grab it, he, 10, will definitely play a little trick. There is only one Pluton battleship, but there are 2 pirate groups, and they will snatch the Pluton battleship out at that time. Who will drive and who will get it? The reason why Bundy World took the risk to get the Pluton battleship is all because of his devil fruit ability. If you let Bundy World drive the Pluton battleship. So Cuomo doesn't think he can beat him. After all, the combination of Momo fruit and Pluton battleship is already pervert to ultimate. You mean, if we join forces in the future, we need to kill him first to prevent him from using tricks? Gojo Satoru thought about Cuomo's words for a while and said aloud. Let's kill him when he uses his little tricks. I want to know, after he snatched the Pluton battleship, what kind of little tricks he has. He thinks he can control us. Cuomo said with interest. Since Bundy World dared to decide to form an alliance with them, it naturally thought a lot. For example, after finding the Pluton battleship, how to restrain the Myriad Realms pirates, and then launch the Pluton battleship. You must know that none of the strong men on Cuomo's boat is weaker than the strong Admiral. What should D-World do? To take the Pluton ship from them? 134 The Battle of Uchiha Madara, full order. After Cuomo and others briefly discussed on the boat, they continued to drive the boat and left the sea area. Several people drove the boat to the shore of an isolated island in New World, but Cuomo and others stayed on the boat. At this time, Akunologia and Uchiha Madara quickly boarded the isolated island, and their battle was about to begin. Although Madara's strength is strong, Akuno is also weak. I don't know. Who will win? Ji Guoyuan watched the two land on the island and said. The specific strength of Akunologia and the people on board are still unknown, but through the last time Akunologia and Cuomo used the black dragon form to fight. You can probably guess his strength. Akunologia fought Cuomo, although the two ended in a tie. But everyone on the boat could see that Akunologia had a slight upper hand. In other words, in terms of hard power, Akunologia's strength is above Cuomo's. Just through this point alone, it can be confirmed that Akunologia's strength is extraordinary. As for the strength of Uchiha Madara, the people on board still know a lot. After all, they have been fighting together for a long time. If Uchiha Madara fights with all his strength is above Admiral's, and he has strength beyond Admiral's. Even, he can kill 5 elders who surpass Admiral's strength. If you judge the strength of Uchiha Madara and Akunologia, both of them have the strength beyond Admiral. As for what level they have surpassed Admiral's strength, it's hard for them to guess. After all, in this world, they no longer have any measurable goals. If it is to measure the destructive power that the two of them can cause at present, the strength of the two of them should only be below the ancient weapons, infinitely close to the ancient weapons. If the strength of the two of them is restored to the peak period, then the strength of the two of them should surpass the ancient weapons. Unfortunately, they are not yet at their peak. Although Uchiha Madara's progress is higher than that of Akunologia, but no one can tell who will win and who will lose in this battle. Not even Cuomo can judge the outcome of this battle. Advertisement. Would you like to bet on which of the two of them will win? If the guess is wrong, who will go to the island to replenish supplies next time? Gojo Satoru said with great interest as he lay on the railing of the boat. This battle is not easy to judge. I think the biggest possibility is a draw. Senju Hashirama thought for a moment and said. He knows enough about Uchiha Madara, but he knows too little about Akunologia. The outcome of this battle is hard to predict. I also think it's a tie. There is not much difference in their strength. It is estimated that they are infinitely close. If Akunologia has the same progress as Uchiha Madara, then he will win, but there is a lot of difference in progress between them, so I think also a tie, Cuomo said. In the original world, Akunologia has the power to destroy the world, which is extremely terrifying. If he was allowed to return to his peak period, the world would undoubtedly be destroyed. Even if he doesn't return to his peak period, if the progress is the same as that of Uchiha Madara, then there may be no one on the entire ship to be his opponent. But the problem is that Akunologia came to this world within a year's time. It's really too low. The people on the ship are not clear about the real strength that the two of them have now. Their choices are all draws. Can't you choose a different one? Why are they all a draw? Gojo Satoru said helplessly. The whole ship, including him, was a draw of choice. So the next time you land on the island to replenish supplies, you still have to follow the order. On the island, Akunologia and Uchiha Madara looked at each other, and there was no killing intent in their eyes. Some are just fighting spirit. Both of them are members of Cuomo's Pirates of 10,000 Realms, and they are both companions. This battle is just a competition. So there will be no hostility. Are you ready, Madara? Akunologia said solemnly. In the face of powerful enemies, he has always maintained a serious state. Of course, I've been ready to play anytime, Uchiha Madara said seriously. Then come. Akunologia's words fell, and huge wings grew from behind, flapping the wings, and quickly approached Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Boom. The fists of the two collided, and a violent air current was set off immediately, sending up dust all over the sky. The ground under his feet, like soft tofu, exploded quickly. The fists of the two collided, using entirely their own physical strength. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two collided one after another, and the sand and dust raised filled the sky, and half the island couldn't stop shaking. Even the boat where Cuomo and others were riding shook slightly. The current too didn't use any ability, and hockey. This scene was caused by a pure physical collision. This shows how terrifying the physical bodies of the two are. On the island, Uchiha Madara was able to compete with Akunologia in the first place with his body alone. However, he felt a little weak when he was playing. He is mainly practicing chakra. Although after coming to this world, he began to practice physical skills, but his physical skills, compared with Akunologia, the king of physique, it is still a lot worse. Boom. Akunologia exerted force with his arm and directly knocked Uchiha Madara back more than 10 meters away. No jiao jiao. However, the fist attack was defended by Uchiha Madara and did not cause any damage to him. I am not your opponent based on physical skills alone, but my conqueror's haki is above you. Uchiha Madara wrapped armament haki around his fist and said. It has been a long time since he came to this world. The training of conqueror's haki has already been perfected. After Akunologia came to this world, he also started to practice Conqueror's Haki because of a little interest. However, compared with Uchiha Madara, the Haki attainments he has mastered are still a lot worse. After all, his training time is far less than Uchiha Madara's. Although my Conqueror's Haki is not as good as yours, it is not weak. Akunologia's arm was also covered with a layer of armament Haki. After his words fell, he rushed towards Uchiha Madara again. 135 Black Dragon Form versus Susanoo, full order. The bodies of the two kept moving at a high speed on the island. Their fists collided constantly, and there were violent roars in the air. The battle between the two lasted for a period of time, but the two found that they could do nothing to each other just by using this kind of power. My current physical body alone can't pose too much threat to you, it seems. I need to be a little more serious, Akunologia said. After his words fell, the next moment, he turned into a huge black dragon that covered the sky and covered the sun like the sun. Seeing that Akunologia had already used the black dragon form, Uchiha Madara didn't hesitate at all. Susanoo. The pupils in the eyes turned at a high speed, the Sharingan opened, and in the next second, it was at his feet. Then a blue giant with an extremely huge body appeared. There were two blades around the waist of the blue giant, and his whole body exuded a terrifying and frightening aura. This is the perfect Susanoo. Perfect body Susanoo possesses extremely powerful destructive power, Uchiha Madara who has been in this world for a long time. This is the second time Susanoo's power has been used. The first time Susanoo was at the Holy Land Mariajoy. And he used the power of Susanoo, joined forces with Unohana Retsu, and killed 5 elders with a strength of more than 150 Admiral. It has been several years since the last time I used Susanoo, and now his progress has improved a lot. So the power that Susanoo can use is naturally much more terrifying. The huge black dragon on the island looked at the huge blue giant. The shore of the island. We've only been fighting for a while. Are the two of you going to use this power directly? I believe that the entire island will be destroyed by the two of you soon. Cuomo couldn't help seeing that the two of them had almost used their strongest power, out loud. These two forms of the two of them both possessed terrifying destructive power. I haven't seen Uchiha Madara use this form for a long time, I really miss it. Senju Hashirama stood on the boat, saw the familiar Susanoo, smiled unconsciously, and began to think about the past. I really envy their ability to transform. Ji Guoyuan, who was lying on the rail of the boat, said with a little envy. If you want, I can help you find a Udemon's devil fruit that can transform. 27. Advertisement Cuomo heard Ji Guoyuan's words, patted his shoulder with his hands and said. The devil fruit that can transform in this world is the zone devil fruit, but the ordinary ones are definitely not worthy of Ji Guoyuan's status. If you want to do it, get him a devil fruit of Udemons. Forget it, Cuomo, I don't want to be a landlubber. Ji Guoyuan shook his head and refused. He was just a little envious, and he didn't want it impatiently. He has long understood the devil fruit of this world, although he can gain power beyond miracles. But it will become a landlubber. Wouldn't it be too boring to be in the sea and even be deprived of the right to swim in the sea? Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Ji Guoyuan to use devil fruit. Okay then. Cuomo nodded. On the island, the battle between Uchiha Madara and Akunologia is imminent. I have already felt the power coming from your body Madara. You are really strong. Akunologia saw Uchiha Madara displaying Susanoo. Not only did he not have a trace of fear, but he was also a little excited. He had wanted to fight Uchiha Madara on the boat for a long time, and now he finally had the opportunity to have a good time. Come on, Akuno. Uchiha Madara stood on Susanoo's forehead and yelled with folded hands on his chest. As Uchiha Madara's words fell, Akunologia rushed towards him without any worries. At this moment, Uchiha Madara directly, pulled out the two big knives from Susanoo's waist, and hit Akunologia who was attacking. Susanoo's big knife slashed heavily on the top of Akunologia's head, but did not leave any injuries. Akunologia's body in the form of a black dragon is really too hard. This time, neither of them had anything to do with the collision, but the island collided after such a blow. Countless large rift valleys appeared directly, and the ground under Susanoo's feet sank for more than several meters. A collision directly caused heavy damage to the island. Advertisement seeing this scene, Ji Guoyuan on the boat said in surprise. Akuno's body is too hard resistance to Susanoo's two knives, intact. Just from the rift that appeared on the island just now, one can infer how devastating Susanoo's attack is. But Akunologia was able to withstand it without any damage. Seeing this scene, everyone on the ship had some awareness of Akunologia's strength. The physical body of Akunologia is the top of the ship. It's really hard enough. Apart from ancient weapons, there are not many things in this world that want to hurt Akunologia. Cuomo also praised involuntarily. The two people on the island can be said to be fighting with all their strength at the moment, although Susanoo is huge. But it is extremely flexible and extremely aggressive, constantly slashing the knife at Akunologia. But Akunologia's black dragon form, the physical body is terrifying, and he is not afraid of Uchiha Madara's attack at all. With the advantage of the physical body, he rushed to Uchiha Madara again and again. Boom boom boom. The attacks of the two collided one after another, forming ripples, rushing in all directions like a violent wild beast. On the sea level, one group after another was stirred up. The high-altitude clouds, first from the state of splitting, then directly exploded. In the end, the clouds were completely shaken away and turned into a cloud. The weather at high altitudes changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The place where everyone is now is already in a state of darkness. The weather in New World is changeable, and it is very easy to be affected, and the powerful impact is even more likely to cause earth-shaking changes in the weather. So this is quite normal. Many members on the coast, ignoring the weather at high altitude, watched the battle between Akunologia and Uchiha Madara seriously. Point 136 Meeting the Lanternfish, looking for longevity pure gold. New World, on an island. Akunologia is playing against Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara activates Sharingan and releases Susanoo, while Akunologia fights directly in Black Dragon form. The two fought for a long time, until the island completely collapsed and exploded, and the battle between the two was coming to an end. Boom. Because the attack power of the two has a strong destructive power, the island has now begun to split in a large area. I believe that it won't be long before the entire island will be completely divided. After fighting for so long, the two still haven't decided the winner. The island has been destroyed. Let's stop this battle, Madara. Akunologia said from the Black Dragon form and restored the prototype. He played this battle very enjoyable, and now it is time to end. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara also retracted the Sharingan mode, and Susanoo also disappeared. The battle between the two is completely over. This fight is for a draw. Is the battle between the two of them over? As soon as Ji Guoyuan lay on the railing of the boat, he saw that the two of them had recovered from the fighting state to their normal appearance, and said, "It looks like it's over, as expected. The end of this battle is a draw." The battle between Akunologia and Uchiha Madara was just for the purpose of sparring. If you really want to decide the winner, you will have to spend at least several days before you can decide the winner. But the two are partners, and they won't compete for such a long time. Is this the true power of Lord Akuno, Lord Madara? Rem asked in surprise. Akunologia's battle with Uchiha Madara nearly sank even the island. This kind of destructive power is something she never thought of, because she has been on the ship for a long time. Naturally, I have seen the two of them fighting the enemy with their own eyes, but when they fought, they couldn't even sink a single ship. But now, they were able to sink an island, and they can know it through this. They fought the enemy before. How much water was released? This is not their peak period. If they can return to their peak period, their strength, that would be scary. Cuomo laughed. Advertisement. Although Uchiha Madara and Akunologia's current strength can sink the island into the sea. But this is not their peak period. If it is the peak period, how can it take so long to let the island sink into the sea? At this time, Akunologia and Uchiha Madara both wanted to follow the island and came to the ship. Okay, since the battle is over, let's get out of here. Cuomo looked at the two and said. After his words fell, a violent shock erupted on the sea level. Boom. In the next second, a huge sea kings that was bigger than a mountain appeared behind their ship. This sea kings is extremely huge. His eyes alone are almost as big as the boat they are on. Sea kings? Ji Guoyuan was taken aback when he saw the sea kings in front of him. Having wandered in the sea all year round, he has naturally seen countless sea kings. But the sea kings in front of me is bigger than ever. Cuomo took a closer look at the sea kings in front of him. His pupils shrunk and said in surprise, "This is lanternfish." The lanternfish is estimated to have lived for hundreds of years, and it loves gold. It's here, presumably because the gold on Cuomo's ship attracted him. Some time ago, Roger bought supplies from his ship, and what he paid for was gold. So this also led to a lot of jewels on his boat, which attracted lanternfish. Boom. The lanternfish opened its huge mouth, trying to swallow their ship. A mere sea kings wants to swallow our boat. Ji Guoyuan pulled out the blade, and the next moment he wanted to attack the lanternfish. Cuomo quickly stopped him and said, "Don't kill it, it has treasure inside." Yes, there is a treasure within the lanternfish, pure gold that is priceless. Pure gold is an item developed by a sea scholar scientist 100 years ago. It has the ability to slow down the flow of life. For example, if Cuomo gets a piece of pure gold, he will live in this pirate world for 100 years. The age of his life is estimated to have only passed 1 year. Get pure gold and get eternal life. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement, treasure. What treasure? Gojo Satoru asked suspiciously. It has pure gold that can make people live forever. Cuomo didn't hide it and said bluntly. As a time traveler, Cuomo possesses strong abilities and combat power, but he is not immortal. The same is true of the members he summoned, and all of them will grow old. But if all of them can get a piece of pure gold, then, almost eternal life. Longevity? Is there such a substance in this world? Senju Hashirama was slightly surprised. No one in the world does not want to live forever and enjoy life, but human life is limited after all, and people will eventually grow old. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 0. No matter which world it is, almost everyone is secretly researching the method of longevity. Yes, so don't attack it, let him swallow us up, wait for us to take out the pure gold, and then kill it. Cuomo nodded. If he attacked the lanternfish now, with the strength of Ji Guoyuan and others, he would definitely be able to kill the lanternfish. But when the lanternfish died, the seawater invaded its body, and if you want to find the pure gold in its body, it will undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, it must not be killed now. Hearing Cuomo's words, the members of the boat didn't do anything, and let the lanternfish swallow them. Boom. The huge mouth of the lanternfish has a strong suction force, swallowing them directly. They stood steadily on the boat, then followed the boat and fell into the inside of the lanternfish. Their boat landed on the sand next to the gastric juices. Is there any material pure gold here that allows people to live forever? Unohana Retsu squinted slightly, looked around and said. To find pure gold, we need to find two people here first. It was Ahie who developed pure gold, and his daughter was Oroka. After Ahie developed pure gold, he and his daughter were swallowed by lanternfish. They have pure gold on them, so as long as they are found, it is equivalent to finding pure gold. Who are you looking for? In the lanternfish, there are only two people left besides us, Cuomo said with a smile. 137 Kaido joins Rock's pirate Ahie, and Oroja were swallowed by the lanternfish, while Cuomo and others took the initiative to enter. Inside the lanternfish, there is no one else but them. Although the interior of the lanternfish is very large, the speed of Cuomo and others is also very fast, and the observation hockey is turned on. Soon they found their father and daughter and brought them together. You are Oroja. After Ahie saw Oroja for the first time, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. After their father and daughter were swallowed inside the lanternfish, they never saw each other again. This is the first time they met. But facing Ahie's tears, Oroja was not moved in any way, with his hands folded in front of his chest, with a calm expression on his face. The two of them were imprisoned here, and Oroka's father never found her for 100 years. 043. And it also made her life here suffer a lot. So Oroka was not moved when she saw her father. Don't say too much if you are sensational. You have pure gold on you, right? Give it to me. Cuomo stared at the two calmly and said. Are you here for pure gold? Ahie said after glancing at Cuomo. Why don't we go sightseeing inside the lanternfish? Cuomo said lightly. I can give you the pure gold, but you need to take the two of us with you, Ahie responded. They have been here for 100 years and have always wanted to leave, but their own strength is too weak. There is no way to leave, and now that Cuomo and others are here, Ahie knows that this is an opportunity to leave. Of course. Cuomo nodded. It's just a matter of lifting Oroka and Ahie away. Cuomo, are you sure that a person like him can develop pure gold that can make people live longer? Ji Guiyuan asked Ahie, who was in front of him. It's not that he judges people by appearance, but that Ahie in front of him is completely an ordinary person, and he is very fat. How ordinary is it? Can such a person really develop a long-lived substance that can shock countless worlds? She has lived here for 100 years, isn't she still a child? Cuomo pointed to Oroja and said. Advertisement Oroka's real age is a centenarian, but now she still looks like a child 100 years ago. Through this, we can know the authenticity of pure gold. Living for 100 years? Gojo rested his chin on his hand, looked seriously at Oroka in front of him, and said, It doesn't look like it. Age? How can you tell by appearance alone? Cuomo responded. Makes sense. As requested, Cuomo and others drove the boat out of the lanternfish's interior and killed the lanternfish. Bring Oroka and Ahie out. Ahie took a deep breath, looking at the sea around him, feeling unbelievable for a moment. After spending 100 years inside the lanternfish, they finally got out of the lanternfish and saw the sea they dreamed of. Okay, give me the pure gold on your body. Cuomo stretched out his hand and demanded. Hearing this, Ahie took out a small treasure box from his bosom, which contained more than a dozen pure gold rings that he had refined. However, can you send us to a nearby island and give us some currency that can keep us alive? Ahie asked. Although he came to the outside world, Ahie didn't know anything about the current world. If there is no currency that can buy supplies, then they will even run out from the inside of the lanternfish. It is also impossible to survive in this world that has not been seen in a century. I'll take you to a nearby island and give you some jewelry, Cuomo responded, taking the box of pure gold. They have a lot of jewels on board, and it doesn't hurt to give some to Ahie. Thank you. Ahie bowed slightly and thanked. The other side. Because the crew of the Rock's pirates suffered countless casualties in previous battles, so they began to recruit new members in New World. Some cadres are in charge of finding historical texts in New World, and some are in charge of managing the recruitment ceremony in New World. Advertisement New World, an island. The cadres responsible for recruiting members for this island are Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. The ceremony of recruiting members is very simple, that is to gather all the pirates together and then fight. In the end, only a few members can join the Rock's pirate. This guy named Kaido is not weak. Charlotte Linlin stared at Kaido on the island and said. Today's Kaido is unusually young, muscular, holding a mace, killing wildly in the crowd. Whitebeard took a sip of his wine, but said nothing. Kaido's strength is indeed not weak, but compared with the current Whitebeard, it is far worse. Seeing that there were only a few people left fighting on the island, Whitebeard ordered. Okay, you guys can join the Rock's pirate and become trainee crew members. Finally I can join the Rock's pirate. After a pirate heard the news, he stopped attacking, clenched his fist excitedly, and wiped the blood on his face. Boom. But in the next second, his head was blown off by Kaido's mace. During the battle, how can you stop attacking just because of an order? Kaido sneered. After killing him, Kaido didn't stop, and quickly killed several other people on the island. But for a moment, only Kaido was left standing on the entire island with a mace in his hand. You boy. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's face became slightly gloomy. Kaido didn't stop his orders, and after the battle was over, he still killed the others. This made him a little unhappy. Based on my strength, I should be a cadre in Rock's pirate, Kaido said proudly, carrying a mace. Now he is young, too frivolous. Confidence in his own strength is extraordinary. You're still far behind, brat. Whitebeard shook his head slightly and said flatly. Kaido just killed a few unknown pirates, and wants to be a cadre. His strength is not enough. It's not up to you. Rock's pirate is based on strength. Kaido grinned and walked towards Whitebeard step by step. 138 Kaido challenged Whitebeard and was beaten, seeking full order. What do you want to do, kid? Whitebeard seemed to have sensed his intentions, crossing his hands on his chest and questioning in a cold voice. What else can I do? Of course I want to challenge you. Kaido responded with a confident smile. Don't ask for death, kid, you're too weak, Whitebeard said indifferently. Whitebeard now has a bounty of more than 2 billion Baileys and is a famous big pirate in the New World. As for Kaido, although he performed well among a group of rookies, the bounty has not exceeded 500 million Baileys. Whitebeard didn't pay attention to a powerhouse of this level at all. He. You'll know if you try it. Kaido sneered, then grabbed the mace with both hands, and rushed directly to Whitebeard. Edward, no matter what, he's our Rock's pirate trainee crew member, don't kill him. Charlotte Linlin took a look at Whitebeard and warned. Although she values Kaido more, but now Kaido's strength is not comparable to Whitebeard's 07 at all. If Whitebeard had used all his strength, he would probably be able to kill the current Kaido with one punch, and even if he didn't die, he would have to be seriously injured. Boom! Whitebeard punched Kaido lightly and sent him flying. His figure slid dozens of meters away in midair and then fell to the ground, spraying blood from his mouth and nose. Cough cough. Kaido stood up with difficulty, coughing up a cloud of blood from his mouth, and then stared sullenly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard knocked him out with just one punch, and Haki didn't even use it. It is very difficult for him to accept the facts in front of him now. The gap in strength between them is so huge. You have great potential, but your current strength is too weak. It is impossible for you to defeat Edward. Charlotte Linlin reminded Kaido, who was sitting on the ground. He has been on the ship with Whitebeard for many years, and he is very clear about Whitebeard's strength. Damn, I can't believe it. Kaido stood up suddenly. No matter how he thought, he couldn't accept this reality. Advertisement, he is so weak. With a mace in both hands, he stomped on the ground and quickly approached Whitebeard. But Whitebeard's punches are extremely fast. Before he could see clearly, it hit him in the face again. Before Kaido could react, he was sent flying out again, flying upside down dozens of meters away. The strength gap between them is obvious. Damn it. Kaido stood up again with a hideous face, and was about to continue attacking. But at this time, Charlotte Linlin dissuaded her. Although you are now an intern crew member of the Rock's pirate, if you provoke the cadres again and again, you will only end up dead. Mud figurines also have a temper, let alone Whitebeard. If Kaido continued to attack just now, the grass on the grave will be 1 meter high next year, or there will be no grave. No one will care if you die here. Hearing what Charlotte Linlin said, Kaido hesitated. Although he is a reckless man, he would still think twice before facing a fatal situation. Although he didn't want to admit it, his current strength was far from Whitebeard's. If he continued to attack without knowing what was good or bad, he would die. Kaido took a deep look at Whitebeard, and made up his mind in his heart that in the future, he must fight back. The ordinary time always passes quickly, and several months have passed in a flash. The first half of the Grand Line, the 7th water capital. It's time to set sail, Rayleigh, Jabba, Roger shouted from the shore. After several months, their ship has finally been built, and the next step is to leave here. It's finally time to set sail. Jabba smiled as he pushed his glasses. The past few months have been extremely ordinary for them, without any conflicts, and they are living their daily lives in a dull manner. Now, I can finally get rid of the ordinary days, sail the sea again, and start a new adventure. However, Captain Roger, are we going to New World, or are we staying here? Jabba suddenly asked. Advertisement: if they go to New World and are targeted by Rock's pirate again, they may not have the good luck they had last time. Don't worry, Jabba, go to New World now, we won't be in any danger. Rayleigh patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Why do you say that? Jabba asked with a slightly puzzled look at Rayleigh. I knew you kid didn't pay attention to the news. The cadres of Rock's pirate have been scattered in a small area now, and are recruiting members in various regions of New World. Now even if we go to New World, we don't encounter the entire Rock's pirate, and even if we do, we only encounter a few openings. So, we go to New World. It's not dangerous. The reason why Rock's pirate dared to disperse the cadres to recruit crew members was that they expected the Marine would not dare to make a difference during this period. After all, they lost 2 admirals, as well as countless elite combat power, and now they must find a way to train recruits to make up for the previous 443 losses. Look for another chance to wipe out the Rock's pirate. As for the world government's acquisition of the Pluton battleship, Rox is naturally worried, so the recruitment of crew members and the search for historical texts are all left to the Ministry of Finance. As for himself, he ordered everything in secret. His goal is to become the world's hegemon. As long as he gets the ancient weapon, he has the chance to become the world's hegemon. At that time, the cadres under him will all enjoy the glory and wealth in the world. Therefore, Rox doesn't think that any cadre will be stupid and betray the information of their Rox pirate. That is why he dared to disperse the cadres. Rayleigh is right, now we go to New World, there will be no danger, but we also need to recruit new members in New World, Roger said. In the previous battle, all the members on his ship had been killed, and they have not recruited until now. They plan to recruit a group of powerful pirate members in New World after the ship is built. It's time to start a new adventure in the New World again. Jabba nodded when he heard the words. Originally he was a little worried that he would run into trouble when going to New World. However, through Rayleigh and Roger's explanation, he is also relieved now. The three of them quickly boarded the boat, left 7th Water Capital, and prepared to go to New World again. 139 Uranus in the Valley of the Gods? Seek full order? In a flash, several months passed. New World, a certain sea area. The Rocks Pirates ship sailed on the sea, and all Rocks Pirates cadres were summoned back to the main ship. Over the course of several months, Rocks Pirate has recruited a large number of new members. After the many Rocks Pirate officers returned to the main ship, the meeting began. The 4 pieces of historical texts about ancient weapons have all been found now. Rocks sat in the center of the conference room and said a big news. There are 2 pieces of long bread in itself, and now I have been looking for it for several months. With great luck, they also found the other 2 pieces. In fact, all this is due to the mysterious scholar, who found 2 days later after several years. It also probably cracked the location of the other 2 historical texts, so the Rocks Pirate just spread out to find that's all. Have you found it yet? Which ancient weapon is it recorded in the historical text? Golden Lion hurriedly asked after hearing the words. Uranus. Rocks said solemnly. The ancient weapon recorded in the historical text they found was Uranus. There are 3 ancient weapons in this world, Poseidon, Uranus, and Zhuang. The Pluton battleship has now been obtained by people from the world government, and Poseidon and their Rocks Pirate have no idea what it is. And all the historical texts recording Uranus have been found by their Rocks Pirate. Uranus. With this ancient weapon, we have a chance to fight against the world government, and even defeat them, Charlotte Linland said. After the world government took control of the Pluton battleship, the pirates in the entire New World were in panic. Their Rocks Pirate. The same is true, after all, the rumors of sending ancient weapons to the king are too shocking. No one is not afraid of the world government. Suddenly driving the Pluton battleship came to them. Advertisement. So where is Uranus now? Whitebeard asked a crucial question. Valley of the Gods, Rocks said in a deep voice. What? Valley of the Gods? Isn't that place the territory of the celestial dragons? Why is Uranus in that place? Golden Lion was stunned when he heard that. Feeling's world government has already mastered 2 ancient weapons. How can this group of pirates survive? Is the world government hiding so deeply? They hold 2 ancient weapons. Hearing what Rocks said, a cadre felt fear in his heart. What are we going to do about Captain Rocks? One officer worried. World government has 2 ancient weapons. How can they fight Rocks Pirate? An ancient weapon is said to destroy the world. What about the combination of the 2? Can future Rocks really rule the world? The cadre, feeling suspicious, couldn't help asking himself. World government has an ancient weapon, which is enough to shock the world. Now that there are 2 pieces, what do they Rocks Pirate use to fight? This is the focus of this meeting. If there is no accident, the world government has 2 ancient weapons, and we must grab one. Rocks looked solemn said. Hearing his words, many cadres felt chills down their spines and grabbed ancient weapons. Isn't this going to seek death? The Valley of the Gods, I have already investigated it. Although that place is also the residence of the celestial dragons, there are not many strong people stationed there. Although the place is mysterious, I have obtained the pointer to the Valley of the Gods it is. Longbread said at this time. The Valley of the Gods does not have many strong men stationed there, most of the reasons. It's all because that place is too mysterious. Although the famous big pirates in the New World all know the island of the Valley of the Gods, they don't know the exact location. Longbread and some cadres have been killing celestial dragons in New World these days. Finally got the eternal pointer of the Valley of the Gods. Longbread, there are ancient weapons in the Valley of the Gods. How can you be sure that there is no mysterious strong man stationed there? If we listen to you and rush to snatch it, isn't this a dead end? A cadre retorted. Advertisement to be honest, he already wants to quit Rocks Pirate by now. Because he joined the Rocks Pirate in order to make a fortune and become famous in the sea. Now he has indeed made a fortune, and has also become a famous pirate in New World. The reason for staying on board is that Rocks promises to be the world's dominant player. But when he learned that the world government was holding 2 ancient weapons, he already had no expectations for the Rocks to become the world's hegemon. Backquote. Are you afraid? Long Bun glanced at him and said indifferently. Do you want to die, Longbread? The cadre suddenly stood up and said indifferently. He was indeed scared, but what right did Long Bun have to dare to talk to him like this? Enough. Sit down, Rocks ordered indifferently. When are we going to act, Captain Rocks? Golden Lion asked solemnly. They Rocks Pirate though, strong like a cloud. But facing the ancient weapons known as destroying the world, I still have fear in my heart. So the Golden Lion knows that they must not wait for the world government to attack, they must take the initiative in their own hands. Even though Golden Lion doesn't know about the world government, why did he get 2 ancient weapons from Yuan, Monos, and didn't attack them pirates? But now Golden Lion is very clear that this operation must grab one. Otherwise, if the world government is holding a pair of ancient weapons and takes the initiative to attack them and these pirates, who else in the whole world can compete with the world government? We must formulate a comprehensive plan, so that no one can discover our actions. Otherwise, if the Marine, or the people of the world government are aware of it, the consequences will be unimaginable, Rocks told Dao Jun. Rocks naturally knew the seriousness of the problem. It is necessary to formulate a thorough plan to secretly go to the Valley of the Gods without being discovered by anyone. Next is Rock's pirate, making plans, planning routes, and how to avoid marine discussions on the way. However, many cadres were absent-minded and did not participate in it, but were thinking about retreat. 140 Rock's pirate? Naval headquarters meeting? Seek full order? A few days later, Naval headquarters, Marineford. Thanks to the Rock's pirate, quite a few celestial dragons have been killed at sea these days. The impact of this matter is extremely bad, and many celestial dragons have already begun to put pressure on their marines. This also led to their naval headquarters having to hold a meeting to discuss this matter. Damn, Rock's pirate suddenly massacred celestial dragons in New World like crazy. They recruited crews in New World. We have endured it. If we can endure the massacre of celestial dragons, our marine will receive a lot of complaints, and we will lose all prestige, Zephyr said while sitting in the meeting room with an airy expression on his face. He originally thought that the pirates in New World would be much calmer when the world government released the news about the Pluton battleship. But as if the Rocks had no fear of the Pluton battleship, not only began to recruit crews, but also massacred celestial dragons. What Marine did to them was intolerable. The act of the Rocks massacring the celestial dragons is indeed abnormal. Could it be? What are they planning? Crane said suddenly. Crane has been in New World for many years and knows a little about Rock's pirate. Rocks is an extremely smart person who will not do things that are not beneficial to him. 073. Slaughtering celestial dragons at sea would not have any benefit to the Rocks pirate at all. Knowing that they will not be able to get benefits, and even cause trouble, what is the reason for Rocks to kill celestial dragons? I think what Crane said makes sense. Smart Rocks, it is impossible to kill celestial dragons because of his mood. He must be planning some kind of conspiracy. Sengoku echoed. Even if they have any kind of conspiracy, we don't know, a marine executive said helplessly. Indeed, there must be some reason for Rock's pirates' abnormal behavior. But what is the specific reason? Their marine is not clear at all. Our marine's state is not very good now, and it's really troublesome for Rocks to choose to make trouble during this period, Kong said with a sigh. In the previous battle where the four forces gathered, their marine not only lost 2 admiral powerhouses, but also countless elite powerhouses. Advertisement these losses, until now, their marines have not fully recovered. However, no matter how troublesome it is, our marine must give an explanation to the celestial dragons, otherwise, they put pressure on us again, which will have a big impact on us. Sengoku released soundtrack. Hearing this, Kong slightly closed his eyes. The pressure of being a marine marshal was much greater than he had imagined. Now the audience is almost waiting for his decision, and he can't make up his mind for a while. How to deal with the trouble of Rocks? If you give celestial dragons an explanation. If you send troops to attack the Rocks pirate, you will definitely need to send several marine main forces. But the final result? It is very difficult to win, and it is possible to lose some powerful players. But if you don't give celestial dragons an explanation, it will be even more troublesome. Just when Marshal Kong couldn't make up his mind, a pirate suddenly appeared at the window. It seems that you are anxious about Rocks, Pirate said with a grin. Pirate? Everyone in the conference room was taken aback when they saw the visitor, not knowing how he broke into naval headquarters. You are the cadre of Rocks pirate? Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly and said solemnly. The cadres of Rocks pirate are all famous pirates in the New World. Their appearance is still fresh in the memory of many cadres. The cadres of the Rocks pirate, why did they appear in this place? You don't know what this place is, do you? Crane crossed his hands and rested his chin, glanced at the cadre from the corner of the eye and asked. Of course I know where this is. The pirate replied with a slight smile. As an officer of the Rocks pirate, he has a lot of courage. Even in the face of the many top marine masters in front of him, on the surface, he did not show any panic. Advertisement, grab him. A marine executive suddenly stood up and shouted. Although he didn't know why this cadre appeared in this place, he had to catch Bing Miao first. As his words fell, many strong men rushed towards him. I'm here to bring you some important news, the pirate responded calmly. Do you think we will listen to you, a pirate? Sengoku crossed his hands on his chest and said coldly. Many strong people in the conference room directly said that he was subdued, but this cadre did not panic and said calmly. Don't you guys want to know, Lux, why did you slaughter the celestial dragons? Let him go, Kong ordered with a slight wave of his hand. As Kong's words fell, the marines who controlled the cadre also let go. Why did the Rocks slaughter the celestial dragons? I can tell you, but I have one condition, revoke my reward order, conceal my past, and give me 2 billion Baileys. UBU talked about the conditions. Since he chose to betray Rocks, he must remain anonymous and at the same time, not be captured by Marine. He himself has stored a lot of Baileys, and now if Marine gives him another 2 billion Baileys, then there is no need for him to be a pirate anymore. You didn't say why, do you think we will agree to your request? He said indifferently. Rock's actions will shock you, but on the premise that I say the reason, you need to agree to the request I just said. And don't you guys think that New World can be more stable without me as a pirate? I agree to your request. Let's talk. If the information you tell us is not enough to shock us, your request will be granted, and you will also be arrested by us. Hearing the satisfactory answer, the cadre nodded slightly, and then said, the reason why the Rocks massacred the celestial dragons is to obtain the eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods. The eternal pointer of the Valley of the Gods? Rocks, why are you interested in the Valley of the Gods? Garp asked back after hearing the words. The Valley of the Gods is a bunch of waste celestial dragons. Why is Rox interested in the Valley of the Gods? 141 The pirates of 10,000 worlds go to the Valley of the Gods, full order. Because of the Valley of the Gods, there is something Rox wants, the leader said calmly. What? Ancient weapon, Uranus. The officer responded truthfully. What? The Valley of the Gods has the ancient weapon Uranus. Hearing this news, many senior executives in the conference room were stunned, full of shock. The world government has the news about the ancient weapon Uranus, how come their marines don't know about it? After being shocked, Sengoku asked back, are you kidding? How could there be such a thing in the Valley of Gods? There's nothing wrong with it. We've collected 4 historical texts, and the final coordinates point to the Valley of the Gods. Are you studying the historical text? Otherwise, why do you think that the cadres of our Rox pirate have been divided, dispersed in the past few months? You're a pirate after all, we can't believe you. Crane rested his chin on his hands and said in a deep voice. If you don't believe me, you can send troops to garrison the Valley of the Gods. Even if Rox doesn't come in the end, there's no loss for you, right? UBU responded with a faint smile. Hearing his words, many senior executives present fell silent. We still can't tell whether what you said is true or not, so before that, you need to stay here. Kong waved his hand slightly, and a group of high-level executives stepped forward to control him. What do you mean? The cadre asked with a gloomy expression. We need to put you in prison now. If you are telling the truth, we will let you go and agree to your conditions. If you lie to us, you can spend the rest of your life in prison. Kong clasped his arms across his chest and explained slowly. In the final analysis, they still can't fully trust the words of this cadre, after all. The other party is also a cadre of Rox pirate. I hope you won't break your promise. The cadre didn't resist when he heard the words, and was obediently subdued. To be honest, Marine saved him by putting him in jail. After all, he escaped from the Rox pirate and was noticed by Rox a long time ago, and now Rox is looking for him all over the world. Now that he's in jail, he wonders how the Rox will find him. Advertisement. Kong nodded, and then sent someone to escort him to prison. Should we take his word for it, Kong? Sengoku watched the cadre leave and asked Kong's opinion. It's okay to listen to him once, even if it turns out that he lied to us in the end. What do we have to lose? Kong responded. New World, the surrounding waters. The ship of the Myriad Realms pirates was sailing in this sea. On this day, an unexpected guest also came to their ship. The cadres of the Rox pirate, how dare you come to trouble us alone? Cuomo sat on the rocking chair, staring at the cadres standing on the railing of the boat and said, No, I'm not here to trouble you, but to tell you some news. The cadre responded with a slight shake of his head. What news? Ji Guoyuan asked. Rox is going to the Valley of the Gods to face the ancient weapon Uranus. Yu replied truthfully. Huh? The Valley of the Gods has Uranus? Cuomo was taken aback and asked quickly. He who has read the original works knows that Rox fell in the Valley of the Gods, but he doesn't know that the Valley of the Gods has the ancient weapon Uranus. Yes, we have already deciphered the historical text about ancient weapons, so there will be no mistakes, the cadre continued. What do you mean by telling us this? Gojo Satoru asked. I'm selling such important news to you, I have no other thoughts, I just want money. Bing all glanced at the people on the boat and asked. Do you think we will believe what you say as a Rox pirate, cadre? Gojo Satoru asked coldly. I have betrayed the Rox pirate, and now I am no longer one of them. The cadre responded with a slight shake of his head. World government has dual ancient weapons. Therefore, this cadre knew that the operation of the Valley of the Gods would fail, and staying in the Rox pirate can only be a dead end. So he came to the Wanji pirates, wanting to sell this news to Cuomo and others, and then get paid. 0. Seeking flowers. In the end, the Wanji pirates also successfully participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Advertisement. In the end, the cadres believed that the pirates of 10,000 worlds and the Rox pirate must have been wiped out. If these two pirate groups are wiped out, the number of big pirates in New World will be greatly reduced. The sea is believed to be very calm during this period. And with the money he got, he can definitely live a life of whatever he wants in this new world. I can't believe what the people from Rox pirate said. Ji Guoyuan pulled out the blade at his waist, wanting to end the life of the cadre in front of him. If I am still a member of Rox pirate, do you think Rox will let me share such important information? They will have to let anyone in the world know, sneak into the Valley of Gods, and take away the ancient weapons. 0. The cadre saw that Ji Guoyuan had already wanted to stab him, so he quickly explained. He's not lying, Yuanichi, Cuomo said. Do you believe what he said, Cuomo? Ji Guoyuan asked, turning his head to look at Cuomo. Trust my judgment. Cuomo slowly stood up and said. The Valley of the Gods is the land of the Rox meteorites, so Rox will definitely go to the Valley of the Gods this time. Okay. Ji Guoyuan still trusted Cuomo very much, and since Cuomo said it was true, it must be true. Where are the coordinates of the Valley of the Gods? Cuomo questioned, looking at the cadre. The Valley of the Gods is the residence of the celestial dragons, so the coordinates of that place are very hidden. Even now that Cuomo knows that Rox is going to the Valley of the Gods, he still can't get there without the coordinates. Give me money and I'll have a way for you to reach the Valley of the Gods, the cadre said. He sold information to Cuomo, mostly for money. Cuomo asked Gojo Satoru to take out part of the jewelry inside the cabin and give it to the cadre in front of him. The cadre looked at the treasure on the ground, showed a smile, and then threw a life paper to Cuomo and said, I don't know the exact coordinates of the Valley of the Gods, but this paper of life belongs to a certain cadre on board. You can sail with the paper of life, and eventually reach the Valley of the Gods. 142 rocks. I will definitely get the ancient weapon. The paper of life is something unique to the world of pirates. Cuomo just needs to follow the route of the paper of life. You can find the original owner of the paper of life. After the cadre said these words, he picked up the treasure and disappeared in the same place in the next second. He has demon fruit power, he can escape here easily, otherwise, he would not dare to take the risk to find Cuomo's myriad realms pirates. Let's go, set sail, it's time to go to the Valley of the Gods. Cuomo threw the life paper to Gojo Satoru and ordered. The Valley of the Gods is where the rocks fell, and Cuomo had to join in the fun no matter what. Are we really going to the Valley of the Gods, Cuomo? Aren't you afraid that rocks will ambush us in the Valley of the Gods? Ji-Guoyuan asked. Yeah, can we just rely on them to do it? Cuomo shook his head slightly and smiled. That is to say, July 13th, is 2 rocks pirates plotting against him, and Cuomo does not counsel him at all. After all, his ship is full of monsters. What does rocks fight him with? What's more, Cuomo knows the original book, so he knows that the rocks will not lie in ambush in the Valley of the Gods. According to the officer, rocks went to the Valley of the Gods for Uranus. This time Cuomo went to join in the fun and see if he could grab Uranus. If there is Uranus in the Valley of the Gods, wouldn't the world government have 2 ancient weapons? You know, Hana Retsu suddenly said at this time. Some time ago, world government announced to the outside world that they got the Pluton warship. Now Rocks has deciphered the historical text, and the Valley of the Gods has Uranus. No one thought that the world government could hide so deeply and control 2 ancient weapons. No matter what you say about the world government, it has existed for 800 years. It is normal to master an ancient weapon, but now you have mastered another one. The problem is a big one, Cuomo said calmly. During these 800 years, many terrifying forces must have been born in the sea, but the world government still stands today. Advertisement just through this point, we can understand what kind of background they have. Mastering an ancient weapon is not a particularly important task. But now the world government has got another ancient weapon, the Pluton battleship. The danger level of the world government is not ordinary now. I don't know if ancient weapons really have the ability to destroy the world. If so, it would be a bit troublesome, Ji Guoyuan said. Although Cuomo's members of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates had the power to destroy the world at their peak. But now is not the peak period. If it is against ancient weapons, no one knows how it will end. The world government has not taken action for a long time after mastering 2 ancient weapons. It should be planning something. Wujo said solemnly with his chin in his hand. The Pluton battleship was built by the predecessors of the 7th Water City. It has been hundreds of years ago. Even the best ship can't stand the erosion of the years. The Pluton battleship, there must be some problems. Otherwise, the world government has 2 ancient weapons in hand, so it's impossible to be patient. Cuomo expressed his opinion. One ancient weapon is known as destroying the world, and now the world government already has 2. What else are they afraid of? If Cuomo is the leader of the world government, with the 2 ancient weapons in his hands, he will definitely immediately gather all marines and world government powerhouses. Sweep the sea. From the perspective of the world government, Cuomo will not choose to continue to endure. And the extremely mysterious I am, if not for some reason, how could he endure it? Makes sense. New world, a certain sea area. The Rocks Pirates ship is sailing in this sea, and they have already drawn up a perfect route. You can avoid all marines while sailing, not to be found. Advertisement, however, when Rocks held the cadre meeting again, it was found that there were a few cadres missing on the ship. Damn, leave the Rocks pirate at this time, have they betrayed me already? Rock's complexion was extremely gloomy, sitting on the chair, the veins on his forehead were bulging. This is a critical time for the Rocks pirate, and the Rocks have ordered no one to leave. How many people have left now, and what the intentions of the few officials who have left, Lux couldn't be more clear. They probably have betrayed us and told other sea forces about our goals. Golden Lion frowned, lit a cigar and said in a deep voice. Shall we go to the Valley of the Gods now, Captain Rocks? Whitebeard crossed his arms and asked Rocks with a glance. If those cadres really betrayed their Rocks pirate, then they must have told Marine the purpose of their Rocks pirate. If they go to the Valley of the Gods now, they will inevitably confront the Marines. We must go. If we don't go now, the people of the world government will transfer Uranus, then we will have no hope to fight against the world government, Rocks said solemnly. The news that they are going to the Valley of the Gods to snatch Uranus has been leaked. If they don't go, the world government will 100% choose to transfer. If there is no ancient weapon, what can they Rocks pirate use against the world government with double ancient weapons? 5.5 When will Rocks' dream of dominating the world come true? Although it is very bold to continue to choose to go to the Valley of the Gods, it is also very dangerous. But Rocks didn't care too much anymore. He had to go to the Valley of the Gods, and he had to get ancient weapons. Don't worry, everyone, the Valley of the Gods is some distance away from the Holy Land Mariajoy in Naval Headquarters. We are not very far away from the Valley of the Gods. As long as we reach the Valley of the Gods, we will search the island and find the ancient weapon Uranus very quickly. As long as we find it, we will choose to retreat, and there is a high chance that we will not face the Marines, Longbread said. Longbread was also afraid that the cadres on board would be afraid and choose to escape, so he said this. 143 Marine and Roger pirates. You have been with me for so long, when have I ever let you down? I, Rox, is destined to become the world's hegemony, Rox said in a deep voice, scanning the many cadres present with fierce eyes. I will follow you forever, Captain Rox. A cadre heard what Rox said, stood up quickly, and expressed his attitude. As his words fell, other cadres also echoed the words and expressed their positions. And vowed not to betray the Rox. However, verbal promises are destined to be unbelievable. After the meeting, some cadres will definitely find a way to leave Rox pirate. Longbread, tell me to go down. You don't have to follow a specific route to avoid the marine anymore. Drive normally and reach the Valley of the Gods at the fastest speed, Rox ordered Longbread. Their purpose has long been betrayed by the traitors on board, so there is no need to attract attention. Now they must reach the Valley of the Gods at the fastest speed 07. Yes, Captain Rox, Longbread responded, after a while. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. On the coast, many marine powerhouses gather, all of them are famous powerhouses from Naval Headquarters. Now their Naval Headquarters can fully confirm that Rox is going to the Valley of the Gods. Because the Marine of the New World has noticed the target of the Rox pirate ship, which is the Valley of the Gods. After getting this news, without any hesitation, they quickly assembled a large number of Marines to prepare. This time, we must leave the Rox pirate in the Valley of the Gods, Sengoku said, looking at the countless marine warships on the coast. In this operation, more than half of Naval Headquarters senior management chose to participate in the battle, and even Marshal Kong had to personally participate in the battle. By the way, where did Kong go? We should start now. Garp held the senbei in his arms while eating, while looking around. Kong may have some urgent matters, so let's take advantage of this time to get the army in order first, he said out loud. I hope the 10,000 Worlds pirates won't get involved in this battle, Zephyr said with his arms folded on his chest. Advertisement, don't worry, only our marine knows about the actions of the Rox. Cuomo can't know about this action, Sengoku said slowly. They didn't know it at first, but everything was attributed to the cadre of the Rox pirate who told them. Hopefully there will be no surprises, Zephyr nodded. Without the intervention of the pirates of 10,000 realms, Marine thought they would win this battle. Naval Headquarters, Marshal Kong's office. Kong sent someone to investigate the phone bug of the Roger pirates, and then made a call. Bloom, burr, boo. Hello? On the opposite side of the phone bug, Rayleigh answered the phone. Rayleigh was full of doubts about this unfamiliar phone number. Is it the Roger pirates? Kong said as Kong's words fell. The phone bug in Rayleigh's hand also showed his appearance. Marshal Kong. Rayleigh was a little surprised. He never thought that the person talking to him was actually Marine Yuan. It's me. Kong nodded. Is there any business for you Marines looking for our Roger pirates? Rayleigh asked with a slightly gloomy expression. The Roger pirates and Marine are hostile forces, and now that the other party suddenly made a phone call, Rayleigh naturally didn't have a good face. Of course, I have an important matter to discuss with you Roger pirates, but you give Roger the phone bug first, I need to discuss it with him personally, Kong said slowly. Although Rayleigh on the other side of the phone was a little puzzled, he got up and went to find Roger. Captain Roger. Rayleigh came to the deck outside the cabin, looked at Roger who was watching the sea and said. What's the matter Rayleigh? Roger took a sip of his wine, turned around and asked. Advertisement, Kong called and said he wanted to discuss something important with you. Rayleigh replied truthfully. Marshal Kong. Roger was startled slightly when he heard Rayleigh's words and then asked. Yes. Rayleigh nodded. Why did people from Marine talk to us pirates? Roger was extremely puzzled. Kong is the Marshal of Marine, how could a character like him talk to Roger pirates? I don't know either. Rayleigh spread his hands and said ignorantly. He also wondered why Marine contacted the pirates. These guys may be uneasy and kind. Jabba interjected from the side. Although I have considered this point, but we are now contacted by phone bugs, and they can't find us in New World, so even if they are uneasy, it will not affect us, Rayleigh said soundtrack. In this world, there is no ability to locate phone bugs, and now they're just contacted by phone bugs. Even if Marine really has some conspiracy, what can Marine do with them? Hearing this, Roger walked into the cabin, Rayleigh and Jabba glanced at each other and walked in too. They all want to know what tricks Marine is trying to pull off these days. Hello? Roger entered the cabin, picked up the phone bug, and said. Roger. On the opposite side of the phone bug, Kong grinned and said. Just tell me what you want, Marshal Marine. Roger didn't talk nonsense, and let Kong get into the subject directly. Rox Pirate has a big move now, so we Marine want to join hands with you to solve the trouble of Rox. The Rox Pirate has crossed the sea for many years, and Marine is sure to win against them head on. But at the same time, if they win, their Marine will also suffer heavy losses, so Kong thought of the Roger Pirates. Roger Pirates is a famous pirate group in New World, and the Rox Pirate is also full of hostility towards them. So Kong knows that the possibility of joining forces with Roger is not low. Kong looked at the opposite side of the phone bug, and Roger became silent, and continued. Rox Pirate is also a big trouble for you, don't you want to take this opportunity to completely solve this trouble? 144 Bundy World rushed to the Valley of the Gods hearing Kong's invitation to join forces. To be honest, Roger was moved. Rox Pirate almost slaughtered the strong men of his entire ship, those strong men. All of them were brothers who had accompanied him through life and death for many years. Roger naturally has a lot of hatred for rocks, naturally want to eradicate the rocks pirate. However, he didn't choose to immediately agree to Marine's cooperation. After all, he didn't trust Marine very much. Who knows if this is a conspiracy by Marine, they just want to lure Roger pirates to be fooled. The place Rox is going to is the Valley of the Gods. I can send you the coordinates there through a live phone call. Whether you want to go or not depends on your choice. Kong continued. Roger spoke after hearing Kong's words after being silent for a long time. Valley of the Gods? What is Rox doing in the Valley of the Gods? The Valley of the Gods is the territory of the celestial dragons, which is extremely mysterious, and many celestial dragons of high status live there. What is the Rox going to do in this place? Kong seemed to have seen through the reason for Roger's silence, and explained aloud. I'm sorry I can't tell you this, but we Marine will never play tricks to lure you into a pit, this time with you joined forces only to crush the Rox pirate once and for all. Roger still didn't respond at this time, but was thinking about the credibility of Kong's words. Kong knew that Roger was still thinking, and then sent Roger the coordinates of the Valley of the Gods in a special way. They can go whenever they want. After doing all this, Kong hangs up the bug and is ready to go to New World for the Rox pirate. Captain Roger, are we going? Rayleigh said from the side. He can't fully believe Kong's words, but now he really wants to defeat the Rox pirate and avenge his dead brother. First, don't think Marine can be trusted, Captain Roger. If they ambush us in the Valley of the Gods, then we won't be able to escape. Jabba expressed his opinion. Anyway, the pirates and Marine are also hostile forces, and the other party suddenly invited them to join forces. No matter how you think about it, it is also suspicious. Advertisement, what's the harm in going there? Roger, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and said. He thought about it carefully, although he couldn't believe all of Marine's words, but he didn't believe that Marine would use despicable means. The current Marine top executives, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, Garp, Kong. Roger is older than some people, and he is somewhat at ease about the character of these people. Even if Marine really wants to use some despicable means to shady them, Roger has prepared countermeasures. At that time, when going to the Valley of the Gods for a long distance, first observe whether there are any abnormalities in the Valley of the Gods. Then choose whether to land on the island or not. Are you going to Captain Roger? Rayleigh reconfirmed after hearing the words. Of course we will, but we must be wary of Marine. Go to the Valley of the Gods to see how things are going before we make plans. Roger responded. Since this is your plan, Captain, let's go. Jabba knew Roger's character, and it was difficult to change something once it was determined. So since this is their Captain Roger's decision, even though he is very worried about Marine. But now he also chooses to listen to Roger. For the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Roger pirates, the 10,000 Worlds pirates, Marine, and the Rox pirate have decided to go. But in addition, New World's Bundy World also chose to go to the Valley of the Gods. He possesses a huge information network and masters the entire dark underground world, so he has investigated the anomalies of the sea. At the same time, he also met a cadre who escaped from the Rox pirate, and learned everything from that cadre. And he also successfully used means to obtain the eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods. At the same time, he also met the Red Earl again in a certain sea area in New World. The ancient weapon Uranus is in the Valley of the Gods. Do you want to go, Red Earl Redfield? Bundy World asked the Red Earl looking at the sea-level boat. I'm not interested. The Red Earl lay leisurely on the chair, fishing, and flatly refused. The Red Earl has no idea of dominating the world. As a pirate, he yearns for freedom. Do what you want to do. Advertisement. Let's not talk about whether it is possible to grab it when going to the Valley of the Gods. Even if you grab it, so what? Does it do him any good? Aren't you interested in ancient weapons? Bundy World said, slightly surprised. Ancient weapons are the most mysterious things in this world, known as destroying the world. No one in the world wants to get it, but Bundy World did not expect that the Red Earl is not interested in such things. The Red Earl didn't answer him, but continued to fish. You are really a weird person. Bundy World looked at the Red Earl and said with a sigh. Originally, he wanted to join hands with the Red Earl to go to the Valley of the Gods to snatch ancient weapons. Otherwise, based on his own words, the probability of snatching ancient weapons is too small. But now that the Red Earl chooses to refuse, he can't force the Red Earl. The opponent's strength is not inferior to his, and he cannot take down the Red Earl. Forget it. Set sail, brothers, Bundy World yelled towards the surrounding pirates. Next, they will also attack the Valley of the Gods to snatch ancient weapons. After a few days. What? Rox pirate, finally approaching the Valley of the Gods. Captain Rox, we are going to the Valley of the Gods. A cadre suddenly broke into Rox lounge and shouted excitedly. After several days, their Rox pirate finally got close to the Valley of the Gods. At present, they have not met anyone from Marine, which means that Marine is still some distance away. Next, they Rox pirate. As long as they search the entire Valley of the Gods, they can get the ancient weapon Uranus. I see. Rox stood up slowly and said with a grin. No accidents have occurred during the voyage so far. For Uranus, Rox can be said to be determined to win. The next second, Rox's face turned fierce, and he muttered to himself. After I become the overlord of the world, all those who betray me will die. 145 Golden Lion's future plans. The most intolerable thing in Rox's life is betrayal, when he gets the ancient weapon and becomes the hegemon of the world in the future. All those who betrayed him, he will find them, and then put them to death. Rock's pirate's ship is constantly approaching the Valley of the Gods, and at this moment Rock's also came to the deck from his lounge. At this moment, there are already countless strong Rock's pirates standing on the deck. They have their own ideas in their hearts. Although many people want to escape, more people are still willing to take a gamble. Bet this time they come to the Valley of the Gods, the Rock's pirate can get the ancient weapon Uranus. As long as they can get Uranus, not to mention that they will not be afraid of the world government, and the Rocks may become the world's hegemon in the future. At this time, as cadres, they will have the highest status in this world. In less than a moment, their boat was completely close to the Valley of the Gods. Whoever can get Uranus in the Valley of the Gods, he will be the deputy captain of the ship in the future, and his position is only below me. Rocks shouted at everyone on the ship. He was worried that some cadres would choose to hide and leave after getting Uranus, so he rewarded the deputy captain to let them give up this idea. Yes, Captain Rocks. Everyone on board 433 shouted. After the words of Rocks fell, he rushed directly to the island. Time was running out. He had to find Uranus as soon as possible. Seeing that Rocks had rushed to the island, many strong men on the boat also rushed up. Follow me, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin instructed Kaido beside her, and then quickly rushed to the island. During this period of getting along, Kaido has been very appreciated by Charlotte Linlin, so now Kaido is already a small follower of Charlotte Linlin. After Kaido saw it, he quickly followed. Advertisement. Linlin, if we can find Uranus. Kaido looked around to make sure there was no one there, and then said. If we can really find Uranus, there is no need to give it to Captain Rocks, the vice captain. I don't care at all. Genlot Linlin shook his head and said. If the two of them could really find the ancient weapon, Uranus and Charlotte Linlin would never give it to Rocks. Charlotte Linlin will choose to hide it privately, and then leave here. His ability can summon White Cloud Zeus, and she wants to leave the Valley of Gods. It is simply a piece of cake. If Captain Rocks finds out, will we be in trouble? Kaido asked. Trouble? If we have Uranus, do you think? Do we still need to be afraid of Rocks? Charlotte Linlin sneered. Uranus is an ancient weapon known as destroying the world. If they really get Charlotte Linlin, they don't need to be afraid of Rocks at all. Can even kill Rocks. Don't think about those irrelevant things now, Kaido, find Uranus first. Charlotte Linlin continued to order. The other side. Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Edward, plan to form a pirate group. You want to join my pirate group? I can make you the vice captain. Golden Lion lit a cigar and walked beside Whitebeard. Captain Rocks is not dead yet, Shiki. Whitebeard responded with a cold glance at the Golden Lion. This trip to the Valley of the Gods, Captain Rocks has already made a lonely bet. Either he will get Uranus and have the capital to fight against the world government, or he will perish here. However, I think the former is more likely. Because most of the cadres on board want to steal ancient weapons. Golden Lion responded slowly. Golden Lion himself also has the idea of stealing ancient weapons, so what is a mere deputy captain of the Rocks pirate, if he can get the ancient weapon Uranus? He may also become the hegemon of the world in the future, and he can also become the One Piece if he is not as good. Advertisement. It's not much better than being a maid on the Rocks pirate. Even if the Rocks become the world's hegemon in the future, they also have a very high status. But they are always inferior. The cadres of Rocks pirate have almost reached their peak. The rebelliousness in their hearts makes them not want to surrender to anyone, even Rocks. Whitebeard didn't respond when he heard the words, but just glanced at him lightly. Uranus, I don't know if I can get it, but even if I don't get it in the end, and Marine has come, I can still get out of it. As long as you agree to be my deputy captain, I can take you away after Marine arrives. Golden Lion continued with a puff of smoke. Don't tell me about these Shiki. I have no interest in your pirate group, and even if I end up in a desperate situation, I have a way to leave. Facing Golden Lion's invitation again, Whitebeard he chose to refuse without any hesitation. If Rocks really fell here, then he would only form his own forces. His dream is to pursue his family. He couldn't do it before, but now he has enough strength to chase his dream. It's a pity, Edward, if you can become my deputy captain, we can definitely become the One Piece King. Whitebeard heard the words and did not respond, but left this place and went to the depths of the Valley of the Gods. While the cadres of Rocks pirate have their own selfish intentions, Rocks has already started to search for the ancient weapon Uranus in the Valley of the Gods. Tell me, where is Uranus? Rocks strangled a celestial dragon by the neck, with a stern look on his face. Let go. Let me go. You ugly, inferior person. Celestial Dragons was strangled by Rocks, stagnated in midair, he kept his feet dangled back and forth, and his palms kept clapping on Rocks' arms. Boom. What a waste. Rocks slammed down with his arm, and the body of Celestial Dragons directly shattered the ground, and Celestial Dragons died directly. 1.46 Wankai pirates arrive at the Valley of the Gods. Rocks went on a killing spree in the Valley of the Gods, killing many Celestial Dragons, but none of the Celestial Dragons responded to his question. All don't know where Uranus is. Rocks is well aware of the inner thoughts of the cadres on the ship, and knows that most of the cadres will choose to hide Uranus if they get Uranus. So at this moment, he can't wait to get Uranus. Rocks quickly broke into the depths of the Valley of the Gods and began to search. After a while, a pirate ship docked on the coast of the Valley of the Gods. This pirate ship is none other than the Myriad Realms pirates. It's finally here, is the Valley of the Gods. Cuomo stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the huge island in front of him. Next to their pirate ship, there is also the Rock's pirate ship. Through this, Cuomo can do it 100% sure. This is the Valley of the Gods that Rox was looking for. Should we come here to fight the Rock's pirate first, or to find the ancient weapon Uranus first? Uchiha Madara came to Cuomo's side and asked. Rocks are mortal today, so don't rush to fight them, let's find Uranus first. Cuomo thought for a while and responded. Rocks is not a big threat to the 10,000 Realms pirates. But ancient weapons pose a great threat to them, because Cuomo doesn't know how strong the ancient weapon. If ancient weapons can be found in the Valley of the Gods this time, then they're Myriad Realms pirates. Will be completely fearless world government, but if you can't find it, Cuomo still has to be a little bit wary of world government. What does Uranus look like, Cuomo? Ji Guoyuan asked a crucial question. Uranus and the others have heard many legends, but they don't know what it looks like at all. What does Uranus look like? Hearing this, Cuomo put his chin on his hand and began to recall the original work, and then thought of something to say. If nothing else, Uranus. In the original book, at the moment about the Holy Land Mariajoy, a huge hat appeared. Advertisement Nezen speculated that it might be Uranus. But Cuomo doesn't know if it is, after all, he has never seen Uranus with his own eyes. A huge hat? Ji Guoyuan muttered. Many members of the ship carry the image of Uranus in their hearts. It should be, but I'm not sure. If you encounter something special in the Valley of the Gods, remember to collect it. It might be Uranus. Cuomo continued. If Uranus was not a hat, but something else, it would be a great pity if the members of his ship did not notice it if they encountered it. I see. Ji Guoyuan nodded upon hearing this. Okay, let's go to the island, but Madara, stay here and take care of Ram and Ram. Cuomo set his sights on Uchiha Madara and instructed. Although the progress of Ram and Ram is very high, their strength is not very strong. In order to prevent accidents when they land on the island, they need to be kept on the boat, surrounded by Uchiha Madara. That way, no accidents will happen. After all, Uchiha Madara is very strong. I see. Uchiha Madara folded her hands on her chest and nodded. After giving all orders, the people began to board the island, looking for Uranus. And when the 10,000 Worlds pirates landed on the island, the 10 members of the Rock's pirate also noticed them. Quickly call Rock's phone bug and report the situation. Boo. Boo. Bloom. Rox was frantically searching for Uranus deep in the Valley of the Gods when he noticed the phone bug ringing. Hello? Captain Rox, the Myriad Realms pirates are here. The pirate called Rox's phone bug and quickly reported. What did you say? Rox said in surprise, his pupils shrinking slightly. 0. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Not long after they arrived at the Valley of the Gods, why did the people from the pirates of 10,000 Worlds come? Even if they want to come, it can only be people from Marine. Why can people from the pirates of 10,000 Worlds get the news to come to the Valley of Gods? The members of the 10,000 Realms pirates have landed on the island, Captain Rox. Pirates continued to report. Damn the 10,000 Realms pirates, why did they come here? Rox looked up into the distance and couldn't help cursing. Now the situation in the Valley of the Gods has begun to become complicated, and the pirates from Myriad Worlds can come to the Valley of the Gods. Marine's people will definitely come to the Valley of the Gods. But Rox still couldn't figure out why the pirates of 10,000 Worlds knew about the Valley of Gods. 0. Could it be that someone revealed it to them? Thinking of this, Rox felt even worse. Several cadres escaped from the Rock's pirate. Love, these people not only betrayed their Rock's pirate, but also told the news of the Valley of Gods to the big pirate in New World. If the Wanji pirates also come, then Roger pirates, Bundy World pirates. Will all these big pirates from New World come? Plus the words from Marine. Thinking of this, Rox felt very bad. He thought that only Marine would be alarmed when he rushed to the Valley of the Gods, but he didn't expect it. Even the big pirates of New World were alarmed together. Rox hung up the phone quickly and was thinking about countermeasures. Now he doesn't want to fight with the pirates of 10,000 Realms. Because if there was a fight, he would have no way to find Uranus. When more people flood into the Valley of Gods, it will be a huge problem for him to even get out. Thinking of this, Rox quickly informed Whitebeard and other cadres to stop the 10,000 Realms pirates. And after he finished the notification, he continued to enter the interior of the Valley of Gods. The more urgent search for Uranus begins. Today he will either get the ancient weapons and get out of the way, and in the future he will have the capital to dominate the world. Or, fall here. Now there are only two fates for him. 147 Battle of Akunologia Linlin, Kaido. Many cadres of the Rock's pirate, informed by the Rocks. We all know that the Wanji pirates have also come to the Valley of the Gods. But they didn't deliberately look for the pirates of Myriad Realms, and similarly, the members of the pirates of Myriad Realms didn't deliberately look for them either. After all, Cuomo has already ordered that the most important thing to come to the Valley of the Gods this time is to find the ancient weapons first. If there is a fight, it will be a bit troublesome to find ancient weapons. However, although the Valley of the Gods is very large, people will encounter it occasionally. If I remember correctly, you are a member of the Myriad Realms pirates. Charlotte Linlin stared at Akunologia in front of her and said. Akuno Luoji, 417, crossed his hands in front of his chest and did not respond. At this moment, he was thinking about whether to fight or not. Although he wants to fight, but Cuomo's order is to let him find ancient weapons in the Valley of the Gods first, and as for fighting, he must find ancient musical instruments. There are many legends about the pirates of 10,000 worlds circulating in the sea, and I don't know whether it is true or not. Kaido held a mace, grinned, and rushed directly towards Akunologia. Kaido. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin hurriedly stopped, but the two were too close. A mere ants, dared to attack me. Akunologia's face was light, staring at Kaido who was attacking him. Boom. He threw a punch that wasn't even covered with haki, hitting Kaido's mace hard. A strong air current oscillated in all directions, and several curved cracks appeared on the ground, which were constantly spreading. The strength is so strong. Kaido felt a tearing sensation in his arm at this time, and cracks appeared in the mace. You must know that the material of his mace is not ordinary, it is very hard, and it has been with him for many years. But facing Akunologia's punch today, there was a crack. Akunologia exerted a slight force on his fist, and Kaido's body exploded directly. And the mace in his hand was completely scrapped, becoming scrap iron all over the place. Damn it. Kaido stood up with difficulty, feeling that his arms were weak, as if his flesh and blood had been shattered. Advertisement Akunologia's punch is much stronger than what Whitebeard's punch can do. You are not his opponent Kaido, stop attacking him impulsively, or you will die. Charlotte Linlin glanced solemnly at Kaido who fell to the ground, and then at Akunologia in front of her. He felt tremendous pressure on Akunologia, even he himself didn't think he could defeat Akunologia. What's more, what about Kaido who is much weaker than him now? I see. Kaido took a deep breath, stood beside Charlotte Linlin, and glanced at Akunologia. In the past, he had a lot of confidence in his own strength, and he thought that he could do two tricks with the top powerhouse in the sea. But since he joined Rock's pirate, he realized just how terrifying the top pirates in the sea are. Like Akunologia, one punch shattered his mace, and even almost crippled his arms. If the two fight again, Kaido's arms will be directly scrapped. I didn't want to fight you at first, but, since you are actively attacking, I can't let you go. Akunologia approached Charlotte step by step with an indifferent expression on his face, Linlin said. If Kaido hadn't attacked him just now, maybe he would have followed Cuomo's order and honestly went to find the ancient weapon. But now that the other party has already launched an attack on him, he, naturally cannot let it go. Is the battle inevitable? Charlotte Linlin looked at Akunologia with a serious expression. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to fight the members of the Myriad World's pirates. She also only wanted to find ancient weapons. I will not let any ants dare to provoke me, Akunologia rode lightly. After his words fell, he stomped his feet and rushed towards Charlotte Linlin quickly. Charlotte Linlin looked at the extremely fast Akunologia, her pupils shrunk. A layer of armament haki was quickly covered on the arm, and a punch was quickly thrown towards Akunologia. Advertisement Akunologia's fist collided with Charlotte Linlin's. The ground suddenly exploded, and Kaido, who was standing beside Charlotte Linlin, was blown backwards because he couldn't bear the strong air current. Charlotte Linlin's current strength is not weak, and she is even close to her peak. However, his strength is still not enough for Akunologia. After all, Akunologia's combat power is too strong, even if it is not at its peak now. But it's not easy to play against Charlotte Linlin. The fists of the two collided for a few seconds, and Charlotte Linlin's body flew upside down. A long chasm was left on the ground. You must know that Akunologia didn't even use armament haki during the fist collision. With his own strength alone, he can easily repel Charlotte Linlin, which shows just how terrifying his physical body is. Napoleon. I'm here, Mom, the repelled Charlotte Linlin yelled. The hat on his head became a huge blade and appeared in her hand. Charlotte Linlin's devil fruit is a soul fruit that can give life to living objects 4.6. You get out of here Kaido first, this battle is not for you to participate in. Charlotte Linlin glanced at Kaido behind her and ordered aloud. When she fights alone, Akunologia has tremendous pressure. Kaido continued to stay here, and he might be killed by Akunologia when he found the right opportunity. I see. Hearing what Charlotte Linlin said, Kaido left the place quickly without any hesitation. Widewo. Watching Kaido leave, Charlotte Linlin held Napoleon with both arms without any hesitation, and swung a purple sword force forward. The sword energy flew across the sky, and rushed towards Akunologia quickly. Facing the incomparably sharp sword energy, Akunologia looked normal, with his arms in front of his body, easily defending against the opponent's attack. 148 Cuomo vs Golden Lion, full order, while Akunologia was fighting Charlotte Linlin. On the other side, Cuomo also accidentally met the Golden Lion. Long time no see, Shiki. Cuomo looked at Golden Lion and greeted with a smile. Cuomo wasn't looking for any members of the Rock's pirate on purpose, what he wanted now was just ancient weapons. But after meeting the Golden Lion, he didn't choose to avoid it, but he took the initiative to say hello to it. Cuomo's imitation swordsmanship can imitate other swordsmanship, and moves include theory. If one wants to reach the true peak of swordsmanship, one must obtain the swordsmanship of the top swordsman in the sea. Currently, he has successfully imitated and mastered the sword skills of Roger and the Red Earl. Next, he only needs to completely imitate and master the sword skills of Golden Lion and Rocks, and it is estimated that his sword skills will reach the real peak. Cuomo. Golden Lion threw the cigar in his hand on the ground, staring at Cuomo in front of him solemnly. Not long ago, he had heard from Rocks that the pirates of 10,000 Realms had already landed on this island in '07. But he never thought that his luck would be so good that he would meet Cuomo, the captain of the pirates of 10,000 Realms, so soon. Enough nonsense, Shiki, let's go to war. Cuomo directly pulled out the Shenyan from his waist, and said with a grin. I don't want to treat you as an enemy, Cuomo. I have actually left the Rocks pirate. This time I came to the Valley of the Gods. Just a formality. Golden Lion said in a deep voice. Even now, Golden Lion has great confidence in his sword skills. But when facing Cuomo, he can always feel the huge pressure, which makes him feel powerful and unable to wait for others. He now wants to avoid conflict with Cuomo as much as possible. Otherwise, he believes that the final result can only be defeat. Don't think too much, Shiki. I don't care if you are from Rocks pirate or not, you have to fight with me today. Cuomo shook his head slightly and said with a smile. Now he just wants to imitate all the swordsmanship theory and moves that Golden Lion has mastered. He doesn't care if the Golden Lion is now a member of the Rocks pirate. Don't go too far, Cuomo. I've already given you face, Golden Lion said hoarsely with a gloomy expression. Cuomo didn't speak when he heard the words. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He held the knife in one hand and rushed up directly. Advertisement, damn. Looking at the attacking Cuomo, Golden Lion hastily pulled out the two famous knives from his waist to fight against him. Boom. When the blades collided, the powerful energy vibrated in all directions, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted accordingly. The ground level under the two of them dropped to a depth of several meters in an instant. Bang bang bang. The blades of the two kept colliding together, causing terrifying ripples. Cuomo's current swordsmanship is definitely beyond anyone in this world. After all, his own swordsmanship is extraordinary. He also mastered the sword skills of Roger and the Red Earl. His swordsmanship is well-deservedly #1 in the world. But Golden Lion's swordsmanship is also extraordinary. Golden Lion is obsessed with training swordsmanship, and only wants to make swordsmanship to the peak. So his swordsmanship in this world can be said, only under Cuomo. Although Golden Lion's swordsmanship is strong, his physical skills are extremely weak, and this is his shortcoming. And Cuomo's observation haki has the ability to predict the future for a short time, paired with his own top swordsmanship. Golden Lion's attack can be easily broken, shua. During the short confrontation, Cuomo found a flaw in Golden Lion, swept across with one hand, and directly chopped at Golden Lion's waist and abdomen. However, Golden Lion's reaction is also sensitive. The waist and abdomen quickly haki, and quickly backed away. Your sword skills are good, but your body is as brittle as paper. Cuomo looked at the blood on Shenyan, and then at the Golden Lion with cold sweat on his forehead. Although Cuomo's knife did not cause serious damage to Golden Lion, it also caused him a lot of damage. If this knife was cut on Kong's body, it can be said that it would have no effect on Kong. Because Kong is a top gymnast with an extremely hard body. Golden Lion is a top swordsman, but his body is very fragile. The swordsmanship ultimate I've been looking for many years. Isn't it your opponent, Cuomo? Golden Lion stared at Cuomo seriously and asked. Advertisement for many years, he almost abandoned physical training and focused on practicing swordsmanship. But unexpectedly, the way of swordsmanship he pursued for many years was easily disintegrated by Cuomo today. It made him feel a great sense of powerlessness. I'm omnipotent, what do you compare Shiki to me? Cuomo spread his hands and said calmly. Cuomo can indeed be called omnipotent now, because not only does he have a terrifying physical body, but his conqueror's haki is almost top-notch, and his swordsmanship is also at its peak. And he can also use special abilities, which can cause a lot of AoE damage. It can fly into the sky or go into the sea. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is omnipotent. I don't believe it, I'm no match for you with sword skills alone. Golden Lion's complexion suddenly became serious, and he frowned and stared at Cuomo. He has been pursuing swordsmanship for too long, and he has nothing to say if he loses in other fields. But in the field of swordsmanship, he does not allow himself to lose. The Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion suddenly floated in midair, with veins in his hands bulging, only holding two famous knives, and then shot countless golden sword oars in front of his eyes. The golden sword energy was extremely dense, completely blocking all of Cuomo's escape routes. God avoids. In the face of countless sword chi, Cuomo's response is to use powerful force to crush directly. I saw him throwing out one arm, a slash struck, and the terrifying sword energy instantly crushed a large number of golden slashes. And quickly rushed towards the Golden Lion, hateful. Golden Lion's expression froze, and he launched a large number of golden slashes again, finally completely destroying Cuomo's slashes. But when he destroys Cuomo's slash, black wings grew from Cuomo's back, and he attacked in an instant. Boom! In midair, the weapons of the two collided, like two berserk ancient giant beasts, setting off a huge force. The sky changed color accordingly, which is enough to prove how terrifying the power of the two is. 149 Golden Lion. You are such a monster, full order. Boom! With all its strength, Golden Lion bounced Cuomo away and quickly chased after him. His lion fruit ability has been used to perfection, and he can fly extremely fast in midair. The wings on Cuomo's back also allow him to fly extremely fast in midair. Bang bang bang. The blades of the two kept colliding, and there was a silent sound of metal. During the fight, Golden Lion was constantly carefully defending Cuomo's attack, so this also caused him to be unable to fully display his true swordsmanship strength. And Cuomo is not in a hurry to defeat Golden Lion, after all, he has to master Golden Lion's swordsmanship theory during the battle. Cuomo, who has imitated swordsmanship, can clearly feel that his swordsmanship is improving significantly during the battle. He can even use a little bit of Golden Lion's swordsmanship. Shua. Cuomo backed up abruptly and slashed forward with a ferocious slash, stabbing at the Golden Lion. Golden Lion waved the blade in front of his body, defending against Cuomo's attack. The terrifying sword chi collided with the Golden Lion's blade. After all, Cuomo's sword chi was stronger. Directly beat Golden Lion backwards. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. Golden Lion fell to the ground suddenly, touched the ground with his hand, and the next second the earth and rocks on the ground rolled. I saw many huge lion heads around Cuomo's body. These lion heads are made entirely of stone and mud, and are covered with a layer of armament hockey. This also led to a substantial increase in the lion's head's defense and attack power. Although the large-scale armament hockey was used, the Golden Lion lost a lot of hockey. But Golden Lion thought it was worth it, because he decided that these lion heads could overwhelm Cuomo. Advertisement. Let's see how you hide, Cuomo. Golden Lion stared at Cuomo indifferently and said. Lionhead completely surrounded all of Cuomo's escape routes, leaving him inescapable and hardwired. Your physical skills are not strong, so why waste armament hockey so much? Cuomo asked with a sneer. In all directions, Cuomo is full of lion heads gathered by mud and stones, and all covered with a layer of hard armament hockey. Using such a wide range of abilities would deplete the Golden Lion's greatest hockey, and Cuomo thought he was stupid for his decision. So what if you consume a lot of hockey? I don't believe it, you can break this ability with swordsmanship. Golden Lion snorted coldly, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and said in a deep voice. You underestimate me, Shiki. Besides, I'm not good at swordsmanship, Cuomo said flatly. Seeing the approaching Lionhead, Cuomo decisively used Wood-Style's ability. Wood-Style Tree World comes. Cuomo let out a light slap, and in front of him, a large number of trees rose from the ground. Boom. Countless trees grow wildly and quickly occupy an area. The tips of these trees are covered with a layer of armament hockey and a layer of Conqueror's hockey. Countless trees quickly surrounded Cuomo after they grew out, taking a defensive posture while rushing towards the giant lion heads around him. The trees with terrifying destructive power collided with the incomparably hard lion's head, causing a loud noise and bursts of smoke, mildew and dust. If it was a normal lion head, it would have been destroyed by Cuomo's Wood-Style Tree World. However, after these lion heads are covered with a layer of hockey, they are so hard that even Cuomo cannot cut them off directly. After resisting a round of Cuomo's attack, the lion heads rushed towards Cuomo quickly. Several lion heads opened their giants, trying to swallow Cuomo. Thousand Slice Valley. Cuomo suddenly floated in midair, holding the blade with both arms, and shot out the Emperor's sword aura in an instant. This move imitated the Golden Lion's move, and then combined it with the swordsmanship theory he had mastered. Its power is much stronger than the Lion Thousand Slice Valley shot by Golden Lion. Countless sword chi came out and landed on the surrounding lion heads in an instant. Advertisement. The lion's head, which was already somewhat damaged, became even more fragile after enduring such a round of sword energy. After the sword chi was shot out, the countless giant trees around Cuomo attacked again, directly destroying all the lion heads. How could you use my moves? Golden Lion stared at Cuomo in amazement, extremely puzzled. Thousand Slice Valley is his unique sword technique, which can only be played out with his sword technique. He admits that Cuomo's swordsmanship is very strong, but the two of them master two completely different swordsmanship. Why can the opponent use the sword skills he has mastered? What's yours? I saw it and it's mine, Cuomo sneered. The ability to imitate swordsmanship can be said to be an eternal god. When he first mastered the Golden Lion Thousand Slice Valley, he couldn't play it. But over time, he has mastered the Golden Lion's swordsmanship theory. At this moment, he can completely imitate and use the opponent's moves. You are really a swordsmanship monster, if I guessed correctly. The swordsmanship moves you used to destroy my Thousand Slice Valley before should be Roger's tranquility. Golden Lion looked serious. The voice channel. He has fought against Roger before, and he knows how powerful the opponent's evasion is. Nuo Hao. When Cuomo played Shenfu, he saw the shadow of Shenfu in the move. He couldn't be sure at first. But when Cuomo also used his move Thousand Slice Valley, he realized the seriousness of the problem. The opponent really has the ability to use other people's swordsmanship. Cuomo really is a well-deserved swordsmanship monster stock. Cuomo smiled and didn't speak, but seeing Cuomo's expression, Golden Lion already had a bottom line in his heart. After cracking Golden Lion's Lion Majesty Earth coiling, Cuomo did not stop, but continued to attack Golden Lion. Although he has mastered some of the Golden Lion's sword skills and the theory of sword skills, he has not fully mastered them. It takes a period of fighting before it can be fully mastered. The bodies of Cuomo and Golden Lion collided again, and a big battle broke out. 150 Marine reaches the Valley of the Gods, the sea outside the Valley of the Gods. That's when Cuomo was at war with the Golden Lion. Marine has come quietly. If you don't have the Rock's pirate officer, report to the Marine about the Rock's actions. Now their Marine can't reach their destination so quickly. Naval Headquarters Marineford is a long way from New World Valley of the Gods. If it was when the Rocks landed in the Valley of the Gods, their Marines got the news. It is estimated that it will take a long time to arrive at the Valley of the Gods. Wait. That is, the ship of the pirates of the 10,000 Worlds. Garp, who was standing on the bow of the Marine battleship, suddenly noticed the sunship sea docked on the coast of the Valley of Gods. thief ship. After careful observation by Garp, he found that the ship was not the pirate ship of rocks, but the pirate ship of myriad realms. The rocks pirate's ship appeared in the Valley of the Gods, which is not surprising, because they came to the Valley of the Gods because of the rocks. But why is the ship of the pirates of 10,000 realms here? How did 657 get the news that rocks is in the Valley of the Gods? Why can they reach the face of the gods before Marine arrives? After being reminded by Garp, Sengoku also set his sights on the boat on the shore of the Valley of the Gods. He observed carefully, his pupils shrank, and he spoke. It's really the ship of the pirates of 10,000 realms. Damn it, the pirates of myriad realms are really haunted. Why are they here in the Valley of the Gods? Kong frowned, cursing as he stared at the pirates of myriad realms ship. The last time Rox and Roger fought on a certain island, if it weren't for Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 realms arriving. Their marine has a high probability of destroying the Rox pirate and Roger pirates. But everything was disrupted by the arrival of the Wenji pirates, which disrupted their previous plans. They thought that the battle of the Valley of the Gods and the Rox pirate were destined to fall again. Advertisement, but I didn't expect that the Wenji pirates were still there. It seems that the cadres of Rox pirate not only told us about Rox actions, but also told about the actions of the myriad pirates. Crane sat on a chair and said with a heavy expression. They can know the actions of Rox pirate in advance, because the cadres of Rox pirate betrayed Rox and sold their information to Marine. Now that the pirates of 10,000 worlds can also know the actions of Rox pirate. It could only be that the cadres of the Rox pirate told them about Rox actions. If the 10,000 realms pirates intervene, this battle is bound to be very troublesome, Zephyr said with a frown. Even if the 10,000 realms pirates intervene, this time, we will definitely let the rocks fall here, Kong said with firm eyes. Hopefully the situation of this battle will not be like last time, Sengoku worried. In the last battle of their four forces, a large number of crew members of the Roger pirates were killed. But the final loss is actually their marine. After all, their marine directly died double Admiral. This is hardly a huge loss. Don't worry, not only we will be present in this battle, but the Roger pirates will also be here, Kong said. Roger pirates? Did they also learn about Rock's actions through the mouth of the Rock's pirates' cadres? Garp turned his head and asked suspiciously after hearing the words. No, I told them. Kong responded with a slight shake of his head. Did you tell them? Kong, why did you tell the Roger pirates about such an important operation? Zephyr asked a little puzzled. A large number of crew members of the Roger pirates were killed by Rox. They must have hatred for Rox, so before Rox died, they would not betray us, Kong said himself reason. Originally, he wanted to use the Marine high-level meeting to discuss whether to let Roger participate in this war. However, due to time constraints, he did not have time to hold a high-level meeting, but through his own understanding. It is believed that the advantages of joining forces with the Roger pirates outweigh the disadvantages. It's true. Crane agreed. As Marines, they have naturally dealt with the Roger pirates for many years. Advertisement. They know very well that Roger is a very affectionate person. The last time Roger pirates fought with Rock's pirate. Except for Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh, all crew members of the Roger pirates died before they were alive. Roger, who is so affectionate, is naturally full of hatred for Rox. Their marine boat kept approaching the Valley of the Gods, and soon reached the shore of the Valley of the Gods. Just as they were about to board the boat, they suddenly discovered that there were 3 more people on board the Wenji pirates. Uchiha Madara is sleeping on the rocking chair at this time, while Ram and Ram are watching the sea. When Marine noticed the 3 of them, Ram and Ram also noticed Marine. Master Madara, Marine is here. Ram quickly came to Uchiha Madara's rocking chair and shook Uchiha Madara's body. When Uchiha Madara heard Ram's words, he slightly opened his eyes and noticed several Marine warships when he turned his head. The second in command of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, Uchiha Madara. Zephyr stared at Uchiha Madara seriously. He has fought against Uchiha Madara before, and he knows how terrifying his strength is. Marine? Uchiha Madara murmured to himself. He is not full of hostility towards these Marines, although he also wants to fight these strong men. But Cuomo gave him the task of protecting Ram and Ram. So as long as these Marines don't attack him, he is too lazy to do it himself. Zephyr, Sengoku, you two stay and deal with Uchiha Madara. We landed in the Valley of the Gods. First go find the rocks. Kong thought briefly, and then gave the order. In this battle, the most important thing is to defeat the rocks. After all, Rock's action this time was too bold, not only killing many celestial dragons on the sea. Now they have broken into the domain of celestial dragons, the Valley of the Gods, and started thinking about ancient weapons. If the rocks are not dealt with in the Valley of Gods now, then their marine and world government will have no prestige. In this battle, no matter how much the price is paid, rocks must die. 6 BD 151 Uchiha Madara vs Zephyr Sengoku. I see. Zephyr agreed with Sengoku. Even if the two of them join forces to take on Uchiha Madara, it needs to be taken seriously. Both of them have played against Uchiha Madara, so they still have some awareness of his strength. Your opponent is not me. If you insist on fighting with me, I will not show mercy. Uchiha Madara stood up, glanced at several people indifferently and said. If there is a fight here, it may hurt Ram and Ram, which is not what Uchiha Madara wants to see. So if this battle could be avoided, he didn't want to avoid it. It's not that he is afraid, but that he obeys Cuomo's words. Protect Ram and Ram. Stop talking big, Uchiha Madara, there are so many of us here, your words can't scare us. A Marine Elite Vice Admiral said indifferently. You also came to the Valley of the Gods after being reminded by the cadres of the Pirates of Rocks, but no matter what plans you have today, since you have already come, don't even think about it, leave unharmed, Tilda Operator Kong yelled. No matter what decision the Marine made, what plans they had, Kong found out. Once the 10,000 Realms pirates got involved, the final outcome would be very bad. But this time, Kong is bound to break the previous routine, not only to kill Rocks this time. They must also make the Wanji pirates suffer a little bit. We, pirates and Marines, have been fighting for so many years. Do you think you can scare me by saying this? In my eyes, you are nothing but gravel. Uchiha Madara, he folded his arms across his chest, looking extremely indifferent. Arrogance, today. We will make you pay, Kong responded with a cold snort. It depends on whether you have the ability, Uchiha Madara said calmly. You underestimate our Marine too much. Even if you are the second in command of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds, you really think we can't pose a threat to you? Said Vice Admiral, a Marine elite. In this sea, not only their Marines are fighting, but the world government is also fighting. Now the world government has obtained one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Pluton battleship. This also led to the confidence of many Marine powerhouses. Especially when they learned that the world government may have 2 ancient weapons. Their confidence is even stronger. There are ancient weapons with the power to destroy the world, who else do they need to be afraid of? Advertisement a mere gravel, are you qualified to speak in front of me? Uchiha Madara asked indifferently. He stared at the speaking Marine Vice Admiral with his cold eyes. Vice Admiral felt Uchiha Madara's gaze, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and stopped talking. Although Uchiha Madara's current strength is not at its peak in the original book, its strength is still terrifying. After all, he came to this world, but also mastered the Conqueror's Haki. Let's stop talking nonsense, let's go to war. Zephyr took off the cloak of justice behind his back and said coldly. Go to the Valley of the Gods first to find Rocks, Kong, and Uchiha Madara will be handed over to us. Sengoku also took off the cloak of justice behind his back and said aloud. Don't let me down. Kong patted Sengoku on the shoulder and enjoined. After explaining everything, only Zephyr and Sengoku were left in place, and all the other Marines poured into the Valley of Gods. This time at Naval Headquarters, more than half of the high-level combat forces were mobilized. Not only Admiral and Marshal, but also countless elite combat forces came here. This time Marine can even be said to be out in force. The purpose is to completely destroy the Rocks pirate, even if it cannot kill all Rocks pirates. Then the Rocks must also be taken down. Rocks, in the eyes of many powerful people in their Marine, can almost be said to have ordered death cold. You go back to the cabin first, Ram. Uchiha Madara instructed the 2 behind her. Although Ram is not strong in combat, she takes care of the diet and daily life of all members of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. For those of them who don't like sundries, it is of great help. So definitely don't let them get hurt. I see, Lord Madara, you have to be careful, Mew and Ram responded. 0. Seeking flowers, then quickly ran into the cabin. They are very clear about their own strength, and they can't help much in this battle. So staying here will only add trouble to Uchiha Madara. Go. Sengoku ordered. Advertisement the 2 rushed from the battleship of Naval Headquarters to the ship of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds at the same time. But when they were about to rush towards the Pirates of the Thousand Realms ship, Uchiha Madara also jumped into the air at this moment. He threw 2 fists, one on Sengoku and the other on Zephyr. Relying on his own brute force, Uchiha Madara directly beat the 2 back to the Marine battleship, and at this moment Uchiha Madara also landed on the Marine battleship. The ships of their 10,000 Realms pirates are very precious, and they never fight on their own ships. 0. Even if it is a fight, it can only be fought on the opponent's boat. Sengoku landed on the boat, loosened his tie on his chest with a gloomy expression, and stared solemnly at Uchiha Madara in front of him. Zephyr and Sengoku glanced suddenly, then both nodded, and the next second, they rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara. Facing the joint attack of the 2, Uchiha Madara did not neglect and covered armament haki on his head. At the same time, he rushed over. Boom! Uchiha Madara rushed towards Sengoku first, his fist collided with Sengoku's fist, and the deck shook violently. You must know that the Marine battleship under their feet is the top configuration of the Naval Headquarters, which is indestructible. Although this ship is not entirely made of Atom Treasure Tree, it also uses some Atom Treasure Tree materials. But it is this extremely hard deck, after the fist fight between Sengoku and Uchiha Madara. A crack actually appeared, and through this, one can know that the fists of the 2 collided. What a powerful ripple of power was produced. As Uchiha Madara's fist collided with Sengoku's, Zephyr charged from the side. But Uchiha Madara had predicted it earlier and stepped back to avoid the French attack. Boom! Zephyr's fist hit the deck, making a small hole. After a miss, Sengoku teamed up with Zephyr and charged again toward Uchiha Madara. 152 Kong. Meet Cuomo again. Uchiha Madara faced a double attack. With a calm face, he used observation haki to perceive the opponent's attack route and then counterattacked. Even in a 1-on-2 situation, Uchiha Madara, still not at a disadvantage. At this moment, Zephyr armament haki is fully opened, covering the whole body, and goes close to Uchiha Madara with his physical body, and then confronts it with a bang. No matter how strong Uchiha Madara's attack is, it is impossible to break through Zephyr's defense directly. So this also gives Sengoku a chance. Zephyr tackled Uchiha Madara from the front, and Sengoku looked for opportunities to attack from the side. The two can be said to be comrades in arms at the same time, so the cooperation between them is still very tacit. Also managed to do a little damage to Uchiha Madara. But minor injuries are nothing to Uchiha Madara, 533. Even with the synergy between Zephyr and Sengoku, Uchiha Madara always finds an opportunity to attack the two effectively. Shave. Zephyr charges up his legs, then uses the Marine 6 style's shave power to quickly approach Uchiha Madara. He punched out, only attacking Uchiha Madara's face. Zephyr's physical skills are not weak, full of attack power, if this punch hits Uchiha Madara's face. Even Uchiha Madara is having a hard time, but how could Uchiha Madara be easily attacked? He himself has terrible insight. Coupled with the use of observation haki, it has already reached a very high level. Therefore, Uchiha Madara can easily dodge Zephyr's attack as long as he dodges it. Don't forget, I'm still here. The moment Uchiha Madara dodged Zephyr's attack, Sengoku rushed forward. He covered haki with his fist, and punched Uchiha Madara heavily, causing his body to fall back more than 10 meters. Advertisement. It's a little troublesome, but it's not a threat to me. After Uchiha Madara stabilized her figure, she said calmly. The current strength of Zephyr and Sengoku is close to the peak period, so the two of them can explode with great strength now. Really, from the current point of view, we have the upper hand. Zephyr folded his hands on his chest and said indifferently. Uchiha Madara did put a lot of pressure on them, but neither of them were vegetarians. So what? The combination of the two of you, in my opinion, is nothing more than a mob, Uchiha Madara said with a little disdain. Hee. Sengoku sneered. Sengoku and Zephyr didn't talk nonsense, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara again. In the Valley of the Gods, a large number of Marines entered the Valley of the Gods, and they began to encircle the members of the Rock's Pirate. Some Marine powerhouses also encountered members of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. In the depths of the island, Cuomo was fighting Golden Lion at this moment, when both observation haki suddenly sensed that someone was approaching. And there are a few breaths that are not weak at all. The two then stopped, and saw a few strong Marines walking slowly among the ruins not far away. Kong, Garp, Golden Lion was the first to notice the two people walking in front. Kong is now the highest-ranking person in Naval Headquarters as Marine Marshal. And Garp could become Marine Admiral, but it is rumored that he refused to be promoted, and finally only stayed at the position of Marine Vice Admiral. Although he is only a Marine Vice Admiral, his strength must not be underestimated. His strength is definitely the highest combat strength of Naval Headquarters, Admiral level. Cuomo, Shiki. Garp's face changed slightly, staring at the two in front of him. Damn it, did Marine come so soon? Golden Lion floated in the air, staring at the two with a slight frown. The development of the Valley of the Gods this time has exceeded Golden Lion's imagination. He thought he would still have a chance to find ancient weapons by chance. But now it seems that he has no chance at all. First, I met Cuomo in the process of searching. The two fought for a long time, and now the strong Marine has also come. Advertisement at this time, he wanted to let go and escape from this place. It's very difficult. Because he felt that neither Cuomo nor the group of Marines wanted to let him go. Meet you again, Cuomo. Kong's eyes flashed a cold light, his eyes fixed on Cuomo. For Cuomo, Kong naturally has a lot of hatred in his heart. After all, in the previous battle, they killed two admirals in Naval Headquarters. One was killed by Cuomo, and the other was killed by a member of Cuomo. In the last battle, because of the intervention of the 10,000 Realms Pirates, not only did their Marines not get any benefits, but two admirals died instead. The culprit of all this is because of the existence of Cuomo. No matter where I appear, it's always, you Marines are indispensable. You are really annoying like parasites. Cuomo stared at the few people indifferently and said indifferently. It's obvious that wherever we appear, your presence is indispensable. A Marine Vice Admiral said in a deep voice. Stop gossip, Cuomo. No matter what kind of intention you have come to the Valley of the Gods, it will never come true. Garp loosened the tie on his chest, and took off the cloak of justice behind him. He hasn't fought Cuomo in years, and during that time, he hasn't stopped training. In order to be able to confront Cuomo, now it is time for him to show the results of these years of training. Whether my attempt will be realized or not is not up to you to decide, Garp. Cuomo said calmly with Shenyan on his shoulder. It is one thing for Cuomo to come to the 3.3 Valley of the Gods today to find the ancient weapon Uranus, and another thing is to fight the rocks. Now fighting the Golden Lion, his progress in imitating swordsmanship has improved a lot, and then he only needs to fight the rocks. His progress in imitating swordsmanship is estimated to reach the full level, and by then his swordsmanship will be the strongest in the world. And no one can beat it. Kong, leave this battlefield to me, and let's meet Cuomo in person, Garp said to Kong. He has been training for many years only to fight Cuomo, so this battlefield is left to him. It's perfect. Kong nodded when he heard the words. He knew the combination of Pooh and he can definitely fight against Cuomo. But Golden Lion is also a big problem. 153 Cuomo versus Garp Crane. To be on the safe side, Kong also left several Marine Elite Vice Admirals here to deal with Golden Lion. After Kong explained everything, he took the other Marines to go deep into the Valley of Gods and began to search for rocks. Now on the battlefield here, there are only Marines left, Garp, Crane, and a few Marine Elites, Vice Admiral. On the pirate side, there are Cuomo and Golden Lion. The two of us deal with Cuomo, and you deal with Shiki, Crane told several elite vice admirals around him. Cuomo is a strong man that Crane attaches great importance to, but Golden Lion is also a very strong man. Okay, several elite vice admirals around responded. Come on, Cuomo. Garp's fist was covered with a layer of haki, and there was a glint of ferocity in his eyes. During his time as Marine, he fought Cuomo twice, but was beaten by Cuomo both times. Now his potential is almost fully explored, and now he doesn't think he will lose again. You have lost to me twice, Garp. Why do you still have such confidence that you think you are my opponent? Cuomo asked indifferent Joe. He didn't know where Garp's self-confidence came from, thinking that he could fight him after a few years of hard training. Could it be that Garp has been working hard all these years and Cuomo hasn't? Cuomo's principle is that unless you are truly invincible, it is impossible to stop training. His talent is very high, and he can improve his strength almost without limit. Although he will be affected by the rules of this world, the influence is not very great. In recent years, Garp's strength has been improved, and Keshin's strength has also been improved. Garp was not Cuomo's opponent a few years ago, how can he be Cuomo's opponent now? I know I've lost to you twice, but I will win Cuomo this time, Garp said in a deep voice with his face becoming more and more fierce. Not likely, Cuomo said contemptuously. Garp snorted coldly, and stopped fighting Cuomo too much, and quickly approached Cuomo with heavy footsteps. Over the years Cuomo has trained in taijutsu, conqueror's haki, and marine 6 styles. The physique that Garp possesses now is at the top level among the entire naval headquarters. Advertisement in conqueror's haki, especially armament haki, is the most proficient. As for marine 6 styles, Garp mainly practiced shaving and finger pistol. He is now several times stronger than he was a few years ago. Seeing that Garp had rushed up, Crane naturally did not sit idle, and quickly used the razor to teleport, preparing to approach Cuomo. The battle here has begun. On the other side, the battle between Golden Lion and several elite vice admirals naturally began. Cuomo. Garp quickly approached Cuomo, the veins in his arm popped out, he yelled, and his fist quickly hit Cuomo. At this moment, Cuomo inserted Shenyan back into the scabbard, and then swung his fist to collide with Garp's fist. Boom. The collision between the two pure forces directly caused the ground to explode, and the stone flew horizontally into the air. A strong air current enveloped the two of them, and their aura was like a prehistoric beast. The powerful momentum, as well as the confrontation between forces, caused the surrounding air to be somewhat distorted. At this moment, the crane stood not far from Cuomo in a daze. The strong airflow created by the battle between the two made it difficult for the crane to approach. If you forcibly get close, you will be easily traumatized by the ripples of the battle between the two. Crane thought for a while, used armament haki to cover the whole body, and then covered a layer of devil fruit's power on the palm, and quickly approached Cuomo with shaved. Her abilities are so extraordinary that as long as Cuomo can be touched, the outcome of this battle may be reversed. During Cuomo's confrontation with Garp, observation haki sees the short future. His face changed slightly, and he foresaw how bad the future would be when he was touched by the crane devil fruit. Black wings grew out of his back, and with force from his arms, he directly knocked Garp into the air. In the next second, he quickly left the place and flew into the air, away from the crane's melee attack. Want to run, Cuomo? I won't give you a chance. Garp charged his legs and quickly rushed to the sky. He combined moonwalk with shaving, and realized the ability to walk quickly in midair, and he was close to Cuomo again almost instantly. Advertisement and Crane also used the combination of moonwalk and shave, stepped into the air together with Garp, looked for an opportunity to get close to Cuomo again, and tried to use his own ability to hit him. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Cuomo stood in midair and with a light zaw, he saw a huge wooden dragon with barbs all over his body and sharp teeth appearing beside Cuomo. The wooden dragon exudes a terrifying aura from top to bottom, as if it contains endless power. Cuomo covered the wooden dragon with a layer of armament haki, and Mukon let out a dragon cry and rushed towards the crane quickly. In Cuomo's eyes, the biggest threat is not Garp, but Crane. He clearly knew how troublesome it would be if he was touched by the crane's ability. The wooden dragon rushed towards the crane, restraining her briefly. At this time, Garp has also rushed towards Cuomo. For strength, I've never been afraid of anyone, Cuomo sneered, covering Conqueror's haki with 960 fists. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and the power of the black dragon was released by him. Boom! Cuomo punched out and collided with Garp's fist. When the fists collided, there was a violent roar in the air instantly. In the center of the fists of the two people, a group of black and purple electric sparks appeared, shining in the middle of the sky. The violent collision rubbed against the atmosphere, causing changes in the high-altitude clouds. The airflow produced by the battle between the two swept across the 4 directions like a tornado, shaking all directions. Boom! The fists of the two collided for several seconds, and then Garp's figure flew backwards at an extremely fast speed, and landed heavily on the ground of the Valley of Gods. There was only a loud noise, as if a meteorite had landed, and there was a violent shock. Below Cuomo, a large pit appeared, which caused bursts of smoke, and sand and stones. Garp stood up from the pit, patted the dust off his body, and rushed towards Cuomo again. Garp's armament haki is top-notch, so it has terrible hardness. Cuomo's attack didn't have much impact on him. Even if he was knocked into the air, he could still fight again alive and well. 154 The Valley of the Gods war broke out in an all-round way. You are so tenacious, Garp. Even Cuomo couldn't help but praise at this moment. With the help of the Black Dragon, Cuomo now has the power to suppress Garp, but in this pirate world. Every top powerhouse has an extremely terrifying physical body, especially Garp, a powerhouse who specializes in physical arts, has an even more terrifying physical body. So even if he can suppress Garp, it will take a lot of time to defeat him. 8 inner gates, the first gate is open. 8 inner gates, the third gate is open. 8 inner gates, the sixth gate is open. 8 inner gates, the seventh gate is open. Cuomo directly opened the seventh gate in one breath, leaving only one gate away from the eighth gate. So far, Cuomo has not opened the eighth gate, at most he has only opened the seventh gate, but it is strong enough to open the seventh gate. Cuomo's aura changed drastically almost instantly. The aura on his body was like the sun, just standing in midair, he looked like a terrifying giant beast. Although Garp noticed the abnormality on Cuomo, he was naturally fearless when he was already on top. His footsteps crazily stepped in midair and he arrived in front of Cuomo almost immediately after Cuomo opened the seventh gate. Your speed is too slow, Garp, Cuomo said indifferently, staring at Garp in front of him. After opening the seventh gate, Cuomo has greatly improved in terms of speed, attack power, and insight. Cooperating with observation hockey, which he can predict the future level, his perception is almost to the extreme. Even Garp is fast enough to leave an afterimage in midair but in Cuomo's view. His speed, ridiculously slow. Boom! Before Garp's fist could even come out, Kayuan's fist hit Garp's face in an instant. At this moment, Garp didn't even react, and flew upside down. Advertisement his figure hit the ground heavily again, leaving a big hole deeper than before. Garp! Crane shouted, looking at the huge pit on the ground after finishing the wooden dragon. He can clearly perceive how terrifying the aura on Cuomo is now. She didn't know what kind of ability Cuomo used, but she knew that Cuomo's strength had increased several times now. It's amazing, when you fought me, didn't you use all your strength, Cuomo? The Golden Lion, who was fighting not far away, stared at Cuomo in midair with a shocked expression. He has fought Cuomo for a long time, but the opponent has always used the sword to fight him. While Cuomo's swordsmanship is aggressive, it doesn't pose much of a threat to him. He thought that was already Cuomo's full strength until he saw the scene in front of him. Only then did I find out that Cuomo was the one who let him fight. In fact, it's not that Cuomo is telling him to fight, but because Cuomo hasn't fully mastered the swordsmanship theory on Golden Lion. Killing the Golden Lion without mastering it would do no good for Cuomo. On the other side, Garp, who was knocked into the air, stood up again from the deep pit. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, jumped out of the pit, and stared at Cuomo intently. He has been fighting Cuomo with armament hockey wide open, and because of armament hockey's protection, Cope's punch did not cause serious damage to him. However, it did him a lot of damage. Now, do you know the gap between our strengths, Garp? Cuomo stood in the air with his hands folded in front of his chest, looking at Garp below him with contempt and questioned. What he is currently displaying is not his real power. He didn't fully use the power of the Black Dragon, and the 8 inner gates, at the moment, only opened the 7th gate. If 8th gate is opened, his comprehensive strength will increase a lot again. Similarly, if he uses some Black Dragon power again, his strength will be multiplied several times. No matter what he said, he still has the Golden Lion. What does Garp use to fight him? The battle between us has only just begun, and the outcome is not yet a foregone conclusion. At this time. Don't talk big, Cuomo. Garp snorted coldly and growled. Advertisement. You think the battle has just begun, but I think the battle between us is over, after all. The gap in strength between us is too great. Don't underestimate me, Cuomo. With a roar, Garp stomped his feet and rushed towards Cuomo like a beast. Why can't you accept the reality? Cuomo shook his head helplessly, and the black wings on his back flapped, and he rushed towards Garp quickly. The figures of the two collided again, and it took only a second for their fists to collide. A strand of cold sweat appeared on Garp's forehead, and his arms were trembling slightly. When the two faced each other, the crane on the other side also quickly approached Cuomo. But now Cuomo's insight is too strong, and the speed of the crane is too slow in his eyes. He left the spot quickly, and after dodging Kaihei's attack, he flapped his wings and rushed towards Garp again. He knocked Garp into the air many times, but Garp can always stand up tenaciously. At this moment, Cuomo couldn't help but sigh. Garp's physical body is really perverted to a certain level. Although Crane has a bug-like ability, she still can't get close to Cuomo, and she can't hit Cuomo with her own ability. She has been unable to do anything with Cuomo. Although this battle is Cuomo 1 Volt 2, but Nuo Li Jiao, after Cuomo's handling, the battle has completely turned into a 1v1 situation. Crane's fighting ability is not strong, the only thing that can play a role is her ability. But her ability can't hit Cuomo at all, so it's useless. The Valley of the Gods battlefield has now fully erupted. The cadres of the Rocks Pirate have already confronted the strong men led by Marine. However, there are still quite a few Rocks Pirate cadres who did not choose to participate in the battle, but were hiding from the Marine camp. Then start looking for ancient weapons on the island. For them, there is no benefit in fighting, only to find the ancient weapon Uranus. There are many benefits. Some of the members of the 10,000 Realms Pirates have teamed up with Marine and Rocks Pirate cadres. In this battle, the three forces did not form an alliance, that is, fighting. 155 Roger pirates joined the battlefield when the battle took place in the Valley of the Gods. Outside the Valley of the Gods, a pirate ship is approaching the Valley of the Gods. This ship is exactly the ship of the Roger pirates. They did not meet at sea, and the Rock's pirate cadres who defected informed them of intelligence. The reason why they can come to the Valley of the Gods. It's all because of Marine's notice. The reason why Roger agreed to Marine's cooperation was to target Rocks. The powerful of the Rock's pirates slaughtered a large number of their crew. Roger, who values love and righteousness, how could he let go of this opportunity to annihilate the Rock's pirate? Captain Roger, there seems to be a fight over there in the marine. Jabba leaned on the ship's rail, pointed forward and shouted. On the shore of the Valley of the Gods, on a marine battleship, Uchiha Madara is fighting Sengoku, Longfa. That man seems to be the second in command of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, Uchiha Madara. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes slightly, and noticed the few people on board at this time. As their Roger pirate ship approached, at this moment, they also noticed who the person who fought with Uchiha Madara was. Marine Admiral Zephyr, with Marine Admiral Sengoku. Roger stared at several people on board and said 477. Uchiha Madara, the second in command of the pirates of 10,000 realms, can one person fight against two Marine Admirals at the same time? Rayleigh stared at the Marine battleship in a little surprise. Uchiha Madara hits two, facing the tacit cooperation between Sengoku and Zephyr, he is still not at a disadvantage. Even with the two teaming up, they counterattacked several times, causing damage to Sengoku and Zephyr. Although Rayleigh and Jabba fought against Uchiha Madara once, they were very weak at that time. The combination of the two could only reach the quasi-admiral level of combat power. At that time, they guessed that Uchiha Madara's strength was at the admiral level. But seeing the scene in front of them, they knew that their guess was wrong. Uchiha Madara is not only at the admiral level, he has strength beyond the admiral level. Advertisement such strength not only shocked Rayleigh and Jabba, even Roger was slightly surprised. When the Roger pirates noticed Marine, Sengoku also noticed at this moment, the arrival of the Roger pirates. Roger, they are coming, Sengoku reminded Zephyr. After being reminded, Zephyr also set his sights on the sea area not far away and saw the ship of the Roger pirates, slowly approaching the shore of the Valley of the Gods. Have you come to help? Uchiha Madara also stopped fighting at this moment, took a few steps back, and looked at the ship of the Roger pirates. Roger pirates. Uchiha Madara's face changed slightly, staring at the few people on the Roger pirates ship. Uchiha Madara fought with Cuomo, a strong man on the Roger pirates ship once before. So he still has some impressions of the Roger pirates. The ship of the Roger pirates soon arrived at the shore of the Valley of the Gods, and they looked at each other. In this dull atmosphere, he opened his mouth and said, "Where is Luo?" He chose to team up with Marine today, bringing Rayleigh Jabba, just to fight the Rock's pirate. He will not attack the people of the Wanji pirates. After all, he owes Cuomo a favor. Kong is looking for rocks in the Valley of the Gods, Sengoku responded, before throwing the phone bug at Roger. Go and contact Kong. From Roger's eyes, Sengoku could see that when Roger talked about rocks, there was great hostility in his eyes. Sengoku wasn't sure if Roger would turn his back on him at the very end of the campaign, before Rocks died. Sengoku can confirm that Roger's focus is definitely on Rock's pirate. The current Roger is no threat to them, and, ahad, he can also share some strong players with Marine. I see. Roger responded, taking the phone bug thrown by Sengoku. You Roger pirates, have you teamed up with Marine? Uchiha Madara looked at Roger, then at Zephyr and Sengoku in front of him and questioned. Advertisement: Roger is a pirate, and Sengoku and Zephyr are Marines, but not only have they not had any conflicts now. Even Sengoku threw the phone bug at Roger to contact Marine Marshal Kong. Through this, Uchiha Madara can detect the abnormality. The Roger pirates seem to be joining forces with Marine. Why, are you afraid that we will unite with the Roger pirates to deal with you? Zephyr asked with a meaningful smile at this time. Have you teamed up yet? But, so what? Uchiha Madara responded calmly after hearing the words. Even with this battle, coupled with the Roger pirates, Uchiha Madara has no fear. It's not a joint venture, our goal. Just Rock's pirate. Roger responded by holding the phone bug and shaking his head slightly. The relationship between their Roger pirates and Marine is not really a joint effort, but mutual use. Roger wants Rocks dead, and Marine wants Rocks dead. Once the battle ends with Rocks dead, Roger needs to watch out for Marine. Because no matter what, he is also a pirate himself, and a famous pirate in New World. It is not guaranteed that after the death of Rocks, Marine's next target is their Roger pirates. Uchiha Madara didn't say anything after hearing that. Even if the Roger pirates teamed up with Marine, it would have little impact on their Myriad Realms pirates. After Roger took the phone bug, he quickly disembarked with Rayleigh and Jabba and headed for the Valley of the Gods. In the battle between Uchiha Madara and Zephyr Sengoku, he chose not to help anyone. If Uchiha Madara is at a disadvantage, he will choose to help, because he owes the pirates of 10,000 realms a favor. But Uchiha Madara didn't lose, and even got a slight upper hand, so this doesn't need the help of their Roger pirates. Their current goal: just Rock's pirate. With the joining of the Roger pirates, the Valley of the Gods has now poured into the quartet. Each one is the top force in the sea. In this battle, whether it is the 10,000 realms pirates, Marine, or Roger pirates, everyone's goal is Rocks. This time Rocks, I can't live without dying. 156 Senju Hashirama vs Rocks Valley of the Gods, inside the island. While the battle was taking place outside, Rocks was still seriously looking for clues about the ancient weapons. But he has killed countless celestial dragons, and has never asked for any clues about the Valley of the Gods. Damn loaves. Rox couldn't help cursing. At this moment, his complexion was extremely gloomy, and he wondered if the long bread had tricked him. There are no so-called ancient weapons in the Valley of Gods. Otherwise, he almost visited the entire Valley of the Gods. How did you not find anything about the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Uranus? Just when he was full of anger, he heard a footstep and turned his head to find Senju Hashirama standing behind him. Huh? Rox? Senju Hashirama frowned slightly and stared at Rox in front of him. He didn't deliberately look for Rox, his main purpose was not to find ancient weapons. However, after searching most of the Valley of the Gods, I didn't find any clues, and now I encountered Rox by accident. A member of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. Rox looked solemn, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes, staring at Senju Hashirama in front of him. The two looked at each other, but neither of them took the lead. Senju Hashirama doesn't want to fight the Rox because Cuomo's orders to find ancient weapons. The reason why Rox didn't do it directly was because he was afraid that Cuomo was lurking around him, ambushing him. Where's Cuomo? Let him out. Rox confronted Senju Hashirama. Cuomo? What do you want from him? Senju Hashirama asked rhetorically. Tell him to come out and meet me, Rox growled. He. Cuomo is not here, you want to find him, go find him yourself, and want him to come out to meet you? Senju Hashirama sneered. If Cuomo is not here, how dare you come to me alone? Rox sneered. He didn't believe that a member of the small Myriad Realms pirates had such courage to come to him alone. So he felt, Cuomo must be nearby, advertisement. I didn't come to look for you, but I wanted to complete the task Cuomo gave me, but I just met you accidentally. Senju Hashirama responded lightly. Although the Valley of the Gods is big, there are not a few people in the Valley of the Gods. So encounters like this are normal, so that means you're the only one here right now? Rox demanded. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed a chill, and he stared at Rox in front of him because he felt killing intent in Rox's eyes. When Rox knew that there were no other members around, without the slightest hesitation, armament hockey was covered on his fist, and he rushed directly towards Senju Hashirama. A small member of the Myriad Realms pirates, since he met him, he naturally couldn't let him go. Boom! Rox's fist collided with Senju Hashirama's, and the ground exploded from the blow. The fists of the two collided for several seconds, and then the two stepped back. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** surprise. He thought he could easily defeat Senju Hashirama, but he didn't expect his fist to be easily received by Senju Hashirama. This makes him very uncomfortable. After punching each other, Senju Hashirama stabilized his figure, folded his hands on his chest, and stared at Rox indifferently. Although Cuomo's mission is to find the ancient weapon Uranus, he's in trouble right now. We can only put aside the task of finding Uranus for a while, we need to solve the Rox first. Rox slowly pulled out the famous sword on his waist, stomped his feet, and rushed towards Senju Hashirama again. He didn't believe it, he couldn't even beat a small member of the Pirates of Myriad Realms. Senju Hashirama watched as Rox rushed towards him, his fists covered with Conqueror's Haki. Then he took the initiative to rush towards Rox. Boom! Senju Hashirama's fist collided with Rox's long knife, and there was a sudden violent shock. The buildings not far away collapsed after a large number of cracks appeared in an instant. Became a ruin. Senju Hashirama has a terrible strange power. After coming to this world, he practiced taijutsu and Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement now his physical body has already reached a very terrifying level, just relying on physical skills. 0. Seeking flowers, he is enough to gain a foothold in this world. Bang bang bang. Rox's long knife kept colliding with Senju Hashirama's fist, and every time there was a blow, there would always be a sound of violent noise in the air, each sound getting louder than the sound. This also shows that the power of Rox swinging a knife is constantly getting stronger. But no matter how many times he swings his sword and slashes at Senju Hashirama, the opponent can always easily defend against his attacks. Boom! On the way to defend, Senju Hashirama found a flaw in Rox and punched Rox hard in the abdomen. The huge strange force hit Rox's abdomen, directly causing his body to fly backwards for a distance of more than 10 meters. You bloody B******************. After being knocked into the air, Rox stabilized his figure and stared at Senju Hashirama in front of him with a ferocious expression. 0. He never expected that during the battle, Senju Hashirama would find an opportunity to be attacked. Although this punch didn't have any effect on him, to him, it was a great shame. If Cuomo had attacked him, he wouldn't have felt wrong. After all, Cuomo is a strong man of the same level and status as him. But Senju Hashirama is just a member of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. Traumatized by Cuomo's crew, what's not a shame for the Rox? Is your strength just like this? Rox? Senju Hashirama had a cold look in his eyes, staring at Rox calmly. Arrogant brat, when I was famous in New World, you were just a piece of shit, and now you are just like a piece of shit in front of me, Rox growled. Faced with Senju Hashirama's ridicule, Rox is completely angry now. The veins on his forehead and arms popped up, and a layer of Conqueror's Haki was wrapped around the long knife, and then he swung out suddenly, sending a sword aura towards Senju Hashirama. The sword chi flew across the sky, telling to tear the ground, towards Senju Hashirama TCM. Senju Hashirama puts his arms in front of him and defends against Rox's attack with armament Haki. After blocking the attack, Senju Hashirama also rushed towards Rox quickly. 157 Roger. The 10,000 Worlds pirates are out of my reach. On the other side, the battle between Cuomo and Garp, the crane, is still going on, but after Cuomo opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates and borrowed the power of the Black Dragon. The strength he possessed could almost be called crushing Garp. But, although Garp is in a suppressed state, he is covered with armament hockey, and it is very difficult to defeat him in a short time. What's more, there is a crane on the side to exert pressure. The battle was at a stalemate for a short time. You really have Garp who is persistent enough. Cuomo flapped his wings behind his back, stood in the air, looked at Garp in the huge pit under his feet and said flatly. He knocked his Garp into the air many times, but Garp is like an immune to death Xiaoqiang. 250. Every time he is knocked down, he will stand up again quickly. Garp's perseverance, I guess it's at the same level as rocks, if he is allowed to eat a dark fruit too. Presumably he can persist until his physical strength is completely exhausted. As long as I have one breath, I won't fall down. Garp wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression extremely serious. Although he is currently in a state of being suppressed, it is not completely impossible to win. Crane is the variable in this fight, as long as Crane's abilities can reach Cuomo. It is possible for him to win this battle. While the chances of getting a crane to touch Cuomo are extremely slim, it's not impossible. Just as Garp was about to continue attacking Cuomo, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. He turned his head and noticed that Roger and others were approaching here. Roger, Garp said in a deep voice, staring at several people. Garp wasn't too surprised that Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba were here. Because Kong has already notified the Roger pirates, so Roger will definitely come to the Valley of the Gods. Garp. Roger saw Garp ahead and stopped. He came to the Valley of the Gods to find Rox and called Kong. Advertisement. The other party also said that Rox has not been found yet. They had no choice but to look for it by themselves, and they met Garp and others here. Are you here, Roger? Cuomo said, standing in midair. In the original book, Marine teamed up with the Roger pirates to destroy the Rox together. So Roger will appear in the Valley of the Gods, and Cuomo is not too much of a surprise. Cuomo. Roger looked up slightly and noticed Cuomo standing in midair. At this time, the aura exuding from Cuomo made him feel a huge threat. Hey, Roger, why are you here? B******************* D. Asked the Golden Lion who was fighting in the distance. To be honest, the number of people who have come to the Valley of the Gods today has exceeded the imagination of the Golden Lion. It's okay for the members of the Wenji pirates to come to the Valley of the Gods after getting the news, but why did the members of the Roger pirates also come to the Valley of the Gods? Roger heard the voice and looked in the direction of Golden Lion. At this moment, Golden Lion was fighting several elite vice admirals. These elite vice admirals are all naval headquarters. The very famous vice admirals are not weak, and even these vice admirals have the strength close to the quasi-admiral level. Roger, you have already formed an alliance with our marine, now join us to get rid of Cuomo first. He stared at Roger and said solemnly. With Garp alone, his odds against Cuomo are slim. But with the help of the Roger pirates, she thinks it is not difficult to defeat Cuomo. Golden Lion was stunned for a moment, and then asked, hey, isn't it Roger? You B*********** D actually teamed up with Marine? Roger ignored the Golden Lion, but took a look at Cuomo, then shook his head and responded. The purpose of me joining forces with you Marine is just to get rid of the Rox Zon Wenji pirates. Is not within the range of my shot. Roger would never have agreed to team up with Marine if the Rox pirate hadn't killed off a large number of his crew. After all, it is not a glorious thing for pirates to team up with Marine. The pirates of 10,000 Worlds is a huge threat to New World, and it is also a huge harm to you as a pirate. Don't you? Do you want to get rid of him? Crane asked coldly. Advertisement. As I said, the 10,000 Realms pirates are not within my range, Roger said solemnly. Leaving aside his goal of coming to the Valley of the Gods, it was just for the Rox pirate, not to mention, he still owes a favor to the pirates of 10,000 Realms. Just because of this point, he has absolutely no reason to take action against the Myriad Realms pirates. He, Roger, is a person who values love and righteousness and is also very trustworthy. You want to unite with the Roger pirates to encircle and suppress me. Your abacus now seems impossible to realize. Cuomo stood in midair and said with a sneer. Crane then felt the chill, staring solemnly at Cuomo in midair. She could feel it. Cuomo has murderous intent on her. As a pirate, you join hands with Marine. You are a shame to pirates, Roger. Golden Lion turned into a chatterbox, fighting and making complaints about Roger. It's not a shameful thing to join forces with Marine Shiki. We just have a common enemy. You should be glad. Our target today is not you. Roger responded with a faint glance at Golden Lion Road. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend, and now they have such a relationship between the Roger pirates and Marine. They both want to get rid of the Rox so they can be temporary friends. But as long as the Rox are dead, the 2.1 alliance between them will be broken. At that time, it is very likely that they will fight each other. He. Golden Lion sneered for a while and didn't bother to talk to Roger. He still had to try his best to face the several powerful enemies in front of him. And Roger looked at the battlefield, and then left with Rayleigh and Jabba. Although he has teamed up with Marine, no matter what happens, he will not attack the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. And now the battle here seems to be about to break out, and there is no need for them to stay here any longer. Rayleigh and Jabba took one look at Cuomo, then followed Roger out of here. Cuomo's aura is in full swing, making them feel great pressure, and now the two of them don't want to stay here for a long time. 158 Garp. First a Marine. Let's go on Garp. Cuomo watched Roger and the others leave, staring at the two of them solemnly. After his words fell, he took the initiative to rush towards Garp. At this moment, his speed almost exceeded the speed of sound. Clouds of air appeared in midair. This is the effect of speed exceeding the speed of sound on the surrounding air. He arrived in front of Garp almost in an instant, and Garp didn't even react. Boom! Cuomo punched Cuomo in the face so hard that only a loud bang could be heard. The ground shook violently, as if a volcanic eruption produced a strong sense of shock. At the same time, along with the sand and stone flying across, a violent air current was set off. After punching Garp hard, Cuomo followed suit. Cuomo slammed his fist at the crane. If his punch hit the crane, he would not die on the spot, but it could also seriously injure him. Boom! However, when Cuomo's fist hit the past, it was found that it didn't hit the crane, but pierced the body of a Marine elite vice admiral. The elite vice admiral knew crane was necessary to win the fight against Cuomo. So at the moment when Cuomo attacked 07, he blocked Cuomo with his body. Although he was covered with a layer of armament hockey, Cuomo's strength was so terrifying that it pierced his body with a single punch. Vice Admiral spat blood out of his mouth, half kneeling on the ground, with a fist-sized wound on his abdomen. It was caused by being pierced by Cuomo's fist. Huh? Was it blocked? Cuomo himself did not expect that other people would help Crane block the punch. However, because the punch did not hurt the Crane, Cuomo quickly moved away from the two of them. After all, he didn't want to be touched by the Crane using his ability. Ahem. Elite Vice Admiral coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, put his hands on the ground, trying not to let himself fall down. In any case, he also possesses the strength close to the quasi-admiral level, and if he is pierced through the body, he will not die directly. One hit instant kill. Advertisement Golden Lion's pupils contracted violently, staring at the elite vice admiral who was kneeling on the ground with his hands on the ground in the distance. He played against multiple elite vice admirals at the same time, which made him feel a lot of pressure. But even in a one-on-one situation, it is impossible for him to kill an elite vice admiral in a short time. But Cuomo actually killed one in one blow. With such strength, even the Golden Lion felt fear. Although the current Golden Lion's strength is close to its peak, but compared with Cuomo, his strength is still a lot worse. So strong, Elite Vice Admiral raised his head with difficulty, staring at Cuomo. Cuomo almost killed him with just one blow, and now he knows how much pressure Garp and Crane have endured against Cuomo. Leave this battlefield first, and stay here. You will die here, he gently patted his shoulder and instructed. She is very grateful to the Elite Vice Admiral for blocking a punch for her, but she also knows that it is useless to say some careless words now. The only way to keep him alive is to let him leave the battlefield. Hearing this, Golden Lion quickly slapped his palm on the ground, and a huge lion head appeared. Quickly devoured the hard-hit Elite Vice Admiral. Shiki. The Elite Vice Admiral who was fighting with Golden Lion saw this scene, and immediately burned with anger, and launched a more violent attack on Golden Lion. With one less opponent, I really feel very relaxed, Golden Lion said with a ferocious smile. Even facing the joint attack of several Elite Vice Admirals, Golden Lion did not show any fear. After all, without a strong player who is close to the Quasi-Admiral's strength, his battle pressure is too much. Cuomo. Garp here jumped out of the huge pit, staring fiercely at Cuomo. These elite vice admirals are all at the main level of their naval headquarters. As a vice admiral, Garp naturally has some friendship with these elite vice admirals, and now he sees a vice admiral die. He was naturally angry. I didn't kill him, you should go find Shiki. Cuomo responded calmly, pointing at the Golden Lion not far away. Advertisement, hey, Cuomo, don't blame me, Golden Lion retorted quickly. If Garp casts his sights on Cuomo as a rival, he could be in trouble. Today. We will not let you leave here safely, Cuomo. He looked at Kesao with gloomy eyes and said coldly. Cuomo just sneered when he heard the words and didn't respond too much. Because he didn't pay attention to either Garp or Crane. Garp clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms and forehead popped out. His speed was extremely fast, almost approaching the speed of sound. He quickly approached Cuomo, and then punched hard. Garp's current speed has almost exceeded the limit that his body can bear. But in the world of pirates, isn't it common to burst out with power beyond the limit of the body? His speed at this level, in the eyes of outsiders, is undoubtedly extremely fast, but in Cuomo's view, it is still almost 737. Still too slow, Garp. Cuomo covered hockey with his fist and punched Garp hard. The two punches wanted to collide, but within a few seconds, Garp was sent flying. Garp's body fell heavily among the ruins, covered by broken buildings. At this moment, Garp unconsciously felt a sense of weakness in his heart, although he could be knocked down by Cuomo countless times before standing up again. But he found that no matter how many times he got up, he couldn't hold Cuomo's fist. Cuomo's power is too scary. Although he didn't want to admit it, he really felt a huge sense of weakness in his heart now. At this moment, he wanted to lie like this all the time, without having to face Cuomo. But, when he thought of himself as Marine, an invisible force of thought supported him to climb out of the ruins again. I'm a Marine, Garp yelled as he climbed out of the rubble and charged at Cuomo again. But without any surprise, he was knocked into the air again, and his body fell into the ruins. And this time Cuomo used all his strength, directly knocking Garp unconscious. Cuomo stared briefly at the ruins in the direction of Garp's fall, then set his sights on the crane. Next, it's your turn. 159 The crane falls? Seek full order? Feeling Cuomo's cold gaze, Crane's footsteps unconsciously stepped back a few steps. Then watched Cuomo warily. Cuomo slowly pulled out the shenyan from his waist, and appeared in front of the crane in the next second. Cuomo knows that Crane's armament haki, while terrifying, is well below Garp's level. And the crane body technique is not strong, he is strong in the marine. Shua. Cuomo used all his strength to slash under Crane's body, even though Crane used armament haki to cover his whole body at a critical moment. But at this time, Cuomo's power has perverted to ultimate, and he cut the crane into two pieces with one knife. Crane. The elite vice admiral who was fighting Golden Lion saw this scene and shouted involuntarily. Crane is an important figure in defeating Cuomo. If he is dead now, who else can defeat Cuomo with hard power? Gia ha ha. Cuomo is really ruthless. Cuomo. Golden Lion laughed when he saw this scene. Cuomo's killing was so decisive, which Golden Lion did not expect. If it was Golden Lion, he would not choose to kill Crane. After all, the relationship between Crane and Garp, Sengoku, and Kong is really good. If she is killed, the three of them will run wild, and there will be endless troubles at that time. But Cuomo dared to kill the crane, so he was not afraid of Garp, Sengoku, and Kong running away. At this time, Garp was in a coma, and no one knew what kind of emotion he would feel when he woke up and heard the news of Crane's death. It's none of Cuomo's business, though, and it's not something he should be thinking about. The elite vice admiral who was fighting Golden Lion also chose to stop at this moment, watching Cuomo warily. If Cuomo joins forces with the Golden Lion against them, there's a good chance that all of them will die here. However, Cuomo just glanced indifferently at the marine on the scene, and then chose to leave. His main purpose of coming to the Valley of the Gods is to find ancient weapons, and fight with rocks to imitate his sword skills. It's just a waste of his time to stay here and fight this group of marines. Advertisement. Watching Cuomo leave, the group of elite vice admirals subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Crane's corpse, and felt extremely helpless in their hearts. Cuomo is completely a monster with hard power that no one can compare to. Because of Crane's death, they didn't have the heart to fight the Golden Lion anymore. Instead, report the news to other marines, and Golden Lion also took this opportunity to leave here. Outside the Valley of the Gods, there is another pirate ship approaching the gods. This pirate ship is exactly the pirate ship of Bundy World, after they got the news that the Valley of the Gods has ancient weapons. Go to the Valley of the Gods at the fastest speed. But they are currently the last to come to the Valley of the Gods. Coupled with the arrival of the Bundy World pirates, 5 factions have poured into the Valley of the Gods. These 5 forces are all the top forces in the sea. It's finally here. The competition for ancient weapons. How could I be missing? Bundy World clasped his hands in front of his chest, and raised his mouth slightly. The island of the Valley of the Gods is huge and surrounded by the sea, so there is not only one landing point. They arrived at the Valley of the Gods on the other side, so they did not meet Uchiha Madara, Sengoku, Zephyr and others who were fighting on the ship. After Bundy World docked the ship by the sea, they directly led the crew to the island. The battle here seems to be very tragic. Bundy World looked at the broken Valley of the Gods and said. The area he could see was basically ruins. There are many dead celestial dragons on the ground, as well as marines, including members of the Rock's pirate. Bundy World continues to go deep into the Valley of Gods to see if they can find the whereabouts of ancient weapons. Suddenly he heard footsteps, and he looked into the distance, only to see a large group of marines approaching. Leading this group of marines is none other than Marine Marshal Kong. Advertisement. Kong's face changed slightly. He stared at him with a little surprise and said, Bundy World, why are you here? This time the Valley of the Gods battle, there must be too many people coming. If Bundy World is added, the power of the Valley of Gods now exists. 10,000 Worlds Pirates, Roger Pirates, Rock's Pirate, Marine, and Bundy World Pirates. The people who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods this time were beyond imagination. It's fine if the pirates of Myriad Realms are here, but why is Bundy World coming to the Valley of the Gods to join in the fun? Backquote. You Marines can come, why can't I come? Bundy World responded with a sneer. Damn Rock's pirate cadres. Kong couldn't help cursing at this moment. I thought that the cadres of the Rock's pirate informed them about the Rock's actions in advance, which would help their marine. But now it seems that this. In fact, even if there is no notification from Rock's pirate, when Rocks arrives at the Valley of the Gods to destroy, they can also quickly feel the Valley of the Gods. At this time, they allied with the Roger pirates. At that time, it can almost be said that Rocks can be wiped out 100%. But now because of the notice of the Rock's pirate cadres, not only their Marine 4 Seasons, and Roger pirates have reached the Valley of the Gods. Even the pirates of Myriad Realms and the pirates of Bundy World also chose to intervene, which is not good news for them. The reason why the current situation is uncontrollable is because of those defected, Rock's pirate cadres, many. However, since you are here today, don't think about leaving. Kong took a deep breath and stared at the Bundy World in front of him solemnly. I don't want to fight you. Bundy World shook his head slightly, then used Devil Fruit to speed up his speed, and left this place quickly. His purpose is for the ancient weapons, and he doesn't want to get entangled with this group of marines. But if Bundy World can escape Kong's pursuit, his crew may not. After Bundy World escaped, His crew were all subdued by Marines people without accident. 160 Senju Hashirama. Wooden Golem Jutsu, please order in full. Valley of the Gods, a certain area. At the moment Senju Hashirama is fighting the rocks. Senju Hashirama came to this world much shorter than Uchiha Madara and others. Although he has learned Conqueror's Haki, and all of them are very advanced, his progress is not very high. Even so he wants to deal with the rocks is still okay, but wants to beat the rocks. The difficulty is not small, because rocks has a very pervert devil fruit, that is dark fruit. Dark fruit can counteract the damage suffered by the body while bearing double the pain. With the perseverance of rocks, paired with this devil fruit, it is almost invincible. As long as his physical strength is not exhausted, almost no one can kill him. Dark water. Rocks opened his big hand to aim at Senju Hashirama, and a cloud of dark mist appeared on the palm of his hand. One of dark fruit's abilities is that it can pull people with abilities to its side. After the battle, Rocks guessed that Senju Hashirama is also an ability user. After all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to use abilities like trees. However, when he releases Dark Water 443 to aim at Senju Hashirama, he finds that this ability seems to be invalid for Senju Hashirama. Damn, is it invalid? Rocks frowned slightly, and glanced at his palm in a little surprise. No matter when he uses the ability of Dark Water, he can always cause a surprise attack on the ability user. It is effective for any ability user to use this ability. But he now finds that his ability is not only ineffective against Cuomo, but also ineffective against Cuomo's crew Senju Hashirama. He is a little suspicious now, whether the 10,000 Realms pirates have mastered some way to restrain his ability. Wood-style Wooden Golem Jutsu. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and on the ground under his feet, a huge wooden golem quickly appeared. Wooden Golem was tall, with a fierce face, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body, and a huge wooden dragon coiled around his shoulder. Advertisement Wooden Golem Jutsu is Senju Hashirama wood-style ability, one of the strongest moves. He has used this ability against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Power is extraordinary. AHFB, Dark Knife. Rocks put Devil Fruit's abilities on the blade after covering the dark matter. His blade will be highly corrosive. After all, the essence of his Devil Fruit is to devour. Come. With a knife in both hands, Rocks yelled and rushed towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama stands on top of the wooden golem and then maneuvers the wooden golem towards the rocks. The positions of the two quickly approached, and Wooden Golem threw a punch, which was covered with armament Haki's power and smashed towards Rocks. The veins in Rock's arm bulged, and he swung the knife in his hand to slash at the adult's fist. Boom! There was a loud noise, and large cracks appeared on the ground under Rock's feet, like spider webs, and they were still spreading rapidly in all directions. The power of Wooden Golem itself is very strong, plus it is covered with a layer of armament Haki. The power has increased a lot, which has brought a lot of pressure to Rocks. Damn it! How could I not be able to defeat a brat like you? Rocks used his arms again to resist Wooden Golem. Rocks is one of the giants of the New World. It is as famous as Cuomo and is called the Two Giants of the Sea. Now Rocks is in a slightly suppressed state against Cuomo's crew. This made Rocks very unhappy. With that in mind, Rocks is on the cutting edge with more Devil Fruit abilities to deal with Wooden Golem's fist. In fact, if Senju Hashirama's Wooden Golem is not covered with a layer of Haki, the corrosiveness of the rock's dark mist can quickly corrode it. But because Wooden Golem's fist is covered with a layer of Haki, whether it is attack or hardness, it has been upgraded to a higher level. This also results in a dark fog of rocks, which cannot be corrupted directly. Advertisement. Boom. Time passed by second, Wooden Golem's fist finally suffered corrosion. At this moment, Rocks roared loudly, and bounced Wooden Golem away with all his strength. Shua. The moment it bounced off, Rocks slashed hard towards Wooden Golem's body. Senju Hashirama didn't have time to cover Haki in Wooden Golem's predecessor due to the speed at which Rock's blade swung. The sword energy covering Devil Fruit's ability cut on Wooden Golem's body, causing him a lot of damage. At this moment, when Rocks was about to pursue the victory, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Finally found you, Rocks. Roger stood not far away, staring at Rocks solemnly. Rocks turned his head and saw the three members of the Roger pirates, slightly surprised. Roger, why are you here? It's fine that the pirates of 10,000 realms are here, but why is the Roger pirates also here? Of course I'm here to look for you. Roger directly pulled out the western knife from his waist, a trace of killing intent bloomed in his eyes, and he stared intently at Rocks. The Valley of Gods area is very large. Roger searched for a long time, and finally found Rocks in this area. As soon as they met each other, Roger didn't intend to talk nonsense, and directly pulled out the western knife. Kill us then, my brother, today. You don't want to leave the Valley of Gods Rocks alive. Rayleigh and Jabba also drew out their weapons without the slightest hesitation. Hee. Just you guys, you want to keep me in the Valley of the Gods? Rocks sneered and responded with disdain. Only Cuomo can be regarded as a real opponent by the Rocks, although Senju Hashirama is difficult to deal with. Rocks thought he could beat him. Do you think we can't do it? Rayleigh said indifferently with a chill in his eyes. At this time, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, the strength of the three of them has not yet reached its peak. But the three of them have an excellent coordination. The combination of the three of them is absolutely capable of confronting a strong man beyond Admiral's strength. The current strength of the rocks, they don't know, but they think that the three of them will join forces, and they will not be defeated by anyone. 161 Encirclement and suppression of rocks, full order. There is a gap between our strengths that is difficult for you to bridge. Otherwise, why would I be a sea giant and you are not? Rox said calmly. Although he said so, Rox is still a little flustered at the moment. The last time he was besieging Roger on an island in the New World, he found that Roger's swordsmanship had some shadows of Cuomo. Although Roger at the time denied that he was a friend of Cuomo. But Rox still has some doubts about this. This time the Roger pirates can come to the Valley of the Gods, Rox guessed. It is very likely that Cuomo notified. Rox doesn't have any worries if he only deals with the three members of the Roger pirates. But considering that Roger has a relationship with Cuomo when he was fighting against the three of Roger's pirates, it is also very possible that Cuomo suddenly came here and intervened in this battle. At that time, he definitely lost. This time I came to the Valley of the Gods, not only did I not find Uranus. He might even risk his life here. Rox felt as if he had been tricked. What about the sea giant? Even if I risk my life today, I will avenge my dead brother, Roger said with firm eyes. At this moment, Senju Hashirama standing on top of wooden golem suddenly said, since you want to fight, then I will withdraw first. Senju Hashirama took back the wooden golem and was about to leave. His main task is to find the ancient weapon Uranus in the Valley of the Gods, not to fight with Rox. Since the three members of the Roger pirates chose to be the opponent of Rox, he also had a chance to leave here. Thank you, Senju Hashirama. Roger responded with a slight nod. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama just glanced at Roger indifferently and was about to leave. Suddenly, a large group of Marines approached, and the leader was Kong. After seeing the two, he said, Senju Hashirama, Rox. After Kong's words fell, the surrounding Marines quickly surrounded Rox and Senju Hashirama. Advertisement, Martial Marine, Kong? Senju Hashirama asked coldly with a slightly pale face. He originally thought that after handing over Rox, his opponent, to Roger, he would be able to retreat unscathed. But now it seems that this idea is about to fail, because Marine will never let go of him, a member of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Damn it, why is Marine here? Rox looked around vigilantly, his face extremely gloomy. Now the Roger pirates have been eyeing him, and now Marine is here too. And through Kong's eyes, Rox knew that the other party's target was also him. Being targeted by Marine and Roger pirates at the same time, Rox feels very bad now. Kong, let us deal with the enemy Rox. Roger glanced at Kong and said. Rox killed a large number of members of his ship, so he wants to end Rox himself. Then I'll leave it to you. Kong nodded upon hearing this. Hand Rox over to the Roger pirates, and he takes advantage of the opportunity. It's a good chance to take out Senju Hashirama of the pirates of the world. Roger, did you team up with Marine? Rox suddenly had a bad feeling when he heard the conversation between Roger and Kong. He thought he could take advantage of the chaotic battle between Marine, Senju Hashirama, and Roger pirates to escape. But through the dialogue between Roger and Kong, Rox guessed whether the two have joined forces, otherwise the dialogue. Why is it so harmonious? We can't call it a joint venture, it's just, our target is you. Roger shook his head lightly. How could the pirates team up with Marine? They're just short-lived partners, once Rox is dead. Their cooperation will also disintegrate. In order to kill me, you actually teamed up with Marine. But, didn't you find out? The threat of the 10,000 Worlds pirates is much greater than my Rox. Rox pretending to be calm, he glanced at the audience. Rox wants to start a fight now. Let Marine and the main force of the Roger pirates focus on the 10,000 Realms pirates. Advertisement: if he did not succeed in leading the battle, he would not be able to escape today. Even if he can defeat the three main players of the Roger pirates, he will definitely be seriously injured by then. 0. Ask for flowers. When the time comes, Marine will reap the benefits of the fisherman, and it will be difficult for him to escape. Don't change the subject, Rox, it's useless, we just want to kill you today, Roger said flatly. Even if you kill me, Marine will not let your Roger go. If you want to kill me, you can have a chance at any time on the sea. What you should consider now is to join forces with me and defeat Marine. When the time comes, we will be fighting. Surely you don't want Marine to be the winner either. Rox was still struggling, because he knows very well that once he fights with the three members of the Roger pirates now, his fate can only be death in the end. His cadres must be hopeless now. He knew those cadres, and the reason why they had not betrayed him was to accompany him to the Valley of the Gods. Basically all for ancient weapons. Now he is in great trouble, and those cadres will not help him at all, because there is no emotion among members of the Rox pirate, and there are only interests. Roger, kill the Rox, we Marines can let you go in the Valley of the Gods this time, Kong shouted. To be honest, he was also afraid that Roger would suddenly change his focus and team up with Rox to deal with their Marine. Although there are currently only 3 members of the Roger pirates, the combat power of these 3 combined exceeds that of Admiral. If you change your mind at this time and attack their Marines first, their Marines will be in big trouble. Needless to say, Rox, I won't join forces with you, and now I just want to kill you, Roger said in a deep voice. You bloody B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** coming up, so he's simply cursed. Think of him as a dignified Rox, who has been in the New World for more than 10 years. During this period, he defeated countless powerful enemies. Could it be? Is it going to fall into this Valley of Gods today? There is a huge unwillingness in his heart, but now, it is almost a dead end. Roger pirates won't let him go, Marine won't let him go, and 10,000 Realms pirates probably won't let him go either. With so many people targeting him, it is almost impossible for him to survive. 162 Rocks join forces with Bundy World, full order. Rocks, Roger, Jabba, Rayleigh, Kong, Senju Hashirama, and Marine's famous generals. I never imagined that in this Valley of Gods, I could meet so many of you at the same time. Not far away, Bundy World comes slowly. His crew was subdued by the Marines, and there was nothing he could do about it, since he didn't want to be tough with Kong after all. But he dared to show his face in front of so many powerful people, so he was naturally sure to escape from here. His Momo fruit can increase his speed by dozens of times, several times faster than the one in Marine 6 styles. In terms of speed, no one present can catch up to him, unless Rocks uses dark fruit to forcibly suck him. Bundy World. Kong stared at Bundy World solemnly. Bundy World is the same as the Roger Pirates, 470, is a famous strongman in the sea. And now Kong doesn't know what Bundy World's position is, and he doesn't know where he will stand in this melee. If he were on the side of Rocks, the situation would be a little more complicated. Because Bundy World's current strength, even if it is not at the Admiral level, must be infinitely close to Admiral. Ha ha ha. It's just in time, Bundy World joins hands with me. After killing Roger, I can give away all the treasures that my Rocks pirate has stored over the years. Rocks saw Bundy World when he arrived, he burst out laughing. Then wanted to invite Bundy World to join forces. As long as Bundy World agrees to join forces with him. They want to deal with the Roger pirates, the three main forces have no problem. And defeating the Roger pirates early, Rocks still has the possibility of escape. All the treasures. Hearing what Rocks said, D-World smiled unconsciously. It is impossible to say that you are not impressed, you must know that Rocks pirate is one of the giants in the New World. Over the years, Rocks has mastered countless resources in New World like an emperor. How intimidating their storage must be, Bundy World is a pirate for fame. And if you want a great reputation, you need to recruit powerful pirates and form a pirate group that makes Marine fearful. Advertisement to achieve this level, the support of resources is indispensable. The wealth of the Rocks pirate has great allure for Bundy World. Of course, as long as you join forces with me to fight Roger, when we escape from the Valley of the Gods, I will give you all the treasures of our Rocks pirate, Rocks said affirmatively. In order to survive, he is naturally willing to hand over all his treasures, after all, money is something outside of him. As long as he can leave the Valley of Gods alive today. Everything can start all over again, I promise you, Bundy World responded with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Even if he promised Rocks to fight the Roger pirates, and there was an accident in the subsequent battle, with his devil fruit ability, he could easily escape from the battlefield. And he's not afraid of Rocks cheating on him, because he has the Seastone bullet in his hand that can restrain people. Now, what are you going to fight me with, Roger? Rocks turned his head to look at Roger and laughed ferociously. Although Rocks doesn't know the strength of the current Bundy World, he can become a famous pirate at sea and has escaped from Marine's pursuit many times. How can Bundy World be an easy character? What to do, Captain Roger? Jabba on the side said a little nervously. If only Rocks was alone, with the combined strength of the three of them, they would definitely be able to win. Open black lens bracket. But now that Bundy World is involved, it is extremely difficult to defeat both of them at the same time. Roger looked a little heavy, thinking about countermeasures. Bundy World, are you sure you want to help Rocks today? Not far away, Kong's face darkened. As Marines, they naturally wanted Rocks to die here in this battle. But with the intervention of Bundy World, it is possible for Rocks to escape the Valley of the Gods. When the time comes, it will undoubtedly be very difficult to find a chance to kill Rocks. Advertisement, if you Marines are willing to give me 10 billion Baileys, I will leave now, Bundy World responded lightly. How could we give you a pirate 10 billion Bailey, Kong retorted. The behavior of Bundy World is completely extortion, 10 billion Baileys is not a small amount. Although they can take out 10 billion, they don't want to be blackmailed by a pirate. Then it seems that there is no need for negotiation between us, Bundy World said with a grin. Stop talking nonsense with this group of people Bundy World, kill Roger first, escape from the Valley of the Gods, if that be ******** D Cuomo also comes, it will be troublesome, Rocks said. The current situation is Marine against Senju Hashirama. And Rocks teamed up with Bundy World to deal with the three main forces of the Roger pirates. With the current situation, Rocks has a high chance of escaping from here, but if Cuomo also comes, it will be a big trouble. Long time no see, you are still so energetic, Rocks, suddenly a voice came. Attracting the attention of everyone present, Cuomo stood on the ruins and looked towards them. D. Why are you here? Rocks couldn't help cursing. Why can't I come? Cuomo approached the crowd step by step, spread his hands, and responded calmly. After he killed the crane, he left directly, he wanted to find Uranus in 1.1. However, there are too many powerful people gathered here, and it is very difficult to not perceive his observation hockey. Cuomo. Kong yelled angrily, looking at Cuomo. How are Garp and Crane doing now? When Kong first arrived in the Valley of the Gods, he met Cuomo. Garp at the time said he would stay with Crane to deal with Cuomo. But now that Cuomo is here, that means Garp has a problem with Crane. Garp, if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. As for the crane, I have already killed it. Cuomo glanced at Kong and responded lightly. Garp was knocked unconscious by his punch. He didn't know if he was dead or not, but Crane was pretty sure he was dead. After all, the body was broken in two. 163 Cuomo versus rocks. After hearing Cuomo's response, Kong was stunned for a while and said with a slightly trembling tone, "You killed Crane." Crane is Kong's good friend for many years. They have fought side by side many times, and Crane is also an indispensable ability user for their naval headquarters. Although he is only a vice admiral, his prestige among the naval headquarters is no less than that of a marine admiral. But now, Crane was actually killed by Cuomo. If you kill it, you kill it. Marines are fighting pirates. How can they not die? Cuomo responded flatly. UB**************. D. Kong's forehead was bulging with veins. His fists were clenched, and now he was extremely angry. His best friend of many years is now killed and he can't keep his sanity. Kong was furious and walked towards Cuomo step by step, wanting to avenge Cuomo. Your opponent is me. Senju Hashirama said calmly as he stood in front of Kong suddenly. Get out of the way. Kong yelled angrily. But Senju Hashirama was completely unmoved, standing in front of Kong. His expression was normal, facing Kong who was angry, without a trace of fear. 07. Kill Cuomo. Kong shouted to the surrounding elite vice admiral. These elite vice admirals are all the absolute high-level combat forces of naval headquarters, and they cooperate with each other tacitly. The combined combat power can be said to have a strength beyond the admiral level. Yes, many elite vice admiral quickly gathered together and rushed to Cuomo. Boom. Suddenly a figure landed in front of Cuomo, stomping heavily on the ground, causing a puff of smoke. The smoke dissipated slowly, and I saw Akunologia standing in front of Cuomo, grinning and saying, I'm naturally indispensable for such things as fighting. He was supposed to fight Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. But Charlotte Linlin sacrificed Prometheus, as well as Napoleon, briefly blocking Akunologia. Then he escaped with Kaido on Zeus. Another one. These elite vice admirals stared at Akunologia with an uneasy expression. They felt a great threat from Akunologia. The man in front of them, like an ancient beast, brought great pressure to them. Advertisement. These guys are up to you, Akuno, Cuomo ordered. No problem. Akunologia said calmly. Are you here too, Bundy World? Cuomo said calmly, setting his eyes on Bundy World. I was just passing by, Cuomo. Bundy World responded with a slight shake of his head. My target is rocks. I guess you won't stop me, Cuomo said slowly. His swordsmanship is almost at the top of the world, and next, he only needs to imitate Rox's swordsmanship to reach the real top. Of course not, Bundy World responded. Now not only Cuomo is eyeing rocks, but even the three main forces of the Roger pirates are also eyeing rocks. Now if he continues to join forces with rocks, wouldn't he have to deal with the three main forces of the Roger pirates, as well as Cuomo? To deal with these strong players at the same time, Bundy World believes that there is no chance of winning. Hearing Bundy World's words, Rock's heart suddenly turned cold, and he asked in a cold voice, don't you want my Rock's pirate's treasure? Compared with wealth, I think. Life is the most important thing. Bundy World glanced at him coldly, then stepped aside. He doesn't want to be seen as an enemy by Cuomo. After all, if he finds out the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship in the future, he still needs the assistance of the pirates of 10,000 realms. Rocks, you are still doomed today. Jabba couldn't help but smile triumphantly at this moment. I thought Bundy World teamed up with the rocks, which would make them trouble. But with the arrival of Cuomo, the situation turned upside down on their side. Let's join forces to deal with rocks, Cuomo. Roger looked at Cuomo and said. No, let me do it alone, Roger, Cuomo said, shaking his head slightly. This battle is Rock's final battle, and he is destined to fall here. His life Cuomo wanted to end alone. We're teaming up on rocks. He's mortal Cuomo, Rayleigh said now. I can kill him alone, Cuomo said flatly. Advertisement. But, Jabba frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but at this moment Roger stopped him from speaking. That's up to you, Cuomo, although Roger wanted to kill rocks himself. But now that Cuomo has spoken, it is not easy for him to continue to participate. Captain Roger. Rayleigh also wanted to say something. It doesn't matter whoever kills, as long as Rocks dies here today, Roger said slightly shaking his head. Okay. Hearing that Roger had already said that, Rayleigh and Jabba couldn't say much more. Stepped aside, leaving the battle to Cuomo. Go all out, Rocks, this will be your last battle. Cuomo approached Rocks step by step and said indifferently. 173 today Rocks is a death situation, no one will work. Damn it. Rocks glanced around gloomily, feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. It is impossible to escape, and he cannot fly in the sky like Golden Lion. Even if he could fly, he wouldn't be able to escape, because Cuomo can also fly. Cuomo didn't have much conversation with Rocks, pulled out the Shenyan from his waist and rushed towards Rocks. Accompanied by his movements, Senju Hashirama followed suit and fought Kong. And Akunologia fought many Marine Elite Vice Admiral. The three main forces of the Roger pirates watched from the sidelines, and Bundy World did not choose to intervene, wanting to observe the battle between Cuomo and Rocks. Cuomo slashed hard and slashed at Rocks, and the two fought again after a long time. During this period of time, Rocks' swordsmanship has improved a lot and has reached the top level in this world. But Cuomo's own swordsmanship is not much worse than Rock's, and he has imitated and mastered many swordsmanship theories and moves. Now his sword skills are much better than Rock's. Shua. The blades of the two collided, setting off a violent storm and airflow, shaking all directions. The sky changed drastically, dark clouds rolled, and rolling thunder flickered. 164 Cuomo. You are destined to fall here. Even if I die today, I won't make you feel better, Cuomo. Rox growled while waving the long knife in his hand to confront Cuomo. It's definitely not possible to live today, but before he dies, he definitely can't make Cuomo feel good. Cut off Cuomo's arm at least. Thinking of this, Rox gave up any defensive means and kept slashing at Cuomo's arm. While Cuomo was defending, he hit the rocks hard. Swish swish swish. Cuomo defended against Rock's attack, taking advantage of this moment, quickly bounced off Rock's knife. In the next second, he swung several knives and slashed at Rock's body, but Rox didn't frown. He just stared at Cuomo fiercely, and saw a few clusters of black mist rising from his abdomen, and these wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the horror of dark fruit, which can be described as ultimate in the hands of Rox. Even if Cuomo wanted to completely defeat the Rox, he could only do so by exhausting his physical strength. It's really pervert's devil fruit ability, Jabba, who was watching the battle from a distance, said in a slightly surprised voice. Rox deserves to be one of the giants of the New World, and dark fruit is paired with its own terrifying perseverance. Unless his physical strength is completely exhausted, other than that, is there any other way to kill him? You must know that Rox's physical strength is at the top level in the world. If you are going to fight alone, no one can beat Rox except Cuomo. Such devil fruit shouldn't appear in this world, but, after Rox dies, this devil fruit will still be reborn, and sooner or later someone will get it. I don't know who will pick up this devil fruit. Roger watched the battle between the two seriously. Dark fruit, as long as it is picked up by people with top perseverance, it is very difficult to kill. This fruit can be called the most terrifying devil fruit. If someone with perseverance and talent gets this devil fruit again, he will surely become the next Rox, Rayleigh said to himself. The ability to be the next devil fruit is Blackbeard, but Blackbeard does not have such terrible perseverance as Rox. But relying on his extreme talent, after getting this devil fruit, he became 4 emperors in the future world. Advertisement: it would be great if this devil fruit could be completely destroyed, Jabba said. But this idea is impossible to realize. Devil fruit cannot be destroyed. Roger shook his head and responded. Devil fruit is something unique to this sea. Even if it is destroyed, it will be reborn in a certain area of the sea and cannot be completely destroyed. While Roger et al. Are discussing, Rox and Cuomo, who have been fighting for a while, are already fighting with all their strength. Rox knew he was going to die, so he fought crazily, no matter how painful the attack was. He gritted his teeth and persisted, and looked for opportunities to fight back against Cuomo. But Cuomo is still in the state of opening the 7th gate at this moment, possessing an extremely terrifying insight. Plus observation hockey who can predict the future level, so it is very difficult for Rox to attack him. Bang bang bang. The blades of the two collided again and again, and the sound of violent roars came from the surrounding space. The ground under the two of them had long been torn apart because it could not withstand the attacks of the two of them. Roger and Bundy World at the moment go to a further distance to watch this battle 3. Because if you get too close, you may be implicated by the attacks of the two. Shua. Cuomo held the knife in both hands, covered with armor and conqueror's hockey, and slashed hard at Rox. Shua. Facing Cuomo's attack, Rox did not do any defense at all, but instead took advantage of this opportunity to find a loophole to attack Cuomo. Both strikes were fired at the same time, and Cuomo's strike slashed at Rox's chest, leaving a deep gash with visible bone. And Rox's knife slashed at Cuomo's arm, but it didn't cut off. Cuomo's arm emerged with dragon scales and armament hockey defended against Rox's attack. Damn. Seeing this scene, Rox couldn't help cursing. Advertisement finally found a chance to cut Cuomo, but Cuomo's own defense is really terrible. His attacks, impenetrable to damage Cuomo's defenses. Why do you have to aim at my arm and chop it off? You don't know. You want to break my arm, Rox. Cuomo glanced at his arm bleeding a little and said lightly. If you want to kill me, I can't make you feel better, Rox said with a grim face. Even if I don't want to kill you, do you think? Have you survived today? Cuomo smiled indifferently. Today Rox is mortal. Even if Cuomo does not intervene in this world, Rox is doomed to perish in the Valley of the Gods, and he cannot solve the mortal situation. Without you, I would definitely be able to leave the Valley of Gods alive, Rox responded angrily. Without Cuomo's involvement, Bundy World would have agreed to join forces with him. The two of them teamed up to defeat the Roger pirates, which is not difficult at all. As long as the Roger pirates can be defeated, Kong and his elite Vice Admiral can stop him and Bundy World. Although it is definitely not good Jaws, to beat them, but in terms of escapability, Bundy World is top-notch. Bundy World runs with him, and can definitely escape from Marine's siege. You can't do without, because you are destined to fall here, Cuomo responded calmly, shaking his head slightly. Lousy Rox, never believe in fate, Rox said violently. After the words fell, he took the initiative to attack Cuomo. The strength of Rox in this world is definitely beyond the reach of few people. He has the top conqueror's hockey, physical skills, and sword skills, all at the ceiling level, and Devil Fruit is also the most bug level in the world. Such a person, in the world of pirates, almost no one is his opponent. But unfortunately, he met Cuomo, a man who does not belong to the pirate world but owns the system. Rocks meets him and is doomed. 165 Whitebeard. Just abandon Captain Rocks? The offensives of Rocks and Cuomo were very swift and fierce, and the central area of the Valley of Gods almost belonged to the battlefield of the two of them. Rocks was covered in a layer of black mist, and the long knife in his hand was covered with extremely strong devil fruit abilities, including armed colors and conqueror's hockey. Being slashed by him, even a strong person at the Admiral level would suffer considerable damage. But, it is still quite difficult to break through Cuomo's defense. Dark Cave Road. Rocks suddenly slapped his palm on the ground, and saw a large amount of black mist instantly appear on the ground. The fog swallowed all the broken buildings in the surrounding area in an instant. At this moment, Cuomo raised his wings and floated in midair, not to be swallowed by the black mist. Although there are many broken buildings, the dark fruit ability of Rocks has a strong devouring power. Soon all buildings are consumed by Rocks' power, freed. Boom! Rocks yelled, and saw a cloud of black mist appearing high in the sky, and a large number of ruins fell from the mist and fell towards Cuomo. Cuomo looked at the ruins falling from the sky, with a calm expression, and slowly stretched out a hand. I saw a ball of black light lingering in his palm. The black light seemed very faint under the ruins that covered the sky and the sun, but it exuded terrifying power. When Cuomo took the form of the Black Dragon, he also got the magic of Dark Dragon Slayer. This trick is the Dark Dragon Slayer magic. Boom! In the next second, a black light cluster flew from Cuomo's hand and rushed directly to the high-altitude ruins. There was only a loud noise, a huge impact force, covering half of the island. The high-altitude ruins suddenly evaporated, turning into pieces of rubble, and then fell down. The rubble is not the slightest threat to Cuomo. Advertisement. Still useless. Rocks stared grimly at Cuomo in midair. Thinking back to the first time he met Cuomo many years ago, although he fought Cuomo at that time, the other party brought him a lot of pressure. But, as far from being as big as it is now, he thinks that his strength has improved a lot these years. But compared with Cuomo, it is still a bit worse, and he has indeed improved a lot. But Cuomo. More progress. What ability do you still have? Try your best to release Rocks, this is you. Finally enjoy the thrill of fighting. Cuomo stared at Rocks calmly. Said plainly. Are you going to kill me today, Cuomo? Rocks growled. It's not that I must kill you today, but that you must die today, and I, as the executor. Cuomo responded slowly. After his words fell, he rushed towards Rocks again, facing the attacking Cuomo. Lux also had to fight solemnly. Bang bang bang. The two confronted once again, and the strong impact of power caused considerable damage to the island of the Valley of the Gods. Because of the long-term battle, the edge of the Valley of Gods has already begun to collapse. The other side of the Valley of the Gods, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. The aftermath of the battle between Cuomo and the Rocks almost affected half of the Valley of the Gods. The entire Valley of the Gods can detect the abnormality over there, and can also know that Rocks is fighting Cuomo. Cuomo is at war with Captain Rocks. Shall we? Want to help? Kaido sat on the white cloud Zeus and asked the heavy lauder Linlin beside him. At the moment Kaido is covered in bruises, and after escaping the fight with Akunologia, he had a simple bandage. However, the injuries caused by Akunologia to his body cannot be recovered, and the scars will definitely accompany him for the rest of his life. Help? No. AHDI. Time to go. Charlotte Linlin shook her head slightly. Akunologia nearly killed Cuomo's crew alone. Advertisement. Now if they go to help the Rocks and fight against Cuomo, they will undoubtedly, a dead end. Abandon Captain Rocks just like that. If he leaves the Valley of the Gods, he will definitely trouble us, Kaido said. Although Kaido joined Rocks Pirate not long ago, he knows exactly how strong Rocks is. Once Rocks is angry and wants to pursue their troubles, then he and Charlotte Linlin will be in big trouble. Trouble us? Charlotte Linlin sneered after hearing this, and then said again. Whether he can leave the Valley of the Gods alive today is a difficult problem, let alone trouble us. One of Cuomo's crew has the strength to kill them, let alone Cuomo's strength. All of Cuomo's crew come together to find trouble with Rocks. Rocks is a dead-end situation. So Charlotte Linlin is not worried that Rocks will make trouble for them at all, because he predicts that Rocks will not be able to leave the Valley of Gods alive. We should leave Kaido, we will die if we stay here. Charlotte Linlin glanced at Kaido and said. There are a large number of strong people in the Valley of the Gods. If they encounter members of the Myriad Realms pirates again, they will not be so lucky to survive. You know, she lost Prometheus and Napoleon when she escaped from the hands of Akunologia. Stop looking for Uranus. We've searched around, but we still haven't found it, haven't we? Maybe the Valley of the Gods has no Uranus at all. Charlotte Linlin shook her head slightly. While the Rocks were still fighting Cuomo, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had already left the Valley of the Gods. The other side of the Valley of the Gods. Do you want to help Edward? Listen to me and leave, or you will die too. Golden Lion lit a cigar and stared at Whitebeard. The battle between Cuomo and Rocks is known to everyone in the Valley of the Gods, including the cadres of the Rocks pirate. But, none of the cadres are willing to help the Rocks, except Whitebeard. Just abandon Captain Rocks so decisively? Whitebeard held Kong Yunki in his hand, turned to look at him and questioned him. Captain Rocks can't survive today. If you go, you will die in vain. Golden Lion continued. 166-8 Inner Gates Chapter 8 Gate. Golden Lion knows very well how terrifying Cuomo's strength is now, and his strength is definitely above Rocks. Cuomo alone is enough to take on the rocks. Not to mention Cuomo also has a monster crew. If Cuomo's group of monster crews also choose to fight, even if 2 Whitebeards go, they can only give away their heads. Seeing Whitebeard's hesitation, Golden Lion continued. Didn't you always want to leave the rocks pirate? Now is your chance. After the death of Captain Rocks, you can create your own pirate group. There is no need to follow rocks to die. Whitebeard heard the words and sat on the ruins, although he wanted to create his own pirate group. But after all, I have been in the rocks pirate for more than 10 years, no matter how you say it, there must be a different kind of feeling. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this other kind of feeling is not worth mentioning at all. Because he and rocks are not friends, but the identity of the captain and crew. If you want to join my pirate group, you are welcome anytime, Edward, Golden Lion said. Whitebeard glanced up at him slightly, but didn't speak. Golden Lion just smiled lightly. Then he left the Valley of the Gods. He didn't want to stay in this dangerous place for one more second, and also, let alone choose to save rocks. In the central area of the Valley of the Gods, the battle between Cuomo and the rocks continues. Although Cuomo can press rocks slightly, it still takes a little time to kill him. But Cuomo himself is not in a hurry to kill rocks, because he still needs to imitate and master rocks' swordsmanship. After a long time fighting, Cuomo has almost completely imitated and mastered rocks' sword skills. He has reached a brand new level in the field of swordsmanship, a level that no one else has reached. Swish swish swish. Cuomo held Shenyan tightly with both hands and attacked rocks one after another. Terrible sword energy burst out, tearing apart the space, rushing towards rocks with the momentum of thunder. The sword energy flew so fast that even if rocks wanted to defend, he didn't have any chance. Advertisement. The slash hit rocks heavily, almost splitting him in half. But in the next second, the black mist on his body became more dense, and his physical injuries immediately returned to their original state. However, the severe pain also made him frown at this moment, although he has miraculous perseverance. But Cuomo's swordsmanship has surpassed common sense and miracles, and even Rock's terrible perseverance can't bear it. Has your swordsmanship gotten stronger again? Rocks questioned, his eyes fixed on Cuomo. When the two first fought, although Cuomo's swordsmanship was terrifying and made him feel great pain, this level of pain was still within his tolerance. But now Cuomo's slashing blows have, beyond the range of pain he can bear. He could have used Devil Fruit's ability to forcibly resist the injury, and then find a chance to attack Cuomo. But now that idea doesn't work anymore, because Cuomo's slash hurts so much that Rocks just wants to defend now. It's gotten stronger, but I still can't reach the top. I thought your swordsmanship would allow me to reach a new level. Now it seems. I was thinking too much. Cuomo looked at his property panel, said with a little regret. He has now fully mastered Rock's swordsmanship, as well as the theory of swordsmanship, logically speaking. The progress of imitating swordsmanship should be full. And his swordsmanship should have reached the full level. However, the progress of imitating swordsmanship has not been fully used, and it is still a bit short. Are you underestimating my sword skills, Cuomo? Rocks said in a deep voice. Although he didn't know what Cuomo meant, he could hear a little bit. That's what Cuomo thinks. He's not good at swordsmanship. Facing Rock's questioning, Cuomo glanced at him lightly and responded, "You are useless, then let this battle end." During the battle, he has not used his real power in order not to kill Rocks. Because he also needs to imitate mastering Rock's sword skills. 0 asterisk advertisement. But now he has fully mastered Rock's swordsmanship, so there is no need for Rocks to continue to live. 8 inner gates. 8 gates of death, open. 8 inner gates. The 8th gate is the most dangerous gate, because after opening this gate, it consumes vitality, and opening the 8th gate is almost a certain death situation. However, because of systemic reasons, Cuomo will not die at all even if 8th gate is turned on. But it's just that the time that can be maintained is shorter. But in that short amount of time, he was enough to kill Rocks. With the opening of the 8th gate, Cuomo was covered with a red air current from top to bottom. At this moment, Cuomo is just standing in midair, giving others infinite pressure. 0.0 The terrifying momentum made many people present breathless. Could it be that? Is Cuomo's real power? Roger's pupils contracted violently, and he stared solemnly at Cuomo in midair. The terrible pressure, even if they are far apart, Roger can clearly feel it. This pressure does not seem to come from people, but from a giant beast. It's a terrible pressure. The strength of the sea giants is really beyond our reach. Jabba wiped the sweat from his forehead, swallowed and said. In the face of Cuomo's terrifying pressure, Jabba felt as small as a bug. In front of Cuomo, there can be no waves. Is this the ultimate human strength? Presumably only Cuomo has reached this level, Rayleigh said solemnly. If I had your strength, I would have become the overlord of the world long ago, Cuomo. Bundy World stared at Cuomo in a low voice. Damn it, you haven't used your full strength, Cuomo, Rocks yelled tyrannically. He originally thought that Cuomo's slash that he couldn't bear was already Cuomo's true strength. But unexpectedly, now Cuomo's momentum alone has reached such a level that makes him feel horrible. If Cuomo attacks him, how many times can he withstand Cuomo's attack? Long. 167 Rocks fall. The battle is coming to an end, Rocks? Cuomo said indifferently as he stood in midair, holding Shenyan in his hand. Now in the entire Valley of the Gods, almost all the cadres have left here, and Rocks can be regarded as a lonely family. So today his death is doomed, because no one will show up to help Rocks. Shua. Cuomo was holding the Godfall, and his speed was beyond common sense. Before Rox could react at all, he slashed at his chest. Cuomo's knife nearly went through his bones, splitting Rox in half. However, the hardness of Rox's flesh body is not low. Cuomo's knife is still useless to completely split Rox. However, although Rox's body was not severed, the severe pain caused by this knife filled Rox's entire brain in an instant. 950. You must know that although the devil fruit of Rox can absorb damage, it needs to bear double the pain. Damn it. Rox clenched his teeth, half kneeling on the ground, covering his chest. The attack far exceeded the limit of Rox's limit, and he almost died of severe pain. Cuomo's knife covered the power of the Black Dragon, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and the power of the Gate of Death. This blow, if it were an ordinary person, could be done on the spot, but only Rox could withstand his blow. Nearly killed Rox in one hit. Kong, who was fighting not far away, was surprised to see Rox half kneeling in front of Cuomo, with a hideous face. Cuomo, like the Rox, is a giant in the New World. Kong thinks that no matter what the difference in strength between the two is, it is not that big. But I didn't expect Cuomo to hit Rox hard. Although the two are also giants in New World, the strength of Rox is still much worse than that of Cuomo. Thinking of this, Kong couldn't help but worry, although this time the battle of the Valley of the Gods. Rox are mortal, but even if Rox are dead, their marines cannot be released. Because there is also the Myriad Realms pirates, which is even more troublesome. Advertisement, can you still stand up Rox? Cuomo asked with a warm face standing in front of Rox. Dark. Countless black mist suddenly rose from Rox's body, and these mist quickly enveloped Cuomo's whole body, trying to swallow him up. Hee. Don't underestimate me, Cuomo. Rox stood up with a little difficulty and sneered. Although the injury on his chest has recovered, the severe pain still lingers in his brain and has not dissipated for a long time. What a pointless resistance. Although Cuomo was swallowed by the darkness, he seemed unaffected at all, slashing at Rox heavily with knives in both hands. Rox's pupils constricted violently, and reacted in an instant, making an evasive movement. But Cuomo's speed is too fast, even if he has reacted. But Cuomo's god fell still slashed to Rox's shoulder, cutting off his entire arm. While Rox's devil fruit can heal all wounds, broken things cannot. The arm was severed by Cuomo, and he couldn't use the devil fruit to make himself grow another arm. A piercing pain filled Rox's entire brain, and he was powerless to watch his arm being cut off. This is the strength gap between him and Cuomo. The ancient weapons are not in the Valley of the Gods. They must have been transferred by the world government long ago. If you kill me, you will face the world government with 2 ancient weapons alone. Rox endured the severe pain and said, there will be no false records in the historical text, because no one will be idle and write fake things on the extremely precious historical text. It is recorded in the text of the history that the ancient weapons are in the Valley of the Gods. Although Uranus is not in the Valley of the Gods now, it must be in the hands of the world government. In addition to the Pluton battleship obtained by the world government before, the world government now has 2 ancient weapons. One ancient weapon has the power to destroy the world. If 2, how terrible the power is, one can imagine. The point is, it's useless for me to keep you. Cuomo sneered nonchalantly. His strength has already caught up with Rox, and many of the members on his ship are at the level of Rox, and even, are still above Rox. They have pure gold in their entire ship. Advertisement. You can live forever, and you can keep your physical strength at its peak. And what does Rox have? Now Rox is old, and his strength is simply not worth looking at. Killing or not killing cannot shake the foundation of the world pattern. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years, do you think you can face him alone? Rox said with a grim expression. Until now, Rox is still unwilling to let go of any hope of survival, thinking of him as a majestic giant of the new world. Now he is crushed by Cuomo of the same level. He felt unwilling, and he wanted to fight back but felt a huge sense of fatigue. Although it is a bit shameful to live on an ignoble existence, but now, he just wants to live. Can I face it? You just watch it from below, Cuomo said indifferently. He didn't talk nonsense with Rox, held Shenyan with both hands, and cut off Rox's head directly. Cuomo's 8 gate closed as Rox's head flew across. 8 Inner Gates Chapter 8 Gate. The Gate of Death endowed Cuomo with extremely terrifying power, but the time it can last is also pitiful, too. However, although the maintenance time is short, there will be no damage to his body when he opens the door to death. Dead. The Rox are dead. 5.6 Jabba's pupils constricted, staring at Rox's body, and then using observation haki to perceive. Rox is dead. Roger also sensed it with observation haki. The result obtained was a corpse without a trace of life. Lux was completely dead. There is no longer any chance of survival. Rox, the overlord of a generation, finally died in the Valley of the Gods after years of dominance in the New World. And it was beheaded by Cuomo, who was also the overlord. Too bad I didn't kill Rox myself, Rayleigh said with a sigh. The 3 main forces of Roger pirates originally wanted to fight Rox in person. But Cuomo insisted on fighting alone, so they could only retreat and watch the battle. 168 Battle ends. It's good that Rox is dead. This can be regarded as an explanation for the brothers who died, Roger said aloud. Boom. The moment Roger's words fell, a large number of rifts suddenly appeared on the ground under everyone's feet, and the seawater was still spreading upwards. After a long period of fighting, the Valley of the Gods was finally overwhelmed and was about to be completely broken, and then sank into the sea. The Valley of the Gods is going to be destroyed, Captain Roger. Jabba looked at the seawater that was constantly spreading up under his feet and said quickly. Roger looked at the seawater spreading up under his feet, and then at Cuomo's voice. Let's go, our goal has been achieved, Rox is dead, and it's time for us to leave the Valley of Gods. The Valley of the Gods is gradually collapsing, and the 3 members of the Roger pirates have left. What a waste of time. Bundy World stood on the ruins, with his arms folded in front of his chest, looking at the Valley of the Gods, which was covered with ruins and seawater, said in a deep voice. He came to the Valley of the Gods to find the ancient weapon Uranus, but in the end, the ancient weapon was not found. Instead, all his crew members were imprisoned by Marines people, that is to say, he came to the Valley of the Gods, 07. Gained nothing, and lost the crew, but he is not sad about it. Because in his capacity, it is very simple to recruit crew members. Seeing the collapsed Valley of the Gods, he did not continue to stay in this place, but chose to leave. Although his crew was imprisoned by the Marines, his ship was not destroyed by the Marines. Stop it, Akuno, Hashirama, the fight is over. Cuomo told the 2 who were fighting. Rox is dead, and the Valley of the Gods is about to collapse, there is no need to stay any longer. After Senju Hashirama and Akunologia, who were fighting, heard Cuomo's words, they stopped fighting and came to Cuomo's side. The death of the crane, our Marine, is a piece of grass that won't end well. Kong looked at Cuomo and said coldly. We've been dealing with each other for so many years, there's no need to speak harshly, Kong. Cuomo stared at Kong calmly and said flatly. So what if Marine doesn't want to let it go, the crane is dead, what can Marine do with him? Advertisement now the only thing that can threaten him in the whole world is ancient weapons. The current Marine Cuomo is really not in his eyes, only the world government makes him a little afraid. After all, if there are no accidents, the world government has 2 ancient weapons that can destroy the power of the world. 2. Hearing this, Kong clenched his fists tightly and his veins bulged, but he didn't say much, instead he took Marine and left here. Although he wants to avenge the crane, he also knows that they are probably not the opponents of Cuomo and the others. Even if they beat Senju Hashirama, Akunologia, and Cuomo, don't forget. The Wanji pirates are not only the 3 of them, there are also many strong men with terrifying strength. If they continue to entangle, it will be very bad for their Marine. Have you found any clues about Uranus? Cuomo watched Kong's departure and asked the 2 people beside him. One of the important reasons they came to the Valley of the Gods was Uranus. Although the probability of Uranus in the Valley of the Gods is very small, Cuomo still wants to ask. No, Senju Hashirama shook his head slightly, he was on his way to find the ancient weapon when he met Rox, a fight ensued, and no chance to find Uranus. Me neither. Akunologia spread his hands. Not long after he landed on the island, he met Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, and they fought. After hunting for ancient weapons for a while, I ran here when I noticed the movement from Cuomo's side. As his words fell, a voice came. Cuomo. The 3 of them heard the prestige and looked around, only to see Ji Guoyuan is rushing towards this side. Seeing Ji Guoyuan approaching, Cuomo asked, is there any whereabouts of Uranus? No, I searched the entire Valley of the Gods, but I didn't find any clues about Uranus. Ji Guoyuan shook his head and said. He has been looking for Uranus since he landed in the Valley of the Gods, and he has searched the entire Valley of the Gods several times. But nothing was found. Advertisement, it seems. The ancient weapons are not in the Valley of the Gods. Cuomo nodded, not surprised he didn't find the result. Do you want to go, Cuomo? If you don't go, the Valley of the Gods will collapse. Senju Hashirama reminded. The seawater has spread to their ankles, and it is still coming up one after another. The ground plane is also constantly spreading the Great Rift Valley. I believe that it won't be long before the island of the Valley of the Gods will disappear from the map. Let's go. Cuomo nodded. As his words fell, several people quickly approached the position on the coast. At present, there are no people in the Valley of the Gods. The Roger pirates have evacuated, and Bundy World has also left. The cadres of Rock's pirate chose to leave before Rox died 743. Now the Valley of the Gods is basically all corpses. The battle for the Valley of the Gods is over, but the battle for Uchiha Madara isn't over yet. Uchiha Madara at this moment is still fighting Zephyr Sengoku on Marine's battleship. Cuomo and others came to the coast and found that there are many Marines watching the battle here. Cuomo. With the exclamation of a strong Marine, many Marines hurriedly retreated to the work area. Why did Madara fight with Sengoku Zephyr? Cuomo stared at the few people on the Marine battleship, feeling a little puzzled. When they landed in the Valley of the Gods, Cuomo ordered Uchiha Madara to guard the ship to protect Ram and Ram. Who would have thought that Uchiha Madara would fight Sengoku Zephyr? No wonder I didn't see these 2 in the Valley of the Gods. It should be that Marine noticed Madara when he came to the Valley of the Gods. With Madara's temper, he must have a conflict with them. Senju Hashirama crossed his hands on his chest and laughed. Madara is really full of energy, Ji Guoyuan said out loud. Madara, the battle is over, there is no need to continue. Akunologia yelled at Uchiha Madara on the Marine battleship. 169 Crane died, angry Sengoku, seeking full order. Madara, who was fighting, heard Akunologia's voice, and stopped the attack in his hand. Then he set his sights on the shore. Have you found the ancient weapon? Uchiha Madara asked, looking at several people. No, Cuomo responded with a shrug. Cuomo is almost certain that there are no ancient weapons in the Valley of the Gods, so he didn't choose to search for the Valley of the Gods before it completely sank into the sea. Cuomo. A shout came from not far away, and I saw Gojo, Satoru, Unohana Retsu and others rushing towards this side. Coupled with their arrival, the Myriad Realms pirates are now gathered together again. But Cuomo has no intention of continuing to fight at the moment. After all, Rox is dead. God's Valley. I guess there is no ancient weapon, Cuomo, Gojo Satoru said first. He also searched for a long time in the Valley of the Gods, but he has not found any whereabouts of ancient weapons. The ancient weapons are probably hidden by the world government. Cuomo nodded. Marine is here too. Do you want to continue fighting, Cuomo? Unohana Retsu slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and asked. The battle is over, and it won't do us any good to keep fighting. Cuomo shook his head. Rox died in this battle, and his swordsmanship is about to reach the full level, plus he will get a lot of reputation points. His goal has been achieved. What's the benefit of continuing to fight? Hearing this, Unohana Retsu slowly inserted Zanpakuto back into the scabbard. Cuomo glanced at the many marines present, and then told everyone around him, let's go. Cuomo and others quickly returned to their ship, and none of the marines dared to stop them. Just when Cuomo and others were about to leave, Kong rushed to the shore with a large number of marines. Kong was the first to leave the center of the Valley of Gods than Cuomo, but after he left, he was not in a hurry to return to the shore, but was looking for other marines in the Valley of the Gods. Finally, all the marines in the Valley of the Gods converged, and then he returned to the shore. Garp. Sengoku and Zephyr on the marine battleship saw the seriously injured Garp being carried on his back. Garp was in a coma, and the two thought that something had happened to Garp, so they rushed off the marine battleship. Advertisement, Garp is fine, he just passed out. Seeing that the two were panicking now, Kong explained aloud. That's good. Sengoku and Zephyr nodded upon hearing this, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Kong looked at Sengoku, sighed and said, but, the crane is dead. What? Hearing this, Sengoku's pupils constricted violently, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Crane died? Sengoku asked emotionally. Dead, Kong said in a heavy tone. Who did it? Sengoku was shocked, then outraged. Crane is his friend for many years, they entered naval headquarters at the same time, and they often cooperate in combat together. There is a deep friendship between them, but now the crane is dead. This makes Sengoku feel uncontrollable anger in his heart. Captain of the pirates of 10,000 realms, Cuomo, Kong said helplessly. If other pirates had killed Crane, Kong would have chased him to the ends of the earth, but it was Cuomo who killed Crane. Kong is full of anger at Cuomo, but there is nothing he can do. After all, Cuomo's strength is far from what he can compete with, even the New World giant Rox died in Cuomo's hands. Damn Cuomo. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly and his veins bulged as he watched Cuomo and the others who were about to leave by the coast walk step by step. What do you want Sengoku to do? Zephyr saw that Sengoku wanted to be impulsive and rushed to stop him. I'm going to kill the B*********** D Cuomo. Sengoku said with a vicious look on his face. The battle is over, Sengoku, Cuomo, we can take a long-term view. During this period, we can't be impulsive. Zephyr stopped Sengoku and continued. Although Zephyr's relationship with Crane is not very deep, he is also full of grief for Crane's death. But now he is very sensible, because he knew that with the current state of their marine, it would be very difficult to defeat the 10,000 Worlds pirates. If Sengoku becomes impulsive, he can only lose his life. Get out of the way, Zephyr, Sengoku yelled. Sengoku's friendship with Crane, which has even reached the level of family, hears of Crane's death. Advertisement Sengoku can't stay sane at all. Zephyr stood in front of Sengoku with a firm gaze, not agreeing with his passage. Crane was dead, a great loss to their entire naval headquarters. But now, don't let Sengoku lose his life again. Calm down, Sengoku. Kong patted Sengoku on the shoulder and said. He understands Sengoku's mood now, but they have nothing to do with Cuomo. If Kong is sure that he can defeat the pirates of the 10,000 realms, he would have retaliated against the pirates of the 10,000 realms long ago. Damn Cuomo. Sengoku closed his eyes and clenched his fists, trying to restrain his anger. Believe me, Sengoku, sooner or later we will be able to completely eradicate the Wan pirates, Wang Gukong said solemnly and seriously. Now that Rox is dead, the entire New World has only one sea giant like the 10,000 Worlds pirates. Sooner or later they have to find a way to get rid of Cuomo. You must know how to deal with pirates in this sea. It's not just their marine, there is world government assistance behind them. Now that the world government has two ancient weapons in their hands, it is time to attack the Myriad Realms pirates sooner or later. And they just need to wait until that period, and then take revenge. This day will always come, Nuo Jiao's. Because it is impossible for the world government to let the pirates of 10,000 realms develop forever. When Garp wakes up, don't tell him the news of Crane's death, otherwise, he may not be able to accept it, and the injury will worsen. Sengoku sat on a stone, his face extremely heavy. He tried his best to restrain his emotions, even though he was still very angry now. But he is also a very sensible person. He knows that now he has nothing to do with Cuomo. He's a rational guy, but not Garp, who was known for his impulsiveness at naval headquarters. If Garp heard the news of Crane's death when he woke up from serious injuries, he would have rushed up immediately. Go find Cuomo and die. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to tell Garp the news of Crane's identity when he is seriously injured. Because it's throwing salt on Garp's body, 170 new member tornado. A few days later, news about the Valley of the Gods also spread. The news that shocked the world was released, and made the whole new world know once again how terrible the 10,000 Worlds pirates are. In this battle of the Valley of the Gods, Marine lost some high-level combat power, while none of the Roger pirates was injured. All members of the Bundy World pirate group were arrested except Bundy World himself. And Rock's pirate, except Rock's and a few cadres were killed, the rest all fled the Valley of Gods. None of the pirates of 10,000 Worlds was injured. Originally, there were 2 giants in the sea, but now after the Rocks were killed by Cuomo, the entire new world. Only the giant pirates of 10,000 Worlds is left. New world, a certain sea area. Here's the ship of the pirates of 10,000 realms. In Cuomo's room, he opened his own property panel. After experiencing the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Cuomo's reputation has naturally increased a lot. Host. Cuomo Summon. Gojo Satoru, 69%. Uchiha Madara, 70%. Unohana Retsu, 64%. Sukuninichi, 87%. 427 Senju Hashirama, 52%. Rem, 86%. Akunologia, 40%. Reputation value. 360,000 280,000 abilities. Armament Hockey, 505,000. Observation Hockey. Max. Conqueror's Hockey, Max. Imitation Swordsmanship, 4,505,000. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse. None. Now the prestige value required to summon has reached 280,000. I have to say that. This is a terrifying number. But this time in the Valley of the Gods battle, because Cuomo killed Rocks, his prestige value has also increased a lot. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods received a lot of goods this time. But the only thing that makes Cuomo a little regretful is that his swordsmanship has not yet reached the real full level. Now in the entire sea, he has fought almost all the strong men with top sword skills, but it is still useless to reach the full level. If you want to reach the full level, you must fight another strong man with superb swordsmanship. But, in the entire ocean, who else possesses the top swordsmanship? Advertisement Cuomo, AHCF, suddenly thought of something, and whispered, "Wait, 5 elders." He has fought against the world's top swordsmen, including the 5 elders who owns the first-generation Ghost. But he imitated everyone else's sword skills, except for the 5 elders. After he has mastered Rock's swordsmanship, he has not yet reached the full level, so if he has mastered the 5 elders' swordsmanship, it must be enough. But if you want to master the old man's swordsmanship, you need to go to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Although 2 of the 5 elders died, there was still I Am in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. The last time they crossed the Holy Land Mariajoy, I Am didn't make a move. If they attack the Holy Land Mariajoy again this time, it's not sure whether she will make a move. It is already a fact that the world government has mastered the Pluton battleship. And Uranus, it is also very likely that the world government is in the grasp. If they cross the Holy Land Mariajoy again, it is very likely that you will need to face I Am and 2 ancient weapons. In the face of these 2 Cuomo, there is still some pressure. After all, how powerful the ancient weapons and I Am are, no one can say for sure. Forget it, don't think so much, let's exchange reputation points first. Ding. Does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the heavens and myriad realms? Sure. Ding. Congratulations to the successful exchange of host, and you will get a reward card from the heavens and worlds. Do you want to use host? Okay. Cuomo chose okay without the slightest hesitation. He also wanted to know what kind of character he could summon this time. However, it is also possible that the character cannot be summoned. But it can still be summoned under normal circumstances. Ding. Congratulations to host for using it successfully, and got the tornado from One Punch Man World. Ding. Congratulations host, you got an ability advancement card. The name of the tornado hero, the Trembling Tornado. Hero ranks number 2 in the S class, and it is a person with superpowers. Advertisement: her strength is not weak, and her strength is also one of the best in the world of One Punch Man. I saw a group of white light particles appearing in front of Cuomo, and the light particles slowly gathered into a group. Then the tornado appeared in front of Cuomo. I saw that she had green curly hair and was wearing a black slit gown. She looked and figured like a child. She was emitting green light all over her body, floating in the air, and the tail of her black slit gown fluttered with it. She froze in midair as if she couldn't fully digest the information from her system in a short time. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said, "It's unbelievable that you have such power." She was still shocked by the fact that she traveled through. After all, he never thought that he would travel to other worlds one day. It's just some tricks, but having said that, you're welcome, Tornado. Cuomo greeted Tornado with a smile. The arrival of the tornado has raised the overall strength of the Myriad Realms pirates to another level. Tornado slowly came to his senses, looked at Cuomo and said, "If I'm not wrong, you are Cuomo. Everyone who comes to this world, the system will tell them some information about this world." And Cuomo's name. Of course. Cuomo nodded. "Am I the only one who encountered this kind of thing?" Tornado asked. Cuomo knew what the tornado meant, and responded with a slight smile, "Of course not, there are many people who have the same experience as you, and they all come from various worlds." "Can you show me to them?" Tornado asked. People from all over the world had the same experience as him, so she was naturally very interested and wanted to meet them. "Of course, no problem." Cuomo stood up from the boat and walked out of the deck. Tornado followed behind him, scanning the surrounding environment. Faced with this sudden encounter, the tornado at the beginning was shocking and unbelievable. But when she slowly came to her senses, her heart was filled with a trace of excitement. I have a strong curiosity about everything around me. Cuomo led the tornado to the deck of the ship, and everyone on the ship felt a strange atmosphere immediately, and then looked towards Cuomo and the tornado. Are you a new member? Gojo looked at the tornado and said first. 171 Garp. Are you hiding something from me? This is Tornado, our new member. Cuomo pointed to Tornado beside him and said to everyone on the boat. Long Wan bowed slightly to everyone on the boat and nodded, hello. She looks like a child. Wujo rested his chin on his hand and approached the tornado step by step, pondering carefully. You are the child, Long Wan said with his hands on his hips, dissatisfied. Don't think she is small, but she is already an adult. Cuomo smiled slightly. Tornado looks like a child, but in fact she is already an adult, but there is only a little problem with her development. Are you an adult? It doesn't look like. Hashirama also walked towards the tornado and observed carefully. Although there is an extraordinary aura in Tornado's body, no matter how you look at her, she looks like a child. Yeah, I don't look like that either. Gojo Satoru put his hands on Hashirama's shoulders and smiled. Although Tornado has terrifying strength, but she looks like a Lolita, anyone who looks at her thinks she is just a child who has the ability to fight in advance. Her strength at her peak was not weaker than there were too many people on board. HMPH. Tornado crossed his hands in front of his chest, pouting arrogantly. They were just kidding, they don't care about the tornado. Cuomo patted her on the shoulder and smiled. Let me introduce to you, this is Gojo Satoru, he is Gojo, and this is Hashirama. Cuomo pointed to several people in front of him and introduced to Tornado. Tornado came to this world and only knew Cuomo's name and some information about this world. As for the names of the other members, it is still unclear after Cuomo's introduction. Long Wan quickly became familiar with this group of people. Although the people on board the Wanji pirates are from different worlds, they are all quite easygoing. So it's easy for them to mingle with each other. Seeing the tornado mingling with several people, Cuomo also set his sights on the advanced card at this moment. Knowledge, color and conquerors have long been accomplished, but imitating swordsmanship, this cannot be advanced with the advanced card. The rest, there is only armament hockey, advertisement. Cuomo did not hesitate, and used the last advanced card on armament hockey. After using the advanced card, Cuomo armament hockey also reached the level of Dachung. His strength has improved a lot, naval headquarters, marine fort. A medical room. Garp is lying on the hospital bed in this medical room, and at the moment he is covered with bandages. However, he didn't care about his injury, but was eating snacks. In this medical room, Garp is not the only one, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Kong are also present. They were unharmed and were here with Garp. By the way, where's the crane? Garp put pieces of snacks into his mouth and asked. Hearing this, the three of them peeped at each other, using eye contact. Crane. Garp is now in a serious injury situation, and it is impossible to fully recover without a long rest. The doctor also told them that Garp was seriously injured. If you engage in activities during this period, it is likely to leave sequelae to your body. The news of Crane's death should not be known to Garp yet, otherwise Garp will go into a state of berserk. Even if he was subdued by them in the end, it would definitely have some impact on Garp during the hands-on process. And then lead to Garp's body. The news of Crane's death will be told to Garp sooner or later, but not now. Not here? Where did the crane go? Garp stared at several people in doubt and questioned. After he was knocked out in a fight with Cuomo, he never saw Crane again. However, he didn't think about the crane's death. After all, just thinking about this kind of thing made him feel very painful. Crane has other missions now, so he won't come back at the moment, Sengoku said with a heavy tone. Advertisement as much as he doesn't like to tell lies, now, he has to use them to trick Garp. 0. Seeking flowers. Other quests. Isn't the Valley of the Gods war over? Why are there other quests? Garp asked. Except for the news of Crane's death, he had already heard about other news. Hearing Garp's questioning, the three of them looked at each other again, with embarrassing expressions on their faces. You guys. You won't be hiding anything from me, are you? Garp questioned when he saw the expressions of the three people in front of him. Although Garp is very nervous, he is not stupid. Looking at the expressions of the three, he knew that Sengoku and the others must have something to hide from him. But in the end what it is, he is not clear. The structure of New World is unpredictable, there will always be accidents in some places, so the crane will go. Garp, your main task now is to recover from your injuries, otherwise. You don't even want to see the crane. Kong pretended to be serious and said. 0. I see. Garp nodded upon hearing this, although he was a little surprised not to see the crane, since Kong said that the crane was on a mission. Of course he believed Kong's words. After all, they are good friends for many years, and Garp still trusts Kong. Didn't think Kong would lie to him. After fooling Garp, the three of Kong left the medical room and went outside. Well, after Garp recovers from his injuries, all he can see is the dead body of the crane. Sengoku said with a serious expression, sighing. Crane's body was cut in half by Cuomo. They brought back Crane's body, and then had the Undertaker sew him up. Now Crane's body is placed in the coffin, and they are not planning to bury it yet. They were going to wait for Garp to see Crane's body before they decided to bury him. If nothing else happens, Garp will still go berserk at that time, and it is very likely that there will be a gap between us. Zephyr glanced at Garp in the medical room from the corner of his eye and said seriously. For the sake of Garp's body, they concealed the news of Crane's death, and now Garp doesn't know about it. But they are destined to not be able to hide it for a long time, because Garp will learn the news after he recovers. 172 Kaido eats phantom beast fish fruit, and when the time comes, Garp will not only be angry with Cuomo, but also with them. Because they didn't tell Garp the first time Crane died. I hope Garp can think about it, Kong said with a sigh. Crane is dead, although they are also angry, but they can restrain their emotions. New World, a certain country. The country doesn't have the funds to hand over gold to the world government, so the Golden Lion has taken over here. Loot the country's money, now the rocks are dead. There is no one who can restrain Golden Lion, and he will create his own pirate group next. He has already thought of the name, it is called the Flying Pirates, and he wants to create a pirate group. The 483 needed is a lot of money. All the funds he had accumulated on the Rocks Pirate before had been used to build ships. The purpose of robbing this country now is to get funds to recruit crew members. Lousy will become the next sea overlord. Golden Lion floated in the midair of the sea, with his hands crossed on his chest, a cigar in his mouth, and a confident smile. Golden Lion doesn't think he can reach Cuomo's level, nor does he think that he can reach Cuomo's status and become a sea giant in his lifetime. But he thinks that becoming the overlord of the sea, it is not difficult. New World, on an island. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido landed on this island. Then Charlotte Linlin handed Kaido a devil fruit and said, "This is a phantom beast fish fruit. Eudemons is the rarest devil fruit in this world, even more precious than Logia." Charlotte Linlin got this devil fruit accidentally, but he didn't take it. Because she already has a devil fruit. I can no longer eat the second one. If I eat it forcibly, it is very likely to cause death. This devil fruit is also kept, it is better to give it to Kaido, let Kaido over a favor. Advertisement, Phantom Beast. Hearing what Charlotte Linlin said, Kaido was slightly startled. As a pirate, he is naturally very aware of the preciousness of the Eudemon's devil fruit, which is hard for him to imagine. Charlotte Linlin would give him such a precious devil fruit. This devil fruit has another characteristic, that is, it is not afraid of seawater. Charlotte Linlin explained to him. Devil fruit is generally afraid of seawater and will become a landlubber after eating. But the Phantom Beast fish fruit is different, its fruit characteristic is that it can swim in the sea. Are you really going to give me such a precious thing, Linlin? Kaido looked at the devil fruit that Charlotte Linlin handed over, and swallowed unconsciously. He was flattered that Charlotte Linlin treated him so well. Of course, but this is not a gift for nothing. I need you to owe me a favor, Charlotte Linlin said with a strange smile. She could see that Kaido was a very talented and strong man. If nothing else, the future Kaido can definitely become a character. In exchange for Kaido's favor with devil fruit, Charlotte Linlin thinks that it is not a loss. I owe you a favor? Yes, Kaido took devil fruit and nodded. I hope you won't let me down, Kaido, in the future. Of course. Kaido said affirmatively. Charlotte Linlin left after explaining everything, and now Rox is dead. She is also preparing to form her own pirate group. After Charlotte Linlin left, Kaido also ate devil fruit without hesitation. The moment he ate it, he felt the changes in his body, and saw scales slowly appearing on his body. It turned into a creature that looked like half a dragon and half a fish. Since Kaido has just eaten Yu fruit, the development of this devil fruit is still very weak. It cannot be transformed into the form of a dragon directly. Although his current state is somewhat different, but he is in this state. But I can feel the increase in physical strength. New World, a certain shipyard. Advertisement. After leaving the Valley of the Gods and hearing the news of Rock's death, Whitebeard came to New World's shipyard to build a unique ship. Then start looking for what you want in New World. After all, he is also a cadre of the Rock's pirate, so he has naturally accumulated a lot of money over the years. Enough for him to build a good boat. At this moment, Whitebeard, sitting on the shore, saw a pirate ship slowly driving on the sea level. This pirate ship is the ship of the Roger pirates. Ha ha ha. Edward, Roger stood at the bow, looked at Whitebeard and laughed. The Roger pirates once met Whitebeard, who was out on a mission in New World by accident. After a short confrontation, the two sat together and drank some wine and became friends. What can I do, Roger? Whitebeard, who was sitting on the beach, raised his head slightly and asked with a grin. The two couldn't have a good conversation because of Rox, and now Rox is dead. The two can meet at any time without worrying about the existence of Rox. Roger jumped off the boat and onto the shore, making no fuss. Want to join my pirate group, Edward? Now that Rox is dead, Rox pirate is disbanded, and Whitebeard today has not joined any pirate group. So Roger wanted to win Whitebeard into his pirate group. Roger is very clear about Whitebeard's strength. If Whitebeard joins, his pirate group will only be inferior to the 4.5th World Pirate Group. Forgive me for rejecting Roger, I don't want to join any pirate group anymore. Now I just want to create my own pirate group. Whitebeard shook his head slightly and refused. When he first came to New World from the Grand Line, he wanted to chase his dream. But because of the Rox, he had to give up his dream first and join the Rox pirate. Now that Rox is dead, he can finally relax and chase his dreams. Roger's temperament, although it suits his appetite, can't be his real family. So he refused to join the Roger pirates. You really didn't hesitate at all, Edward. Roger laughed loudly upon hearing this. Although he was slightly surprised by Whitebeard's rejection, he could accept it. 173 Bundy World joins forces with the pirates of 10,000 realms. In the future on the sea, we will be the enemy Roger. Whitebeard glanced at Roger and said. Although the two are friends, Whitebeard now refuses to join the Roger pirates. In the future, Whitebeard formed his own pirate group. When he met Roger again in the sea, they were enemies. Enemies? Roger took out 2 jugs of wine, handed Whitebeard a jug, and said to himself. The next time we meet at sea, I won't show mercy to Roger. Whitebeard took the wine from Roger, gulped it down and said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Looking forward to that day, Edward. Roger laughed out loud. With the death of the Rocks, a new era has come. The Rocks are dead though. But many powerhouses of Rocks pirate are still alive. For example, Whitebeard, Golden 07 Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, they all will become big pirates that will shock the world in the future. 3-4 emperors and a legendary pirate, a few months later. New World, an island. Cuomo's Myriad Realms pirates, docked at a certain sea area, are replenishing supplies. The current Myriad Realms pirates resounds through the entire New World, whether it is a pirate or an ordinary person. Or a newborn child, all of them know the name Cuomo. They don't need to give any money to replenish supplies, and those people are like inviting the plague gods away. Send them a large amount of supplies on their own initiative. At this time, Cuomo was training on the boat, although his current strength has almost reached the ceiling of the world. But for training, he did not relax for a moment. Suddenly a strange breath came to the ship of the 10,000 Realms pirates. Cuomo stopped training and glanced behind. A few men in black came to his boat. Several men in black were about to speak, but when they met Cuomo's eyes, they broke out in a cold sweat. The aura on Cuomo's body was too terrifying, just staring at them. It put a lot of pressure on them. Advertisement, what's the matter? Cuomo asked as he glanced at them indifferently. He didn't know who these people were, nor did he know what their purpose was. Bang. Master Bundy World asked us to find you. A man in black swallowed and responded. Bundy World. What can I do for you? Cuomo pressed. A man in black suppressed the fear in his heart, handed a phone bug to Cuomo, and then dialed the number. Boo, boo, boo. When the phone bug was connected, the appearance of the phone bug changed into that of Bundy World. Long time no see, Cuomo, Bundy World greeted. Just talk about it if you have anything to say, Cuomo said flatly. Bundy World must be looking for him for something, otherwise it would be impossible to send someone to look for him. I've already investigated the hiding place of the Pluton battleship, Cuomo. Bundy World didn't give a shit and went straight to the point. Reported a major intelligence to Cuomo. Where is the Pluton battleship? Cuomo was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and then asked. I can't tell you the coordinates of the Pluton battleship yet. As long as you join hands with me, we can set off to grab the Pluton battleship together. Bundy World made a joint request. Although he has investigated the location of the Pluton battleship, it is impossible to snatch the Pluton battleship out with his own strength. The only way is to team up with people, and Cuomo is the one. How terrifying Cuomo's strength is, he has witnessed it with his own eyes in the Valley of the Gods. Kill Rocks with absolute strength, few people in the whole world can reach Cuomo's level. With Cuomo's cooperation, Bundy World is 100% sure that it can snatch the Pluton battleship from the world government. When do you act? Cuomo continued. ACT today, I'm going to you now. Bundy World heard the meaning of Cuomo's words and said quickly. Cuomo nodded, and Bundy World hung up on the phone and set off to find Cuomo immediately. The reason why Cuomo did not refuse Bundy World's request to join forces. Advertisement on the one hand, he has some interest in the Pluton battleship. Another aspect is that guarding the Pluton battleship is very likely to be an old man with a knife among the 5 elders. After all, the Pluton battleship is such a precious thing, the world government will definitely send strong people to guard it. The General Strong will think that it is not safe, so the best choice. Just send 5 elders to guard. And the reason why Cuomo is interested in the old man with the knife. That's because his imitation of swordsmanship is still close to reaching the level of mastery. He has already fought almost all the top swordsmen in this world. And successfully imitated and mastered their swordsmanship. The only swordsmanship that has not been imitated and mastered is the sword-wielding old man among the 5 elders. Fighting the Rocks didn't bring Cuomo's swordsmanship to the level of mastery. But fighting against the old man with a knife, Cuomo believes that 257 is likely to make swordsmanship reach the point of great success. It is precisely because of these 2 reasons that Cuomo agreed to join forces with Bundy World to grab the Pluton battleship. We're back, Cuomo, Gojo Satoru shouted as he landed on the rail with some supplies in his arms. Then other members also came on board one after another. On the entire ship, only Cuomo was training, and the others were either replenishing supplies or going shopping. Now the shoppers have had enough shopping, and the people in charge of replenishing supplies have already purchased. Who are they? Uchiha Madara stared at the strange men in black on board and asked. People from Bundy World, Cuomo responded, pointing to a few people. Bundy World? How are his people on our ship? Bundy World has investigated the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship, and we are going to set off to snatch the Pluton battleship. Bundy World, have you found the ancient weapon Pluton warship? He will not lie to me. Cuomo laughed. Cuomo is now the pirate giant of the entire New World, and now the entire sea. No pirate can compare with him, and Bundy World naturally knows the danger of Cuomo. Naturally, he would not tell lies to deceive Cuomo. 174 Cuomo offers a bounty of 5.7 billion Baileys, please order in full. New World, a seaside off an island. The ship of the Wenji pirates is docked here, and all the members of the Wenji pirates are on board, but they are not in a hurry to sail away from here, but waiting for someone. After a long time at the end of the horizon, a huge pirate ship appeared in their sight. This ship is exactly the ship of Bundy World. As the two ships approached, Bundy World could be seen standing at the bow of the ship, watching Cuomo and others. Where's the Pluton ship? Cuomo questioned, eyeing Bundy World. The battleship Pluton is now being guarded by the powerful of the World Town Hall at the location of the Grand Canyon. Bundy World threw Cuomo an eternal pointer and said. After a long time, the people of Bundy World finally investigated the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship and secretly made several eternal pointers leading to that place. I hope you won't lie to me, otherwise, I will let you know the consequences. Cuomo looked at the eternity pointer in his hand, then at Bundy World and said coldly. Of course. Bundy World nodded. Naturally, he would not deceive Cuomo in this kind of thing, after all, it would not do him any good, and he would also offend Cuomo because of this, and finally ended up with a death. Without further ado, act Cuomo now, Bundy World continued. After a long time, he finally investigated the storage place of the Pluton battleship, and now he naturally wants to hurry up and snatch the Pluton battleship. Set sail. Cuomo directed to Gojo Satoru. To this day, Gojo Satoru is still the helmsman on their boat, after all, no one else knows how to steer the boat except him. They are too lazy to learn, anyway, there are 5 enlightenment. Okay. Gojo Gobi gave an okay gesture. The 10,000 Realms pirates set sail for the storage place of the Pluton battleship. Cuomo, I always feel that he is not a good person, should we believe his words? When setting sail, Tornado came to Cuomo's side and whispered. Don't worry, even if he has any intentions, it's impossible to achieve. Cuomo spread his hands and responded calmly. They, the Myriad Realms pirates and the Bundy World pirates teamed up to snatch the Pluton battleship from the world government. At that time, it must be the 10,000 Realms pirates who will gain control of the Pluton battleship. Advertisement in Bundy World is naturally aware of this. Because when he was in the Valley of the Gods, he almost already knew the strength of Cuomo and the members of the Pirates of the World. But Bundy World made a dowry for the pirates of 10,000 Realms after knowingly snatching the Pluton battleship. Still decided to join forces with the Myriad Realms pirates. This also shows that Bundy World must think that there is some way to get the Pluton battleship from the 10,000 Worlds pirates. As for how, Cuomo will not know. But Cuomo has great confidence in his own strength, no matter what method Bundy World uses. He won't let Bundy World get the Pluton ship. Okay. Tornado nodded upon hearing this and didn't say anything more. Although she has not been on this boat for a long time, she still trusts Cuomo's words. New World, a certain Grand Canyon. This is where the Pluton battleship is stored, although the world government has already obtained the Pluton battleship. But at present, they can't drive the Pluton battleship because the Pluton battleship has been precipitated over the years. Quite a number of parts were faulty and needed to be corrected. Since the parts are too old, it is very troublesome to find them. In addition, they do not have the driving instructions of the Pluton battleship, so it is still somewhat difficult to fully understand the mechanism and operation method of the Pluton battleship. There are a large number of craftsmen in this place, as well as countless world government powerhouses. Includes 2-5 elders. They are guarding here to prevent anyone from finding this place and robbing the main battleship. In a certain room, 2-5 elders, sitting on chairs talking. Master I.M. may come to inspect these few days, the old man with the knife said after taking a sip of tea. Maybe I want to come over to see the progress of the Pluton battleship, the scarred old man responded. The Pluton battleship is worthy of being an ancient weapon, its manufacture is extremely cumbersome, and its parts are extremely rare. Today, those world-renowned craftsmen have barely mastered the way of manipulating Pluton warships. Advertisement however, the Pluton battleship is damaged in many places, and it is still in the process of repairing. I heard from those craftsmen that the Pluton battleship will be able to sail normally in about a few months. The old man with the knife lay on the chair and looked out of the window. When the Pluton battleship was first obtained, those craftsmen thought it would take several years to fully restore it and decipher the maneuvering of the Pluton battleship. But during this time, people from the world government were unexpectedly on an isolated island. A batch of parts products hundreds of years ago was found, so this also led to a lot of speed up the progress of the craftsmen. I have been waiting for a long time, and finally I am about to get over it. The day the Pluton battleship sails is the time when the pirates of the 10,000 worlds will perish. Although they are here, they are not cut off from the outside world, the battle of the Valley of the Gods. They also knew it long ago. Now that Rox is dead, only the 10,000 realms pirates are left in the sea. This is also just convenient for us to start. The old man with the knife looked at the reward order of Cuomo and others on the table, out loud. After the battle of the Valley of the Gods, Cuomo's bounty has reached, the money is good, 5.7 billion Baileys. This may be the highest bounty ever offered in New World. Cuomo is not the only one with such a high bounty. The bounties offered by his members are not low either. Uchiha Madara 4.2 billion Baileys, Senju Hashirama 3.1 billion Baileys. Unohana Retsu 3.8 billion Baileys, following Guiwan's 13.2 billion Baileys. Gojo Satoru 3.8 billion Baileys, Rem 1.2 billion Bailey. Akunologia 1.3 billion Bailey. on the entire ship of the 10,000 Realms pirates, no one has a bounty lower than 1 billion Baileys. And the total bounty offered by these people has exceeded 20 billion Baileys. Such a pirate group is full of threats. Looking at the reward order on the table, even the 2-5 elders feel a headache. But they won't have a headache for too long, because the Pluton battleship is almost ready to start. 175 5 elders. Damn, Cuomo came to grab the Pluton ship? A few days later, the ships of the Myriad Realms pirates and Bundy World pirates are about to reach the location of the Grand Canyon. Making some plans, Cuomo? Bundy World asked from the bow, looking at Cuomo. Anyway, this is also the place where the Pluton warships are stored, and there are countless powerful ones. Just to be on the safe side, Bundy World thinks that it's better to make some plans. Making plans? No need. This is not the Holy Land Mariajoy. Cuomo responded with a slight shake of his head. Although there will be a large number of strong players here, there are definitely not as many as the Holy Land Mariajoy. A few years ago, the pirates of 10,000 Realms dared to cross the Holy Land of Mariajoy, and now they have invaded a base of the world government. Do they need to make any plans? A few years ago, your Myriad Realms pirates crossed the Holy Land Mariajoy, and you must have encountered many strong people. Bundy World crossed his arms and smiled. So far, on this sea, the only one who has successfully crossed the Holy Land of Mariajoy. There are only the strong ones of the 7.6 million world pirates. I did meet a lot of strong people, but the strongest one didn't show up. Cuomo responded lightly. When they crossed the Holy Land of Mariajoy, they met 5 elders. However, I am, the real ruler of the world government, did not show up. Although Cuomo doesn't know what kind of strength I am possesses, since he can surpass 5 elders. Then the strength is undoubtedly above 5 elders. 5 elders itself has strength beyond Admiral, and I'm strength is above 5 elders. If he did not travel to this world, I am must be the strongest person in this world. Isn't the strongest in the world government the 5 elders? Bundy World asked. The top leader of the world government is 5 elders, and according to the release of the news that year, the 10,000 Realms pirates not only fought the 5 elders, but also killed 2 5 elders. Isn't the top leader of the world government, the 5 elders, the strongest in the world government? Although the 5 elders are strong, they are not yet the strongest, Cuomo said flatly. Advertisement, yeah. Bundy World nodded slightly upon hearing the words, and did not go further into this topic. Because their ship has already reached the Grand Canyon, you can see the magnificent Pluton battleship when you look up. Together with the 10,000 Realms pirates, they will definitely be able to snatch the Pluton battleship. At that time, it will depend on who of the 2 pirate groups has the ability to get the Pluton battleship. The reason why Bundy World is keen to find the Pluton battleship is all due to his ability. The Pluton battleship has a legend that one shell can destroy an island, and his Momo fruit ability can increase the mention of the shell. The maximum can increase the mention of the shell by 100 times. Just imagine, an ordinary shell fired from the Pluton battleship is enough to destroy an island. If the mention of the cannonball is increased by 100 times, the power can be imagined. The Pluton battleship, coupled with the abilities of Bundy World, can be said to be almost invincible. Even the Red Line must not be able to withstand the power of the shells fired by the Pluton battleship, which have increased in size by 100 times. Is this the legendary Pluton battleship? It's really magnificent, Ji Guoyuan sighed as he leaned on the railing of the ship and looked at the huge battleship in front of him. The ship they were on was huge enough, but in front of the Pluton battleship. Their ship looks very small. Who is it? As their boat approached the Grand Canyon, the powerful world government patrolling the sea also noticed them. This, AHBC, this is the pirates of 10,000 Realms. A strong world government man looked at the boat where Cuomo and the others were riding, his pupils constricted violently, and he said in panic. Cuomo crossed the Holy Land of Mariajoy a few years ago, and his reputation has been remembered by many powerful people in the world government. In the past few months, Cuomo beheaded Rocks, the name of the pirates of 10,000 Realms. Once again deepened the impression of the strong world government. Damn it, how did they know about this place? A strong world government man said nervously. This is the top secret place of their world government. Advertisement: no one knows about this place except for the high-level officials of the world government and craftsmen. Those craftsmen are all strictly controlled by the top of the world government, so it is difficult for them to disclose this place to the outside world. They couldn't figure out why such a dangerous giant as the pirates of Myriad Realms would come to this place. Quick, tell the 5 elders. The strength of the powerhouses of the pirates of 10,000 Realms is simply not something they can compete with. The only one who can compete with the pirates of 10,000 Worlds is the 5 elders. This group of bastards, didn't they notice my existence? Bundy World stood at the bow and cursed. When a world government powerhouse noticed the Myriad Realms pirates, the eyes and attention of the world's strong defenders are all on the Wanji pirates. And his existence, no one pays attention at all. Through this, we can know what kind of impression the Wanji pirates left on the people of the world government. Grand Canyon, inside the world government base. The 5 elders also got the news of the attack of the 10,000 Realms pirates at the first time. Damn it, who leaked the secret? The complexion of the old man with the knife was extremely gloomy, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The Pluton battleship is still a few months away from launching, and then they can carry out the operation to kill the pirates of 10,000 Realms. But now, the Wanji pirates suddenly attacked before the Pluton battleship was fully repaired. This caught them off guard. There are only a few months left. During this period, Does anyone dare to betray our world government? The scarred old man was also extremely angry. Since the Wanji pirates will appear in this place, there is no doubt that they came for the Pluton battleship. If the battleship Pluton is snatched by the pirates of 10,000 realms, the consequences will be disastrous. This is undoubtedly a huge loss for their world government. Let's inform Lord I Am, the two of us alone. It is difficult to defeat the 10,000 realms pirates. The old man with the knife said in a deep voice. 176 I Am. Stop them before I arrive. A few years ago in the holy land of Mariajoy, 5 of them, the 5 elders, fought against the 10,000 worlds pirates. But in that battle, they did not win, and they were even killed by the pirates of 10,000 realms, 2 old friends. Now that several years have passed, the Wanji pirates have joined many new members, and their strength must have improved a lot. A few years ago, the 5 elders were unable to defeat the 10,000 realms pirates with only 5 members. Now there are only 2 of them 5 elders left here. Let them fight 10 members of the 10,000 worlds pirates. How can they win? Boo, boo, boo. The scarred old man took out his phone bug and dialed Im's number. I Am is the real powerholder of the world government, except for the 5 elders who have Im's number. Other high-level officials have no right to know. After a while, the phone bug was connected, and the scarred old man said respectfully, Master I Am. What's the matter? Im's indifferent voice came from the phone bug. The scarred old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked at the old man with a knife beside him, hesitated to speak but said, the pirates of 10,000 realms are coming to snatch the Pluton battleship. Keeping the secret of the coordinates of the Pluton battleship is the task of their 5 elders, but now the secret of the coordinates of the Pluton battleship has been leaked. This is also the responsibility of their 5 elders. That's why the scarred old man was a little nervous and reported the news to I Am. What? Im's face changed slightly, and his tone became heavy. How did the 10,000 realms pirates know the coordinates of the Pluton battleship? I Am asked. We don't know, the scarred old man replied with an embarrassed expression. The only people in this place are the top executives of the world government and the shipwrights who repair the ships. As for who leaked the secret, they don't know. Advertisement. You guys are really a bunch of idiots, I Am snarled with rare anger. The scarred old man swallowed unconsciously, staring at the phone bug in his hand, not daring to make any response. Think of him as the supreme leader of the world government, above 1 person and below 10,000 people. Holds the core rights of the world government and has the ability to mobilize the entire naval headquarters at will. But even such a person with the highest status, faced with Im's scolding, he didn't dare to talk back. How long will it take for the Pluton battleship to fully start? I Am coldly said. If there are no accidents, it will take a few months, the scarred old man replied truthfully. Now the Pluton battleship is almost ready to drive, but some parts are still a little bit problematic. It will take almost a few months to completely solve the problem of parts, and then the Pluton warship can be truly launched. Before I arrive, do your best to hold back the pirates of the 10,000 worlds, at the expense of your life, do you hear me? I Am continued to order. There's no use getting angry at the 5 elders now, the first priority is to stop the 10,000 realms pirates. Don't let them take control of the Pluton ship. Although the Pluton battleship can't really be activated yet, if it is snatched away by the pirates of 10,000 realms. That's trouble. Yes, Lord I Am, the scarred old man said solemnly. After his words fell, I Am hung up the phone. Let's go, we need to stop the pirates of myriad realms. The old man holding the knife said while holding the handle of the knife. Outside the Grand Canyon, members of the myriad realms pirates, together with Bundy World, attacked the powerhouses of the world government. Many of these world government powerhouses have vice admiral level strength, but this level of strength is not enough in the eyes of Cuomo and others. After all, they have killed 5 elders who surpassed admiral's strength. How can a strong man with vice admiral's strength stop them? Are these people so weak? Bundy World held the head of a world government powerhouse in his hand and said to himself. He originally thought that the people guarding this place were very strong, but after the battle, he realized that the people here were actually so weak. Advertisement. If he had known this earlier, he would have come alone. Just when he had this idea, 2 5 elders walked out of the Grand Canyon World Government Base. 0. Seeking flowers. Master 5 elders. These powerhouses of the world government were very respectful when they saw 5 elders walk out. 5 elders? Bundy World heard the reputation, staring at the 2 5 elders. Although the 2 old men looked old, the breath in their bodies was like a prehistoric beast. He could see at a glance the difference between these 2 old men, and he deserved to be the supreme leader of the world government. Standing in this position requires not only brains, but more importantly, strength. Meet you again, Kahuo. The 2 5 elders stared at the early pirates with cold eyes. Their 2 old friends were killed by the Myriad Realms pirates, and they were naturally angry with the Myriad Realms pirates. 0. Yeah, we meet again. Cuomo folded his hands on his chest and responded calmly. It was difficult for him to defeat a 5 elders back then, but his current strength is enough to defeat and kill a 5 elders. Is Bundy World here too? The old man with the knife noticed Bundy World, and his face became more gloomy. A Myriad Realms pirate group is already very troublesome, why even a sea powerhouse like Bundy World has come? Although Bundy World's power is far inferior to that of the 10,000 Realms pirates, he is also a strong man who is not weak. We are here today for the Pluton battleship. With your strength, you can't stop us at all. If you are sensible, just hand over the Pluton battleship directly, Bundy World said proudly. Just because you want to snatch the ancient weapon? The scarred old man sneered. Even though he said so, in his heart, he was still a little flustered. Now they need to hold on until Im's arrival. As long as Im comes, even the 10,000 Realms pirates will not be afraid. After all, Im's strength is beyond their imagination, and Im also holds the ancient weapon Uranus. I definitely can't do it alone, but the pirates of 10,000 Realms can definitely do it, Bundy World responded with a grin. 177 The battle to snatch the Pluton battleship begins, please order in full. Who on earth? Who leaked the coordinates of the Pluton battleship to you? Asked the old man with the knife. Before starting the war, he wanted to delay the time a little bit, but he really wanted to know which B************* D leaked the coordinates here. If no one leaks it, after a few months, Cuomo and the others will definitely eat it. It was all because that damn B********* D leaked the coordinates here, which led to the Wanji pirates and Bundy World pirates coming to the door. Want to steal the Pluton ship? Guess? Bundy World responded with a meaningful smile. It wasn't that some world government insider leaked the information here to him. It's because the people from Bundy World investigated here. As the saying goes, there is no impenetrable wall in the world, and many, 250, experts who are good at investigating the underground dark world gathered together. According to the whereabouts of the world government, some clues can always be investigated. Let's stop gossip, we are not here to talk to you. Cuomo slowly pulled out Shenyan, looked at the 2-5 elders and said coldly. His imitation of swordsmanship is only a little bit short of progress, and he can reach great success. As long as you fight with the old man with a knife, and completely imitate and master the opponent's swordsmanship. Cuomo believes that this time he will definitely be able to make his swordsmanship reach the point of great success. Don't be too arrogant, Cuomo. No one in this world can fight against our world government, including you. The old man with the knife flashed a cold light in his eyes and said in a deep voice. We crossed the holy land of Mariajoy a few years ago, and your world government, didn't you do anything to us? Uchiha Madara Light said. Years ago they crossed the holy land of Mariajoy, killing 2-5 elders, but the world government has never done anything about them. Now you are using the name of world government to overwhelm them, isn't this? Are you joking? Cuomo, you may not know that the real rulers of the world government are not our 5 elders, but Master I am, the scarred old man said with a meaningful smile. Advertisement hearing this, Cuomo smiled unconsciously. As a time traveler, how could he not know the existence of I am? I am? Bundy World was slightly puzzled when he heard this strange name. Although he is a famous big pirate in New World, he has never heard of the name I am. I am, after all, is the shadowy leader of the world government. Except for the 5 elders and the top executives of the world government who hold the core power, it can be said that no one knows her existence. Im's strength is superior to ours, and the ancient weapon Uranus is also in the hands of Lord I am. Although you crossed the holy land Mariajoy and killed our 2 old friends, but I am the adults didn't pay attention to you at all. The world government that has survived for 800 years, and the supreme Lord I am, this is. You people can compete, Scarred Old 2 said. He originally thought that these words would shock pirates of the 10,000 realms and make them fearful. But Cuomo and the others stared at him calmly, without a hint of shock on their faces. But Bundy World was shocked by 5 elders' words. You world government, you really have mastered 2 ancient weapons, Bundy World said with a slightly serious face. The ancient weapon Uranus has long been mastered by our world government, now we still have the Pluton battleship. What qualifications do you have to compete with our world government? Don't scare us with such words. Since we dared to come, are we afraid of you? I am should still be in the Holy Land Mariajoy, which is a long way from here. Even for flying, it will take several days. This period of time is enough for me to kill you, snatch the Pluton battleship and leave. Cuomo sneered. If I am really came, Cuomo would be a little more apprehensive, but I am rushed here now. They definitely can't arrive within a few days. During this time, is it difficult to kill the 2-5 elders? The 2-5 elders became gloomy after hearing Cuomo's words. Now they want to attack Cuomo with the Pluton battleship, but some parts have problems. May prevent Pluton ships from firing shells properly, even though they can fire shells. Advertisement, but only those shipwrights have worked out how to operate the Pluton battleship. Their world government executives don't know how to drive Pluton battleships. Of course, they definitely can't let those shipwrights drive, after all, in case there is a boatman with malicious intentions. If you drive the Pluton battleship to shoot at their world government base, then you will be in big trouble. The old man with the knife whispered to a strong world government man next to him. Take a few people to the shipbuilder to ask for the blueprint of the Pluton battleship control, and try to drive the Pluton battleship. Even if you can't fire shells normally, as long as you can drive, can scare them too. Yes. The strong man of W world government responded, and then left here with a few people, heading towards the direction of the Pluton battleship. Cuomo asked the people around him. Leave the old man with the knife to me, and the other one to you. Leave the other one to me, the supreme leader of the world government, let me see. How strong is he? Akunologia said first. Gojo Satoru, Hana Retsu, Uchiha Madara, and Ji Kunyan all fought 5 elders. But Akunolo 3.1 Kaya has been in this world for so long, and he hasn't fought 5 elders yet. Now that the opportunity came, he would naturally volunteer. No problem. Cuomo nodded. After his words fell, he rushed towards the old man with the knife. And at the first moment, Akunologia also rushed towards the scarred old man. Meet the enemy. Lord Yim will arrive soon. As long as Lord Yim arrives, all of them will die here. The old man with the knife shouted to the strong men around him. Yes. The surrounding world government powerhouses are also not a weak force. After they obeyed the order, they rushed towards Bundy World partly. The other part rushed towards the Myriad Realms pirates. The battle for the battleship Pluton begins. 178 Cuomo versus 5 elders. Cuomo held Shenyan with one hand, stomped his footsteps, and rushed towards the old man with all his strength like an afterimage. The old man didn't hesitate at all, and waved the first-generation ghost story in his hand to collide with Cuomo's godfall. This is the first time the two have faced each other for many years. Boom. The moment the blades collided, the ground exploded, and waves of waves arose on the sea level. Cuomo's current strength is definitely beyond the Admiral level, Armed Color, Knowledge Color, Conquerors, all have reached the level of Dachung. And his swordsmanship is about to reach its true peak. There are not many people in this world who can defeat Cuomo, and 5 elders is definitely not one of them. The strength of the old man with the knife is indeed not weak, whether it is Conqueror's hockey. Or the swordsmanship is not weak Cuomo too much, but he is only strong in these things. Cuomo is not only Conqueror's hockey, and the top of swordsmanship, he has also mastered various abilities from other worlds. Those abilities, the 5 elders can't compete. Bang bang bang. The blades of the two made afterimages in the air, and in a short while, the blades of the two collided dozens of times. 07. You have become stronger. The old man with the knife stared at Cuomo in front of him solemnly. Back then in the holy land of Mariajoy, when Cuomo did not use special abilities, he only talked about swordsmanship. The old man can suppress Cuomo. But now the old man with the knife found that Cuomo's swordsmanship was much more advanced than before, and it was already difficult to suppress him with his current strength. You must know that this is when Cuomo has not used the special ability to stay. If he used the special ability, wouldn't it be Cuomo pressing the old man with the knife to fight? It's been so many years, but your strength hasn't improved a bit, Cuomo said sarcastically, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Through the battle with the old man with the knife, Cuomo knows how much these have improved his own strength. Although he has a system, he has never stopped training in recent years. Now, without the help of special abilities, he has almost grown to the level of 5 elders. However, he has not fully reached the level of 5 elders, and the difference between the two is only combat experience. Advertisement. Although Cuomo has fought many times over the years, he has good combat experience. But the old man with the knife didn't know how long he lived and how many times he fought. His combat experience is even richer than Cuomo's. He. Don't underestimate me, brat, the old man with the knife responded with a sneer. Despite what he said on the surface, Cuomo's growth rate really shocked him. Now he has no idea of defeating Cuomo, because he knows that even if he defeats Cuomo, he must also be seriously injured. In this state, he must be in danger. If you want to fight against the pirates of Myriad Worlds, it is impossible to defeat them only with these people present. Unless I am coming. As long as he can last as long as I am, bring the ancient weapon Uranus rush here. At that time, not only will he not be in danger, but he will even be able to wipe out all the pirates from the Myriad Realms. It was precisely this kind of thinking that he had in mind, which led to his attacks lacking danger and having more defenses. And Cuomo has no intention of killing the old man with the knife now. After all, he still needs to imitate and master the old man's sword skills and sword skills theory during the battle. If he killed him early, how could he imitate and master the sword skills of the old man with a knife? Ghost slash. The old man with the knife suddenly backed up, and the first-generation ghost exuded a ghostly aura covering his whole body, which made him look full of threats. He wrapped armor and conquerors on first-generation Onitsu, and then slammed a sword aura towards Cuomo. Shua. A fierce sword chi struck out, tearing the ground at high speed, and rushed towards Cuomo with the momentum of overwhelming everything. Fall. Cuomo clenched Shenyan with both arms, the veins in his arms popped up, and he swung the knife forcefully in front of his eyes. The blade rubbed against the air, and there was a violent roar, which slightly distorted the surrounding space. In the next second, the terrifying sword energy rushed towards the old man holding the knife with devastating force. Falling is Cuomo's move based on Roger's avoidance, which is more powerful than Roger's avoidance. Advertisement. Terribly destructive. The two sword chi clashed and collided together, forming a semicircular screen with one red and one purple. The confrontation of sword chi set off a strong air current, sweeping all directions like a violent storm. The sword chi played by the two contains their understanding of swordsmanship, and is mixed with armed colors and conquerors hockey. Just the airflow that was set off was full of threats. It took several seconds for the sword chi to collide, and then the two sword chi dissipated. The figures of the two collided again. It seems that Cuomo alone can defeat the 5 elders. Ji Guoyuan, who was watching the battle from a boat, said. Although many strong men from the world government attacked them, but with his strength, naturally, he easily solved them. After finishing off his opponent, Ji Guoyuan turned his attention to Cuomo and watched his fight. It's not just about being able to defeat him at 750, it's not difficult to kill him. Unohana Retsu sheathed the Zanpakuto and focused on Cuomo. In the Battle of Mariajoy in the Holy Land, Cuomo's strength was still a little immature, although he could fight against 5 elders. But it is almost impossible to win and defeat a 5 elders. But after a few years of growth, Cuomo is now fully capable of killing a 5 elders. Do we just need to watch the battle on the boat? Don't we need to help Cuomo? Tornado asked the people around him with his hands on his hips. Cuomo and Akunologia are fighting seriously, but others are watching the battle, which makes Tornado slightly worried Cuomo. After all, she has not been in this world for a long time, and she doesn't know much about Cuomo's strength. She also doesn't know about the 5 elders. Worry is also inevitable. Don't worry, with Cuomo's strength. Tornado nodded upon hearing this. Although he didn't know Cuomo's specific strength, Gojo, Satoru and the others were not worried about Cuomo's safety at all. Then she certainly doesn't need to worry. She doesn't know Cuomo's strength, but Gojo, Satoru and others must know it. 179 Akunologia. So what if I am comes? During the battle, Cuomo used the top observation haki to predict the weakness of the old man with the knife. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed at the chest of the old man with the knife. Shua. Because Cuomo's attack was so fast, the old man with the knife didn't even react, and Cuomo's attack hit him. Damn it. The old man with the knife stepped back quickly, the blood from his chest dripped onto the ground. He held the wound on his chest, his expression extremely ferocious. Cuomo's knife not only covered armament haki, but also added conqueror's haki. These two forces invaded the body of the old man with the knife, which made him feel a lot of pain. The two have only been fighting for a long time, and he was cut. Cuomo's strength is stronger than he wanted. How do you feel? You've become weaker, Cuomo mocked with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Don't be too proud, brat, the old man with the knife snorted coldly. When you get old, you have to admit defeat. You have indeed become weaker. After Cuomo's words fell, he rushed to the old man with the knife again and attacked him. During this short battle, Cuomo imitated and mastered many sword skills and sword skills theory of the old man with the knife. The 5 elders really deserved to be the supreme leaders of the world government. Not only did they have the highest status, but they were also not weak. Like the old knife-wielding man who fought Cuomo. In terms of swordsmanship alone, the swordsmanship of the old man with the knife is even higher than that of Rocks, but he can't fully display his swordsmanship. Because he hasn't fought for a long time, and he is already old, and he is a little unfamiliar with his swordsmanship, so he can't exert his full strength. But after imitating Cuomo, he can master the full power of the old man's swordsmanship. After a brief battle, Cuomo felt that his sword skills had improved a lot, both in speed and aggressiveness. Now Cuomo, back with 100% certainty, fighting against the old man with a knife, he will definitely be able to make his ability to imitate the sword reach a real top. Swish swish swish. Advertisement. As the two battled, Cuomo's swordsmanship became more fierce, and he became more comfortable during the battle. The old man with the knife was under a lot of pressure. He didn't understand why Cuomo's strength was increasing significantly. The lion will kill everything. Holding the blade in both hands, Cuomo uses the golden lion swordplay with his own swordplay understanding. Swish swish swish. In just a split second, Cuomo slashed countless slashes at the old man with the knife. Countless strands of sword energy crossed the sky, looking extremely bright, but the same countless strands of sword energy possessed terrifying destructive power and destructiveness. Facing the countless sword chi that struck, the old man with the knife looked extremely heavy. Facing Cuomo's slash, even he was under a lot of pressure. But he also tried his best to defend against Cuomo's slash. On the other side, Akunologia fought the scarred old man. Bang bang bang. After the armament haki was wrapped around the fists of the two, they collided continuously. Akunologia has an extremely terrifying body, and is an extremely terrifying physique powerhouse. And the scarred old man is also a strong physicist. The battle between the two was completely a physical collision, punch after punch. The ground under the two people's feet was torn apart early, because the ground couldn't bear it at all, and the shock caused by the collision of their fists. When I came to this world, I rarely meet someone whose physical skills can compete with me. You are really a good opponent. Akunologia looked at the scarred old man and said with a grin. Except for the members of the Myriad Realms pirates, physical skills can be compared with him. Almost no one in this world can compete with him with physical skills. Today he met the scarred old man, who could fight him with physical skills. Little ghost, are you underestimating me? Advertisement? After the scarred old man heard Akunologia's words, his complexion froze. In his eyes, Akunologia is just a brat, who has the right to dare to compare with him. But in fact, Akunologia's age is even older than him. It just looks young after all. I didn't say I underestimated you, Akunologia said calmly. What he said just now was a recognition of the strength of the scarred old man, but the other party didn't seem to think so. Not only will you not get the Pluton battleship today, but your entire Myriad Realms pirates will be buried here, the scarred old man responded with a cold snort. He doesn't need to defeat Akunologia, he just needs to hold off until Ein's arrival. It's a long way to get here, but their world government has cultivated all kinds of capable people. There is always an ability user who can let IM reach this place in a short time. Once IM arrives, the victory of this battle must be tilted towards their world government. Let our pirates of 10,000 worlds be buried here. I'm afraid you can't do it, Akunologia responded calmly. Except for Ram and Ram, none of the pirates of 10,000 worlds is a simple character. Almost all have Admiral level strength, or strength beyond Admiral level. What ability does the mere world government have that can wipe out their Myriad Worlds pirates? Hee. You underestimate the strength of Lord IM, her strength is not something you can compete with, let alone she still holds Uranus. The scarred old man retorted with a sneer. Qian Hao Hao, got Uranus a long time ago, and he has already mastered the use of Uranus. With Im's strength, plus Uranus, who in the whole world can compete with her? The strength of the Myriad Realms pirates is indeed not weak, but don't forget that their world government has survived for 800 years. How could this 800-year foundation be overthrown so easily? So what if Im's here? Whether I can compete with her strength or not, it's not up to you, Akunologia said indifferently. Even if I really came, Akunologia was not afraid at all. He didn't say much to the scarred old man, he clenched his fists and attacked him again. The scarred old man was not afraid at all, his arms were bruised, and he also rushed towards Akunologia. The fists of the two collided again, and the ground level had sunk several meters deep. 180 Cuomo's super sword art, full order. Although Akunologia's current strength is not at its peak, the power it possesses has reached a terrifying level. Even if came, Akunologia would not have the slightest fear. To scare Akunologia verbally, it can only be said that the old man with scars is wishful thinking. Akunologia wraps his arms around the upper layer, armed with Conqueror's haki. I saw that his speed was extremely fast, and he reached behind the scarred old man in the blink of an eye. And the reaction speed of the scarred old man was also unrestrained, the moment Akunologia reached his body. Haki is covered on the fist and punched out, boom. After covering haki, the fists of the two became more destructive. When the fists collided, there was a loud noise, and the sound of violent roaring was heard in the air. And the momentum was huge, and on the sea level in the distance, wave after wave rippled. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two collided again, and neither could do anything to the other in a short period of time. On the other side, Cuomo fights an old man with a knife. After a period of fighting, 503 now Cuomo is almost completely mastering the sword skills of the old man with the knife. He had a hunch that after fighting for a while, he could imitate all the sword skills of the old man with the knife, and his imitation sword skills could reach the level of great success. Shua. Cuomo's sword skills have improved significantly because of fighting the old man with a knife. With the help of superb swordsmanship, he slashed at the shoulder of the old man with the knife at a strange angle. Although at the critical moment, the shoulder of the old man with the knife was covered with a layer of haki, which defended against his attacking baby. However, Cuomo's slash also caused a lot of damage to his shoulder. How do you know my sword skills? The old man holding the knife held the wound on his shoulder with a cold expression, staring at Cuomo with his eyes. Cuomo's swordsmanship has improved significantly, and the old man with a knife can see the shadow of his own swordsmanship in Cuomo's moves. He wasn't quite sure at first, but now, Cuomo slashed at him with a knife at an odd angle. Advertisement, isn't this exactly his sword technique? Although this trick seems very simple, it requires strong, swordsmanship skills and theory to use it. There is no doubt that Cuomo's swordsmanship is world-class, but the problem is that Cuomo's swordsmanship theory and skills are fundamentally different from his. The two of them are like two people with completely different attributes. Logically speaking, the moves they have learned are fundamentally different. But Cuomo can use his sword moves. I can learn any sword technique that I see, Cuomo replied calmly, glancing at the old man with the knife. It is the ability to imitate swordsmanship that allows him to learn the old man's swordsmanship in a short time. Without this ability, even if Cuomo's swordsmanship talent is too terrifying, it is impossible to master other people's swordsmanship in a short period of time. Are you kidding? There can't be such a person in this world? The old man with the knife changed his face slightly and said in a low voice. He couldn't imagine that Cuomo has such an ability, it's because this ability is too pervert. He has worked hard to train swordsmanship for countless days, and in the process of fighting the enemy, he was easily learned by the opponent. Who wants to believe this? Who would accept this? You haven't seen it before, but now you have seen it. There are such people in this world. Cuomo responded with a slight upturn of his mouth. Stop talking nonsense, Cuomo, the old man with the knife said coldly. Cuomo smiled lightly and did not continue to respond. Instead, he waved the shenyan in his hand and slashed at the old man with the knife. Seeing this, the old man with the knife immediately entered a defensive state. Although he didn't believe it verbally, he was still very wary of Cuomo in his heart. Cuomo has not only mastered some of his sword moves, but also has a unique understanding of swordsmanship. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he feels that Cuomo's swordsmanship is superior to his own. Shua. Shu. 1. Since Cuomo slashed the shoulder of the old man with the knife once, within a short time, he slashed a few more times. Ding, congratulations host, imitating swordsmanship to reach the Dachshund level. Advertisement. While typing, the sound of the system suddenly entered Cuomo's ears, which made him startled, and then he smiled. Fighting the rocks didn't make the imitation of swordsmanship reach the level of mastery, but fighting the old man with the knife, his swordsmanship finally reached the level of mastery. Following the system's prompt tone, it fell. The swordsmanship moves and swordsmanship theories he had mastered in his mind were all fused together. Afterwards, a brand new sword technique and theory was developed. He could clearly feel the extent of his mastery and understanding of swordsmanship. Cuomo's level today is a level that no one has stepped on. After all, in order to bring swordsmanship to a whole new level, Cuomo and the great pirate Roger, Golden Lion, rocks. And the top leader of the world government, 5 elders and other top swordsmen. The swordsmanship he has mastered now, it is the combination of the 4 of them's swordsmanship theory, plus Cuomo's own swordsmanship. Although Cuomo also thought about fighting Ji Guoyuan on the ship, imitating their swordsmanship, and reaching the level of Dachshund early. But the system has reminded that imitating swordsmanship is only effective for people in this pirate world. Although it has gone through a lot of time, but now, his swordsmanship has finally reached the full level. The fight, it's over, Cuomo said with a grin. The reason why he didn't want to kill the old man with the knife during this period of fighting. All because he still needs to imitate and master the opponent's swordsmanship. But now his swordsmanship has reached the stage of great success, so the old man with the sword, there is no need to live. The old man with the knife stared at Cuomo solemnly, although he didn't know what Cuomo had done. But he could detect a slight change in Cuomo's body. A terrifying force was born in the science of Bing. Cuomo held Shenyun, stomped his feet, and rushed towards the old man with the knife. The old man with the knife looked at the rushing Cuomo, and suddenly his hair stood on end, because he really felt a huge threat from Cuomo. A death threat. 7 BD 181 Terrifying Ultimate Swordsmanship, Shua. Cuomo held Shenyun with both hands, and slashed at the old man holding the knife from top to bottom. The blades of the two collided together, and there was a violent roar in the air. The sound was huge and resounded in all directions, setting off bursts of smoke and sand. The ground under the old man's feet exploded. The ground level around the two of them dropped several meters deep in an instant. A strand of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the old man with the knife, and he tried his best to defend against Kaylee's attack. Cuomo's swordsmanship has far surpassed him now, and it is only a one-hit confrontation. It put a lot of pressure on him. Shua. A few seconds after the blades of the two collided, Cuomo suddenly turned the blade in a strange way, and slashed at the shoulder of the old man holding the knife at an extremely tricky angle. Hateful. The old man with the knife covered his shoulders with a grim expression. Even though he was a moment earlier, using the armament hockey over-covered on his shoulders. But Cuomo's sword penetration is too terrifying. Even with armament hockey covered, the shoulders were still nearly chopped off. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he knows that Cuomo's strength has surpassed him. Not just swordsmanship, conqueror's hockey, and physical skills are vaguely above him. I haven't seen it for many years. Cuomo's strength has improved too much. The ultimate swordsmanship is really strong. Cuomo looked at the injured old man holding a knife, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised inwardly. In just a few seconds of fighting, he slashed and wounded the old man with the knife. All of this, thanks to the ultimate sword technique he mastered. Cuomo didn't hesitate, and pursued the victory, wanting to quickly get rid of the old man with the knife, snatch the Pluton battleship, and leave this place. The old man with the knife looked extremely serious at the moment. Facing Cuomo's offensive, he did not make any counterattacks. Instead, he has been making defensive moves. He knows that if he goes head-to-head with Cuomo, he won't be able to win, and he will be easy to kill. Advertisement therefore, in order to delay the time, it can be said that he has completely given up the counterattack now, and has been in a state of defense. Dang dang dang. The blades of the two kept colliding together. Cuomo's swordsmanship was fast, accurate, and ruthless, which was very terrifying and threatening. Even though the old man with the knife has always been in a defensive posture, Cuomo can always rely on his extraordinary swordsmanship. Cut to the old man with the knife. Swish swish swish. Cuomo swung Shenyun and quickly struck out 3 swords, all 3 of which were almost reaching ultimate, almost at the same time in an instant. 3 sword chis rushed towards the old man holding the knife at the same time, and each sword chi contained terrifying power. And because the 3 sword chi are very close to the old man with the knife, they completely blocked the old man's retreat. He had to defend against these 3 sword chis, and it was impossible to avoid them. The old man with the knife looked extremely solemn, and his whole body was covered with a layer of armament hockey. Then use first-generation Onitsu to defend. Cuomo's 3 sword chi, he successfully defended too. But the 3rd sword energy hit him. There was a hideous wound in front of the old man with the knife, and blood dripped continuously on the ground. Even though his body was already covered with armament hockey, Cuomo still broke through the defense. The wound on his abdomen was very deep, and he almost hit the bone of the old man with the knife. The old man with the knife stepped back a few steps, panting heavily, and stared at Cuomo vigilantly. Think about when he, the supreme leader of the world government, was in such a mess as he is today. He doesn't understand why this world, Cuomo, will be born such a terrible powerhouse. Cuomo is extremely talented, young conqueror's hockey, swordsmanship, physical skills, all above him. And what's more, Cuomo also has special abilities, such as Senju Buddha. Any ability of Cuomo's body, given to others, can create a strong man in all directions. But so many abilities, all of them are mastered by Cuomo. At this moment, he can only pray that I am will come soon, otherwise, he will be killed by Cuomo. Advertisement. Just when Cuomo was about to continue his work, there was a huge roar on the sea level. The sound was deafening, and it spread in all directions. Cuomo heard the reputation and went to see the Pluton battleship being driven by many masters of the world government. 0. Seeking flowers. They rushed towards the world government base mightily. The size of the Pluton battleship is huge, even half the size of the lantern fish. The Pluton battleship is docked on the sea, although it is shocking, it is not very big. But when the Pluton warship sails on the sea, the oppressive feeling it causes to the surrounding people is very terrifying. The Pluton warship can destroy an island with one shot. Be careful not to let him attack our ship. GUN-10 stared at the selected party's oligarch warship vigilantly. Although their boat is made of the hardest tree in the world, the precious tree atom. But Pluton battleships have legends of destroying islands, no matter how tough their ships are. It can't hold a shell from the Pluton battleship. This ship has been with the pirates of 10,000 worlds for more than 10 years, so they don't want the ship to be destroyed. It's a terrifying sense of oppression. This is an ancient weapon known as destroying the world. Uchiha Madara stood at the bow of the ship, folded his hands on his chest, and stared fixedly at the Pluton battleship on the sea level. Although the Pluton battleship didn't fire a single shell at this moment, there was an invisible sense of oppression just sailing on the sea. Senju Hashirama and others also came to the bow of the ship at this time. Beware of the shells fired by the Pluton battleship. With the strength of the few of them, it is absolutely possible to stop the shells fired by the Pluton battleship. Battleship Pluton. Bundy World's eyes flashed with greed, and his eyes were fixed on the battleship Pluton. His devil fruit paired with the Pluton battleship is a perfect match. Getting the Pluton battleship by him is equivalent to being almost invincible. As long as I can get the Pluton warship, whether it is marine, world government, including the pirates of 10,000 realms, lousy, can destroy you all, Bundy World thought to himself. As a world destroyer, he naturally has a grand ambition, which is to rule the entire world just like rocks. But he rules in a different way than the rocks. He wants to destroy the world first, and then rule people. 182 The Pluton battleship starts, seek full order. When the Pluton battleship started sailing, the eyes of all the powerhouses present were all on the Pluton battleship. Including Cuomo, at this moment his eyes are fixed on the Pluton battleship. He has heard many legends about the Pluton battleship, but what is the specific power of the Pluton battleship? He has no idea. Shua, just as Cuomo's eyes were on the Pluton battleship, the old man with the knife seized this momentary opportunity. Wielding the demon sword Onitsu in his hand, he slashed at Cuomo with all his strength, although his swordsmanship was not as strong as Cuomo's. But at the same top, a sword chi hit Cuomo's body heavily. Seeing this scene, the old man with the knife unconsciously smiled. The sword energy he cut out almost contained the strength of his whole body. This blow. 823, even the strong at the Admiral level dare not resist with their bodies. But not long after he was complacent, his complexion became serious, and he saw that Cuomo's body was covered with a layer of dragon scales. The sword chi he shot just now only scratched Longland's body. Although it also slightly broke Cuomo's defense, causing a little blood to flow out of his body. However, such minor injuries have no effect on Cuomo. In recent years, Cuomo has improved more than just physical skills, conqueror's hockey, and fencing. The first ability he acquired, the Black Dragon form, is not weak at this time. The dragon scales can easily defend against the attacks of the strong Admiral level. Does someone like you even engage in sneak attacks? Cuomo turned to look at the old man with the knife and sneered. The sword energy of the old man with the knife is very aggressive. If this is an ordinary strong Admiral, he must have been cut by the old man with the knife. But unfortunately, his dragon scales are too pervert, let alone covered with armament hockey. Even if Cuomo stood still and let the old man with the knife attack, it would be difficult for the opponent to injure him severely. You are such a monster, the old man with the knife said coldly. In a frontal confrontation, he is not an opponent at all. Even if he is completely on the defensive, he can be slashed by Cuomo. Advertisement now that he can't do much damage to Cuomo even with a sneak attack, how can he fight? If Cuomo is still as strong as he was a few years ago, he still has a lot of confidence in defeating him one-on-one. But now, one-on-one, his chances of winning are almost zero. Although the Pluton battleship is sailing now, it has slightly deterred the members of the 10,000 Realms pirates. But the actual situation of the Pluton battleship, the old man with a knife couldn't be more clear. Although the Pluton battleship can sail, some parts have not been fully repaired, and it is difficult to fire shells. In other words, the current Pluton battleship is just a paper tiger, although it can bring a sense of oppression to Cuomo and others. But it can't cause substantial harm to them. I'm tired of hearing the title monster, Cuomo said calmly, spreading his hands. Black wings grew from behind Cuomo. He glanced at the Pluton battleship, and then rushed towards the old man with the knife again. Cuomo didn't know that the Pluton was unable to fire shells. But at this moment, he still dared to attack the old man with the knife, because he predicted that the Pluton warship would not dare to fire shells at the world government's base. Because once it launches, it's not just Cuomo who will be traumatized when the time comes. 5 elders are also affected by the force of the shell. The Pluton warship is very threatening, and now Cuomo just wants to get rid of the old man with the knife quickly. Kill the old man with the knife in a short time, and then find a way to deal with the Pluton battleship. Thinking of this, Cuomo's arm is not only wrapped with 2-color hockey, but also with dragon scales. Cuomo wants to use the domineering power of the Black Dragon to quickly kill the old man with the knife. Whoosh! Cuomo, with wings sprouting from his back, was as fast as ultimate, leaving afterimages one after another in midair. The old man with the knife turned on observation hockey to see Cuomo's figure, but it was difficult to keep up with Cuomo's speed. Boom! Cuomo arrived in front of the old man with the knife in an instant, and with all his strength, he swung Shenyan and slashed at the old man with the knife. Advertisement: the old man with the knife brandished a knife to resist. The blades of the two collided together, producing a huge roar, like a meteorite falling. Generate a huge momentum. The ground under the old man's feet split apart, and the part below his knees sank directly into the ground. On the sea level, more than 10 feet of waves were set off, beating on the coast. Half of the world government base shook slightly. The Wanji pirates are on board. Cuomo is too strong. Tornado looked at the figure of Cuomo on the island, slightly surprised. The power of Cuomo's blow changed the clouds in the high altitude. The sky was originally clear and densely covered with white clouds, but in an instant, all the white clouds were scattered. It was replaced by dark clouds, which slowly covered the sky. Affected by Cuomo's battle, the dark clouds rolled over at this moment. One blow directly affects the normal operation of the weather, turning the clear sky into a cloudy and gloomy weather. No matter how you say it, Cuomo is also our captain. How could he have no strength? Ji Guoyuan smiled slightly. When Guoyuan was first summoned to this world, Cuomo's strength was not very strong. But now, Cuomo's strength has grown to a very terrifying level. In this world, except for I am mentioned by Cuomo, there is probably no one who can defeat him. Wujo said seriously, resting his hand on his chin. 2.5 old stars are now, it can be said to be the top combat power in this world. But the strength of 5 elders is not enough in front of Cuomo. If 5 elders is not the opponent, only I am, the most mysterious of the world government, can compete with Cuomo. The 5 elders were very strong for us when we first came to this world, but now, their strength is not worth mentioning at all. They are already old. The strength of many strong people in naval headquarters will be in the future may surpass them. Uchiha Madara said with folded hands on his chest. When the Pluton battleship was first launched, everyone's eyes were still on the Pluton battleship. But now that Cuomo is fighting with all his might, they have all eyes on Cuomo. It's not that they underestimated the Pluton battleship, but because the Pluton battleship even fired shells. They also have their own means to defend themselves. 183 5 elders fall again, full order. The battle between Cuomo and the old man with the knife lasted for a long time, but the old man with the knife still couldn't withstand Cuomo's full blow. Shua. Cuomo used all his strength to directly cut off an arm of the old man with the knife. Hateful. The old man with the knife held first-generation Onitsu in his left hand, and the other arm fell to the ground. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. He was cut off an arm so easily by Cuomo. If this continues, he will most likely die here. How much he now hopes that I am can arrive at this moment and stop Cuomo. He stared at Cuomo warily, although there was a sharp pain in his arm, but the only thought in his mind right now was, survive. Although he is a strong man standing at the top of this world, he is still afraid of death. After all, he now has the highest status, holds the core rights of the world government, has the power to manipulate the world's franchise countries, and enjoys endless reputation and prestige. If you are alive, all of this will not disappear, but if you die, all of this will be gone. Although it was shameful, 07 had the thought of running away in his mind at the moment. He desperately wants to live now. Didn't this knife kill you? Cuomo stared at the old man with the knife in surprise. In fact, his attack just now was to directly kill the old man with the knife. But at a critical moment, the old man with the knife sideways avoided his fatal attack. This also caused Cuomo's knife to only cut off the arm of the old man with the knife, instead of directly splitting him in half. Let me live, Cuomo. I can give you endless wealth. I can even revoke your reward order and make you a world nobleman. The old man with the knife took a deep breath. Start talking terms with Cuomo. One arm was cut off, and now his combat power has been greatly reduced. If Cuomo attacks again, he is likely to be overwhelmed and killed by Cuomo. He is willing to give Cuomo everything for his life. Advertisement. Although Cuomo is now the pirate tycoon of New World, his reputation spreads throughout New World. But the old man with the knife holds the supremacy of the world government and can easily clean Cuomo. Are you going to become a world nobleman? It sounds like it's not bad. Cuomo rested his chin on his hand and pretended to think seriously. You agree? Hearing Cuomo's words, the pupils of the old man with the knife shrank violently, and he hurriedly asked. He was just trying, but now it seems that there is hope for survival. Liar, Cuomo responded with a sudden grin. How could he agree to the conditions of the old man with the knife, making him a nobleman of the world? Doesn't that mean that his status will be under the celestial dragons? Now that he is a pirate, he can easily kill celestial dragons if he sees them as unpleasant. And becoming a nobleman of the world, letting celestial dragons ride on his head, this kind of thing, how could he agree? You. Hearing Cuomo's words, the old man with the knife suddenly became embarrassed. I thought Cuomo would agree, but unexpectedly, Cuomo was playing tricks on him. He has never been so embarrassed as he is today. Not only was he beaten by the pirates, he was even played by the pirates. Okay, let me see you off for the last time, too. The veins in Cuomo's arms bulged. He held the blade in his hand, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. 8 inner gates. First gate, open the gate. 8 inner gates. The third gate, the life gate is open. 8 inner gates. 7th gate, open the gate. Cuomo opened the 8 inner gates directly to the 7th gate. I saw blue steam rising from Cuomo's body. After opening the 7th gate, his overall strength has increased a lot. Without the power of the 8 inner gates, Cuomo can easily cut off the shoulder of the old man with the knife. Now, with the opening of the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, Cuomo doesn't believe that the old man with a knife can't be killed with one move. After opening the 7th gate, Cuomo rushed directly to the old man with the knife. His speed was so fast that the sound of a sonic boom was heard. Advertisement. When the old man with the knife did not react at all, he slashed down with the knife and directly cut the old man with the knife in two. Many world government masters didn't even see when Cuomo made a move. But when they reacted, they found that the body of the old man with the knife had been broken in two, and Cuomo was standing aside holding the blood-stained Shenyang. 5 elders were killed. Many powerhouses from the world government couldn't hide their shock when they saw this scene. 5 Elders is not only the supreme leader of their world government, but also the top powerhouse of their world government. Now, the 5 Elders were all killed by Cuomo, and their fighting spirit dropped to zero in an instant. They all had no intention of fighting, but stared in horror at Cuomo standing next to 5 Elders' body. Cuomo. The scarred old man saw his old friend being beheaded by Cuomo, and roared angrily. They had been killed by the 10,000 Realms pirates' 2 old friends, and now another old friend died at the hands of the 10,000 Realms pirates. The scarred old man at this moment. With great anger, he wished he could kill the entire myriad Realms pirates. 810 Now he wants to go to Cuomo to single out, but Akunologia has been blocking him. Get out of the way, you be asterisk 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 D. The scarred old man roared angrily. Do you think I'll listen to you? Do you obediently get out of the way? Akunologia slightly raised the corners of his mouth, with disdain on his face, and responded lightly. The old man with the knife had bulging veins on his forehead and arms, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes, staring at Akunologia. He didn't understand why the people in the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds were so monsters. He also didn't understand why the Pirates of the 10,000 Realms would arrive at this place while the Pluton battleship was still being repaired, if the Pirates of the 10,000 Realms hadn't arrived here in advance. If the Pluton battleship has been fully repaired, they don't have to fear the 10,000 Worlds pirates at all. He even has the confidence to destroy the entire myriad Realms pirates. But, all of this is difficult to achieve. The Wanji pirates arrived here before the Pluton battleship was fully repaired. Not only did the old man with the knife die today, but he is also very likely to die here. If IM doesn't get here in time, even the Pluton battleship will be snatched by the 10,000 Realms pirates. 184M arrives at the battlefield. Each of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds is a monster, and each of them possesses Admiral or surpasses Admiral's strength. If the Pirates of 10,000 Realms won the Pluton battle, their world government only relies on the ancient weapons Uranus, and IM, and it is difficult to compete with the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Is their world government's 800-year history going to be overthrown in this era? No, I cannot. The world government has existed for 800 years, it is impossible to be overthrown by a pirate group. For 800 years, countless geniuses have been born in this world, but no one has succeeded in overthrowing the world government. Not this time either. The scarred old man took a deep breath, clenched his fists and attacked Akunologia. Although it is very likely that he will die here today, he wants to fight until the last moment. He firmly believes that the world government will not be overthrown. Even the 5 Elders can be easily killed. It seems that your strength is stronger than I imagined. Bundy World looked at Cuomo and whispered. He felt that the strength of 5 Elders was definitely above him, and Cuomo could easily kill 5 Elders. In other words, Cuomo can kill him more easily. It is infinitely more difficult than he imagined to get the Pluton battleship from the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. But he won't give up, he will look for a chance to steal the Pluton battleship. Cuomo's strength is indeed strong. But, as long as he can get the Pluton ship, he can kill even Cuomo. At this moment, after Cuomo killed the old man with the knife, he set his sights on the Pluton battleship driving on the sea level. Flapping the wings behind him, he rushed directly towards the Pluton battleship. He was covered with hard dragon scales and armament hockey, and he was fully on the defensive. Watch out for the Pluton battleship firing shells at him. He keeps approaching the Pluton battleship, and wants to rush to the Pluton battleship and control it directly. Advertisement seeing Cuomo approaching, several world government masters piloting the Pluton battleship panicked. Although the Pluton battleship can start driving, it cannot fire shells yet. There is no threat to Cuomo at all. They have seen Cuomo's strength just now, beheading A5 Elders easily. Had Cuomo been aboard the Pluton, all of them would have died here. And the battleship Pluton will also be snatched. At the critical moment, suddenly a sword aura struck towards Cuomo. He sensed the danger and quickly backed away. A figure appeared in midair, a woman, and several men in black robes stood in midair. They didn't come all the way from the holy land of Mariajoy, but with the help of demon fruit power. Master I am. The scarred old man who was fighting Akunologia suddenly backed away from Akunologia. He knelt down on one knee and shouted respectfully. He has persisted for so long, I am finally here. Im's arrival made the scarred old man completely relieved. Not only will he not die, but the Pluton will not be taken by Cuomo. Cuomo in midair watched several figures in the distance vigilantly. He originally thought that IM was a rough-looking man, but he didn't expect that there were actually 10 women. And standing beside IM should be the absolute powerhouse of the CPO organization. These strong men from the CPO organization were all wearing black robes, and their aura was like the sky. Is this what Cuomo mentioned, the real leader of the world government, IM who is still above the 5 Elders? Tornado stood on the bow, watching the figure in the sky vigilantly. Although it was the first time she saw IM, she felt a great threat from her. Advertisement she can feel it just by her aura. IM's is not simple. This person is not simple. Ji Guoyuan stared at IM's figure with the same serious expression. Cuomo once said that if nothing else happens, IM should be the strongest person in the world. And it is very likely that it is an old monster that has lived for 800 years. If he really lived for 800 years, then IM's strength must have reached an extremely terrifying level. Although in this world, strength can easily reach the upper limit, but in 800 years, it must have broken through the upper limit of strength in this world. It's really not easy. She is much stronger than any enemy we have encountered before. Even the enemies we encountered are not worth mentioning in front of her. Gojo Satoru opened his 6 eyes and observed I am seriously. 6 eyes is Wujo Wu's innate ability. This ability has the function of insight into the strength of others. He can't predict I am's specific strength, but he is definitely not weak. The strongest person in the world government is here. I really want to fight her. Uchiha Madara stood at the bow of the boat, folded her hands on her chest, and said with great interest. Don't act rashly, Madara. Her specific strength is still unknown. If you act rashly, you may suffer loss. Senju Hashirama reminded Uchiha Madara impulsively. It was the first time for them to meet I am, the strongest person in the world government. They have never heard of anyone fighting I am, and they are completely unknown to her strength. If you do it rashly, they will not get any advantage. If we kill I am today, the world will be under our control. Hana Retsu slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto. At this moment, she has entered the state of fighting. Well, good. I am is the strongest in the world government, and almost the entire world is under the control of the world government. Kill I am and take her place, wouldn't they be the new rulers? Captain of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates, Cuomo. I am standing at a high altitude said slowly. Her cold gaze scanned Cuomo's body, as if trying to see through him. Nice meeting, I am. Cuomo greeted I am calmly. So what if I am comes? As a pirate, it is impossible for you to overthrow our world government, but I can invite you to join the world government, and let you become 5 elders, who will hold the core rights of the world government and help me control the whole world. Im's eyes did not without the slightest emotion. He looked at Cuomo and said lightly. .185 I am wooing Cuomo? Cuomo's strength is not weak. If it is solved, it will be a little troublesome, if it can be drawn. They world government, and they made a lot of money. Lord I am, you can't let Cuomo become 5 elders. If someone like him becomes 5 elders, it will only bring disaster to our world government. Cuomo hadn't spoken yet, but the scarred old man was the first to speak out. In any case, he would never agree to let Cuomo become the 5 elders. Because the Wanji pirates killed 3 of his friends for many years, if Cuomo became the 5 elders. How else would he avenge his dead friends? Even if I am arrived here this time and did not destroy the entire Myriad Realms pirates, it only takes a few months for the Pluton battleship to be completely repaired. At that time, they have a 100% probability of destroying the Myriad Realms pirates. With 2 ancient weapons in hand, how can the pirates of Myriad Realms counter their world government? Here, do you have a share to speak? I am standing in the air, glanced at the scarred old man indifferently and said coldly. The scarred old man heard Im's words, although he felt displeased in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything more. Then 657 can only see how Cuomo will choose. He still hopes that Cuomo will refuse to become 5 elders. Because of this, he will be able to avenge the few old friends who died in the future. It's not just the scarred old man who doesn't want Cuomo to be the 5 elders at the moment. Bundy World also doesn't want Cuomo to be the 5 elders, and the two are now in an alliance. If Cuomo becomes the 5 elders, wouldn't he join forces with the world government? If the two of them joined forces, he would be the only big pirate left on the scene. When the time comes, the world government will definitely not let him go, once Cuomo agrees to join forces with the world government. FTE, Cuomo, don't believe his words, he is trying to win you over on the surface, but he actually wants to attack you when you let your guard down. Bundy World stood on the ground and shouted at Cuomo. In any case, you must not join the world government. You little pirate, do you dare to intervene in our conversation? I am coldly snorted, with cold eyes on Bundy World. Just one look made Bundy World tremble, that look. Advertisement contains a huge killing intent, make him shudder. He had never heard of the existence of I am before, when he heard Wuxing mention the existence of I am just now. He also only thought that it was the 5 elders scaring them. But when I am really appeared, he knew that the 5 elders were not lying. I am exists, and he is the well-deserved strongest in the world government. Just one look made him feel the threat of death. One must know that he is an admiral-level powerhouse, but in front of I am, he is as insignificant as an ant. I am beckoned slightly, and several black-robed powerhouses around him turned directly towards Bundy World. Want to kill him? What's your choice, Cuomo? Join, or reject? I am questioned, setting his sights on Cuomo again. At this moment, all the strong eyes are on Cuomo, regardless of whether Cuomo's decision at this time is to join or refuse, will greatly affect the changes in the world pattern. All stared at Cuomo with bated breath, waiting for his reply. Except that Bundy World is at war with the CPO organization powerhouse. What will happen if I say no? Cuomo responded with a faint smile. If you refuse, I will let you leave here, I am responded flatly. Let us go. Hearing this answer, Cuomo was taken aback, thinking that Im's choice was to let him die here. Or, AHFE, threatened him for a while, but he never thought that Im's choice was to let him go. Not only Cuomo was surprised by Im's words, even the scarred old man was also stunned. He finally persisted until Im's arrival. I thought that after I am came, he would launch an offensive against the Myriad Realms pirates. But I didn't expect I am to choose to let Cuomo go. He suspected that he had misheard, raised his head slightly, looked at I am in midair and said, Master I am, did you just say, let them go? Advertisement, do you need me to repeat it to you? I am said coldly. Hearing this, the scarred old man broke out in cold sweat on his forehead and lowered his head again. He heard it right, I am really meant to get Cuomo out of here. But why did I am do this? Isn't this an opportunity to destroy the pirates of Myriad Realms? Even if the group can't destroy the Myriad Realms pirates, with IM's strength, plus the Uranus that can be used, it is definitely possible to severely damage the strong of the pirates of the 10,000 realms. 5 elders still can't figure out why I choose to let Cuomo go. But he didn't dare to ask too much. Are you sure you want to let us go? Cuomo stared at I suspiciously and asked again. He came here, not as a guest. The purpose was to grab the Pluton battleship, and he also killed the 5 elders. No matter how bad it was, I should fight him, but now not only did he not hold him accountable, he was even willing to let him go. This move caught Cuomo completely by surprise. Either join our world government and become 5 elders to work for me, or get out of here. I repeated what he said just now and responded to Taoist. Hearing this, Cuomo looked back at the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds, and then at Cuomo. To be honest, he really wanted to fight because he wanted to know how strong was. But if there is a war, accidents will inevitably happen. Because he didn't know the specific strength of if he attacked rashly. It is very possible to put his companions in danger. Although the members on his ship are all top experts in the world, Ram and Ram are not. The strength of the 2 of them is not weak, but they are not very strong either. If they fight, the 2 of them are likely to be in danger. Just when Cuomo was thinking about whether to fight, said. If we fight, you won't get any cheap Cuomo. After Im's words fell, a huge hat appeared on the top of her head. If nothing else, this hat is the legendary ancient weapon Uranus. 186 versus Cuomo. Full order, Uranus. Cuomo's face changed slightly, staring at the hat on Im's head. Uranus is really in Im's hands, and Cuomo guessed that must have reached a very proficient level in the study of Uranus. After all, it is recorded in the historical text that Uranus is in the Valley of the Gods, that is to say, the world government got Uranus 800 years ago. And is very likely to be an old monster who has lived for 800 years, if that's the case. I am researching Uranus for more than 100 years. There is no doubt about the abilities of Uranus. As well as the method of use, including the power that can be displayed, is very clear. As for an ancient weapon, Cuomo is not afraid, but the problem is there is not only the ancient weapon Uranus, and the Pluton battleship. With the presence of 2 ancient weapons and the unknown strength of Cuomo needs to seriously consider whether to fight at this moment. If there is a real fight, their Myriad Realms pirates have a high probability of winning. After all, although is strong, his crew is not weak either. Although victorious, the final outcome may result in casualties for his crew. This is something Cuomo doesn't want to see. Every crew member is a cherished companion to Cuomo, and he doesn't want any flash doctors on his crew. It seems, you know this ancient weapon, responded lightly. The pirates of 10,000 realms. Retreat. Cuomo shouted, looking at the crew behind him. Cuomo won't pick up if he can't fight without death. Because he didn't want to take the risk of fighting and lose a companion. After this retreat, he needs to work harder to train and meet again next time. He will have absolute certainty that he can compete with who holds ancient weapons. Aren't you going to fight? Ji Guoyuan was slightly taken aback, and slowly inserted the Rylan saber back into the scabbard. Advertisement, since this is Cuomo's choice, retreat. Unohana Retsu also sheathed Zanpakuto. Although they wanted to fight this battle, since Cuomo didn't choose to fight, they must obey Cuomo's order. I still want to see the strength of the most powerful person in the world government, but it's a pity, Wu Taoking said flatly. There will be a chance in the future, sooner or later. We will face her again. Senju Hashirama reminded. They are pirates, and is the real ruler of the world government. World government wants to continue to rule the world in this era. Then they will definitely not tolerate the existence of their 10,000 realms pirates, and sooner or later they will find an opportunity to destroy them. Therefore, the 10,000 realms pirates and the world government will eventually fight. Although this battle did not break out, in the future, there will always be such a day. Cuomo didn't stay in the air for too long, the wings on his back fluttered, ready to return to the ship. But in the next second, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura, which made his hairs stand on his head. I saw Yim, who was high in the sky, rush towards him directly. Boom! Who was high up in the sky, hit Cuomo's body with his palm, and Cuomo's figure fell directly on the sea level like a meteorite. Im's move can be said to directly detonate the atmosphere of the audience. I thought that this battle between the pirates of 10,000 realms and the world government would not be fought, and the 2 sides would retreat safely. But no one thought that promised to let Cuomo and others leave on the surface, and shot directly at the moment Cuomo let down his vigilance. Her abacus was very successful, and the battle between the strong could last for a long time. But it's impossible. Just in a split second, Im's palm, which almost exhausted his whole body's strength, hit Cuomo heavily. If this is a strong admiral, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. Cuomo. Tornado's pupils contracted violently, and he shouted worriedly. After her words fell, she rushed directly into the sea, ready to fish Kajin up. Advertisement, damn it, I really didn't have any good intentions. Unohana Retsu's complexion changed drastically, a strong killing intent bloomed in his eyes, and he pulled out Zanpakuto again. She also didn't expect that the real leader of the dignified world government would actually play tricks like this. Wait, Cuomo, hurt her. Wu quickly reminded with his pupils shrunk. At the moment when attacked Cuomo, almost everyone's eyes were on him. Almost all were placed at sea level where Cuomo fell into the sea. When they turned around and looked at IM, they found that IM had broken an arm. At that moment, Cuomo turned around and slashed. Ji Guoyuan was shocked. The scene just happened so fast that Cuomo couldn't even see the speed of the knife. He thought it was Cuomo who suffered a loss, but he didn't expect it was IM who suffered a loss. It's terrible swordsmanship, Hana Retsu couldn't help but say at this moment. Cuomo's swordsmanship combines the swordsmanship moves and theories of many powerful people in this world. Cuomo's swordsmanship is at its peak, and it is called the absolute top in this world. Master IM, 5 elders, who was half kneeling on the ground, looked up and saw Im's arm, which was severed and fell to the sea level. I thought that they made money from Im's surprise attack on Cuomo, but unexpectedly, Cuomo could still react and cut off one of Im's arms at the moment of the sneak attack. IM is an absolute powerhouse above their 5 elders. Today, the sneak attack on Cuomo not only failed to take advantage, but even cut off an arm. This gave him a great shock. The people who are most shocked at the moment are definitely those powerhouses from the world government. Only now do they know what a battle between the strong is, only in a single thought. Im's sneak attack on Cuomo, and Cuomo's counterattack, all at the same time. The speed of Cuomo's slash is so fast that they didn't see the knife coming out. Be careful, it really is right. Cuomo flew out of the deep sea. Taking off his completely soaked shirt, the corners of his mouth raised slightly and looked at IM and said 187 A sword arm breaks, full order. Cuomo is naturally suspicious that IM is so generous in letting them go. After all, no matter how bad it is, their Myriad Realms pirates have caused a lot of trouble to the world government. Whether it's crossing the holy land of Mariajoy, destroying a lot of buildings, and bringing the majesty of the world government to the ground. Still killed several 5 elders. They have all successfully feuded with the world government, and the situation between them has long been endless. No matter how big Im's heart is, it's impossible to let them go so easily. It was precisely because of this that Cuomo was careful to beware of IM when he retreated. Sure enough, as he expected, IM launched a surprise attack on him. But one thing to say, Im's speed is really too fast. Although he had predicted the short future of May 27th, with the help of observation hockey, he was still approached by IM. Honestly, if it wasn't for Im's speed, the knife he just cut could directly split IM into 2 halves. Although it is a pity that IM was not killed directly. But taking advantage of Im's attack, cutting off one of her arms is a good harvest. As for Im's attack, although it made Cuomo feel a lot of pain, it still couldn't hurt the vitals. It didn't have much effect on him. Although IM had an arm cut off by Cuomo, her expression was unusually calm. As if it wasn't her arm that was severed. Her face was indifferent. She lightly parted her red lips and said indifferently, "Your strength is really beyond my imagination, Cuomo." To be honest, Cuomo's counterattack at that moment was completely beyond his expectations. She thought Cuomo had let her guard down, but now it seems that she was fooled by Cuomo. Cuomo has always been wary of her, waiting for her to take the bait. "Your strength is lower than I expected," Cuomo responded calmly. "Cuomo, are you okay?" His words fell, and a tornado floated up on the sea, asking worriedly. Advertisement when Cuomo fell into the sea, she followed because of worry, but she didn't find Cuomo after looking around. After floating up, it was discovered that Cuomo had returned to midair. "What can I do? Just what threat can she pose to me?" Cuomo calmly shrugged and responded with a slight smile. "It's a pity that I'm still worried about you," Longwan said with his hands on his hips, puffing his mouth slightly. "Okay, you go back to the boat first." Cuomo gently scratched Tornado's nose and instructed. Tornado snorted and returned to the bed. "If you want to fight, why bother playing with these cunts? Now you only have one arm left. How are you going to fight me?" Cuomo stared at IM with a sneer and said. In this battle, Cuomo was not worried about losing. His only concern was the safety of the crew. It was after thinking about this that he chose to retreat, but IM obviously did not intend to let them go. But since he wants to fight, he won't be afraid when fighting. He just needs to pay more attention to the situation of the crew and make sure that no crew will die. IM did not respond to Cuomo. Instead, the man in black standing beside IM touched Im's arm. In the next second, a miracle appeared. Im's broken arm recovered. "Unless you can kill me, I can recover from the multiple injuries you caused to me. This is the ability to regress the fruit." IM looked at Cuomo, with the corner of his mouth raised slightly. The fruit of retrogression appeared in the theatrical version, the strongest enemy Z, and the ability holder at that time was Ain. This ability can reverse the age of the touched living body or non-living body by 12 years, and even touch it multiple times. It can also completely erase it. This is the ability that Ian can use to develop devil fruit. But the mysterious strongman beside IM has the ability to reverse the fruit. Obviously developed to a very pervert level, you can even freely adjust the backward time. It's really troublesome. Cuomo frowned slightly when he saw this scene. The mysterious strongman's development of the retrogressive fruit is too perverted. Cuomo has to find an opportunity to kill the mysterious strongman in Vice Admiral. But at the same time, he also needs to be careful not to be touched by the mysterious strong. Advertisement because once touched, if the mysterious strongman makes his age go back 10 years, then it's over. Holding Shenyun in his hand, Cuomo stared at IM and the strong man beside him with a vigilant expression. And just when the two sides looked at each other and the battle was about to start, a shout came from afar. "Master IM, Bundy World has been resolved." Cuomo heard the reputation and looked over, only to see that Bundy World's head had been severed and his body was in a different place. The dead couldn't die anymore. You must know that Bundy World has Admiral level strength. But in the face of the joint attack of these strong men, they had no resistance at all, and were beheaded in a short time. The strong people around IM are really not simple. And just as Cuomo looked at Bundy World, IM rushed towards him again. IM holding an unknown supreme sharp knife in his hand, and his figure flies in midair at extreme speed. Speeds well beyond the speed of sound. In just a split second, he was in front of Cuomo. Boom! Cuomo held Shenyan tightly and slashed at IM, their blades collided. The sea level under the two people's feet suddenly erupted with a loud noise, and the powerful shock directly caused the water level of the sea level to drop more than 10 meters deep. It looks like abyss. The battle between Cuomo and IM started, and the members of Wenji 1.5 pirates were naturally not idle, and some of them were responsible for protecting Rem and Ram. Another group of people began to fight those mysterious experts and the masters of the CPO organization. The battle between the Myriad Realms pirates and the world government has officially started. In this battle, no matter which side wins, it will have a huge impact on the pattern of the world. If the Myriad Realms pirates can win and kill IM, then they can go on to control the world government, and thus, rule the entire world. If the world government wins, if the group destroys the entire Myriad Realms pirates, then they will continue their absolute rule of the world government. No matter what kind of ending, this battle will always shock the whole world. 188 Get the Truth Angry Garp New World, in the Grand Canyon in a certain sea area. Cuomo, the sea magnate of the New World and captain of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds, battles IM, the true leader of the world government. Cuomo can be said to be the representative of pirates nowadays, and he can definitely be called the leader of pirates in this era. As for IM, although not many people in the sea know of her existence, she is indeed the real ruler of the world government. Boom! The veins on Cuomo's arms popped out, and the two-color hockey covered the god's body, and he slashed at IM with all his strength. Cuomo's swordsmanship has already reached the top of the world. Five Elders' swordsmanship was nothing in front of him. However, after a short period of fighting, Cuomo found that IM's sword skills were not weak either. Cuomo wasn't too surprised, though, because no matter what, IM has survived for 800 years, and it must be normal for him to be terrible at swordsmanship. Boom! The attacks of the two collided again, and the blades of the two collided again at this moment. But in the center of the blades of the two, a group of purple-black electric balls appeared, spreading terrifying electric sparks to the surroundings. From time to time, the sound of violent roars could be heard in the surrounding air. Because the swordsmanship of the two is too strong, the strong airflow caused shakes the surrounding air. It all looks distorted. Your strength is not weak, but it would be foolish to want to defeat me. IM stared at Cuomo indifferently and said calmly. Really, I don't think so, Cuomo responded lightly. Although he has a lot of pressure to fight against IM, but he thinks that he will not lose. In fact, Cuomo did not fully focus on IM during the battle. He needed to distract himself from the ancient weapon above IM's head, Uranus. Advertisement Uranus has no specific ability, nor has it been explained in the original book. But since there is a word for sky, then the ability must be related to the sky. At present, the ability released by Uranus can only make IM float in midair. Other abilities have not yet been used, which also led to Cuomo having to beware of Uranus. If it is attacked by Uranus's ability, it will be troublesome. Are you sure you don't want to surrender to me, serve me, and become 5 elders, Cuomo? IM invited again. If you surrender to me and work for me, I can consider this. Cuomo responded with a slight upturn of his mouth. It seems that your answer is very clear, but this is your last chance. If you don't surrender to me, no one can live in this world. IM's face became cold, and his eyes bloomed with killing intent, staring at Cuomo. This is her last chance to give Cuomo, but Cuomo chooses to refuse, so she can only kill Ku. Over the years, I have heard too many threats in the face of threats, but no one can live for too long after threatening me, Cuomo sneered, replied contemptuously. Really? IM said coldly. After her words fell, she attacked Keegan again, and their swordsmanship collided continuously. But IM never used the power of Uranus to suppress Cuomo. The storage place of the Pluton battleship, at the time of the Great Battle, was far away in Garp in the naval headquarters. At this moment, the injury has also recovered, naval headquarters, Marineford. Garp, who has fully recovered from his injuries, walked out of the medical room while eating snacks. And outside the medical room, Kong, Sengoku, and Garp stared at Garp solemnly. Why are you looking at me like that? Garp stared at the people suspiciously while eating his snacks. During this period of time, he has been lying on the hospital bed and rarely went out for activities. And to this day, he still doesn't know the news of Crane's death. Garp, we want to tell you an important thing. Kong patted Garp on the shoulder, his expression extremely serious. Advertisement, what's up? Although Garp didn't know what Kong was going to say, he saw Kong's expression was so serious. He also stopped eating snacks, and his expression became serious. Kong hesitated to speak, and opened his mouth, but the words could not come out of his mouth. He turned his head to look at Sengoku and Zephyr. Song Ning nodded solemnly. At this moment Kong turned his head and set his sights on Garp again, and said in a serious voice, actually, Crane was killed by Cuomo during the battle in the Valley of the Gods. As soon as his words fell, The snack in Garp's hand fell to the ground, and his pupils contracted violently, and he was still in place a second ago. But in the next second, Garp grabbed Kong's collar directly and said with a trembling tone, "What are you talking about? Isn't Xiaohei on a mission? Why did he die?" During this period of time, when Garp asked about Crane's whereabouts, Kong replied that Crane was on a mission. He originally thought that after his injury recovered, he would be able to see the Crane, but he didn't expect that there would be really bad news. The Crane actually died 763, and he died as early as the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. He couldn't accept this fact, and he couldn't believe it. "Are you kidding, Kong?" Garp demanded loudly. Even though Garp knew Kong wouldn't make such a joke about the Crane, he just couldn't accept the fact. "Garp. What Kong said is true, Crane is dead." Sengoku replied with a sigh, staring at Garp solemnly. Crane's death made them all very sad, but the news of her death was very true. "Who killed Xiaohei?" Garp asked angrily. Although Garp is reckless and hot-blooded, he really pays attention to the people who are most emotional, whether it is family members or companions, he will take them seriously. Crane was his partner for many years, and now Crane died unexpectedly. Such news made him extremely angry. "Captain of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates, Cuomo." Kong looked at Garp and said with a helpless sigh. "Damn Cuomo." The veins on Garp's arm and forehead popped out, and at this moment he was completely consumed by anger. Right now, there is only one thought in his mind, that is to kill Cuomo and avenge Xiaohei. Garp walked outside step by step. Kong and others stopped him immediately when they saw this. 189 Regression Fruit Ability User. Garp is not the time yet. With our strength, it is almost impossible to kill the pirates of 10,000 worlds. I think. You should also be very aware of Cuomo's strength. Kong stopped Garp spoke in front of him. "Did Xiaohei just die in vain?" Garp growled with a ferocious face, with veins appearing on his forehead. "Of course not. Although now is not the time for us to make a move, we will always have a chance. Don't forget, the world government now has 2 ancient weapons in its hands. As long as the Pluton battleship is completely repaired, it will be the day of our marine operation. At that time, we will definitely wipe out the entire 10,000 Realms pirates," Kong said with firm eyes. "If you go to Cuomo now, it is undoubtedly a dead end, Garp. Although we understand your current mood, at this time, we must not be reckless," Sengoku warned earnestly. Sengoku also has a deep hatred for Cuomo, but he is still able to maintain his sanity. Because he knows that it is difficult to wipe out the myriad realms pirates with the strength of their marines alone. Need to rely on the power of the world government. The world government will definitely not tolerate the pirates of myriad realms crisscrossing the entire new world, and sooner or later they will take action against the pirates of myriad realms. When the time comes, their marine and the world government will join forces, and they will definitely be able to wipe out the pirates of myriad worlds and avenge Crane. After listening to the advice of several people, Pu Yi slowly began to calm down his emotions. Indeed, it is a dead end for him to go to Cuomo now. Only when the world government orders them to act, will they have a chance to wipe out the myriad realms pirates. "Damn Cuomo," Garp cursed, fists clenched. "We will wait for Garp on the day when the pirates of the 10,000 realms perish, but before that, you must not be reckless to find trouble with the pirates of the 10,000 realms." Kong patted Garp on the shoulder, seriously warned. Kong was very afraid that with Garp's stubborn temper, he would trouble the 10,000 worlds pirates. Although Garp's current strength is not weak, compared with the pirates of 10,000 worlds, it is still far behind. "I see," Garp responded with slightly closed eyes. "We definitely won't let Tsuru die in vain." Sengoku patted Garp on the shoulder and said solemnly. "Take care of me during this time, Sengoku, or I can't help but seek revenge on Cuomo." Garp tried his best to control his emotions, but he knew that he could not completely control them. If no one is watching him, advertisement, it is very likely that he will go up because of anger and find trouble with the pirates of 10,000 realms. Garp. Sengoku nodded helplessly. New World, where the Pluton warships are stored. Cuomo versus IM. The battle between the two continued for a long time, but neither of them could do anything to each other. Although the two confronted for the first time, Cuomo cut off one of IM's arms. But that was done when IM was not vigilant, and now the two are fighting with all their strength. It is undoubtedly extremely difficult for Cuomo to find a chance to cut off IM's arm. After fighting for a long time, IM never had the ability to release Uranus. However, Cuomo has always maintained a high level of vigilance against Uranus. He had a hunch, once he was no longer on high alert for Uranus. IM will use Uranus to cast a thunderbolt on him. Because it is not clear how powerful Uranus is, Cuomo did not dare to take the risk of resisting Uranus's blow. Shua. During the battle, Cuomo finally found a chance and slashed at IM's shoulder. As IM covering top armament hockey the moment he cuts down with his knife. So the wound was not deep, only a little blood flowed out. He was injured for less than a second, and he was a mysterious strong man who was fighting Akunologia, open black lens bracket. He rushed directly towards IM. Using the power of the backward fruit, IM's injury was restored to the state of the previous few seconds. "Where are you going?" Akunologia suddenly appeared behind IM and the mysterious strong man, asking with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. It is undoubtedly a very wrong decision for the mysterious strong man to directly stop fighting Akunologia. Advertisement. Although because of Uranus, the mysterious strong man can fly at high speed at high altitude. But Akunologia is a dragon king who is very good at flying. How could he be thrown away by his speed? Boom. Akunologia exerted force with his arm and punched the mysterious strong man, sending him flying 100 meters away. After knocking out the mysterious strong man, Akunologia's target was on IM. He naturally knew that IM in front of him was not a simple character. He saw that the veins in his arms were bulging, and he used all the power of the black dragon to attack IM. Boom. In the next second, another mysterious strongman appeared behind IM, with his arms in front of him, defending against Akunologia's attack. And at this moment, the mysterious strong man who was beaten by Akunologia has also returned. The mysterious strong man punched Akunologia. Akunologia's face changed slightly, and he had to leave the place to dodge the enemy's attack. Gojo Satoru, why did your opponent run over? Akunologia floated in the air, looking at Gojo Satoru who was not far away and shouted. The strong man who defended against his attack just now was Gojo Satoru's opponent. He's too fast. What? I can't stop him. Gojo Wu spread his hands helplessly. Although Gojo Satoru can fly, but the flying speed is not very fast, it is difficult to catch up with this strong man. You are really like a licking dog, but you just got cut on your arm, and you can't wait to run over to heal her, Cuomo sneered. Although he complained so much, Cuomo was still aware of the seriousness of the problem and wanted to defeat IM. It is necessary to kill the strong man who can freely manipulate backward time. Because if you don't kill him first, IM will recover immediately no matter how injured he is. This is very bad for him. It's my honor to work for Lord IM, this kind of thing. How can you, a pirate, understand? The strong man sneered and responded in a deep voice. 190 Insidious IM. You work for IM, but in the eyes of IM, you are nothing, why bother? IM doesn't care about their lives at all, he just uses them as tools. He didn't understand why these people who were used as tools would willingly work for IM. The two strong men standing beside IM snorted coldly and did not respond to Cuomo's words. I am in no danger now, and the injury has recovered. The two strong men did not continue to stand by IM's side. Instead, he rushed towards Akuno and Gojo Satoru. And IM didn't stay in place, and launched an offensive against Cuomo again. Her swordsmanship is slightly inferior to Cuomo's, but Cuomo can't put all his weight on her. So that also led to her engaging with Cuomo, which was a lot easier. Shua. The battle lasted but a moment. Cuomo's knife hit IM again, leaving a trail of blood on her body. At this moment, the ability user with the ability to regress fruit wanted to rush to IM to heal her. Asterisk 573 wants to leave. How can I give you a chance? Akunologia sneered when he saw this. In just an instant, he transformed from a human into an extremely huge black dragon. His figure covered the sky and the sun, like the sun in the sky, exuding an extremely terrifying aura from all over his body. He opened his huge mouth, only to see a group of white energy fluctuations gathered in his mouth. Roar. He let out a loud roar, and a huge wave of white energy spit out from his mouth, rushing directly towards the strong man. The terrifying energy directly devoured that strong man. There was a loud noise in the air, and the entire island and the sea level shook for a while. And that strong man was also seriously injured by this blow. But in the next second, the strong hand touched his body, and his body instantly recovered. Advertisement back to its heyday seconds ago. Cut off his arm, Arnold. Cuomo yelled at Akunologia. The premise of the ability to rewind the fruit is that you have to touch the target with your hands, if your hands are gone. How can he use his ability to go backwards? Ahead, Akunologia nodded upon hearing the words, stopped the strong man, prevented him from getting close to IM, and tried to find a way. Break his arm. Don't think that someone will heal your wounds, your people will be killed by Akuno. Cuomo stared at IM indifferently and said. Although IM's strength is strong, it is still within his acceptable range. Do you think I need someone to heal me? IM responded calmly. No matter what time, IM is very calm, whether it is an arm cut off by Cuomo. It was Cuomo who discovered the weakness of the reverse fruit ability user, and IM's expression was too calm. It seems that Cuomo is not taken seriously at all, and the entire Pirates of 10,000 Worlds is not taken seriously. There was a sense of arrogance and contempt in her eyes. This is the imposing manner and self-confidence possessed by an old monster who has lived for 100 years. You really don't need someone to heal your wounds, because dead people don't need treatment, Cuomo said slowly. I said, although your strength is not weak, but you want to defeat me, it's too naive, IM said calmly. Really, the sneak attack on me was not only unsuccessful, but I also cut off an arm, and I cut it twice without any intervention. Is this your strength? Cuomo chuckled. What Cuomo is afraid of is not IM's strength, but the Uranus on her head. In terms of strength alone, he really doesn't know where IM's self-confidence comes from, to be so calm. My 100 years of training, how can you, a kid, be able to defeat it? IM sneered, holding the supreme sharp knife, and rushed to Cuomo again. The battle between the two started again. Still as before, Cuomo wounded IM again with a knife within a short time of fighting. But IM's expression was still calm, and he didn't care about the injury in the slightest. Just when Cuomo thinks that IM's strength is only so strong. Advertisement. The moment IM relaxed his vigilance, IM suddenly launched an extremely swift and violent offensive. Swish swish swish. IM swung the blade quickly, and quickly made several slashes towards Cuomo. These slashes were extremely aggressive and fast. Cuomo was caught off guard, and several sword chi fell on Cuomo's body, even though he used armament haki and the Black Dragon's defense to cover his whole body at critical moments. But Im's slash still broke through his defense and caused him a lot of damage. Deliberately show your flaws to let me attack. Take advantage of the moment when I let down my guard, and then use all your strength against me. The moves you play are so sinister. Cuomo looked at the several wounds on his chest and arms, frowned and stared at Im in front of him and said in a deep voice. No wonder he was able to attack Im many times. It turned out that it was a flaw that Im deliberately exposed. The reason is that Im's strength is just like this, so that he can relax his vigilance. Im's tactic succeeded in the end. Cuomo managed to relax his vigilance and was cut several times by Im. I have to say that Im is really cloudy. When the two met for the first time, Im said that he would let him go, but he didn't expect it. When he turned back to the ship, he directly attacked him, and now he is playing this tactic again. This level of insidiousness is the first time Cuomo has encountered it. The outcome of the battle is nothing more than one person wins and one person loses. I'm just chasing the victory. I used some means. Im replied calmly. She has lived for hundreds of years, and the world has few pleasures to satisfy her. One of the things that can satisfy her is to fight with the strong. But her strength has already reached the top of the world, and she has few opponents if she fights with hard power. For hundreds of years, no one can defeat her. If no one can pose a threat to her, wouldn't the fun of fighting be gone? Later she thought of a way, that is, to win with skill. Just like now, play some yin things to win, such words. It will bring her satisfaction. The mind of the old monster is never something Cuomo can guess. After all, Cuomo has only lived for a few decades. And Im has lived for 800 years. 191 ancient weapon Uranus show power. But these methods are useless to me, Cuomo responded with a sneer. Although he was hacked a few times by Im, these attacks had little effect on him. In any case, his armament haki has already grown up, his offense and defense are top-notch, and he is covered with a layer of dragon scales. With the defensive power he has now, even if Im attacks with all his strength, it will be difficult to cause serious damage to him. Really? Im said coldly. In the next second, she held the supreme sharp knife and threw it at Cuomo quickly. Although she is a woman, she exudes a terrifying aura all over her body, an aura that makes people feel afraid. Having survived for 800 years, she possesses extremely terrifying combat power. Boom. Facing Im's offensive, Cuomo naturally fought with all his strength, and the blades of the two collided with each other. At this moment, Cuomo obviously felt a lot of pressure, if nothing else. Now is Im's real swordsmanship power. Im just failed to catch Cuomo, and now he probably doesn't plan to use some tricks. Im can tell that Cuomo is a man who can compete with her hard power. Boom. In the next second, the sky changed drastically, dark clouds rolled, thunder and lightning roared, and it was a scene of doom. A thick and magnificent thunderbolt rushed towards Cuomo and Im at an extremely fast speed. Lightning? Cuomo instantly noticed the lightning falling overhead. Although the weather in New World is very weird, no matter how weird it is impossible for such a magnificent thunder and lightning to appear. If there is no accident, this lightning is the power of Uranus. The three ancient weapons are divided into three domains. Poseidon summons sea kings, Pluton warships to destroy the continent. And Uranus is the power that manipulates the sky. A huge thunderbolt rushed towards the two of them, and Cuomo wanted to avoid it at this moment. But Im didn't give him this chance at all, and kept waving the supreme sharp knife to cut off Cuomo's retreat, leaving him within the range covered by lightning. Advertisement. Boom. I saw a bright and dazzling white light flashing high in the sky, and the thick thunder and lightning fell down completely, directly covering the two of them. The majestic and sturdy thunder and lightning rushed straight to the sea level, and electric sparks flashed across the sea. After so many years, I finally saw Lord Im using the power of Uranus again. 5 elders looked at the distant battlefield with a smile on his lips. During these 800 years, because of his own strength, Im rarely uses the power of Uranus. The roaring thunder and lightning dissipated slowly, and in midair, two figures of Cuomo and Im stood tall in the sky. Although the thunder and lightning had disappeared, but Cuomo's body, from time to time, flashed with electric sparks. This level of lightning is only worthy of tickling me. Cuomo exhaled a cloud of black air and said calmly. Although he said so, Cuomo was still a little surprised by the power of this thunder and lightning in his heart. Thunderbolt has extremely terrifying penetrating power. Although his skin looks like it, he didn't suffer any injuries. However, he could feel his own muscles, suffered a little trauma, and the muscles were slightly paralyzed. This will cause his movements to slightly sluggish. After all, this thunderbolt still had a considerable impact on him. It's rare to see a person who can resist the power of Uranus with his body. You are really good, Cuomo. Im looked at Cuomo and said lightly with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sage technique. Cuomo put his hands together and went straight into sage mode. I saw a circle of black marks appearing in the corners of his eyes and forehead. His current state is exactly Senju Hashirama's sage mode. The last time I used sage mode was when I was fighting 5 elders in the Holy Land Mariajoy. After many years, this is the second time he has used the power of sage mode. Entering sage mode, his attack power, insight, and speed will all increase again. Cuomo knows that Im is a strong opponent, so he doesn't intend to keep his own strength. All he has to do is fight with all his might. The aura has changed. You have used a certain method to make yourself stronger, but what's the use of this? I stared at Cuomo with a blank expression and said coldly. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. Cuomo didn't respond to IM's words. He looked solemn, hands clenched. Shenyan. Fall. Cuomo let out a light slap. The veins in his arm popped up, and he poured all his strength into the blade. He slashed forward with all his strength, and a black sword energy flew across the sky towards IM. This sword energy contains two-color hockey and Cuomo's whole body power, and of course this sword also contains the supreme swordsmanship he has comprehended. As soon as this sword energy came out, the sky was split in two, and a huge gap was formed in the dark clouds. There was also a huge hole on the sea level, bottomless. Sword Chi rushed towards IM like a giant beast, carrying infinite power, as if to destroy everything. Looking at the incoming sword energy, even IM didn't dare to be careless, and became completely serious. She wields the supreme sword with one hand and manipulates Uranus with the other. She also slashed out a sword aura with all her strength. In terms of momentum and power, his sword aura was obviously not as good as Cuomo's. But at the moment when she shot out her sword energy, a gust of wind blew directly in the sky. The gust of wind merged with the sword energy shot by IM, and went straight to the sword energy shot by Cuomo. Boom! High in the sky, two sword chi collided, setting off a huge shock that had never been seen before. The aftermath of this blow directly caused the world government base to be torn apart. At the sea level, the waves rolled, causing many world government ships to be swallowed by the sea. And the ship of the 10,000 Realms pirates, because of Gojo, Satoru and Tornado. So the boat can stand on the sea smoothly without being swallowed by the waves. After a long time, the two sword auras dissipated, and Cuomo stood calmly as a mom. But at this moment, the base of the world government is already riddled with holes, and many buildings collapsed. The ground even split into countless large rift valleys, and even seawater has filled the air. The power of the sword energy of the two can be seen as a Madara. This blow can be said to be Cuomo's full blow, but unexpectedly it was blocked by IM's strength. In fact, it is not considered to be blocked by IM's power. Instead, it was blocked by the power of Uranus. Advertisement 192 IM retreats. The battle ends without the assistance of ancient weapons. Cuomo's slash just now could have wounded IM. I have to say, Uranus is really powerful. An ancient weapon with the power to destroy the world, plus IM with 800 years of fighting power. The combination of the two. In this world, except for Cuomo who owns the system, and the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Otherwise, I am afraid that there are not many people who can compete with her. After the one-blow confrontation, Cuomo was about to continue the offensive, but who knows, IM suddenly shouted at this moment. Retreat. Although IM is not afraid of Cuomo, he has been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Although with the power of ancient weapons, she can fight Cuomo on a par. However, 5 elders, as well as the powerhouses she carries, include the powerhouses from the 493 house in World Town. They were all beaten by members of the Wenji pirates. If the confrontation continues, although she will not have any problems. But wait until the 5 elders and the powerhouses of the world government are resolved. The 10,000 world's pirates will target her. It will be very troublesome then. Do you want to leave if you can't beat it? Cuomo sneered. Originally, he didn't want to fight, but IM insisted on fighting. Now that IM sees the situation is not good and wants to retreat, how could Cuomo be willing to let her leave so easily? IM stared at Cuomo coldly and did not respond. At this moment, a strong man appeared behind IM. A mirror appeared behind the two of them. The next moment, the strong man rushed to the position of the Pluton battleship, and then a huge mirror appeared on the sea level. This is exactly the mirror fruit. The function of the mirror fruit is to create a special mirror and go to the mirror world. This fruit belongs to Charlotte Brie in the original book. However, it is obvious that this strong man's development of this fruit is much stronger than that of Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement: a mirror that can hold Pluton's battleship can be created in a split second. Next time, you won't be so lucky, Cuomo. IM stepped into the mirror behind him, turned to look at Cuomo and said coldly. The second IM stepped into the mirror disappeared directly, and IM had already left here. Although the Pluton battleship is extremely large, the mirror seems to have a strong suction. The Pluton battleship was directly contained in it. And after the strong man took away IM and the Pluton battleship, he rushed to other places quickly, intending to take away the other liars as well. Shua. Cuomo slashed with a knife, and the extremely destructive slash directly cut off an arm of the strong man. Do you think you can take all the people here? Cuomo stared at him with murderous intent and asked in a cold voice. IM and the Pluton battleships have left, and Cuomo has no way to stop them. But Cuomo has a way to stop the other powerhouses. The strong man who ate the mirror fruit didn't frown even if an arm was severed. Instead, he quickly rushed to other strong men, wanting to take them away. The next target he wants to take away is 5 elders. 5 elders is the supreme leader of the world government. The status is the highest, only under Yimu, and the same strength as only under Yimu. Such an important person, he must take away, but Cuomo would not give him the chance to take the 5 elders away, and he yelled at the surrounding members. Stop him. After his words fell, Akunologia rushed directly towards 5 elders. And Cuomo stopped in front of the mirror fruit ability user, preventing him from getting close to the 5 elders. Master, 5 elders can't be taken away, let's retreat. Behind the mirror fruit-capable person, stood several strong men brought by IM. After a short battle, they deeply realized how terrible the members of the 10,000 Worlds pirates are. Although Cuomo and the others have never fought, Cuomo can compete with IM, and even not lose. They will know how strong Cuomo is. Now that Cuomo is standing in front of them, it's impossible for them to get close to the 5 elders. Advertisement: rather than risking their lives to save the 5 elders, they might as well just retreat. The next second a mirror appeared behind them, and they stepped into the bottle without any hesitation. Left the place. After they left, only the members of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, as well as the world government powerhouses including 5 elders were left on the scene. Damn it, Cuomo. 5 elders watched the few people leave with extremely hideous expressions. He thought that he would be able to retreat safely, but he didn't expect to be stopped now. IM has already left, and now on this battlefield, he is the only one with combat power. But how could he deal with all the members of the Myriad Realms pirates alone? Oh, resolutely abandon 5 elders and leave alone? Cuomo looked at the mirror that had disappeared, and was also a little dazed. To be honest, he didn't expect these people to be so decisive in their actions, throw him away as soon as they said it. You have been abandoned, old man. Akunologia looked at the 5 elders in front of him, with a smirk on his lips. Although this battle caused IM to run away, the death of another 5 elders would have a great impact on the world government. After all, 5 elders' fighting power in the world government is only inferior to that of IM. If this 5 elders dies again, there will be only 5 elders left in the world government where the strong gather. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I will let you go, Akunologia said with a meaningful smile. Although it is said that it is possible to let 5 elders leave, it is just to play 5 elders. He's 0.3 unlikely to get the 5 elders out alive. You are just a bunch of young brats, you will definitely regret being an enemy of the world government. The scarred old man clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulged, and roared angrily. As an old Zhonghu, he naturally knew that it was impossible for him to leave alive today. So he would not choose to kneel down and beg for mercy, to fight for a chance. He was brilliant all his life, and before he died, he could not yield to anyone. Even IM can't take Cuomo, what's the world government? Uchiha Madara sneered. Cuomo can't be killed even with an IM holding Uranus. The strongest in the world government only has this strength. What have they to fear from world government? 193 5 elders is running out. You don't think that's the full power of Uranus, do you? You underestimate ancient weapons too, the scarred old man said coldly. As an ancient weapon known as destroying the world, Uranus, how could it be possible to have only that little strength? Although IM borrowed some power from Uranus, he didn't release all of it. Because I am afraid to release Uranus with all his strength, affecting the Pluton battleship. Now the Pluton battleship, although it has almost been steadied by the world government, there are still some parts that have not been collected. Not a complete Pluton battleship, he has the defense power to defend against the attack of Uranus. If IM fully uses the power of Uranus, the final result will only lead to more damage to the Pluton battleship. Extended the time for the complete repair of the Pluton ship. What's the use of saying so much? Isn't IM still running away because of fear of Cuomo? Tornado's body was glowing with green light, floating in the air, with his arms folded in front of his chest, he said indifferently. He. If the Pluton battleship hadn't been fully repaired, you would have died here in 2007 as early as today, the scarred old man sneered. The Pluton battleship has not been fully repaired, and the scarred old man feels very sorry. If it is fully repaired, with 2 ancient weapons and IM's strength, the scarred old man can say with certainty that he will be able to destroy the Myriad Realms pirates. But it's a pity, because the Pluton battleship was not fully restored. In the end, it also led to their world government, and the 5 elders will fall, and the pirates of 10,000 realms will not be wiped out. No wonder the Pluton battleship has not launched an attack. It turns out that it has not been fully repaired. Hashirama said to himself with his chin in his hand. He stayed on the ship all the time, protecting Ram, and guarding against the Pluton battleship. But after a lot of time, the Pluton battleship still did not launch an attack, although he had doubts in his heart. But he dared not leave the ship either. It was not until 5 elders said that the Pluton battleship had not been fully repaired that he solved the doubts in his heart. It's not that the people of the world government don't want to use the Pluton battleship to fire the shells, but because they can't fire the shells at all. Advertisement, have you finished your last words? Cuomo came to the old man with the scar in his hand and said coldly. When the Pluton battleship is fully repaired, your 10,000 realms pirates will be completely destroyed. The scarred old man responded with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Shua. As the scarred old man's words fell, Cuomo slashed out, splitting the scarred old man in half. At this moment, he had already given up resistance, otherwise, Cuomo would not be able to kill him so easily. With the death of 5 elders, many strong people from the world government present were panicked. They know, you must die today. A world government powerhouse took the initiative to pick up a blade and cut himself. The rest of the people saw this scene and followed suit. The members of the Myriad World Pirates didn't do anything, but there was no living world government powerhouse, too. It's time to retreat, Cuomo said, looking around. We've fought here long enough, it's time to leave this place. In this battle, their Myriad Realms pirates did not capture the Pluton battleship. But they are actually very profitable. After all, none of the pirates of 10,000 worlds died, and Cuomo's swordsmanship has reached a height that no one in this world can achieve. And the world government lost 5 elders, but New World's great pirate, Bundy World, also died here. For Bundy World's death, Cuomo didn't care. After all, he was not familiar with it. If he dies, he dies. What does he care? Days later, the sea was still calm, and news of 5 elders' death was not released. Because the base for repairing the Pluton battleship is very hidden, it is almost unknown to the outside world. So of course no one knows that there was a battle between the pirates of 10,000 worlds and IM, the strongest in the world government. In addition, the world government deliberately concealed this matter, so no one knew about this matter except some high-level officials of the world government and naval headquarters. Advertisement. Although no news was released, the world government has increased the bounty for the 10,000 realms pirates. Naval headquarters, Marineford. Absolutely high-rise at naval headquarters, coming together. The pirates of 10,000 realms attacked a certain base of the world government, causing the death of 5 elders. Kong said while sitting in the center with a heavy complexion. Although the Pluton battleship was not snatched by the 10,000 realms pirates, 5 elders died. It is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the world government. The same news is also not good for the naval headquarters. Because the world government and naval headquarters are on the same front, the world government has lost combat power. This will lead to increased pressure at their naval headquarters. It's Cuomo again. When Garp heard the name of the pirates of 10,000 worlds, veins appeared on his forehead. Cuomo killed his friend Crane for more than 147 years. In the past few days, he finally learned to control his temper. But when he heard the name of the pirates of 10,000 worlds, he could think of Cuomo, which made him angry involuntarily. Garp. Sengoku saw that Garp was about to go berserk, and shouted hastily. Hearing Sengoku's voice, Garp took a deep breath and slowly controlled his emotions. Fortunately, the Pluton battleship was not snatched by the pirates of 10,000 realms, otherwise there would be serious trouble, Zephyr said. The 5 elders died, everyone's heart is heavy, but at the very least, it hasn't made them despair. If even the Pluton battleship was snatched by the 10,000 realms pirates, then they, naval headquarters, can announce their disbandment, because the pirates of 10,000 worlds, they will be completely unable to compete. This era really is the worst era. I thought Rox was enough trouble, but unexpectedly, Cuomo is the most troublesome person. Kong sighed helplessly. In the early years, before the 10,000 worlds pirates reached New World, their naval headquarters convened targets, basically the Rox pirate. But since the Wanji pirates arrived in New World, they gradually realized that the Wankai pirates are more terrifying than the Rox pirate. 194 Kong's regret, not getting rid of Cuomo sooner. In the first half of the Grand Line that year, the pirates of 10,000 worlds, which had not yet risen, were not wiped out. This is Kong's pity. If the Wanji pirates could be wiped out earlier, their longtime friend Crane would not have died in the Valley of Gods. And they will not be passive now, and they have nothing to do with the Myriad Realms pirates. Although the Rox pirate is dead now, the only giant left in New World is the 10,000 worlds pirates. But the danger level of the 10,000 realms pirates far surpassed that of the Lux pirates. The atmosphere in the conference room was very serious, no one spoke, and everyone had a heavy expression on their faces. Kong glanced at the few people and continued, but don't worry, according to the report above, the Pluton battleship can be completely repaired in less than a year. At that time, it's time for us to attack the 10,000 realms pirates. Originally, the Pluton battleship needed several months to repair, but because the Pluton battleship was activated without complete repair. This, combined with the aftermath of Cuomo's battle with IM, delayed the full restoration needed for the Pluton ship. Although the Pluton battleship is not fully repaired, its defense is very poor. But, as long as it is completely repaired, even an Admiral-level powerhouse can hardly cause effective damage to the Pluton battleship. 1 year? Garp clenched his fist silently after hearing this. In the case that the Pluton battleship has not been fully repaired, it is a dead end for them to go to the Wanji pirates. But as long as the Pluton battleship is fully repaired, they will have the qualifications to fight against the pirates of 10,000 realms. This year's time is enough for us to improve a lot of strength, and we are bound to win the 10,000 realms pirates, nodding solemnly. In order to prepare for the battle 1 year later, Sengoku has made up his mind to train hard at this moment. 1 year later, no matter what, he must fight to the death with the pirates of 10,000 realms. Either destroy the Wanji pirates to avenge the dead Crane, or die in the hands of the Wanji pirates. This is Sengoku's determination. Whether it's life or death, it's about the battle with the pirates of 10,000 realms a year later. I believe that, we will prevail, Zephyr encouraged. New World, a certain sea area. Advertisement: there is a huge pirate ship sailing here, and this pirate ship is Whitebeard's ship. After a long time, he has built a ship of his own and recruited some crew members. At this moment, Whitebeard was lying on a chair drinking fine wine, when a young pineapple head ran over. Father, the 10,000 realms pirates have issued a new bounty. Marco shouted at Whitebeard with several bounty orders. Today's Marco is still very young and weak, but he is a trainee crew member in the Whitebeard pirates. The new reward order of the pirates of 10,000 realms. Whitebeard was a little puzzled when he heard the words. These days, he hadn't heard of any big moves by the pirates of Myriad Worlds. With the popularity of the Myriad Realms pirates, if something big is done, it will definitely release news that shocks the world, and then the bounty will increase. But now there is no big news. How come the new reward order of pirates of 10,000 worlds has been released? With doubts, Whitebeard took the newspaper in Marco's hand, and after only one glance, his pupils shrank violently. Cuomo has a bounty of 6.85 billion Baileys? 6.85 billion Baileys? A number that Whitebeard couldn't even imagine. But Cuomo has reached this level of heights. You must know that the current Whitebeard bounty is only 3 billion Baileys. Dad, is Cuomo strong? Marco asked. Although he knew that Cuomo's bounty was terribly high, he had also heard many legends about Cuomo. But there is no general understanding of Cuomo's strength. Very strong, Whitebeard said heavily. A few years ago, their Rock's pirate and the 10,000 Worlds pirates were the two giants of New World. But in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Cuomo batters Garp, beheads Crane, and then makes their captain fall in the Valley of the Gods. This level of strength makes Whitebeard far behind. Although the Rock's pirate and the pirates of 10,000 realms were sea giants before, they passed through the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Advertisement Whitebeard knows, Rock's pirate is far from the pirates of 10,000 realms. Is it better than Dad? Marco continued to ask. Yes. Whitebeard said gravely. Although Whitebeard thinks that he is powerful and has a place in New World, but in front of the pirates of 10,000 worlds, he knows that he is not enough. Is Cuomo even stronger than Dad? Joes, who was on the side, was shocked when he heard this. They don't know much about the other great pirates, but they know a lot about Whitebeard. They had seen Whitebeard make a shot with their own eyes, and that devastating strength was deeply imprinted in their minds. Their father, Whitebeard, is the strongest existence in their minds. Our father is even stronger, they can't imagine. Cuomo, the man who can make their father Whitebeard admit that he is stronger than him, how terrible it is. The Wanji pirates are now the giants of the New World, the strongest pirates in the New World. With my strength, I can't compare with those giants. Whitebeard smiled helplessly. Well done, Marco and Joes gasped when they heard about it. They couldn't believe Cuomo's strength. What level has he reached? To make their father say such a thing. Father, you will surpass him. Marco clenched his fists and said solemnly. Whitebeard glanced at him when he heard the words, took a sip of his wine and responded, I hope so. I believe that Dad can surpass the pirates of 10,000 worlds and Cuomo's, Joe said with a firm expression. In their minds, Ribbard is the strongest existence. I believe it too. Marco clenched his fists and echoed. Okay, you two, hurry up and clean up, Whitebeard ordered. Yes, Dad. After hearing this, Marco and Joe stopped pestering Whitebeard. Instead, go clean. .195 Cuomo offers a bounty of 6.85 billion Baileys. Please order in full. New World, an isolated island. The ship of the Roger pirates is docked on the shore. After a long time, they have built their ship and recruited some new members. At this moment, all members of the Roger pirates are celebrating on an isolated island. Ha ha ha. We have already collected 2 historical texts, and if we find 2 more, we can go to the final island. Roger raised the wine glass in his hand and laughed. After they recruited new members of the Roger pirates, Roger accidentally got a piece of historical text somewhere. Then I became interested in the final island. So in the New World, I began to search for historical texts. Now, hard work pays off. They have successfully collected 2 pieces. I don't know what kind of treasure is buried in the final island. A crew member took a sip of fine wine, wiped the froth from the corner of his mouth and smiled. We didn't go to the last island for the treasure. Rayleigh shook his head slightly. Speaking of treasures, the Roger pirates have found many. 157 now they're Roger pirates. What they need most is treasure. The reason why they want to go to the final island is because the final island records the truth that has been blank for 100 years. They are deeply curious about it. The things buried in the final island are much more precious than treasures, Jabba echoed. While everyone in the Roger pirates was discussing, a trainee sailor ran in with a stack of reward orders. Captain Roger. Hearing his voice, many crew members who were drinking turned their heads and looked solemn. Did Marine come to the door? Roger stood up and asked solemnly. This trainee crew member had just joined their Roger pirates and was not involved in the voyage to find the historical text. So Roger asked him to stay on the shore of the island to guard against anyone approaching the island. Seeing him running in such a panic now, Roger thought there was an enemy coming. No, not Marine. The trainee crew shook their heads repeatedly and denied. Advertisement, it's a reward order from the pirates of 10,000 realms. After the trainee crew's words fell, he handed the reward order in his hand to Roger. The reward order of the 10,000 realms pirates? Rayleigh looked at the trainee crew member with some doubts after hearing this. Could it be that the pirates of Myriad Worlds have made another big move? But how come the bounty order was released before the news was released? Jabba was also a little puzzled. According to the normal process of the world government, the news is released first, and then the reward order is released. How come the reward order has been released before the news is released? 6.85 billion Baileys? Roger looked at the reward order for Cuomo in his hand and said to himself. What? 6.85 billion Baileys? After hearing this, Jabba and Rayleigh stood up abruptly and approached Roger. On both sides of Roger, they looked at the reward order in Roger's hand seriously. Indivil, plus. B. His bounty. Has it reached such a level? Rayleigh said in disbelief. This kind of reward order is too exaggerated. Roger turned over Cuomo's reward order with a solemn expression, and the next one was Uchiha Madara's reward order. 5 billion Baileys. Jabba exclaimed. The second in command of the Roger pirates, the bounty has already surpassed you, Captain Roger. Rayleigh swallowed unconsciously. He didn't know what the Myriad Realms pirates did this time. The bounty has increased, AHDD, so much. The Wanji pirates, Cuomo's bounty, 6.85 billion Baileys. Uchiha Madara offers a bounty, 5 billion Peli. Senju Hashirama offers a bounty, 4 billion Baileys. Unohana Retsu offers a bounty, 4.5 billion Baileys. Ji Guoyuan offered a bounty of 3.95 billion Baileys. Wujo Satoru offered a bounty of 4.3 billion Baileys. Advertisement Ram offered a bounty, TN 500 million Bailey. Ram offers a bounty of 900 million Baileys. Akunologia, offering a bounty of 2.2 billion Baileys. Tornado offers a bounty of 600 million Baileys. This is the reward order for all members of the Pirates of Myriad Realms. Except for Tornado, who just joined the Pirates of Myriad Realms, none of the others' bounties are less than 1 billion Baileys. The world government has given such a high reward to the Pirates of the 10,000 Realms, which is a recognition of their strength. Absolutely recognized. Aside from the reward order, didn't 10 newspapers be published? After reading all the reward orders, Rayleigh took a breath and asked the trainee crew in front of him. There is only a reward order, no news. The trainee crew member shook his head and responded. He was stationed on the coast, and the newspaper pigeons only floated down and offered rewards, and there were no newspapers. It seems that what the Pirates of 10,000 Realms did was too bad, and the news has been concealed by the world government, Roger said in a deep voice. Although he doesn't know what kind of bad things the Wanji pirates have done. But only through the increase in the bounty offered by the Pirates of 10,000 Realms, he knows that Cuomo has done extremely bad things in this operation. Make the world government determined to hide it. Rayleigh and Jabba looked at each other face to face. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The Pirates of 10,000 Worlds is indeed a giant in New World. When no action is taken, the sea is very quiet. Once action is taken, it will always bring huge troubles to the world government and marine, and they act every time. All will bring about some changes in the pattern of New World. The title of Pirates of 10,000 Realms, a giant in the sea. It is precisely because of the existence of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds that our search for the historical text can be so smooth. After all, we still need to thank Cuomo. Roger put his chin on his hand and said seriously. They searched for the historical text and investigated the truth of the blank 100-year history, which has been known by the marine and world government. But these people have been slow to take action against their Roger pirates precisely because of the existence of the Myriad Realms pirates. The threat in the eyes of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms, the world government and marine, is simply too great. These two forces put almost all of their forces on the Myriad Realms pirates. So naturally there's no time to deal with them Roger pirates. 196 new member Kanna arrives, full order required. New World, a certain sea area. The ship of the Myriad Realms pirates sails on this sea. The prestige value has increased again. Cuomo was sitting on a chair, fishing, while paying attention to the growth of his reputation. This time they snatched the news of the Pluton battleship. Although it was not released, it was concealed by the world government. But world government has not concealed the increase in the bounty, and now Cuomo's bounty has reached 6.85 billion Baileys. This bounty was empty, and this huge bounty caused an uproar in New World. Rox, who was once a sea magnate with Cuomo, did not reach his level before his death. Ding, congratulations host, the prestige value has increased by 1,000. Ding, congratulations host, the prestige value has increased by 2,000. Ding, congratulations host, the prestige value has increased by 2,500. The news of the prestige value increase kept echoing in Cuomo's mind. Although it needs to be exchanged later, the prestige value of the reward card of the heavens and the world needs a lot. But again, Cuomo's own added reputation points are not rare. Wait until the prestige boost beep goes away. Everyone, we have a new member. Cuomo stood up and said to the people around him. Are there any new members? Ji Guoyuan immediately became interested when he heard the words. Although there are quite a few people on their boat now, the more people there are, the more lively it must be. Who would think that they have too many companions? Certainly. Advertisement, who is the new member? Tornado asked curiously. I haven't summoned yet, and I don't know who it is. Cuomo shrugged helplessly. Although he has the ability to summon otherworld members, but who can be summoned specifically? He is not clear about this. After all, the summoning process is determined by the system. Cuomo opens a properties panel that only he can see. Host. Cuomo summon. Gojo Satoru, 73%. Uchiha Madara, 74%. Unohana Retsu, 67%. Sukuni Anichi, 89%. Senju Hashirama, 54%. Ram, 90%. Ram, 83%. Akunologia, 43%. Reputation value. 340,000 300,000 abilities. Armament hockey, max. Observation hockey, max. Conqueror's hockey, max. Imitate swordsmanship, max. Special abilities. Black dragon form, wood style, sage mode, 8 inner gates. Warehouse. None. Now, Cuomo's ability, Conqueror's hockey, and swordsmanship have all reached the top level. Ding, does host want to exchange his reputation points for reward cards from the heavens and myriad worlds? The system's voice came into Cuomo's head asking. Sure. Ding, Congratulations to the successful exchange of host, and you have obtained a reward card from the heavens and myriad realms. Does the host want to use reward cards from the heavens and worlds? Sure. Ding. Congratulations to host, successfully used it, and got Connor from Xiao Linjalong's Maid World. Connor's prototype is the Fairy Dragon, also known as the Thunder Wizard. Advertisement likes to play pranks, some are afraid of loneliness and go their own way. Unable to return to the original world with his own strength, he was exiled in his own world, and began to live in Kobayashi's house. Electricity is the source of power, which can be recharged by plugging the tip of the tail into a socket. 0. Seeking flowers. Curious, likes to eat, as long as it looks edible, put it in your mouth first. Connor, Cuomo said to himself when he heard the system beep. Although Connor is cute and responsible in Kobayashi's Dragon Maid world. But, don't forget, he is a dragon himself. From the original book, The Battle Between Connor and Tower, it can be deduced that her strength at the peak is definitely at the Admiral level. Who doesn't like a cute and powerful Connor? 0. In front of Cuomo, a group of white light particles appeared. This group of light particles was smaller than the previously summoned members. Just through the characters refracted by the light particles, it can be seen that the person summoned this time is a little guy. The light particles gathered together, then dissipated, and a cute-looking and small Connor appeared in front of everyone. This is a child? Ji Guoyuan looked at Connor suspiciously, and then at Cuomo. Connor looked tiny, even smaller than a tornado. Although she looks small, she is a dragon in her own right. In terms of her age, she is estimated to be several thousand years old. Cuomo responded, looking seriously at Connor in front of him. The lifespan of dragons is very terrifying, and those who are thousands of years old can only be regarded as children. Cuomo, how old are you sure? Wu Tiaoyu asked in surprise. He couldn't believe that Connor, who looked so young, was actually thousands of years old. Don't just look at the appearance, Gojo Satoru, it's normal for dragons to live to be thousands of years old. Cuomo responded to the beg with a smile. 197M summons the 5 elders. Just when Cuomo and others were discussing about Connor, Connor raised his head and said in a childish voice. I'm hungry, Cuomo. Connor, like everyone else, came into this world knowing only Cuomo by name. Facing the surrounding environment, Connor didn't show any nervousness or panic, instead he cared about his stomach. It has to be said that Connor is a foodie. Although he is very old, he looks very cute. Rem squatted down, rubbed Connor's head and said with a smile. Facing Rem's head touching, Connor didn't resist, but said, I'm hungry. It seems that this little 597 guy is really good at eating. When Ji Guoyuan heard it, he couldn't help laughing. Connor came to their ship and said a few words in a short time, and it was all because I was hungry. Just through this point alone, Ji Guoyuan knew that Connor could eat very well. Okay, Rem, hurry up and cook, I'm a little hungry too, Kesha instructed. He wasn't hungry at first, but Connor said a few words that I was hungry, which made Cuomo a little hungry now. The addition of new members made the atmosphere on board lively again, although Connor didn't like to talk very much. But the people on board liked this little guy very much, and they got to know each other very quickly. Holy Land Mariajoy. In the corridor outside Pangu City, there was a sound of footsteps. During this period, I am summoned the 5 elders. Damn 10,000 worlds pirates. 5 elders clenched their fists tightly, their complexion extremely gloomy. Advertisement. When I am and others returned to the Holy Land Mariajoy, he got the result of the battle. The 2 5 elders were once again killed by Cuomo, the captain of the pirates of 10,000 realms. Now, 5 elders, he is the only one left alone. The departure of the 4 old friends made him very angry, and he wished to seek revenge on Cuomo now. But he also knows that the current strength of the Myriad Realms pirates is far beyond what he alone can contend with. A few years ago, the 5 elders failed to solve the 10,000 realms pirates together. Now that he is the only one left, this is even more impossible. 5 elders came to the end of Pangu City, and there was a grand gate in front of his eyes. He looked at the gate in front of him, and then looked behind him, filled with emotion. If I am summoned a few years ago, 5 elders summoned at the same time. But now, he is the only one left. He pushed open the door in front of him, walked in, and looked at the figure of the Void Throne. He half knelt on the ground and said respectfully. 5 elders, meet Lord I am. Now you are the only one who holds the core rights of the world government. I am slightly opened his eyes and said lightly. Hearing this, 5 elders had mixed feelings. I have brought the Pluton battleship to a safer place, and now I am sending you to garrison it. I am continued. The last safe place has already been known by the pirates of 10,000 worlds, so the Pluton battleship can't stay in that place. Advertisement. Their world government has used the power of the capable person to place the Pluton battleship in a brand new place. Although the place is very hidden, almost no one can find it, but just to be on the safe side. It is still necessary to send a strong man to garrison. In world government, besides I am, the strongest is 5 elders. So 5 elders is a must. Yes, Lord I am. 5 elders responded respectfully. The Pluton battleship will be completely repaired in less than a year. After the Pluton battleship is completely repaired, we will cooperate with the marine executives to take down the 10,000 realms pirates. I am continued to order. I will definitely take down the Myriad Realms pirates, and I will not disappoint Lord I am. 5 elders raised his head firmly and said in a deep voice. He has a huge hatred for the pirates of the 10,000 worlds, waiting for the Pluton battleship to be fully repaired. He is bound to seek revenge from Cuomo, either by destroying the pirates of Myriad Worlds, or by joining the other four old men. I hope so. I am said lightly. In addition to the Myriad Realms pirates, send people to pay more attention to the Roger pirates on the sea. They want to study the blank history. If necessary. 3. You can attack them, I am continued. The Roger pirates study the news of the historical text, and their world government has long known. But because of the Myriad Realms pirates, they couldn't allocate more troops to govern. However, it is still necessary to properly give Roger pirates some warnings. Roger pirates. I know, Master, I am. Go down. Yes, Lord, I am. 5 elders stood up and left the void hall. After the 5 elders left, only I am was left sitting on the throne in the huge hall. 198 Operation of Naval Headquarters, encircling and suppressing the pirates of 10,000 realms. In a flash, a year has passed. During this year, the Wanji pirates did not make any movement on the sea, and they were very quiet. But the other pirates are not as quiet as the Myriad Realms pirates. Former cadre of the Rocks pirate, Charlotte Linlin has created her own kingdom in New World. And began to vigorously develop her power in New World, and now she is already one of the great pirates of New World. The influence in New World is only under the pirates of 10,000 realms. Although Rocks has been beheaded by Cuomo, Rocks pirate has been disbanded. After the cadres of Rocks pirate left Rocks pirate, they developed very well in New World. It has brought a lot of pressure to Marine and World government. Maybe they didn't think that beheading Rocks and disbanding Rocks pirate was a wrong decision. At New World, it wasn't just Charlotte Linlin who did well. Whitebeard also thrived in the New World, although he did not form his own kingdom like Charlotte Linlin. But he created his own pirate group, and in this short period of 1 year, the power of his pirate group has grown several times. Today, Whitebeard is also a famous big pirate in New World. Many of the members on his ship are famous pirates in New World. And Golden Lion, like Whitebeard, also formed his own pirate group, called the Flying Pirates. Advertisement during these years, he plundered treasures in New World wantonly and recruited countless vicious pirates. Due to the presence of the 10,000 Worlds pirates in New World, Marine dared not act rashly. So this also led to the rapid development of Golden Lion's pirate group. Now the Golden Lion has his eyes on the Roger pirates. Through this, it is enough to prove how inflated the current Golden Lion is. And Kaido, in New World, is not as powerful as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte Linlin. But also occupied Wano-kuni, which is recharging its troops. The rapid development of the big pirates in New World naturally made Marine full of worries. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Kong, and many naval headquarters executives gathered in the conference room. The battleship Pluton has been completely cast, and now it's time for us to attack the 10,000 Realms pirates. Kong sat in the center of the conference room, with a solemn expression on his face. Their Marine and World government are in this year's time, except for a little blow to the Roger pirates. It has been forbearing almost all the time, and now, the Pluton battleship has finally been fully restored. Whether it's the World government or Marine, they don't intend to continue to endure it. It's time to sweep up the New World's pirates. The goal of the raid begins with the pirates of 10,000 realms. Are you finally going to act? I can't wait to kill Cuomo with my own hands. Garp clenched his fists involuntarily and said angrily. Advertisement. Even after a year, Garp's hatred for Cuomo has not abated for a moment. During this year, he has been training hard, without stopping for a moment, in order to be able to fight Cuomo, and personally terminate him. This action, don't be reckless, Garp. We must fully obey the 5 elders' orders, and we must not act without authorization. This battle is related to the future of our Marine. Kong stared at Garp and ordered seriously. If this battle has not ended the 10,000 Worlds pirates, then their Marine and World government's prestige will drop directly to zero. This has a great impact on their Marine and World government. You must know that in New World today, there is not only such a sea giant as the pirates of 10,000 realms. There are still many big 367 pirates who have risen. I see. Garp nodded. When are we going to act, Kong? Sengoku asked. If there is no accident, it will be the next few days. Take advantage of this time and prepare well. The final battle between us and the pirates of Myriad Worlds is about to begin. Kong put his hands together holding his chin. He glanced at the many high-level people present and said solemnly. This campaign. Either the group wiped out the Myriad Realms pirates, shocking the world and making the entire New World recognize the horrors of their Marine. Either they are defeated by the Myriad Realms pirates, their naval headquarters will be ashamed, and they will lose a large alliance. The future of Marine is now in our hands, and I will fight with all my strength, Zephyr said with his eyes firmly fixed, clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Zephyr is a man with a great sense of responsibility, and he knows what this battle is about. For them, this battle is only allowed to win, not to be defeated. 199 Encounters with the Whitebeard Pirates. New World, a certain sea area. The ships of the Myriad Realms pirates sailed on this sea, and they were very quiet during this year. At sea, neither the Marine nor the World government was attacked. Their ship is still sailing on the sea as usual, but at the end of the horizon. A huge ship was approaching them. At this moment, Cuomo was fishing, and when he looked up, he noticed the huge ship in the distance. That's Edward's ship. Cuomo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at it seriously. Cuomo and his crew have not seen Whitebeard since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The new world is vast, and it is difficult for them to meet if they do not deliberately search for it. As the huge ship continued to approach, Cuomo was completely sure that the ship was Whitebeard's ship. G.U. Lala. Long time no see, you are still so energetic, Cuomo. Whitebeard lay on the chair, drank a sip of fine wine, looked at Cuomo and said with a smile. Now Whitebeard is not a cadre of Rock's pirate, so naturally there is no conflict with the pirates of 10,000 realms. They have fought each other many times, and it can be said that the relationship between the two is now. You're doing well, Edward, out of the Rock's pirate, Cuomo said, scanning the Whitebeard's crew. Although most of Cuomo still don't know each other, after all, Marco and Joe's are familiar. The future of these two people is, the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the Japanese team. The other is the captain of the third team, Advertisement. Both will have strong performances in the future. I spent 10 years on the Rock's pirate chasing my dream, and now, I have managed to get what I want. Replied Whitebeard with a smile on his lips. The dream he has been pursuing as family, when he first arrived in New World. He just wants to chase this dream, but because of the existence of Rocks, he had to give up the path of chasing his dream and join Rock's pirate. Now Rocks has already been beheaded by Cuomo, and he is unrestrained. Finally realized my dream. Yes, congratulations, Cuomo said lightly. But come to me today. What's the matter? Cuomo asked. Marco, Joe's and I have been arguing to see you, so I brought them to you. Whitebeard looked at the two people around him and responded truthfully. Since a year ago, Whitebeard said Cuomo was much better than him. Marco and Joe's became very interested in Cuomo, and kept arguing to see Cuomo. They want to know what kind of person is not even a match for their father Whitebeard. On Whitebeard's boat, Marco and Joe's stood beside Whitebeard, watching Cuomo seriously. At this moment, Cuomo's gaze also moved towards them, and they met each other's eyes. Just looking at each other, Marco and Joe's immediately felt tremendous pressure. Advertisement. A wisp of sweat appeared on Marco's forehead, and he stared at Cuomo in horror. The pressure Cuomo brought to him was too great, as if the person facing his eyes was not alone. MH. Now you know his strength. Whitebeard saw the abnormality of the two and said with a smile. Even Whitebeard meets Cuomo's eyes, all felt some pressure. Not to mention the very weak Marco and Joe's who haven't grown up yet. Marco and Joe's wiped the sweat from their brows and nodded slightly. They haven't played against Cuomo before, so they don't know the specific strength of the other party. But just by looking at each other just now, they knew that Cuomo is a very dangerous person. Little Beiji, shouldn't it be time for dinner? At this time, inside the cabin, a man in a samurai costume walked all the way to Whitebeard's side. Let me introduce Cuomo to you. He is my good friend, Kazuki Oden, and he is a strong samurai. Whitebeard glanced at Oden, and then introduced Cuomo. In the Whitebeard Pirates, Kazuki Oden is a person of the same generation as Whitebeard, Soga Zhao. So he calls Whitebeard by his nickname, and does not need to be called Daddy. Hearing what Whitebeard said, Cuomo also set his sights on Kazuki Oden, who had read the original. Naturally know what kind of person Kazuki Oden is. This ship is full of beasts. Kazuki Oden, who was originally in a lazy state, quickly became serious after seeing Cuomo and others. He felt a lot of pressure from Cuomo and others, and he knew that none of the people on board before his eyes were simple characters. Lucky. 200 Cuomo versus Oden. I should have told you about the pirates of 10,000 realms. Oden. He is the captain of the pirates of 10,000 realms, Cuomo. Whitebeard reminded Oden. After Whitebeard's words fell, Oden yelled directly at Cuomo. Fight me, Cuomo. Oden is a militant, and he always likes to go to war when he meets a strong man. At this moment, Oden can see that Cuomo is a strong swordsman, so he is very interested in his strength. Hey, Oden, Cuomo is very dangerous. Whitebeard frowned when he heard Oden's words. He was afraid that Oden's words would offend Cuomo. With your current strength, you are not qualified to fight against me. Cuomo raised his head slightly, glanced at Oden lightly, and said calmly. Now Cuomo's swordsmanship is at a level that no one in this world can step into. Even I am, the supreme leader of the world government, is not his opponent in terms of swordsmanship alone. Just Oden. How could 810 be his opponent? You'll know if you're qualified or not. Oden scratched his head and responded with a grin. Cuomo, Oden is such a character. I hope you don't have the same knowledge as him. Whitebeard glanced at Oden and reminded Cuomo. Although Whitebeard and Cuomo are enemies and friends, he is still afraid that Oden's words will offend Cuomo. If you're determined to give it a try, go for it, but be prepared, because it's going to hit you hard, Cuomo said with a smile. It's not that he looks down on Oden, it's because his sword skills are too strong now. Then come on. Hearing Cuomo's words, Oden pulled out the two famous knives from his waist without any hesitation. The moment he held the famous knife, his whole body's aura changed. As soon as Ahcb, Guoyuan saw that the two were about to fight, he joked with a smile. Are you going to fight? Could this be two bullying Cuomo? How strong Cuomo is, Guoyuan, who is a crew member, knows all too well. Advertisement. One sword is powerful enough to split a mountain. Although Oden's strength is not weak, compared with Cuomo, he is simply an ant shaking a tree. It cannot be compared at all. Cuomo spread his hands and smiled. Cuomo has not fought or used a blade for a year. Let his swordsmanship be born again now. Cuomo, for my sake, don't kill Oden, he's a friend of mine. Whitebeard yelled at Cuomo, seeing that the two were about to engage in combat. Whitebeard is now one of the great pirates of the New World, with a bounty in the billions of Baileys. His status in New World is like an emperor, even Marine and world government don't want to provoke him at will. But even such a strong man needs to be respected in front of Cuomo. Okay. Cuomo nodded in response. Odin, as Whitebeard's friend, Cuomo naturally will not kill him. After Cuomo's words fell, he pulled out the shenyan from his waist, and held the supreme sharp knife in his hand. Cuomo's aura changed drastically. Now his aura is at its peak, just standing there can give people endless pressure. Seeing Cuomo pull out the shenyan and noticing the aura on Cuomo's body, even Odin broke out in a cold sweat. But he is not afraid, he likes to challenge the strong, and now he meets such a strong Cuomo. Although he was a little nervous and scared, but more excited. Don't do it yet. Cuomo looked at Odin and said calmly. Advertisement, Odin dual sword style. After Cuomo's words fell, Odin's face was extremely solemn, and the veins on his arms and forehead were bulging. The two famous knives shifted back, charged up, and rushed directly towards Cuomo at an extremely fast speed. So fast, Marco said in surprise when he saw this scene. Back at Wano Kuni, Marco had seen Odin fight Whitebeard. But the speed is far from as fast as it is now, which is enough to prove it. During this period of time, Odin's strength has improved rapidly. Your strength has improved a lot, Odin, but, compared to Cuomo, you are still too young. Whitebeard took a sip of his drink, eyeing Odin's backstory. Cuomo's strength, even the current Whitebeard thinks he is not an opponent. Not to mention Odin who is weaker than him, Taiyuan Shirataki. Odin rushed to Cuomo, yelling. Boom, Cuomo collides with Odin's blade in midair. There was a violent air current, and there was a loud noise on the sea level, setting off waves of tens of feet. Boom. It took only a second for the blades of the two to clash, and Odin's figure flew upside down like a shooting star. It fell heavily on the sea level, and the body sank directly into the deep sea. 201 hit instant kill. Odin launched an attack and Odin was knocked into the air, all of which happened in an instant, making it too late for people to react. Odin. Marco's pupils contracted violently, he ran to the railing of the ship, looked at the sea in front of him, and shouted. Is it defeated with one blow? Joe stared at Cuomo's figure in midair in disbelief. Although Odin is not as powerful as their father Whitebeard, but in the entire Whitebeard pirate group, the strength is only lower than Whitebeard. But such a strong man couldn't withstand Cuomo's blow. Cuomo's strength is much more terrifying than they imagined. Odin is not dead yet, go down and fish Odin up. Whitebeard directed to several crew members around. Since Cuomo promised that he would not kill Odin, Odin must not be dead now. Yes. Daddy. Several crew members around responded, and then went to the sea to fish for Odin. These days, your strength has improved a lot, Cuomo. Whitebeard picked up a bottle of fine wine and threw it to Cuomo who was in the air and said with a smile. Although Whitebeard knew that Odin would definitely lose. But even he didn't expect that Odin was defeated after only 1 second. You must know that when he reached Wano Kuni at that time, he fought with Odin before defeating him. Cuomo killed Odin in one blow, which surprised Whitebeard. It's just a little progress. Cuomo took the wine thrown by Whitebeard and said lightly. He just knocked Odin into the air without using his full strength. If he used his sword skills at full strength, he could directly cut off Odin's famous sword and cut his body in two. Now, the only one who can resist his sword attack and continue to. Advertisement. The supreme sword is the most excellent blade in this world, invincible. So far, in the history of the sea, no one can cut off a supreme sword. Gu Lala. Your improvement in strength must not be a little bit, Whitebeard laughed and said. Cuomo smiled and did not respond. His battle with Odin was over and he returned to the ship. At this time, Odin has also been salvaged by members of the Whitebeard pirates. Are you okay, Odin? Marco swayed and lay on the deck, Odin's body said worriedly. Cough cough. Odin coughed a few mouthfuls of seawater and sat up. Am I actually defeated by one blow? Odin looked at his calloused hands, feeling a little queasy inside. He knew he was probably no match for Cuomo, but whatever. He also didn't consider such an ending, he was killed in seconds. If the members of the Whitebeard pirates had not salvaged him, he would have died in the sea. Odin at Wano Kuni has always been known as a genius, his strength is powerful, few people in Wano Kuni can defeat him with swordsmanship. This also created some pride in him, but now Odin's mood was down to the bone. He was really blown away by Cuomo's swordplay. Advertisement. In terms of talent, there is no one in this world who can compare with Cuomo, and neither can I, so Odin, you don't need to take Cuomo as your goal. In the future, you can grow to my level. 0. Seeking flowers. Whitebeard sensed how Odin was feeling and comforted him. The former Whitebeard also wanted to work hard with Cuomo as his goal, but after a period of time, he gave up on targeting Cuomo. Cuomo's strength has improved too quickly, and no one in this world can compare with him. If Cuomo is the goal of the struggle, it can only be 0. I see. Odin nodded with a disappointed face, trying to cheer himself up. This wine tastes good, Edward, is there any more? Cuomo took a sip of the wine that Whitebeard threw over, and was immediately fascinated by the bottle of wine. He has drunk countless fine wines, but the taste of this bottle of fine wine is different from the previous ones. It made him feel very fresh. Cuomo, would you like to be a guest at Wano Kuni? This kind of fine wine. Wano Kuni wants as much as you want. Whitebeard responded. This fine wine is brought out from Wano Kuni. but these days, the wine has run out, and the only way to get it is to go to Wano-kuni. Wano-kuni, Cuomo said to himself. Wano-kuni is Odin's hometown, and it's a beautiful place. Now they have nothing to do with the Myriad Realms pirates at sea, so it doesn't hurt to go there. Yes. Cuomo agreed. 202 arrived at Wano-kuni, full order. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. At Naval Headquarters at this moment, most of the high-level combat power has been assembled. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Kong, stood on the shore of Marineford. In front of their eyes, there were countless marine warships. On the marine battleship, none of them are simple strong men, all of them are well-known marine generals in the New World. After the assembly of these was completed, they did not act, but waited for something. Aren't you there yet? Garp and others boarded the marine battleship, looking at the end of the sea level and said. Don't worry about Garp, it should be here soon. Sengoku responded with his arms crossed and 700 on his chest. When Sengoku's words fell, a huge ship appeared at the end of the sea level. This ship is exactly the legendary Pluton battleship, one of the 3 ancient weapons known as destroying the world. After a year long, the Pluton battleship has finally been fully restored. Even though the Pluton battleship is at the end of the sea level at this moment, Garp and others can still see the outline of the ship. It is enough to prove how huge this battleship is. As the Pluton battleship approaches, many generals in naval headquarters were frightened by the size of the Pluton battleship at this moment. The size of the Pluton battleship is as huge as a mountain, and the giant marine battleship they are riding on. In front of the Pluton battleship, it looks very slender. Is this the legendary Pluton battleship? Advertisement? Sengoku carefully looked at the Pluton battleship in front of him, his heart was full of shock. This huge volume is full of shocking momentum. The Pluton battleship has only 1 gun barrel, but the Pluton battleship with only 1 gun barrel has the terrifying power to destroy an island with 1 shot. This is the first time this old man has seen such a magnificent warship. I believe that with the assistance of the Pluton warship, we will definitely be able to take down the 10,000 Realms pirates. After seeing the Pluton warship, Fa's heart became more confident up. No matter how strong the people of the pirates of 10,000 Realms are, they are still human, and the Pluton battleship is a legend. How do people compare with legends? I have seen the Pluton battleship before, but the Pluton battleship at that time has not been completely repaired, and it is still full of shock when I see it again now. Garp sighed. A few years ago, he had seen the Pluton battleship once, but at that time the Pluton battleship had not been repaired. But the size alone was enough to shock him. Now that the Pluton battleship has been completely restored, what shocked him was not only the size, but also the momentum to destroy everything. Have you investigated the location of the 10,000 Realms pirates? 5 elders stood on the bow of the Pluton battleship, and he asked Garp and others. This time, in order to crusade against pirates of myriad worlds, not only naval headquarters almost went all out. World government also sent the last 5 elders. We already know the approximate location of the pirates of the 10,000 Realms, and our soldiers are investigating their exact location. I believe we will be able to find the pirates of the 10,000 Realms after we arrive at New World, Kong replied solemnly. Then let's act. This battle is bound to take down the myriad Realms pirates, 5 elders ordered solemnly. 4 of his old friends were killed, 5 elders, and now he is the only one left. Advertisement. Even if he risked his life in this campaign to encircle and suppress the pirates of 10,000 worlds, he must kill Cuomo. Yes. Kong yelled. The Pluton battleship and the large fleet of naval headquarters headed for the New World mightily. This time they are determined to destroy the 10,000 Realms pirates. In this operation, a large number of marine executives went with the mentality of seeing death as home. On the other hand, Cuomo has reached Wano-kuni. Returning to my hometown again, I really miss it. Odin stood at the bow, looking at the familiar environment in front of him, and couldn't help but think of the past. In the past, he had always longed for the life outside, and built ships countless times. He wanted to leave this place. Eventually he meets Whitebeard. Followed Whitebeard in the New World for a while, and saw a lot of interesting things. He has also played against many strong men. Odin led Whitebeard, Cuomo and others landed 3.9 on the island and entered the interior of the island. Whitebeard takes Cuomo to Wanakuna's tavern. Ka. They pushed open the door of the tavern, and the people sitting inside the tavern were not the residents of Wano-kuni, but a group of pirates. And in the center of the tavern, sat a tall and burly figure. Hey, you two, who let you in? A pirate yelled loudly when he saw Whitebeard and Cuomo enter the tavern. 203 Future 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. How can there be pirates in Wano-kuni? Whitebeard was puzzled when he saw the pirates around him. Wano-kuni is a closed country. In this country, there are only samurai. Why do pirates enter Wano-kuni? Hey, you two, are you ignoring me? Seeing that Whitebeard and Cuomo ignored him, the drunk pirate asked angrily. It's so noisy. The tall man turned around and scolded with a blush on his face. But the moment he turned around, the blush on his face disappeared immediately. There are strands of Chinese beads appearing on the forehead. Yo, Kaido? Cuomo stared at Kaido in front of him with great interest, and smiled unconsciously. He was also a little puzzled at first. How could there be pirates in Wano-kuni, which is closed to the outside world? So Kaido is here. In the original book, Kaido invaded Wano-kuni, and finally ruled the entire Wano-kuni step by step. He even became one of the 4 emperors in the future. You. How are you here? Kaido stared at the two in surprise and questioned. Today's Kaido is almost ruling the entire Wano-kuni. For him, the only trouble is leaving Wano Kuni, Odin, on a long voyage. But when Odin left, he had already figured out a way to deal with Odin. Advertisement, but now Odin is back, but also followed Odin back to Wano Kuni, as well as Whitebeard and Cuomo. Surprise Kaido. You can be here, why can't we be here? Cuomo responded with a sneer. What are you doing in my friend Odin's country, Kaido? Whitebeard stared at Kaido with a gloomy expression and questioned. Odin had told him that no pirates were allowed in Wano Kuni. Now Kaido is in Wano Kuni, no doubt, has invaded Wano Kuni. Whitebeard and Kaido used to be on the same boat, and had some dealings with him. Whitebeard knew what kind of person Kaido was. If only Kaido ruled Wano Kuni, there is no doubt that will pose a huge threat to the aborigines of this country. Hey, you two, how did you talk to our Kaido boss? A drunk pirate who hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yelled loudly. Wait, why do you feel that these two people look familiar? Another pirate looked at the two seriously, and suddenly he woke up from alcohol, and said in a trembling tone. See you. Cuomo, love. Edward Newgate. As his words fell, everyone in the entire tavern woke up from the drunkenness in an instant. Cuomo with a bounty of 6.85 billion Baileys. He is a giant in New World. Why is he here? A pirate felt a chill all over his body and couldn't help but backed up a few steps. Because they were drunk just now, they didn't take a serious look at the appearance of the two of them. But now that the identities of the two are clear, everyone's heart is full of fear. One is the giant of the New World. The other is the great pirate from New World. Advertisement: none of these two are simple characters, and all of them are extremely resounding existences in New World. Their boss, Kaido, has a bounty of more than 1 billion and his strength is terrifying, but in front of these two people, he is as insignificant as an ant. And the most frightening thing at this moment is the pirate who scolded Whitebeard and Cuomo. His face was pale with fright, and his legs and feet were trembling uncontrollably. Kaido stared nervously at the two in front of him, and now he was thinking about ways to escape. At this moment, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and two pirates rushed in, and Quinn shouted excitedly. Boss Kaido, Odin has returned and can implement our plan. After killing Odin, the entire Wano Kuni is under our rule. But the moment his words fell, Quinn felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the tavern. There were two strange people standing in front of him, and he also noticed that Kaido's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. How dare you kill my buddy Odin? After Whitebeard heard Quinn's words, the veins on his forehead popped up, and he said angrily. What Whitebeard valued most in his life were friends and family, and he spent a lot of time with Odin. Whitebeard has long regarded Odin as his friend, and even his family. Now hearing that Kaido wants to kill Odin, how does he bear it? Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Kaido knew that Whitebeard was angry, and more Hanzu appeared on his forehead, so he hurriedly said. Kaido was on the same boat as Whitebeard and fought against him. He knows that Whitebeard's strength is very terrifying. Although he has grown a lot now, it is extremely difficult to deal with Whitebeard. 204 Cuomo versus Kaido. Even if he can beat Whitebeard, there is Cuomo beside Whitebeard. Although Cuomo has never fought against him, Cuomo killed his Captain Rocks a few years ago. Today's Cuomo is the only giant in New World, with a bounty of up to 6.85 billion Baileys. It's just through Cuomo's identity and what he has done, plus the bounty. Kaido knew that even if he could defeat Whitebeard, he was definitely not Cuomo's opponent. The power gap between them is really too big. Seeing Kaido so terrified, Quinn and Jin felt a little bad at the moment. They came to Whitebeard and Cuomo to see who they were, which scared Kaido so much. When they didn't look, they were terrified in their hearts. When they saw the faces of the two, they backed away in fright. Quinn even sat down on the ground. As pirates, how could they not know the names of Whitebeard and Cuomo? How are they here? Quinn said in a trembling and shocked tone. He doesn't know, little Wano Kuni, why even sea giants and sea overlords are here. And they noticed that Whitebeard's face was very gloomy at this moment, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Is in a state of rage. Delusion to attack my good friend Odin, today. You all die here. Whitebeard slowly pulled out Kong Yunki from behind, looking at the surrounding people, said with a gloomy expression. Damn. Hold him Quinn. Jin. After Kaido's words fell, his body turned into a giant dragon. After a long time, now Kaido has fully mastered the power of this devil fruit. Advertisement realized the process of diving into the dragon's gate. Kaido, who turned into a dragon, smashed the tavern directly and then pressed towards the air. If he continues to stay here, Kaido knows that he is a dead end, and only with the help of his ability to fly can he have a chance to escape. Seeing Kaido's fleeing figure, Jin and Quinn were terrified at the moment. They never thought that Kaido would run so decisively. And make them stop Cuomo and Whitebeard. Isn't this bullshit? How can they stop Cuomo and Whitebeard with their strength? Want to go? Do you think I will give you a chance? The corners of Cuomo's mouth rose slightly, and black wings grew directly behind him. The black wings spread out, and Cuomo rushed to the sky like a demon at a very high speed. He arrived in front of Kaido in almost an instant, blocking the way Kaido wanted to escape. Let me go Cuomo, I can give you Wano Kuni. Kaido looked at Cuomo in front of him and begged. He knew that with his own strength, it was impossible to defeat Cuomo, and now he just wanted to survive. Wano Kuni is a place I really don't care about, but, do you know why I stopped you Kaido? Why? Because you didn't kill Momonosuke, Cuomo said indifferently. In the original book, Kaido had a chance to kill Momonosuke, but because he thought Momonosuke was too weak. So let him go. In the end, it caused Momonosuke to survive because of evil. All of this, Kaido's reason. If Kaido killed Momonosuke, wouldn't there be so much trouble? Advertisement. Who is Momonosuke? Kaido stared at Cuomo suspiciously. He had never heard of a man named Momonosuke. Cuomo's words made him very confused. All of this is not important anymore, you just need to know. You will die here today. Cuomo said calmly with his arms folded on his chest. Wait. You tell me who Momonosuke is, and I'll kill him right now. Seeing that Cuomo was about to attack him, Kaido hurriedly said. He hasn't been born yet, how do you kill him? Hearing Cuomo's words, Kaido was taken aback for a moment and suddenly he understood something. You're kidding me, Kaido said slightly angrily. Anyway, he is also a pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys. He also has his own pride. Now he is being teased by Cuomo, which naturally, of Wang Zhao, makes him very unhappy. I'm not kidding you, but some decisions, Kaido, will affect your whole life, Cuomo said lightly. If Kaido could kill Momonosuke, he would just clean it up, but unfortunately, he still didn't do it after all. This also led to his not washing his hair white, black dragon form. Cuomo was too lazy to continue talking to Kaido. On his body, a large piece of dragon scales appeared. In the next second, he directly transformed into a huge black dragon that covered the sky and covered the sun. Fly. 205 hitting Kaido. Two huge dragons stare at each other from high above, but in terms of size, Cuomo's dragon is bigger. Are you determined not to let me go today, Cuomo? Kaido looked at the man in front of him, and his face became more and more fierce. If Cuomo insists on killing him, then even if he thinks he has no chance of winning, he will have to fight to the death. Do you think you will get out of Wano Kuni alive today? Cuomo asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Kaido's face became extremely gloomy, since Cuomo has no intention of letting him go. At this time, there is no need to continue seeking. Dragon breath. Kaido opened his bloody mouth wide, and saw a terrifying energy shock gathered in his mouth. The powerful force even distorted the surrounding space, and the sky suddenly changed dramatically. Just passing through this point is enough to prove what kind of power Kaido's dragon breath has. Boss Kaido, can he defeat Cuomo? Quinn, who was on the ground at the moment, stared at the two voices in the sky, feeling a little worried. Once Kaido is dead, Quinn knows, he will die as well as Jin. Jin didn't respond to Quinn's words, but paid attention to Whitebeard beside him. At this moment, Whitebeard held Kong Yunki in his hand, but he didn't shoot them, but was watching the battle between Cuomo and Kaido. Quinn is now thinking about how to escape from here without attracting Whitebeard's attention. On the surface, Whitebeard didn't pay attention to the two of them, but in fact, Whitebeard was using observation haki to watch the movements of the two of them. Once Quinn and Jin behave abnormally, or want to escape, they will inevitably be attacked by Whitebeard. Advertisement. Boom. High in the sky, Kaido spit out a terrifying dragon breath and shot directly at Cuomo. Facing this extremely powerful attack, Cuomo also opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of energy. Boom. The two terrifying forces collided together, and a white halo suddenly appeared in the sky, which was extremely dazzling. People can't see what's inside. It took only a few seconds for Kaido and Cuomo's dragon's breath to collide. Cuomo's attack destroyed Kaido's dragon's breath and rushed towards Kaido. Boom. Cuomo's attack landed on Kaido's body, knocking him into the air. Kaido's body fell on the Wano Kuni building, leaving a beautiful area in ruins. This is the power of the New World giant, Cuomo. With Kaido's current strength alone, he can't compete with a behemoth like Cuomo. So strong, no wonder Captain Rocks died at your hands. Kaido, who fell in the ruins, stood up with difficulty, and there were many wounds on his body. Blood is dripping out. You must know that Kaido is in the state of dragon transformation. Aha! In this state, Kaido's defense is very terrifying. But in the face of Cuomo's attack, he was easily and seriously injured. You must know that the confrontation between the two is only a few seconds. Advertisement. Now that he has been hurt a lot, Kaido can't help feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Cuomo's strength is really too strong. The gap in strength is too great. The boss of Kaido is not Cuomo's opponent at all. Quinn stared nervously at Kaido in the ruins. He clearly knew that after Kaido's death, they will be the next to die. So he must find a way to escape from here before Kaido dies. It's not just Quinn who is worried at the moment, Jin is also trying to find a way. Face it head on, whether it is Whitebeard or Cuomo, they can kill them instantly. Is your strength only that, Kaido? Cuomo stared at Kaido condescendingly and questioned. Kaido did not respond, but quickly flew up from the ruins, soared through the clouds and came to the sky again. Kaido did not continue to use the power of the dragon's breath, but prepared to fight Cuomo directly with his body. I have to say that Kaido's idea is really brave, although Kaido's physical body in the form of a blue dragon is very scary. But compared with Cuomo's physical body, Kaido's physical body is really not worth mentioning. Facing the rushing Kaido, Cuomo's expression was flat, and he also rushed towards Kaido physically. Boom. The heads of the two collided together, and the atmosphere made a violent roaring sound, and a strong energy swept across the four directions instantly like a violent storm. The moment the two heads collided, Kaido felt a splitting headache, and even his vision became blurred. In the next second, his body hit the ground again, making a big hole. The total time of the confrontation between the two did not exceed a minute, but now Kaido has changed from a dragon form to a human form. 206-3 Disasters. Jack strikes. Cuomo's strength completely crushed Kaido's, and it only collided for a moment. Kaido has been hit hard by Cuomo's attack. Cuomo, Kaido's life, let me end it, Whitebeard said suddenly at this moment. Okay. Cuomo glanced at Whitebeard, and then transformed from a black dragon form into a human form. Thank you. Whitebeard nodded slightly to Cuomo, thanking him. Whitebeard held Kong Yunshu step by step, approaching the many who fell in the ruins. At this time, Cuomo came to Quinn and Jin's side to watch the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido. Cuomo appeared next to Quinn and Jin, scaring them a lot. It is extremely difficult to escape with Whitebeard observation haki, insight. But under the insight of Cuomo's observation haki, the probability of escaping is 0. Both of them swallowed unconsciously at this moment. They regret why they asked Kaido to report Oden's whereabouts today. Why can't they be lazy and tell Kaido tomorrow? If so, they cannot wait until tomorrow. After learning the news of Kaido's death, retreat directly to Wano-kuni, so that there is a chance of survival. But now, if you want to survive, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Edward. Kaido stared at Whitebeard with a ferocious face and growled. His journey to becoming king has just begun. He is now very unwilling to die here. Had he known he would face Cuomo and Whitebeard, he would not have invaded Wano-kuni. Advertisement, but now, he has no chance to regret it. Cuomo is very unwilling to let Whitebeard let him go. He must die today. Kaido, I have nothing to do with your invasion of Wano-kuni, but you should never have done it. You got my friend Oden's idea. Whitebeard stood in front of Kaido with Kong Yunki in his hand and said coldly. He, Whitebeard, cared deeply about his crew, but he was a pirate after all. Kaido invaded Wano-kuni and oppressed the people, none of which had anything to do with Whitebeard. But if Kaido pays attention to his friend Oden, he can't sit idly by at this time. Can't you let me go with the kindness of the old crew, Edward? Kaido's tone suddenly became respectful. My partner is Kaido, who you can't overcome. When you pay attention to Oden, you are a dead person. Whitebeard shook his head lightly and said coldly. Damn you be asterisk 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 D Edward. After Kaido heard this, he clenched his mace tightly, his expression ferocious like a ghost. Whitebeard stopped talking too much nonsense with Kaido and launched an attack directly. Whitebeard's current strength is close to the peak period, whether it is Conqueror's Haki or swordsmanship, physical skills are already at the top level in the world. And Kaido is still in the growth stage, and his strength is only at the quasi-admiral level. With Whitebeard's strength, it can't be compared at all. What's more, just seeing Cuomo's battle, Kaido has been wounded, so he faces Whitebeard's attack. Kaido has almost no power to parry. Whitebeard's attack was swift and fierce, constantly turning Kong Yunki in his hand. Kaido's arm was numb due to the huge strength. But even if Kaido knows he can't win, 0, seeking flowers. Advertisement still struggling to resist, because he knew very well that if he gave up resisting, then it would be a dead end. Whitebeard clenched Kong Yunki with both hands, and slashed towards Kaido forcefully. The terrifying power directly cut off one of Kaido's arms. Kaido, who has no weapons, is now a lamb at the mercy of others. Facing Whitebeard's attack, he has no power to parry at all. Ass. Bang bang bang, boss Kaido. Not far away, a burly man rushed over with veins on his forehead. Get hacked by Whitebeard's Kongyun several times. Just as Whitebeard was about to kill Kaido, there was an angry roar in the distance. Facing the heart-piercing pain, Kaido's expression turned extremely ferocious at this moment, and he half-kneeled on the ground. He doesn't care who Whitebeard is or how strong Whitebeard is, direct. The veins in Whitebeard's arm popped out, and the mace in Kaido's hand flew out. The weapons of the two are constantly clashing. Whitebeard seems to be able to handle it with ease, while Kaido is stepping backwards. Swish. Seeing this scene, Quinn and Jin couldn't help admiring Jack's courage in their hearts. Boom. When he saw Kaido's arm was cut off, he didn't hesitate and rushed towards Whitebeard. He is Jack, one of the 3 plagues of the Kaido pirates. 207 Kaido's partner, Golden Lion. To be honest, Quinn and Jin really don't know how Jack lived to such a big age. Even though Jack didn't know Whitebeard's name, he saw that Kaido had an arm cut off by Whitebeard. It should also be considered that Whitebeard is very strong, even Kaido is not an opponent. And Jack at this moment. Where on earth did Jack have the courage to attack Whitebeard? Jack, the boatman, really lives up to his reputation. Cuomo couldn't help sighing when he saw Jack rushing towards Whitebeard angrily. In the original book, Jack once had a famous scene, that is, one person attacked the marine warship, 637, saves Shichibukai Doflamingo. At first glance, it seems that there is no problem, just pick up a marine battleship, but there are cranes, Sengoku, Fujidora. With this level of luxury lineup, even if Kaido came in person, it would not work. But Jack didn't hesitate and said, "Who do you think I am?" and he went directly to the boat. In the end, he was beaten and seriously injured. Although Jack's strength is not very good, and his brain is not very good, but his courage must be stronger than Kaido. If Jack was in the original book, he would have half the strength of Kaido. Jack must have dared to directly attack the stronghold of the world government, the Holy Land Mariajoy. At this moment, Whitebeard tilted his head slightly, naturally noticing Jack rushing towards him. At this moment, Jack is extremely weak, so weak that Whitebeard doesn't take him seriously at all. You brat, you are weak enough, Whitebeard said indifferently. In the next second, Whitebeard raised the knife and slashed at Jack directly. A huge wound suddenly appeared on Jack's chest, and the bone was visible deep in the wound. Advertisement: there was even a scratch on the bone in the chest. The severe pain made Jack's eyes turn white, and he fell to the ground before he got close to Whitebeard. Kill in one hit. This is the strength gap between Whitebeard, the overlord of the sea, and Kaido's 3 disasters. Such a gap in strength. No matter what kind of concealment you use, you will never be able to overcome it. Run. The moment Jack was hit hard by Whitebeard, he turned into a flamingo and flew out. Before Quinn could react, Jin rushed straight into the sky. Damn Jin. Quinn knew that he was left behind. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and stared at Cuomo beside him in fear. But at this moment, Cuomo didn't set his eyes on him, and even faced Jin, who had fled. Cuomo didn't chase after him. Could it be that we are too weak and Cuomo doesn't bother to kill? Because he secretly thought? After having this idea, Quinn became more courageous and ran away directly. Now that he has the opportunity to escape, he will naturally not let go of this opportunity. After all, he will continue to stay here. Totally a dead end. Although Quinn was obese, his body was extremely flexible and he escaped quickly. And Cuomo turned his head slightly at this moment, looking faintly at Kui Yun and Jin, who are fleeing. The strength of these two people is too weak, so Cuomo has no interest in making a move at all. Advertisement: after all, Cuomo has no penchant for torturing the weak. He has 3 confidants: Quinn, Jin and Jack. Partner? Whitebeard was a little surprised when he heard this. The fact that the Golden Lion would appear here really caught him by surprise. Golden Lion is a powerhouse on the same level as Whitebeard. Suddenly a dangerous slash rushed towards Whitebeard, and Whitebeard turned around to resist. This place is Wano Kuni, a closed country. Not many people know the outside world. How did Kaido manage to become a partner with Golden Lion? Shiki. Why are you D here? Whitebeard frowned slightly, staring at the figure of the Golden Lion in midair with a little doubt. Lion slash wave. It's time to end, Kaido. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki and was about to chop it down. And Kaido, in front of them, is just a kid. Jack. Kaido, who was half kneeling on the ground, raised his head slightly, and then noticed Jack, who was lying on the ground. But unfortunately, Jack's strength is too weak to affect the outcome of the battle at all. But Quinn and Jin had already left him and left, only Jack was fighting for him. I can't let you kill her, Edward, he is my partner. Golden Lion said proudly with a cigar in his mouth and 2 famous knives in his hand. Whitebeard's Kong Yunka collided with a slash, and Whitebeard was knocked back several meters by the sudden slash. Boom. Yes, partner, Wano Kuni has a lot of weapons and produces sea stone. These are very precious things. If you kill Kaido, then my supply chain, wouldn't it collapse?